Chapter 1. Rebirth before the apocalypse. Pain. Excruciating pain. Chen Feng lies in a pool of blood, the knife embedded in his chest, rendering him utterly immobile. He could never have imagined that his wife would stab him while he lay asleep. How go? Kill this useless man and seize his spatial abilities. Our family of 3 will become self-sufficient and no longer depend on this waste. As Su Qing's words fell, Wang Hao twisted the knife's handle, causing Chen Feng to writhe in agony. Witnessing their intimate demeanor, he struggled to rise, but failed repeatedly. Why? Have I not treated you well enough? You both conspired to murder me. Wang Hao scoffed, looking down at him with derision. Chen Feng, do you still not understand? Xiaoming is the child of your wife and me. For the past 2 years, I owe you for taking care of them. Boom. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt as though struck by lightning. After the apocalypse descended, resources were alarmingly scarce, and he had fought tirelessly to keep this family alive for so long. Wang Hao had been his brother before the apocalypse, and they shared a close bond, but once the cataclysm struck, they lost all contact. 3 months ago, Wang Hao had been left in the frigid wilderness, on the verge of being dismembered and consumed when Chen Feng fortuitously found him. In the face of this former brother, even knowing resources were scarce, Chen Feng rescued him without hesitation. Yet now, the other sought his life. It was his failure to discern character, rescuing a wolf in sheep's clothing, betrayed by a brother, cheated by a wife, and the son he had nurtured for 2.5 years was not even his own. He felt such hatred. If I were to be granted another chance, I would never let you escape. Ha ha ha. Say those words for Yin Wang. Wang Hao sneered and suddenly withdrew the knife, blood gushing forth as Chen Feng felt an excruciating pain seep into his bones, his vision growing increasingly blurred. You treacherous couple, I shall haunt you even in death. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, he felt the world spinning, nausea overwhelming him, and he jolted awake. Gritting through his discomfort, he lifted his head to see the towering buildings outside, the floor-to-ceiling windows, the blue sky. What is happening? Am I not dead? He gazed around, the surroundings peculiarly familiar. An office desk, a sofa, and a secretary clad in black stockings, her figure voluptuous and alluring. Is this my former company's office? The hot air from outside enveloped him, causing a shiver to run through his body. After the apocalypse, the globe was blanketed in ice and snow, with frigid temperatures shrouding the entire world. How could such warm weather exist? Manager Chen, are you all right? Zhao Huan set down the documents in her hands, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. I'm fine. You may leave for now. Chen Feng suppressed his shock and hurriedly checked his phone for the time. August 1st, 2080. I have been reborn, returned a half a month before the apocalypse. In half a month, on August 15th, 2080, on that day, in the midst of summer, an unexpected snowstorm blanketed the globe, the snow lasting for 6 months, plunging the entire Earth into an ice age. Within merely 6 months, 90% of Earth's life perished in the extreme cold. Countless lives were lost in this calamity. The combination of extreme cold and the scarcity of resources in the apocalypse led to a drastic reduction in global human population. Within 2 years, of the 10 billion people, only 800 million remained. In such dire conditions, all edible resources vanished, leaving only humans to consume. The entire legal and social order of the planet disintegrated. Any means necessary to satiate hunger became the norm. In this harsh environment, had it not been for Chen Feng awakening his spatial abilities, he would have been unable to protect his family. Not a single member perished, and even Chen Xiaoming thrived under his care, plump and healthy. How ironic. The son he had raised for 2.5 years was not even his own. By the timeline, Su Qing must already be pregnant with Wang Hao's child. A flicker of fierce light erupted from Chen Feng's pupils. Since heaven granted him a chance at rebirth, he would not let the treacherous pair of Su Qing and Wang Hao escape his wrath. You both wait for me. I will make your lives a living hell. Chen Feng suddenly paused, a flash of brilliance igniting in his mind. Is this the space I awakened before? In disbelief, he waved his hand, and a cup on the table vanished instantly. With a mere thought, the cup reappeared on the table, the hot water inside unchanged. Wonderful. With this space, I can stockpile enough supplies to live extravagantly when the apocalypse arrives. Chen Feng was overjoyed. In the second year of the apocalypse, a colossal meteor fell to Earth, carrying a virus that transformed countless people, many of whom awakened their abilities during this process. Chun Feng was among them, awakening spatial powers. Unfortunately, in his previous life, when he awakened his powers, the supplies had long been depleted by survivors, leaving him with nothing to stockpile. This time, he was determined to seize the opportunity. In the apocalypse, even a single pack of instant noodles could compel someone to serve you, while a sausage could entice a woman to shed her garments for you. In a world where resources were scarce, lives held little value, let alone dignity. Mastering supplies equated to possessing absolute advantage. Of course, it was not only supplies that mattered. Weapons were essential. When all order crumbled, those wielding weapons held the power to dictate terms. As the saying goes, while neighbors stockpile grain, I stockpile guns. My neighbors become my granary. Within mere minutes, he had arranged the primary tasks for the next half-month. First, stockpiling goods, which was crucial for his quality of life post-apocalypse. Second, revenge on Su Qing and Wang Hao, the treacherous couple, as well as all those who had previously harmed him. Chun Feng would spare none. However, he needed to sever ties with that wretched Su Qing first. Aren't you with Wang Hao now? Allow me to facilitate your union. Chun Feng directly summoned his secretary, and after finalizing company matters, he began his leave. Stockpiling supplies required money, lots of it, but this posed no challenge for Chun Feng. Knowing the apocalypse was imminent, he had to convert all his assets, including houses and cars, into cash to amass supplies. With a plan in mind, Chun Feng hurried home. Upon entering, he heard voices coming from the bedroom. How go? If Chun Feng discovers I'm carrying your child, it will be troublesome. That useless fool could never find out. At worst, you just need to serve him well for one night, and then he'll help me raise the child. How good, you are so wicked. Quick, while that fool is still at work, let me enjoy myself. Although he had long suspected their affair, hearing it in person ignited Chun Feng's fury, causing him to tremble with rage. By the way, find a way to make that spineless fool get some money. I plan to buy a sport car and take you for a ride. All right, I'll do as you say. Chun Feng trembled with anger, unable to contain his fury any longer, and kicked the door open. Treacherous couple, your schemes are quite audacious. Chapter 2. Divorce. A sudden, thunderous noise startled the two individuals who were still caught in a moment of intimacy. Brother Feng, aren't you supposed to be at work? Wang Hao exclaimed, hurriedly dressing while anxiously glancing at Chun Feng, who had unexpectedly returned at this hour. If I hadn't come back, I would have missed this fascinating scene. Chun Feng glared at the pair with fury. He had regarded Wang Hao as a brother and had taken meticulous care of Su Qing, ensuring she never had to step outside for work. Yet in the end, what did he receive in return? He toiled endlessly outside while they not only entertained a man in their home, but also used his money to purchase a sports car. In his previous life, at this very moment, Su Qing had approached Chun Feng under the pretext of needing money for the family. Blinded by love, he had resorted to various means, even seeking high-interest loans to gather one. 5 million yuan. Who would have guessed that the moment he handed the money to Su Qing, Wang Hao would purchase a sports car? Meanwhile, Su Qing had the audacity to berate him for being unsuccessful. Such genuine affection was worth less than feeding a dog. Darling, don't misunderstand. Wang Hao only came over to help me look for something. Slap. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Feng struck Su Qing across the face. How dare you hit me? You good for nothing? Su Qing had never endured such humiliation and immediately erupted in a torrent of insults. Is it wrong for me to bring a man home? How can you strike me? Brother Feng, hitting your sister-in-law is entirely your fault. Wang Hao interjected with a straight face, showing no remorse for his previous actions and instead blaming Chun Feng. Chun Feng clenched his fists, trembling with rage at the sight of these two shameless individuals. He wished nothing more than to annihilate them both. However, the apocalypse had yet to descend, and the law had not collapsed. He had to endure. Divorce. Bring the marriage certificate. We'll meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chun Feng's cold words startled both Wang Hao and Su Qing. Wang Hao thought, I haven't even bought the sport car yet. What'll I do if you divorce now? Su Qing, on the other hand, was unwilling to part with Chun Feng, the source of her financial support. Darling, don't be impulsive. I have good news. I'm pregnant, and it's your child. Su Qing attempted to use the child to bind Chun Feng to her, a tactic that had indeed worked in their previous life. After she claimed to be pregnant, Chun Feng had obediently catered to her every whim, even borrowing high-interest loans when she demanded one. 5 million yuan without a second thought. Huh. Don't think I'm unaware of whose illegitimate child is growing in your belly. You expect me to support someone else's son? Chun Feng sneered at Su Qing. If you don't want the video of your affair to circulate among relatives and in the neighborhood, you'd better come with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Although he had no such video, the threat was sufficient to intimidate them. Indeed, upon hearing this, Su Qing abandoned her resistance and turned to retrieve the marriage certificate. Chun Feng had anticipated this. Su Qing was a quintessential hypocrite, wanting to have it both ways. Divorce is fine, but the house belongs to me. That is my compensation for the loss of my youth. It is rightfully mine. Su Qing regarded Chun Feng with an air of entitlement. The house was purchased by Chun Feng before their marriage, qualifying as premarital property, and thus had no relation to Su Qing. However, Chun Feng, eager to conclude the matter, readily acquiesced. He was pressed for time, intending to liquidate the property anyway. Since Su Qing insisted on a dispute, he would oblige her. He had already formulated a strategy for liquidating the asset. Under the condition of Chun Feng leaving with nothing, the divorce procedures were completed in just half an hour. When Su Qing returned to their residence, Wang Hao rushed to her side. Did you really divorce him? Su Qing nodded. He walked away with nothing just to get the divorce. I couldn't dissuade him. No way. We can't let this marriage end. Where will I get the money for the sports car? Who will support our child? Wang Hao urged. Qing, you must find a way to remarry him. Understand? Su Qing felt displeased at Wang Hao's words, but had no counter-arguments. Chun Feng was indeed her best option, earning over 50,000 yuan a month, all of which he devoted to her, and he was ever compliant. Although Su Qing considered herself attractive, she did not believe she could seduce those top-tier wealthy heirs. Furthermore, those heirs were notoriously fickle, constantly changing their partners. Even if she managed to catch one's eye, how long could she expect to remain by their side? He is merely angry now. Once he cools off, if you treat him well and give him some advantages, he will return like a loyal dog. Enough. I'm feeling tired. Su Qing huffed and retreated to her room. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chun Feng went directly to the loan shark. In his previous life, he had borrowed money to purchase a sports car for Wang Hao, but this time, it was for himself. The property is located in Udai Ting, 180 square meters. I need 5 million yuan in cash, to be repaid with interest in 13 days. Chun Feng sat in the chair and handed over the property certificate. He had no intention of repaying the money. They could simply take the house. He deliberately chose a 13-day repayment period, allowing a day for them to collect the debt, ensuring Su Qing would experience the bitterness of being cast out. The property certificate is here. If I don't repay the money in 13 days, the house will be yours. The loan shark, hearing Chun Feng's words, was taken aback, quickly sending his subordinate to verify the property certificate. Upon confirmation, he became increasingly excited. Udai Ting was renowned as an affluent neighborhood, and even if Chun Feng sold at a loss, it could still fetch 6 million yuan. This was akin to delivering money directly to his doorstep. Mr. Chun, the money has been transferred to your account. It's been a pleasure doing business. A pleasure indeed. Chun Feng felt elated at the thought of what awaited Su Qing in 13 days. 5 million yuan was merely a starting point. It would only suffice for basic necessities. He now required food, water, generators, diesel, fuel, and even various weapons, as well as transportation capable of traversing snowy terrains. More importantly, he needed to construct a safe haven capable of withstanding extreme cold. 5 million yuan would barely scratch the surface. However, he was unconcerned. He possessed numerous methods for making money. In the antique street, a valuable porcelain piece worth 200 million yuan awaited his discovery. In his previous life, he had stumbled upon a priceless blue and white porcelain piece in the antique street. Unfortunately, by then, the apocalypse had already arrived, rendering money and antiques worthless. As night fell, Chun Feng drove to the most luxurious restaurant in town. He would arrange for his profitable venture to take place tomorrow. You worthless fool. Instead of staying home to serve my sister, you come here to indulge yourself. You're asking for a beating, aren't you? Just as he sat down, an unfriendly figure approached, grasping his collar and questioning him. Chapter 3. Had he been kicked by a donkey? This man, Su Jiqiang, was Su Qing's younger brother, who had failed to secure employment after graduation and had since led a life of idleness. Due to the severe preference for sons exhibited by Su Qing's parents, Su Jiqiang had been spoiled, relying on his family for money, which led Su Qing's family to extend their demands to Chen Feng. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Qing's family had been voraciously draining Chen Feng's resources. Besides Su Jiqiang stood Zhao Qian, a woman of average beauty with a penchant for materialism, who was Su Jiqiang's girlfriend. This pair had not spared Chen Feng from their bullying. Recently, Su Jiqiang had been preparing to marry Zhao Qian and required a dowry of 500,000 yuan, which they naturally believed should come from Chen Feng. In his previous life, Chen Feng had played the fool, but now he refused to be taken advantage of. I have plenty of money for food and drink. Why should I waste it on you? Despite the brazen attitude of Su Jiqiang, Chen Feng restrained his fury, forcing a smile as he said, I came here to handle some matters, and didn't expect to run into you. What a coincidence. Su Jiqiang, feeling quite pleased with himself, thought that his sister had truly tamed this spineless man. Cease your frivolous demeanor. Remember to settle the bill for our meal today. With that, he promptly seated himself alongside Zhao Qian and commenced ordering. Zhao Qian, regarding Su Jiqiang, her ineffectual brother-in-law, could scarcely be bothered to cast him a glance. Such a coward, unable to muster even a hint of defiance when grasped by the collar. He hardly qualified as a man. With her legs crossed, Zhao Qian ostentatiously perused the menu. Darling, this steak is 688 a portion. May I order it? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jiqiang nodded in agreement. If you desire it, order away. The expense is of no concern. Let us have two. After his bold declaration, Su Jiqiang could not help but internally lament the exorbitance. He had only brought 2,000 yuan with him, initially believing it sufficient for a meal, yet the steak had nearly depleted his funds. Fortunately, he had encountered Chen Feng, who would be footing the bill today. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Feng could not suppress a chuckle. Go ahead and show off. Soon enough, you'll have cause to lament. In a matter of moments, in his quest to impress, Su Jiqiang had ordered nearly 5,000 yuan worth of dishes, slowly losing himself in Zhao Qian's affectionate utterances. Observing his ostentatious behavior, Chen Feng resolved to stoke the flames further. Jiqiang, how could one indulge in steak without a fine red wine? A meal devoid of it lacks soul. Must you prattle on? Su Jiqiang shot Chen Feng an irritated glare. Of course, I know to order red wine. However, as he examined the wine prices, he could not help but gasp. The cheapest bottle was a staggering 19,000. Yet, seeing Zhao Qian's eager eyes, he ordered a bottle without hesitation, reasoning that it wasn't his money at stake. Darling, I adore you, Zhao Qian exclaimed, her satisfaction evident as she brandished her phone and began snapping photos of the bountiful spread before them. Although she typically lived a somewhat refined life, it was a facade, composed entirely of replicas. Where was the charm of dining lavishly with Su Jiqiang? Despite knowing his lack of employment, what did it matter? As long as he could muster the funds, that sufficed. Zhao Qian's gaze drifted to Chen Feng at the neighboring table, who was devouring his food with no regard for decorum, eliciting her scorn. Though he was quite handsome, his manners were akin to those of a rustic. Yet, one could hardly blame Chen Feng. He had not savored such delectable fare in 2 years. In a world ravaged by scarcity, he had resorted to consuming cockroaches, which, after all, contained protein 7 times that of beef. Darling, my parents are demanding a bride price of 500,000. Are you prepared? Zhao Qian suddenly inquired midway through the meal, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Su Jiqiang. Rest assured, it's all set. Su Jiqiang replied with a smug smile, his gaze shifting to the now-finished Chen Feng. Brother-in-law, remember to transfer the bride price to my car by noon tomorrow. I am tout propose. Su Jiqiang's tone was firm, his words leaving no room for dissent, as though issuing a command of utmost importance. Bride price? Whose bride price? Chen Feng wiped his mouth, a bemused smile gracing his lips as he regarded the pair. Have you mistaken me for an ATM? Of course it's mine. Did you not hear me say, I am to propose? Have you lost your mind? You will provide your own bride price. Why would you seek mine? Chen Feng, shedding his usual timidity, replied with a low chuckle. We are not related, and your wife does not share my bed. Why would I offer you a bride price? Su Jiqiang's eyes widened in disbelief, taken aback that Chen Feng would dare speak to him in such a manner. Yet, he quickly regained composure, clenching his fist and lunging at Chen Feng. You good for nothing. Do you need a beating? However, before he could reach Chen Feng, he was sent sprawling backward with a swift kick. You dare strike me, you worthless fool? Do you believe I won't have my sister divorce you immediately? Su Jiqiang groaned, clutching his abdomen, while Zhao Qian stood beside him, utterly bewildered. Divorce? Chen Feng retorted with a sneer, brandishing the divorce certificate. Do not threaten me with such matters. I have already divorced your sister. You think to extort money from me? Think again. Su Jiqiang's disbelief was palpable. How could this coward have divorced his sister? Hadn't he been her devoted admirer? Yet, with the divorce certificate in plain view, he had no choice but to accept the truth. The commotion had attracted the attention of the manager, who promptly arrived with security. Gentlemen, this is not a venue for your ruckus. Quickly, this man has assaulted me. You must subdue him, or I shall file a complaint. Su Jiqiang exclaimed, wailing to the manager. Sir, causing a disturbance at Mingwei restaurant necessitates an explanation. The manager replied sternly. Are you not aware that such behavior jeopardizes your own livelihood? I have a business proposition. Can you facilitate this? Chen Feng interjected, disregarding the manager's words. Now is not the time for business discussions. I wish to reserve 100 tables at 10,000 each. If you can accommodate, I shall pay half the deposit immediately. Goodness, 10,000 per table. 100 tables amounts to 1 million. And you're offering 50,000 up front? Such a lucrative opportunity is rare. The manager's eyes widened in astonishment. This was no disturbance, but rather a potential windfall. Can we negotiate? Chen Feng inquired, locking eyes with the manager. Of course, we can negotiate. I should make arrangements at once. The manager, elated, hastily procured pen and paper. After finalizing the contract, Chen Feng wasted no time in transferring the 50,000. Zhao Qian, is it? Chen Feng said, turning to her with a grin. This fellow has no funds to offer you the life you desire. Have you considered marrying me? I will provide you with a bride price of 1 million. Chapter 4. What brings you here? Zhao Qian was momentarily taken aback by his words, her heart racing. Chen Feng's generosity was astonishing, committing to 1 million for the banquet. To spend such an amount on a meal indicated that his wealth undoubtedly surpassed that figure. Moreover, Chen Feng was far more handsome than Su Jiqiang. The prospect of receiving a bride price of 1 million left her utterly exhilarated. If you decide, remember to contact me. I am a man of my word. Chen Feng gestured as if to call, before turning elegantly to depart. You insolent wretch, do you think you can treat me with such disdain? I will have my revenge. A furious Su Jiqiang attempted to confront Chen Feng, only to be halted by the manager. Step aside. Do you not understand the consequences of obstructing me? I'm sorry, sir, but your total bill amounts to 25,100 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash? There was no way he would allow Su Jiqiang to leave. After all, Chen Feng was his esteemed guest, and he had never encountered someone so generously inclined. He will pay. He is my brother-in-law. Do you comprehend the repercussions of blocking me? The manager regarded Su Jiqiang with a look of sheer incredulity. I have never encountered such shamelessness. You do not regard others as human, yet expect them to cover your bill? Gentlemen, who grants you the audacity to dine and dash at our Mingwei restaurant? With a wave of his hand, the manager summoned several security guards, who quickly surrounded the pair, their expressions menacing. Zhao Qian, having never witnessed such a scene, was understandably frightened and anxiously urged Su Jiqiang. Hurry and pay. What are you waiting for? I do not have that much money. Su Jiqiang was on the verge of tears. While he had 2,000 yuan on him, it was woefully insufficient. No money? How dare you order such expensive dishes without the means to pay? Do you think we are easy prey? Break his legs. I have money. I have money. Just wait. I will make a call. Su Jiqiang frantically pulled out his phone and dialed Su Qing. Upon hearing that her brother had racked up a bill of over 20,000, Su Qing was understandably furious. Yet, as a sister, she couldn't scold him too harshly. After cobbling together some funds, she finally managed to rescue Su Jiqiang. What on earth happened? Spending such a considerable amount of money on meals, as if my funds were conjured by the wind. Upon returning home, Su Qing could not suppress her grievances towards Su Jiqiang. Over the years, she had not cultivated the habit of saving, and with her divorce from the ATM, she found herself utterly bereft of funds. If Su Jiqiang continued to squander money in this manner, it was only a matter of time before calamity would befall them. Yet, it was all the fault of that useless Chun Feng. Su Jiqiang's eyes brimmed with resentment, and he could not help but vent to Su Qing. Sister, you might as well have divorced that good-for-nothing Chun Feng. Why give him so much money? That amount would suffice for my bride price. Su Qing furrowed her brow, evidently perplexed by Su Jiqiang's words. Chun Feng had left with nothing. Where would he have acquired any money? What? The moment she heard this, Su Jiqiang leapt from the sofa. Sister, are you telling me that good-for-nothing left with nothing? You must be joking. Su Qing produced the contract and handed it to Su Jiqiang, who, upon seeing the stipulations regarding Chun Feng's asset distribution, became even more agitated. Sister, that good-for-nothing has deceived you. He has hidden a considerable sum. Quickly call him and demand the money back. It all belongs to us. Observing Su Jiqiang's fervor, Su Qing grew even more bewildered. Hidden money? How much could there be? Throughout these years, Chun Feng's salary card had been in her possession, and he received merely 200 yuan each month, making it impossible for him to save much. Sister, that good-for-nothing reserved 100 tables at Mingware restaurant today, totaling 1 million yuan. We have been deceived by him all these years. I estimate he has at least several million in cash. Su Qing gasped, momentarily dazed. Are you serious? Of course I am. I saw it with my own eyes. Can it be false? Hurry and call him. No matter what, we must retrieve the funds. All right, I will call immediately. In the imperial suite of a 5-star hotel, Chun Feng was tirelessly on the phone with various restaurants and hotels to reserve banquet arrangements. With the apocalypse looming, acquiring cooked food was no easy feat, and finding delectable, high-quality dishes was akin to climbing the most formidable mountain. He was determined to stockpile as much of the freshly prepared cuisine as possible. Within his personal space, everything was at a standstill. Any hot water placed inside remained unchanged in temperature, regardless of the duration. As for the poultry, fish, and various essentials, Chun Feng planned to procure them at zero cost on the evening of the 14th. Although he possessed numerous methods to earn money, it was crucial to conserve resources at this juncture. Funds must be allocated judiciously. Steak, foie gras, roasted duck, let's indulge. As Chun Feng feverishly contacted various restaurants to finalize his orders, he noticed a call from Su Qing and, without a moment's thought, abruptly ended the call. He could easily surmise the reason for her call. Su Jiqiang must have informed her about the banquet arrangements, and she was likely attempting to lay claim to his funds. To Su Qing, he was merely an ATM. Moments after hanging up, Su Qing attempted to reach him again, but this time, Chun Feng had no hesitation in blocking her number. Keeping her contact would only hinder his ability to finalize his orders. After exhausting his options with nearby restaurants, Chun Feng turned his attention to takeout, ordering everything from barbecue delicacies to spicy hot pots and delectable fish head dishes. It wasn't until midnight, when most businesses had closed, that he finally settled down. In just a few short hours, he had spent over 2 million yuan. How exhilarating it felt to spend money. In his previous life, despite earning a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan, all his earnings were surrendered to that wretched Su Qing, leaving him with a meager allowance of a few hundred yuan each month, living in poverty. This unrestrained spending experience was entirely novel to him. There were still numerous avenues for expenditure, particularly in terms of housing and renovations. These were of utmost importance. Creating a residence capable of withstanding extreme cold was essential for his comfort in the impending apocalypse. The following day, around 10 o'clock, Chun Feng arrived at the antique street, recalling from his previous life the location of a particular antique, which he swiftly sold for 200 million yuan. The antique was valued at over 2 billion, and though the auction price would have been even higher, he was eager to liquidate it, accepting 200 million. The antique possessed only a half-month shelf life. After that, it would become worthless. Once the funds were secured, Chun Feng promptly made his way to the sales office of Yudai Longting, the very community where Su Qing's family resided, believing it to be strategically advantageous for his plans of revenge. After all, when the world was blanketed in snow. He needed to be in proximity to confront his ex-wife's family. Chen Feng, what brings you here? Upon entering the sales office, Zhao Qian greeted him with surprise, her high heels clicking as she approached. Last night, Chen Feng had made quite an impression, demonstrating his financial capability by offering 1 million for banquet arrangements, an amount far beyond what Su Jiqiang could ever muster. She had previously lamented not having his contact information, yet here he was, seeking her out. Chen Feng, recalling her as the sales representative, responded, I'm here to view the properties. Please bring me the information on Villa No. 3. What? You wish to purchase Villa number 3? Zhao Qian exclaimed in disbelief, her excitement palpable. It was well known that Villa No. 3 was valued at 100 million yuan, and anyone capable of affording such a residence in Yudai Longting belonged to the upper echelons of wealth. Is it possible that the villa has already been reserved? No. I will fetch the information right away. Zhao Qian swiftly dashed off to retrieve the documents, inciting envy among her colleagues. Even with lower commission rates, a sale of this magnitude would yield nearly 1 million yuan, an amount they could only dream of earning throughout their careers. Zhao Qian returned promptly, but her appearance had undergone a notable transformation. She had exchanged her high heels for Valentino, her professional outfit replaced with a form-fitting skirt that accentuated her figure, and the neckline of her blouse had been deliberately lowered, revealing an enticing glimpse of her décolletage. This was a classic ensemble designed to amplify allure. Chen Feng couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrast from his previous life when Zhao Qian and Su Jiqiang had treated him like a worthless underling, never acknowledging his presence. Now, however, she seemed eager to be close to him while discussing real estate. Qian, I am quite pleased with the property, but I would like to test the soundproofing and the bed shock absorption. Shall we give it a try? Chen Feng unabashedly grasped Zhao Qian's hand, rendering her cheeks crimson. How embarrassing! Couldn't you discuss such matters privately? How distasteful! A voice dripping with disdain interrupted them. Chen Feng looked up, instantly captivated. The woman before him possessed an extraordinary figure, her dress accentuating her curves, and her long legs were simply mesmerizing. But it was her stunningly beautiful face that truly commanded attention, rendering her utterly irresistible. She was undoubtedly a goddess in Chen Feng's eyes, deserving a score of 97. Lin Feier. Memories from his previous life flooded back, and he instantly recognized her. She was a rising star, known for her striking looks and impressive acting skills, making a name for herself in the industry. Under normal circumstances, she was destined for great success. Unfortunately, she encountered the apocalypse, and in a world where humanity had devolved, even the most beautiful women faced dire circumstances. In his previous life, a group of men had invaded her residence, and she had subsequently vanished without a trace. The outcome was all too predictable. Beautiful lady, it seems we shall be neighbors. Should you find yourself lacking in food, feel free to seek me out. I can provide you with some ham. Chen Feng quipped with a grin. You rogue. Lin Feier huffed, her face flushed as she hurriedly departed from the scene. How can kindness be mistaken for ulterior motives? Chen Feng wore a perplexed expression, while Zhao Qian anxiously glanced at him. Chen Feng, do you know her? I do not. Zhao Qian let out a sigh of relief. After all, Lin Feier was exceedingly beautiful, and in a competition against her, she felt utterly hopeless. Let's go see the house. If it suits us, I will make the payment today. Hearing this, Zhao Qian eagerly led Chen Feng to view the villa. Shortly after their departure, Su Jiqiang arrived at the sales office, searching for Zhao Qian, but finding her absent. He inquired with confusion, Sister Zhang, have you seen Qian? Ah, Xiao Su. She has taken a client to view the villa. Please wait a moment. Sister Zhang looked at Su Jiqiang with a knowing glance, as if she were observing a naive fool. Xiao Su, if this villa sells, Qian will earn a hefty commission, almost 1 million. A nearby female salesperson struggled to suppress her laughter, adding, you must treat our Qian well. After all, we have no one else as capable as she is. Rest assured, I will treat her well. Although Su Jiqiang felt excitement, he could not shake the odd feeling that something was amiss. How could they consider her capable? Su Qian's work abilities were merely average. After half an hour of waiting in the sales office, he could no longer tolerate the wait and headed to the lounge to inquire further. Before he could knock, a cacophony of mocking voices emerged from within. Xiao Su, the sycophant, is bound to end up with nothing. Indeed, how could he compete with such a top-tier tycoon? Su Jiqiang has no job and lacks any charm. How could he vie for a woman? Several salespeople engaged in a discussion filled with envy and jealousy. Don't say that. Qian is not that kind of person. A young female salesperson interjected. What are you thinking? If she weren't that kind of person, would she dress so provocatively? Did you not see how low her collar was? The tycoon was quite clear about wanting to test the bed's shock absorption. They might be rolling in the sheets right now. Moreover, with a commission of $1 million. Even if the tycoon is just playing around, she has every reason to agree. Su Jiqiang is nothing, lacking both ability and looks. A female salesperson lamented. If it were one of us, we certainly would have jumped at the chance. Regrettably, they had no such opportunity. So, this is what you mean by capable? At the door, Su Jiqiang could no longer contain himself and kicked open the lounge door, startling the salespeople inside. Xiao Su, you scared us to death. Why kick the door? Damn it. Where is that wretched woman? Villa number 3. Xiao Su, don't be reckless. Qian is not what you think. As they attempted to dissuade him, Su Jiqiang, consumed by rage, paid no heed and rushed toward Villa number 3. Damn it. Daring to steal my woman? You must be tired of living. Enraged, Su Jiqiang arrived at Villa number 3 and beheld a scene that ignited his fury. Chunfeng was assisting Zhao Qian. Emerging from the villa, their demeanor strikingly intimate. You pathetic coward. Aiming for me, huh? I will deal with you today. Without a moment's thought, Su Jiqiang clenched his fist and charged at Chunfeng. Chapter 6. We are about to get rich. As Su Jiqiang lunged at him, Chunfeng showed no mercy, retaliating with a powerful kick. In the past, he might not have been a match for Su Jiqiang, but after enduring 2.5 years in a brutal post-apocalyptic world, he had become a man of resilience. In an environment where resources were scarce, he had managed to support an entire family. In terms of physical prowess, 10 Su Jiqiangs would not be worthy to carry his shoes. The exhilaration surged through Chunfeng as he sent Su Jiqiang crashing to the ground and could not resist delivering an additional slap. In a previous life, he had been bullied by Su Jiqiang's family, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Now, he finally seized the opportunity for revenge. You dare to hit me? I will fight you. Su Jiqiang, unwilling to accept defeat, attempted to rise and retaliate, but was halted by Zhao Qian. Su Jiqiang, have you had enough of this commotion? Zhao Qian's displeasure was evident, her good mood significantly dampened. More importantly, she feared that Chunfeng might decide against purchasing the house due to Su Jiqiang's antics, which would be a tremendous loss. Qian, he hit me, and you are still defending him? Su Jiqiang could hardly believe that in such a short time, his girlfriend was siding with someone else. What of it? He deserved it. If you hadn't struck first, Chunfeng wouldn't have retaliated. After Zhao Qian spoke, she nervously approached Chunfeng once more. Mr. Chun, I sincerely apologize. I will ensure that this matter is addressed. Chunfeng waved dismissively. It's nothing. I do not regard someone like him. Upon hearing this, Su Jiqiang's simmering anger intensified. He was taken aback by Chunfeng's audacity. Just as he was about to erupt, Zhao Qian pulled him away again. Mr. Chun, regarding the house. Well, I wasn't particularly interested in this villa, but given your excellent service, I've decided to proceed. Let's sign the contract. Chunfeng cast a pointed glance at Su Jiqiang. Su Jiqiang finally comprehended that Chunfeng was the wealthy tycoon the salespeople had spoken of, the one intending to purchase a villa and take his girlfriend to bed. Damn it, do you truly think I am easy to bully? Enough. How long do you intend to create such a ruckus? You are incompetent and jobless, and now you want to jeopardize my employment? Zhao Qian reprimanded sharply, leaving Su Jiqiang speechless. Chunfeng watched the two former adversaries turn against each other with immense satisfaction. Unfortunately, with only half a month left in the apocalypse, he could not take the opportunity to deal with them thoroughly. I want to start renovations immediately. Is that acceptable? No problem. As long as you pay the down payment and sign the contract, the house is yours, and you may handle it as you wish. However, this villa is already renovated. Do you really want to spend more on renovations? Indeed, there are certain areas I am dissatisfied with and need to be properly addressed. In an instant, Chen Feng's affluent status appeared even more impressive to Zhao Qian. This is beyond extravagant. The signing of the contract and payment did not take long. Within 2 hours, Chen Feng had received the keys. The swiftness of a transaction left Su Jiqiang astonished. This so-called waste had truly purchased a villa, and he must possess more than a few million. The villa was valued at 100 million, even if he only paid a 20 million down payment. It was evident he had even more in his pocket. All right, I have matters to attend to. You just finished exercising. Go home and rest well. I will reach out when I require your assistance, Chen Feng said, casting a provocative glance at Su Jiqiang before turning to leave. The exercise he referred to was indeed legitimate. While viewing the house, he had not idled, but had been moving about, leaving Zhao Qian exhausted and even causing her to stumble. As for Su Jiqiang's thoughts, they were of no concern to him. Sure enough, no sooner had he departed than the tension between the two erupted. Did you really roll in the sheets with that waste? Su Jiqiang seethed. Have you had enough of this? Chen Feng is not as disgusting as you think. If you continue to speak recklessly, I will become angry. What? In such a short time, you're already siding with him? Su Jiqiang fumed. If you hadn't been with him, how could you possibly be walking so unsteadily? I stumbled, and if Chen Feng hadn't helped, I would have fallen even worse. Look at yourself. Instead of being grateful, you're causing such a ruckus. Zhao Qian's expression was one of reproach, though her tone had softened considerably. Although she could sense Chen Feng's subtle advances, Zhao Qian had already dropped numerous hints in the villa, nearly resorting to dragging him to bed, yet he feigned ignorance. This left her somewhat uncertain. Her current objective was to stabilize Su Jiqiang while simultaneously pursuing Chen Feng, aiming to develop a connection with him. Once she was truly involved with Chen Feng, she would undoubtedly sever ties with Su Jiqiang immediately. Darling, you must strive diligently. Do you understand? My commission from single property today has been substantial. If you do not exert yourself, how can I entrust my future to you? Undeniably, Zhao Qian's tea art was exceptional, weaving a web of confusion around Su Jiqiang with just a few words. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Moreover, I must inform you that that young man's money belongs to me, and that villa is mine as well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian couldn't help but roll her eyes. Look at the nonsense you're spouting. Are you out of your mind for money? If it weren't for Su Jiqiang's obedience, I would have discarded him long ago. Su Jiqiang hurried home, where his family was gathered. Sister, Dad, Mom, we have struck it rich. This time we are wealthy. What wealth? Su Jiqiang's father, Su Dahua, immediately stood up. He had a passion for playing mahjong, but lacked skill, recently losing a considerable amount of money. Hearing about wealth, he could hardly contain himself. Chen Feng, that scoundrel has quite a bit of money. Oh, I thought it was something significant. Isn't it just a few million? We've already sent someone to collect. Su Jiqiang's mother, Matsulan, looked utterly speechless. No, it's not just a few million. That good-for-nothing just bought a villa in our community. The number 3 villa, worth 100 million. Boom. This news struck Su Jiqiang's family like a thunderbolt, and all three stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How much did you say? Su Qing couldn't help but exclaim. 100 million. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Even if he has some money, how could he possibly have that much? This contract was signed by my girlfriend. How could I be wrong? Su Jiqiang exclaimed with excitement. Moreover, he still needs to renovate it. I am certain he has a lot of cash on hand. This is all marital property and should belong to us, sister. The family grew increasingly excited, especially Su Dahua, who immediately donned his shoes and rushed outside. Quick, take me to see our grand villa. Chapter 7. Are you violating heavenly principles? My goodness, this villa is enormous. Upon arriving at the number 3 villa, the Su family was beside themselves with excitement. The villa was not only large, but also boasted high-quality facilities that far surpassed their elevator apartment. This yard is large enough to play soccer in. I'll turn it into a mahjong parlor. Su Dahua was already formulating his plans, even envisioning the splendid life he would lead in the future. Dad, this is a villa. Your ideas are a bit beneath it. Su Qing gazed passionately at the villa, having always dreamt of living in such luxury. I never imagined I could achieve this just by getting a divorce. Why waste such a large space on a mahjong parlor? Let's hurry inside and see. Yes. Let's go inside. As the four approached the entrance, Two security guards immediately blocked their way. "Excuse me, this is a private residence. Unrelated individuals must leave. This is my home. How can we be considered unrelated?" Su Qing said, her face full of displeasure. "Exactly. How dare you stop us from entering our own home? Do you believe I could have your supervisor fire you?" Su Dahua, already ill-tempered, began to yell at the two guards. "I'm sorry, but the owner has informed us that you have no relation to him." The guard's tone was cold, his gaze icy as he regarded the group. "How shameless. Even divorced, you still wish to lay claim to the property of others." Chen Feng was somewhat well known in the community, notorious for being spineless. The Su family never considered him a proper son-in-law. In fact, even a dog would rank higher than Chen Feng in status. You didn't treat him well before, and now that he is divorced, you suddenly remember to call him son-in-law? What? How could he say that? Su Dahua was instantly enraged. "Quick, call that good for nothing. We've supported him for so many years. Even a cold stone should have warmed up by now." Ma Suilon cursed angrily, clearly fuming. The security guards looked at the group with disdain. Who is supporting whom? They knew that before marrying, Chen Feng was a well-regarded young talent in the community, and even the house was purchased by him. However, after the marriage, the Su family moved in without contributing, relying entirely on Chen Feng for their sustenance, acting as if it were their right. "And you dare utter such words?" Su Dahua and the others cursed as they attempted to call him, but unfortunately, none of the calls went through. Finally, the guards, growing impatient, began to usher them away, and they reluctantly departed. "That good-for-nothing has some audacity, even refusing to answer my calls." Matsuelon returned home, visibly displeased. "Daughter, you must find a way to contact him. Tell him to come back and remarry. This way, we can at least provide him with a doghouse. Otherwise, we will hire a lawyer to leave him penniless." "Sister, why not say a few good words to that good-for-nothing to persuade him to return? Once he is back, we can deal with him later. Going to court would waste too much time." Su Qing, hearing this, wasted no time and hurriedly began trying to contact Chen Feng. The call was blocked, so she turned to WeChat, having plenty of ways to reach out. 100 million villa was enough for her to live a life of luxury, even better than marrying a wealthy heir. There is no shame in apologizing. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, after leaving, immediately sought out the largest security company in the area. This company not only provided personal protection, but also specialized in home renovations. Often, when protecting important individuals, they would modify the target's residence, gaining considerable experience over time. Given that many wealthy individuals now prefer to create doomsday safe houses, their business was thriving. "I wish to transform a villa into a doomsday safe house. Please take me to your supervisor," Chen Feng stated to the sales representative, who promptly arranged for personnel to assist him. Anyone seeking to build a doomsday safe house was undoubtedly wealthy and considered a valued customer, as ordinary people lacked the funds and energy for such an extravagant endeavor. Shortly, a well-dressed man approached Chen Feng. "Hello, sir. My name is Gao Mingyuan. How may I address you?" Gao Mingyuan was very polite, his gaze fixed on Chen Feng while internally pondering his background. Among the wealthy in Qingzhou, he did not recognize this individual. Chen Feng replied, handing over the architectural blueprint of his villa. This villa has 3 floors above ground and 1 below, each floor measuring 500 square meters. Can you transform it into a doomsday safe house? Gao Mingyuan examined the blueprint, pondering for a moment before speaking again. Mr. Chen, generally speaking, doomsday safe houses are constructed underground. Transforming this villa may not yield optimal results. Typically, above-ground structures can suffer severe issues during events like earthquakes. After all, no one can guarantee that the construction by the developers will not result in a shoddy project. Chen Feng shook his head. He was well aware that underground construction was the safest option, yet time was evidently of the essence. If he had more time, he would undoubtedly create a far superior safe haven. Do not concern yourself with these matters. Simply follow my instructions. Chen Feng cleared his throat and stated, "I require all external walls to be reinforced with titanium alloy steel plates to ensure they cannot be breached. All window glass must be bulletproof. The interior of the villa should be equipped with extreme insulation materials, a heating system, and a backup power supply capable of maintaining optimal indoor temperatures even in conditions as frigid as -80 degrees. Additionally, various security systems must be installed to prevent even 100 or 200 intruders from breaching the premises. An air circulation system is also essential to ensure I am not asphyxiated by toxic gases. You can accomplish these modifications, correct? Chen Feng smiled at Gao Mingyuan, only to find the latter's gaze utterly astonished, staring at him in disbelief. Gao Mingyuan swallowed hard and stammered. "Mr. Chen, have you lost your mind? You are proposing the construction of a fortress." Chapter 8. Constructing a safe haven. Chen Feng felt a twinge of helplessness. These were essential conditions for ensuring his comfort in a post-apocalyptic, frigid environment. "Do not worry about these details. Just tell me if you can execute the plan." Gao Mingyuan nodded affirmatively. Chen Feng's requests were, in fact, quite reasonable. It could even be considered a relatively modest safe house, as he had encountered even more extravagant demands before. "Our company is professional and fully capable of meeting these requirements. Please rest assured, Mr. Chen, that is acceptable. But I'm somewhat pressed for time. How quickly can you complete this?" "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, our efficiency is beyond reproach. Given your situation, we can have it ready in 2 months. That is far too long." Chen Feng shook his head decisively. "In 2 months, the apocalypse may already have arrived. An unfinished safe house would be no different from any ordinary location. Accelerate the process. A month will suffice." Gao Mingyuan instinctively responded. He looked at Chen Feng with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Generally, when it comes to constructing a safe house for the apocalypse, builders prioritize safety over time. Some wealthy individuals spend years on such projects. Too long. Chen Feng still shook his head, dissatisfied with the response. 10 days. I have only 10 days. Gao Mingyuan was now visibly agitated, beginning to doubt whether Chen Feng was merely looking for trouble. "What is this? You make so many demands and then expect me to complete it in 10 days, thinking I am easy to bully?" However, Gao Mingyuan was, after all, a highly competent professional, suppressing his dissatisfaction as he addressed Chen Feng. "Mr. Chen, the time frame you propose is likely unattainable. I understand your concerns, but the house is already renovated. All you need to do is reinforce it and meet my requirements. It is certainly not impossible." Chen Feng had considered this carefully. Otherwise, he would not have undertaken the renovation of such a grand villa. "Mr. Chen, perhaps you do not fully grasp our constraints. I can increase the budget." Gao Mingyuan was momentarily speechless. "If that is the case, then negotiations are possible. Please calculate the total cost for me." Without hesitation, Gao Mingyuan pulled out his notebook and began to tally figures. Moments later, he presented Chen Feng with a detailed list of materials and their associated costs. The total renovation cost was 200 million, calculated based on a 1-month timeline. Chen Feng glanced at the list and nodded. Typically, the cost of villa renovations and purchasing is roughly equal. If one spends 100 million on the property, a similar amount would be required for a satisfactory renovation. This renovation, however, demanded 200 million without considering decor, indicating that constructing a safe house for the apocalypse indeed incurs substantial expenses. However, judging by the materials, it seemed unlikely that even explosives would pose a threat. "If you can complete the work in 10 days, I will add another 100 million to the budget. If you believe this is feasible, I can sign a contract and pay the deposit right now." Gao Mingyuan, who had previously maintained his composure, could no longer contain his excitement. He rose abruptly, shaking Chen Feng's hand with fervor. "Mr. Chen, I will draft the contract immediately. May our collaboration be fruitful." 100 million is a significant sum. Considering the previous 200 million excludes costs and labor, he still stands to make a considerable profit. To expedite the process, the simplest solution is to increase the workforce. More manpower is essential. For this 100 million, he would go to great lengths. "I will provide an initial deposit of 100 million. After the inspection, I will provide another 100 million. If I reside there for a month without issues, I will pay the remaining 100 million. Is this payment arrangement acceptable?" Chen Feng had also contemplated this payment method. The 200 million would sufficiently allow for profit on their part, and by the time the final 100 million was due, the apocalypse would have likely arrived, making collection impossible. "Absolutely. Gao Mingyuan agreed without hesitation. Once the contract was signed and the initial payment made, Chun Feng departed the company, warmly seen off by Gao Mingyuan. Quickly, instruct all employees to put aside their current tasks. Upon completing this order, year-end bonuses will be doubled. The entire company erupted in excitement. Gao Mingyuan wasted no time, swiftly making phone calls to arrange for materials to be delivered. Upon returning to the community, Chun Feng discovered workers already measuring his villa, marveling at the power of wealth. This advantage would only be temporary. Once the apocalypse struck, all currency would merely become worthless paper. After greeting the security personnel, Chun Feng contacted the real estate agent in the community, spending $20,000 to rent a house and a warehouse. The house would serve as his residence for the next 10 days, while the warehouse was necessary as a staging area for the numerous banquet supplies he had ordered. It would be impractical to have a plethora of items transported directly into his space in front of a crowd. He might find himself captured for experimentation before the apocalypse even began. How quickly money seems to vanish. Chun Feng lay on his bed, unable to restrain his thoughts. He had spent $20 million on a house, another $100 million on renovations, and what had once been $200 million was now reduced to just over $80 million. However, Chun Feng harbored no concerns about finances. He possessed numerous methods for generating income, and with the impending apocalypse, excess wealth held little significance. Sufficiency was all that mattered. If necessary, he could always mortgage his villa to a loan shark. With the safe house and accommodation secured, his primary concern now was weaponry. Although he possessed spatial abilities and decent combat skills, lacking firearms would prove challenging. Isn't there a saying? While neighbors stockpile food, I stockpile weapons. My neighbors are my granaries. However, in the land of Shenzhou, acquiring such items seems nearly impossible. It appears I must hasten my plans to procure some items from abroad. Chun Feng took out his phone and booked a flight to the United States. Due to work, he frequently traveled abroad, so visa and passport issues pose no obstacles. In the U.S., obtaining weapons is relatively straightforward. Additionally, there are countless vast apartment store warehouses to explore. He certainly wanted to experience the popular $0 shopping trend. Just as Chun Feng finalized his flight and began studying the map for warehouse locations, his phone vibrated several times, and an unfamiliar number appeared. "Hello, darling, it's me." Upon answering, he was greeted by Su Qing's voice, laced with annoyance. "If you continue to ignore me, I will genuinely become upset." Chapter 9. Our dispute is not yet resolved. Chun Feng listened to Su Qing's words filled with deep resentment, nearly losing his composure. "So it is my fault that I discovered you rolling in bed with someone else? You still dare to be angry with me? What face do you have? If you have something to say, just speak it plainly. I am busy." Chun Feng's face was a portrait of impatience. He had no time to deal with his ex-wife's family. Otherwise, they would have been dealt with long ago. "Husband, I heard you've not only booked 100 tables for the banquet, but also purchased a villa. Why didn't you discuss such significant matters with me?" Su Qing complained in a tone that was almost coquettish. "What's it to you? If I want to buy a house, that's my business. Why should I discuss it with you?" Chun Feng could no longer contain himself and cursed outright. Su Qing was truly shameless, acting as if nothing had happened and speaking such words. Was she not treating herself as a mere pawn to be manipulated? "Husband, are you still angry? I apologize. I was just momentarily confused. Can we reconcile?" Su Qing's voice became pitiful, as if she genuinely felt she had erred. "Husband, I truly cannot live without you. Please come back." Listening to her words, Chun Feng nearly believed her. Had it not been for the betrayal in his past life, he might have softened. "Cannot live without me? Huh? You cannot live without my money and villa, can you?" Chun Feng replied coldly. Were it not for his wealth and property, Su Qing's character would not even allow her to glance his way. As Chun Feng remained unyielding, Su Qing's expression soured. Beside her, Su Dahua and Ma Tsulan also wore displeased faces, snatching the phone to hurl insults. "Useless. Don't push your luck. We're discussing this with you now, giving you an opportunity. You can come back, and we'll arrange a doghouse for you in the villa. But if you disregard our arrangement, we won't leave you a single cent." "Useless thing. Do you really think of yourself as someone of importance? Don't forget, you signed a clean break agreement. Your money and villa belong to our family." Su Jiqiang could no longer restrain himself from shouting. Just as he was about to speak again, He realized the call had already been disconnected. This useless fool dared to hang up on me, Su Dahua exclaimed, quickly redialing, but was met with the message that the phone was turned off. Clearly, he had been blocked. This brat truly overstepped. Quickly find a lawyer. I will ensure he goes bankrupt. Yes, let's do it right away. I want to see how long he can be so arrogant. Su Jiqiang hesitated slightly, but finding a lawyer is a bit time-consuming. Qian is urging me for $1 million in betrothal gifts. Sister, think of something. Weren't we discussing 500,000? How did it become $1 million? Su Qing's brow furrowed. She had claimed to have made $1 million from selling a house, indicating she wasn't short of cash. She merely wanted an attitude. Ma Tsuelon quickly looked at Su Qing, urging her to come up with a solution. He is my only son. We can't let him remain unmarried. With a sigh, Su Qing could only pick up her phone and call Wang Hao. Upon hearing that Chen Feng had purchased a villa worth $100 million, Wang Hao became excited. He had never imagined he would one day own a villa. Su Qing's was his, and he would do anything to retrieve it from Chen Feng. Chen Feng, your wife is mine, and I will not let your villa go. Dear, rest assured, I will find someone immediately. That useless fool needs to be dealt with. Once I handle him, he will certainly obediently return the villa to us. After hanging up, Su Qing still felt some anxiety and called a lawyer, sensing an inexplicable unease about the changes in Chen Feng. After ending the call, Chen Feng turned his attention back to the map. He had to be extremely cautious about going to Chogwa, and time was of the essence. It would be best to gather everything he needed swiftly. Ideally, he would leave that day and return the next. With such a tight schedule, he needed to plan everything meticulously. Once these matters were settled, Chen Feng skillfully opened the food delivery app. Ordering takeout was an endeavor that required persistence. Ding dong. Just as he finalized his order and prepared to set his phone aside for a moment's rest, another message arrived. Upon glancing at it, he realized it was from Zhao Qian, Su Jiqiang's girlfriend. After purchasing a property from her, he had exchanged contact information. Chen Feng, are you resting? Not yet. Is there something you need? Zhao Qian, holding her phone, was visibly anxious. It was impossible not to be nervous facing a wealthy man like Chen Feng. After all, securing him could mean a life of luxury for her, who would need to sell houses then. However, although Chen Feng claimed he wanted to marry her, he never took the initiative to contact her, leaving her feeling insecure. Regarding the villa, the loan documents have been submitted. I believe approval will come through soon. All right. Thank you for handling the house. I trust you. Zhao Qian felt a surge of joy at his message, then opened her album to carefully select a photo to send him. Chen Feng, do you think I look good in this outfit? Upon seeing the photo she sent, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile smugly. Su Jiqiang, you were so arrogant, and now your girlfriend is actively flirting with me? The photo was quite provocative, with Zhao Qian draped in a sheer nightgown, more revealing than a private photo. Regrettably, Zhao Qian's appearance was merely average. Had it not been for his desire to annoy Su Jiqiang and retaliate against Zhao Qian, he would hardly have bothered with her. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he had control over resources. What woman could he not have? Looks good. Su Jiqiang is quite fortunate. I've never worn this for him. She's wearing it just for you. If you like it, she'll wear it for you every day. After a moment's thought, he forwarded the photo to Su Jiqiang with a note. Your girlfriend looks quite nice in this outfit. Did you buy it for her? After completing this, Chen Feng blocked Su Jiqiang on WeChat and opened the door to receive his food delivery. Meanwhile, Su Jiqiang was fuming, jumping out of bed to smash his phone in anger. Chen Feng, you scoundrel. I won't let this go, you wait. Chapter 10. Advanced Tea Artisan in Villa Number 4. Adjacent to Villa Number 3, Lin Feier sat on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, her face weary. Even without makeup, her grace was undeniable. This is too much. That person is simply outrageous. Lin Feier angrily pounded her little fists against the sofa, seemingly attempting to vent her frustration. Last night, Villa Number 3 had been undergoing construction, keeping her awake all night. Complaining did no good. To make matters worse, when she felt starving in the middle of the night and wanted to order takeout, she discovered that all the vendors had stopped taking orders. In the end, she could only watch helplessly as delivery drivers arrived at the complex, delivering to one of the buildings. The incessant stream of food deliveries never ceased. When she inquired, She learned that all of this takeout had been ordered by the owner of Villa Number 3. This revelation infuriated her further. She already had a poor impression of Chun Feng. The loud renovations at night had deprived her of sleep, and now even her meals. The deep-seated resentment made her grit her teeth in anger. Fayer, what on earth is going on next door? It's unbearably noisy. A voluptuous woman with an annoyed expression emerged from the room. Her name was Xiao Lulu, Lin Fayer's friend and an actress. However, in terms of fame, it pales in comparison to Lin Fayer. Originally, I intended to visit Lin Fayer for a few days, but unexpectedly, on the very first night, I was disturbed by the construction noise. They are probably doing renovations, Lin Fayer lamented. This is outrageous. If I don't confront them today, they will think we are easy to bully. Xiao Lulu pulled Lin Fayer and rushed outside. With her fiery temper, she could not tolerate such matters at all. Beside the villa, Chun Feng looked at the documents handed to him by Gao Mingyuan and nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Chun, rest assured, I have summoned all our workers. Within 10 days, we will definitely resolve this. Gao Mingyuan confidently patted his chest. It would be absurd if, even with the entire company involved, working in shifts, they could not complete the task. That would truly mean he was unworthy of earning this money. That's good. However, you must remember one thing. Quality is paramount. Mr. Chen, you need not worry. We will not compromise our reputation, Gao Mingyuan declared with utmost confidence. Just then, Lin Fayer and Xiao Lulu marched over, visibly furious. Upon seeing Lin Fayer, who appeared haggard with disheveled hair and dressed in a nightgown, Chun Feng felt a sudden spark of admiration. Even without makeup and in a loose nightgown, Lin Fayer remained strikingly beautiful. As for Xiao Lulu beside her, she was also quite attractive, with long legs and an alluring figure. Just a glance made Chun Feng estimate her to be at least a D-cup. The only disappointment was her cookie-cutter internet celebrity face, which evoked a sense of aesthetic fatigue. Noticing their anger, Chun Feng hurriedly approached. Miss Lin, I sincerely apologize. I just bought the new house and couldn't wait to start the renovations. Did it disturb you? Even if you are renovating, could you please consider the timing? Renovating all night is one thing, but on a Saturday, you continue without pause. Is it too much to ask for a little rest? Lin Fayer expressed her dissatisfaction, her frowning face exuding a unique charm. If this were the apocalypse, bringing her home would probably shorten her life by at least 3 years. Before Chun Feng could respond, Xiao Lulu sweetly grasped Lin Fayer's hand and said, Fayer, they did not mean to disturb you. Please don't be angry. Lin Fayer looked at Xiao Lulu in disbelief. You were clearly angrier at home. Why is it suddenly my fault here? Is this blame directed at me? In an instant, Lin Fayer realized the implication. It was unusual for Xiao Lulu, who usually disregarded others, to suddenly speak up for Chun Feng. There could only be one possibility. She was smitten. Hello, sir. My name is Lulu. Let us exchange contact information for future convenience. Xiao Lulu blinked, leaning forward enticingly, revealing an alluring neckline. A skilled tea artist. The term popped into Chun Feng's mind. She was akin to Zhao Qian, albeit considerably more attractive and of a higher caliber. Yet, Chun Feng paid little heed, pulling out his phone to exchange contacts. A tea artist is simply a tea artist. In the worst-case scenario during the apocalypse, I could offer her a loaf of bread. My circumstances can certainly accommodate that. Once today's work is complete, the noise will diminish significantly, and it will no longer affect you, dear celebrity. You won't mind, will you? Not all, Mr. Chun. You can renovate for as long as you wish. It won't trouble us. Xiao Lulu quickly interjected, infuriating Lin Fayer, who pinched her waist in annoyance. Truly, it shows a lack of humanity when there is a romantic interest involved. Can't you see clearly? He is just a scoundrel who toys with women. Why are you shamelessly trying to curry favor with him? Upon returning to their residence, Xiao Lulu excitedly pulled Lin Fayer aside. Fayer, I never expected your neighbor to be such a promising young man. I thought he would be an overweight, balding old man. I advise you to limit your interactions with him. He is not a good person, mingling with salespeople just to buy a house, Lin Fayer warned with irritation. Instead of being offended, Xiao Lulu's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'm far more attractive than the salesgirl. Winning him over should be a breeze. After discussing the renovation details, Chun Feng finally left the community. Today, he planned to acquire a few vehicles and, if possible, finalize the snowmobile arrangement. After all, when the snow accumulates to several meters deep, other forms of transportation will be utterly useless. As soon as Chun Feng exited the community, a group of thugs rushed out from the shadows, surrounding him. "What's the matter?" Chun Feng scoffed at the thugs. If a confrontation were to arise, he was confident he could resolve it within 20 seconds. They were merely a bunch of idle ruffians, far inferior compared to the reckless individuals from the apocalypse. "Break his legs." Su Jiqiang emerged from the corner, his eyes filled with malice. "Oh, isn't this Jiqiang? I specifically sent you the photos last night. Why aren't you grateful? If it weren't for me, you would never have the fortune to see such beautiful images." Having bottled up his anger, Su Jiqiang could no longer contain himself and picked up a steel pipe from the ground, aiming it at Chun Feng's head. "Today, I'll beat you to the point where your mother won't recognize you." Chapter 11. Just break one hand. As Su Jiqiang charged at him, Chun Feng was unfazed. Even surrounded by the thugs, he effortlessly evaded Su Jiqiang's attack. Besides his own skills honed during the apocalypse, the more significant factor was that Chun Feng had awakened spatial abilities, granting him heightened perception of his surroundings, far beyond that of an ordinary person. At that moment, Su Jiqiang's movements appeared exceedingly sluggish to him. In the instant he sidestepped the attack, he delivered a swift kick, sending Su Jiqiang crashing to the ground, writhing in pain. "What are you all staring at? Get him!" The thugs finally reacted, launching their fists at Chun Feng. Yet within moments they were all knocked down, each one howling in agony. "How did you become so formidable?" Su Jiqiang's scalp tingled with fear, his face reflecting disbelief. This waste used to be unable to fight back or even curse. It was as if he had transformed into a different person. "Well, look who has learned to seek help. It seems today I truly must teach you a lesson." Chun Feng looked down at Su Jiqiang, a mocking smile on his face. "Chun Feng, I didn't expect you to possess some skill, concealing such abilities. I truly admire you." Not far away, Wang Hao appeared, accompanied by another man. Chun Feng felt indifferent upon seeing Wang Hao, but he froze upon recognizing the man beside him. Was that not the loan shark boss? The loan shark boss, upon spotting Chun Feng, was equally astonished, not expecting to encounter an acquaintance. Yet, after a brief moment, he composed himself. It mattered little whether they knew each other. Making money was what truly mattered. "So, did I go too easy on you last time? You didn't learn your lesson, and now you're back for more?" Chun Feng smiled, looking at Wang Hao. "Chun Feng, you're being cocky. You've assaulted Tiger's underling, and soon you'll pay the price." Wang Hao exclaimed, quickly turning to Tiger. "Tiger, this scoundrel is the one. I implore you to take action against him." Tiger slowly approached, gazing at Chun Feng. "Mr. Chun, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. I too didn't anticipate our paths would cross again so quickly. It seems we are indeed fated." Chun Feng replied with a smile, while Su Jiqiang and Wang Hao's expression shifted, growing increasingly tense. This waste actually knows Tiger? Moreover, they appear to be quite familiar with one another. "Mr. Chun, while friendship is one thing, business is another. Today's incident is indeed your fault." Tiger Yi concealed a dagger behind his smile. In one moment, he was jovially laughing, and in the next, his tone shifted dramatically, creating distance. Su Jiqiang and Wang Hao finally exhaled in relief, realizing that Tiger Yi was indeed reliable. "It is my fault, thus. This 200,000 shall serve as medical expenses for my brothers," Chun Feng declared, promptly transferring the amount to Tiger Yi without hesitation. "Moreover, whatever they paid you, I will double it. Can Tiger Yi assist me in resolving this predicament?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hao panicked, his anger boiling over as he exclaimed, "Chun Feng, are you seeking death? How could Tiger Yi be swayed by someone like you?" Before Wang Hao could finish his sentence, Tiger Yi's hand struck him, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Tiger Yi, silence yourself. Is this scoundrel a waste? This is my brother, and yet you dare to sow discord among us? Are you tired of living?" After reprimanding Wang Hao, Tiger Yi kicked him again, rendering Su Jiqiang speechless with fear. "Get rid of them. Beat them until they remember this lesson." "Tiger Yi, I was wrong. Please spare me." Both men pleaded frantically. "Mr. Chun, since they are begging for mercy, A casual punishment will suffice. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, both men sighed in relief. Just break one of their hands. The expressions on Wang Hao and his companion fell immediately. Chen Feng, I will not let you off. You are doomed. Wang Hao hissed, but as soon as he finished his threat, he was dragged away. Do not let this escalate to a fatality, Chen Feng stated, immediately transferring 1 million to Tiger Yi. He doubted Wang Hao would spend 50,000 to hire Tiger Yi. 1 million would be more than sufficient. Indeed, when Tiger Yi received the 1 million, he couldn't help but regard Chen Feng with newfound respect. It was truly remarkable to encounter someone so generous in his line of work. Mr. Chen, I hear you have purchased a villa worth 100 million? Tiger Yi inquired with a smile. Being in the business of lending money, he naturally kept track of his clients' situations. While he was unaware of the finer details, Chen Feng's property acquisition was not something he could overlook. Chen Feng gazed at him, a thought flashing through his mind, and a smile graced his lips. Indeed, I owe my gratitude to Tiger Yi. Were it not for your 500,000, I would not have been able to earn so much in such a short time, or purchase a villa. Upon hearing this, Tiger Yi's interest was piqued. What kind of business can turn 500,000 into 100 million in just a few days? That surpasses my earnings from high-interest lending. Recognizing Tiger Yi's curiosity, Chen Feng spoke mysteriously. To be frank, I have recently been trading virtual currencies. With leverage, I multiplied that 500,000 20-fold overnight. Now, I regret buying the villa and am scrambling for more funds to seize this opportunity for further profits. What? Tiger Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe his ears. Making 100 million in a night was faster than printing money. If it were anyone else, he would be reluctant to believe it. But since Chen Feng had indeed bought a house, he had no choice but to accept it. How much do you require? 80 million, using my villa as collateral. The villa is valued at 100 million, and I have signed a 300 million contract with the renovation company. If I cannot repay the loan, you could easily liquidate it for 90 million. Tiger Yi inhaled sharply, visibly intrigued. However, he restrained his excitement. I need to ponder this carefully. It is indeed a substantial sum. Very well, but do expedite your decision. The market for virtual currencies is highly volatile. I will provide you with an answer by evening. Please send me those contracts. Understood. Watching Tiger Yi depart, Chen Feng finally smirked, knowing he had hooked him. Tiger Yi thrived on high-interest loans, unaware of the countless lives he had harmed. In a way, Chen Feng felt he was enacting justice. After sending the information to Tiger Yi, Chen Feng made his way to a well-known local car modification shop. Boss, I would like 10 of those snowmobiles at your entrance. At Thunder Modification Shop, Li Bingyao sat at the front desk, fighting off sleep. The modification industry was often quiet, and she contemplated what to eat after work when a voice jolted her back to reality. Before her stood a rather handsome man who boldly requested 10 snowmobiles. Sir, you're not joking, are you? The price of snowmobiles was fairly standard, ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000, with those modified by their shop priced around 100,000. While 10 might only total about 1 million, her commission would still amount to nearly 100,000, more than her entire annual salary. I am not joking. Please arrange the contract quickly, Chen Feng replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping over her. The woman possessed an incredibly alluring figure, her curves more perfect than Xiao Lulu's, at least a D-cup. Chen Feng mused that while her figure was impressive, her beauty was equally captivating, exuding an undeniable charm that could enchant anyone. In ancient times, she would undoubtedly be a femme fatale. Li Bingyao sensed Chen Feng's gaze. Her cheeks flushed, yet she made no effort to hide herself as she brought over the contract, inadvertently showcasing her assets. Mr. Chen, the total for the 10 is 130,000. We currently have 2 in stock, but rest assured, we will have the rest ready for you within 5 days. All right, by the way, is that Mercedes-Benz G-Class over there modified by you? Chen Feng pointed at a nearby car, which appeared imposing in its original form, but even more striking after modification. Yes, that is our ice and snow apocalypse model. It is designed to handle icy conditions effortlessly. Even on ice, it drives smoothly. The heating system works remarkably well, ensuring comfort even in temperatures as low as -40 degrees. Chen Feng inspected the vehicle and found it satisfactory. After the imminent disaster passed and the snow cleared, he would indeed require such a mode of transport. It would be far more comfortable than a snowmobile. How much does it cost? 130,000. I meant the price of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Li Bingyao looked astonished, thinking she must have misheard him. However, upon seeing Chun Feng's serious expression, she realized he was genuinely interested in purchasing the car. Is it not for sale? It is for sale. The price is 600,000, but if Mr. Chun is interested, we can negotiate. Li Bingyao's cheeks flushed as she subtly adjusted her neckline. No need. Please prepare the contract. Can I drive it away today? Li Bingyao was once again taken aback. This man was truly extravagant. She almost wished to leap into his arms. Such a handsome and wealthy individual had crossed her path. Mr. Chun, I will handle the paperwork immediately. Will you be paying in full or opting for financing? Li Bingyao led Chun Feng back to her desk, where he felt her soft body pressing against his arm, eliciting a smile from him. He did not reject her advances, as she was indeed quite attractive. While she might not rival Lin Feier, she was certainly a solid 9 out of 10. If you choose financing, your commission should be significantly higher. So please arrange that for me, but do ensure it is expedited. Upon hearing this, Li Bingyao became even more excited. Chun Feng was incredibly considerate. Mr. Chun, you are so kind to me. I will take care of this right away. The entire process went smoothly, and when Li Bingyao learned that Chun Feng owned a villa valued at 100 million during the loan application, she lowered her neckline even more. Nevertheless, Chun Feng did not linger there for too long. He had many tasks to accomplish before the impending disaster. After leaving Thunder Modification Shop in his new vehicle, Chun Feng headed directly to the Michelin restaurant. Confronted with an array of delicacies, the scene was a frenzy. The kitchen was ablaze with the clattering of pots and pans as a group of chefs busily prepared the meals. Once a batch was complete, Chun Feng instructed them to deliver it to the vehicle in the underground garage. Only after which did he discreetly store the goods within his own space. Whether it was high-end Western cuisine, traditional Chinese banquets, or even the modest fare of street vendors and takeout, Chun Feng spared no opportunity to indulge. Su Dahua glared at Su Jiqiang, who lay on the sofa with his hand wrapped in bandages, feeling a mixture of disappointment and anger. You two useless fools. You can't even handle one incompetent person. What good are you to me? Uncle, it's not that we are useless. It's that that fool has allied himself with Lord Hu. We are powerless against him. Wang Hao protested. Dad, sister, you must avenge me. That fool broke my hand. Call the police. I refuse to believe that fool can be so arrogant. He should be locked up for injuring others. Ma Tsuelon shouted in frustration, insisting on reporting the incident. Mom, don't act recklessly. If we call the police, Lord Hu will not spare us. Su Qing's expression darkened. Lord Hu is not a simple character, and once provoked, they would not escape unscathed. What should we do then? We can't just watch him live carefreely. Su Jiqiang grumbled. They had already sought legal counsel, but the lawyer required time. Let S go. Since he doesn't know what S good for him, we'll escalate the situation. Follow me to the villa to confront him, Su Dahua commanded, and the group wasted no time in heading to Chun Feng's villa. Upon arrival, they encountered Chun Feng returning in his car. Wow, that's a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. It must be worth at least several million. Wang Hao's eyes lit up with envy as he saw Chun Feng step out of the vehicle. Money. This is all our money. How could that ungrateful Chun Feng use his funds to purchase such luxury? You ungrateful wretch. After all these years of support, you repay us by scheming against us. Indeed, my daughter has cared for you all this time. Now that you're making money, you shamelessly abandon her. Do you have any conscience left? As Su Dahua and Ma Tsuelon rolled on the ground in a fit of rage, Chun Feng chose to ignore them. He was preoccupied, and given that the world had not yet descended into chaos, he found little satisfaction in revenge. A mere scuffle could lead to legal troubles, complicating matters further. Yet, as he attempted to leave, the family refused to relent, grabbing hold of his legs. I do not wish to resort to violence. You would do well to step aside. Chun Feng's voice turned cold as the crowd around them grew larger, all pointing fingers at him. Do you think you can harm me? Ma Tsuelon shouted, her voice rising again. Is there no justice? This ungrateful wretch has abandoned my daughter and has the audacity to break my son's hand. Neighbors, you must judge this matter." The onlookers regarded the spectacle with disdain. This is nothing short of barbarism. Chun Feng's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the unfolding scene. Chapter 13. What face do you have? Since you have lost all sense of shame, do not blame me for being ungracious. Chun Feng had initially intended to let the Su family enjoy a few more peaceful days, but their blatant harassment prompted him to abandon any semblance of courtesy. Su Qing, what audacity allows you to bring your family to create a scene? Su Qing, chin held high, felt justified. What do you mean by creating a scene? Shouldn't there be a reasonable explanation for your actions? Yes, this villa is ours. Reclaiming our possessions is only natural. I assent to it. You a beast. Have the gall to drive us out. Su Dahua and Ma Tsolan, both shameless, continued their antics, drawing further contempt from the crowd. I always thought this Chun was a good son-in-law, diligent and hard-working. Who knew he would turn out to be so despicable? One can know a person's face, but not their heart. What difference is there between him and a beast? How shameless. If he were to encounter me, I would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. The neighbors were indignant. While in Villa number 4, Lin Fei'er and Xiao Lulu sat by the window, observing everything. I told you Chun Feng was no good. Do you believe me now? Lin Fei'er's opinion of Chun Feng had plummeted to new lows. Initially, she thought him merely a lecherous man who toyed with women for wealth. However, today revealed that he not only abandoned his wife, but also allowed harm to come to her family, even seizing their possessions. Who would humiliate themselves in such a public setting unless forced to the brink? Yet, Xiao Lulu paid no heed to Lin Fei'er's words. Her eyes fixated on the luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class behind Chun Feng. That car must be worth a fortune. The G-Class alone was valued at millions, and given its modifications, it was undoubtedly even more expensive. Lin Fei'er rolled her eyes at this remark. So you didn't hear a single word I said, did you? I understand. Fei'er, rest assured, I'm not foolish. Xiao Lulu responded, though her gaze lingered on Chun Feng and his entourage. Now, that Chun Feng was divorced. Pursuing such a wealthy and handsome man seemed entirely reasonable. Besides, she believed herself to be far more appealing than his ex-wife, possessing a superior figure and looks, fully capable of overshadowing her. Most importantly, she was confident no one could resist her charm. Meanwhile, Chun Feng had become the very picture of a heartless villain in the eyes of the neighbors, who looked on with disdain. Su Qing, witnessing the scene unfold, couldn't he suppress her mocking laughter? Chun Feng, I offered you a chance, yet you squandered it, insisting on escalating matters to this level of animosity. You brought this upon yourself. Today, I will not let you escape. With a feigned display of vulnerability, she approached Chun Feng, taking his hand as she implored, Husband, what do you say to remarrying? I promise to treat you twice as well. If you agree to remarry me, I shall overlook your assault on my brother. The crowd shook their heads, feeling pity for Su Qing. It appears we have misjudged this girl. She is genuinely a good person. Indeed, I always thought she was lazy and neglectful, but she has proven to be quite the virtuous woman. Chun Feng is truly a beast, not human. We have all been deceived by him. In an instant, the neighbors' attitudes toward Chun Feng shifted dramatically, believing his previous humility to be a mere facade. Are you done pretending? Chun Feng scoffed at Su Qing's side. Husband, before Su Qing could finish her sentence, Chun Feng's hand struck her cheek with a resounding slap, leaving her dazed. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by Chun Feng's audacity to retaliate so brazenly. You beast! You! Just as Su Dahua prepared to unleash a tirade, he too was met with a swift slap from Chun Feng, sending him reeling. You shameless waste! Today, I shall. Chun Feng showed no mercy, delivering another slap to Ma Tsolan, leaving her reeling as well. The exhilaration was unmatched. He had never felt such satisfaction. Don't go too far. We'll call the police. One neighbor, unable to bear the sight any longer, prepared to intervene, but quickly reconsidered upon witnessing Chun Feng's clenched fists, retreating instead. Do you truly believe we are easy prey? Su Qing seethed, her eyes icy, clearly enraged. Do you think I am easy to bully? Who gave you the audacity to create a scene here. Chun Feng stared at the other party in disbelief, then shifted his gaze to the group of neighbors present. Since everyone is here today, and this shameless family is causing such a ruckus, I shall no longer hold back. Chun Feng began to speak, but the neighbors wore expressions of disdain. You've already resorted to violence. Do you still think you have a case? Ignoring their reactions, Chun Feng continued. This family knows very well how they have exploited me. I am a senior executive in a company, earning $50,000 to $60,000 a month, and I should be living quite comfortably. Yet, the reality is that I have never had more than $200 in my pocket. What are you talking about? As a man, shouldn't you be supporting your family? Su Jiqiang scolded. How dare you speak of supporting a family? You are over 20, and not only do you not work, but you also eat my food, use my things, and live in my place. Now, you even expect me to pay for your wedding dowry? I'm not your father. Where do you get the nerve? Su Jiqiang's face turned various shades of purple from the rebuke, yet he stubbornly retorted, My sister is married to you. Isn't it only right for you to contribute to this family? The hell with what S right? I have already worked myself to the bone for this family, and have accepted the burden of supporting you three good-for-nothings. Yet this woman, in turn, spends my money to support another man, expecting me to buy him a sports car and raise a child. Do you take me for a fool? Is there no law? Is there no justice? The neighbors around them instantly changed their expressions upon hearing this. The Su family is utterly shameless. Any man would find it intolerable. You are speaking nonsense. You are slandering my daughter, Su Dahua shouted angrily. Slander? Fine, I happen to have videos of them in bed together. Since the neighbors are here, let us see what they think of this slander, Chun Feng declared, pulling out his phone, ready to share the video in the neighborhood group. Originally furious, Su Qing panicked at this moment. If the video of her and Wang Hao in bed were to be shared in the neighborhood group, she would truly have lost all face and would be ridiculed wherever she went. Su Qing hurriedly stepped forward to stop Chun Feng. Darling, do you really have to go this far? Stop. I am not your darling. Your entire family treats me like an ATM. Why do I have to be called that? Chun Feng replied lightly. Besides, we've already divorced. We have no ties left. The group of neighbors quickly grasped the situation. It was clear that, as Chun Feng said, the Su family was at fault, continuously exploiting him. Otherwise, it would not have escalated to this point. The Su family is truly shameless, living off Chun Feng even after the divorce. I just remembered, Su Dahua usually plays mahjong extravagantly and loses quite a bit. I thought he was wealthy, but it seems he has been borrowing money from his son-in-law. Look at how good Chun Feng is. Su Qing is clearly not a good person. Having an affair? The neighbors swiftly turned their ire towards Su Qing's family, leaving them utterly humiliated, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Ultimately, not knowing what else to do, they fled the scene in disgrace. Chun Feng, since you claim to be divorced, you should know that you left empty-handed. I advise you to give me the villa and all the money. Perhaps I might leave you a little. Su Qing's tone turned venomous, threatening fiercely. At this moment, before Chun Feng could respond, the neighbors began voicing their discontent. Su Qing, it's one thing to support a man, but now you're trying to take from your ex-husband? Have you no shame? Exactly. You didn't cherish your husband, and now you want him to be impoverished. How cruel can you be? Su Qing's expression soured. When did her personal affairs become the topic of discussion for these outsiders? Moreover, I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine. Am I wrong? Chun Feng, you wait. Su Qing spat, leaving in a huff. The neighbors erupted in scorn, never having witnessed such shamelessness. Lil Chun, we all know what kind of person you are. Don't worry, we will stand by you. Yes, you're divorced now, and my daughter is single. Would you like to meet her? Suddenly, Chun Feng became the center of attention, with neighbors eagerly introducing their daughters, and he struggled to escape their enthusiastic pursuits. Upon returning to his residence, Chun Feng received a message from Su Qing sent from an unknown number. I've already found a lawyer. Let us see how this unfolds. Chun Feng didn't reply, feeling indifferent about the matter. His WeChat was buzzing with messages, including one from Hu Yi, who had already made up his mind to take on the deal, but could only offer $70 million for the villa. Chun Feng did not press further. He would accept whatever amount he could get, as it would still yield a profit for him. After concluding his conversation with Hu Yi and preparing to transfer the money, the latter suddenly inquired about virtual currency. Mr. Chun, regarding that virtual currency you mentioned, is there any risk? I have some money and am considering investing. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng's heart leaped with joy. This was no ordinary lender, but a potential benefactor. Without hesitation, he began to explain the intricacies of virtual currency, assuring him that if he invested with him, he would guarantee a minimum of double returns in half a month. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Let us take a chance and become wealthy together. Hu Yi promptly transferred 150 million to Chun Feng, 70 million as collateral for the villa, and 80 million from his own reserves. What a generous man! Chun Feng accepted the money with tears of gratitude, astonished at the sum he could gather. Half a month later, the apocalypse had long since descended. Paying back was out of the question. After settling matters with Hu Yi, the restaurant notified him that the banquet preparations were ready and would be delivered the next day. Meanwhile, several messages from Xiao Lulu appeared at the bottom of his WeChat. Mr. Chun, I apologize on behalf of Fei. She is quite thoughtless. And I hope you want to take it to heart. Mr. Chun, your car is so handsome. Could you take me for a drive? Chun Feng opened Xiao Lulu's moments, filled with posts showcasing her figure, leading one to think she was peddling herself. Fine. I will certainly take you out for a ride next time. The suspension in my car is top-notch. After replying, Chun Feng tossed his phone aside, disinterested. The next morning, restaurant staff delivered the banquet, transporting countless dishes to the warehouse he rented. Each time the warehouse was filled, Chun Feng would close the door and store the food in his space. This process lasted half a day, exhausting him considerably. However, the outcome was excellent. Hundreds of banquet tables would keep him fed for quite some time, though he still felt insecure. He continued to place orders. He wouldn't miss any opportunity to secure food. Rubbing his neck, he entered the elevator, preparing to return home. Just as the doors were about to close, Zhao Qian hurriedly stepped in, wearing high heels. Chun Feng, I need to discuss something regarding the loan with you. Is it convenient to go to your home? Looking at Zhao Qian's flushed face, Chun Feng couldn't help but smile subtly. Discussing loans at home? Is that really what this is about? I don't want to spell it out for you. Of course, it's convenient. I also have something to discuss with you. Once they exited the elevator and reached his home, Zhao Qian casually removed her outer jacket, revealing a strikingly seductive outfit. Her black stockings and form-fitting silk dress accentuated her alluring figure. Chun Feng couldn't help but smile at the sight. This was evidently a carefully curated appearance, solely aimed at winning him over. The attire was quite exquisite, far superior to the ensemble from the previous night. Chun Feng sat upon the sofa, observing Zhao Qian as she endeavored to showcase her alluring figure. How can you even say that? She specifically sent it for you to see, and yet you forwarded it to Su Jiqiang, which led to me receiving a scolding from him. He is even contemplating breaking up with me, Zhao Qian lamented, her face a picture of sorrow. I am not like other men. If you wish to be with me, you must refrain from flirting with other men. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian realized her misstep and hurriedly sought to appease him, saying, I merely think it's too demeaning for that useless Su Jiqiang. He clearly desires to be with you. The moment he laid eyes on you, he was smitten. Prove to me how much you like me. Chun Feng challenged, and Zhao Qian responded with a seductive smile, half kneeling between his legs, burying her head against him. Chapter 15. Unable to endure this insult in that instant, Chun Feng felt as though his head might explode. He had never anticipated Zhao Qian would employ such a tactic, leaving him utterly unprepared. Watching her fervently focus on him while tugging at his clothing, he realized that if he did not respond, he would not be fulfilling his role as a man. Without hesitation, he lifted Zhao Qian, intending to take control of the situation. Chun Feng, do you mean what you say? Zhao Qian placed her hands upon his shoulders, her demeanor sultry and filled with longing. Of course, as long as you completely sever ties with Su Jiqiang, I shall grant you a dowry of 1 million. Chun Feng replied swiftly, facing this former adversary without hesitation. Such an opportunity presented itself, and to ignore it would be a grave folly. Rest assured, since you are my choice, I will indeed distance myself from Su Jiqiang. Besides, how could a worthless man like him compare to you? Zhao Qian cast a seductive glance at Chun Feng. Chun Feng was quite pleased with the prospect of Zhao Qian and Su Jiqiang becoming adversaries. It would be ideal if they could mutually inflict harm upon each other. However, upon hearing the mention of 1 million in dowry, Zhao Qian could not help but chuckle inwardly. Who still cared about dowries at this time? Her thoughts were entirely consumed by the luxurious life awaiting her in Chun Feng's villa, alongside his expensive cars. After tonight, she would transform into a wealthy lady. With that thought, Zhao Qian eagerly leaped into Chun Feng's arms, her clothing swiftly discarded, and they bared their souls to one another. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone disrupted the moment, causing both to pause. Upon seeing that it was Su Jiqiang calling, a look of disdain crossed Zhao Qian's face as she immediately hung up without a second thought. That useless man thinks he can impede my rise to greatness. Is he out of his mind? Yet, as she turned back to Chen Feng, the phone rang once more. Is that Su Jiqiang again? Chen Feng smirked, adopting a tone that brooked no argument. Answer it. Ah, but we are currently. Zhao Qian's cheeks flushed as she realized Chun Feng's intentions. He was testing her resolve. If she wished to be with him, she must demonstrate her commitment by cutting ties with Su Jiqiang. Su Jiqiang, you cannot blame me for this. Zhao Qian playfully punched Chen Feng, her tone teasing as she added, how can you have such a peculiar hobby? Nevertheless, she obediently answered the call. Qian, I have fantastic news, monumental news. Su Jiqiang exclaimed excitedly on the other end, while Zhao Qian, feeling indifferent, replied absent-mindedly. What could possibly be such grand news? You haven't gathered the dowry, have you? At this point, she had no interest in 1 million in dowry. Soon, she would have Chen Feng. And what would 1 million matter? No, Chen Feng signed a divorce agreement with my sister, leaving him with nothing. All his possessions now belong to us. Zhao Qian froze, her actions halting abruptly as she hastily pushed Chen Feng away and grabbed her phone. You're not joking with me, are you? Of course not. We have already consulted with a lawyer. That Chen Feng cannot flaunt for long. Soon, not only the villa, but even the money in his pockets will be ours. Su Jiqiang's excited voice echoed through the line. Zhao Qian hung up, her gaze fixed intently upon Chen Feng. Is Su Jiqiang telling the truth? You signed a divorce agreement? Indeed, Chen Feng did not conceal the truth, grinning as he gazed at Zhao Qian. However, before he could finish his sentence, slap, Chen Feng was caught off guard by the sudden strike. Have you lost your mind? You signed a divorce agreement, and yet are pursuing other women? Are you out of your wits? Zhao Qian seethed with anger, hastily donning her clothing and storming out of the room. Chen Feng stood there, stunned, clutching his face in disbelief. What a madness. You came to my house, and now you want to distance yourself from Su Jiqiang, and yet you strike me? What kind of absurdity is this? Fuming, he thought to himself that if he did not retaliate, he would not be Chun. Determined to settle the score, Chen Feng noticed the stockings and intimate garments Zhao Qian had left behind and wasted no time in heading towards the Su residence. At the Su household, the family was gathered together, their faces alight with excitement. They had received confirmation from the lawyer that with the divorce agreement in hand, reclaiming their assets was a certainty. Although they had anticipated this outcome, hearing it from a lawyer brought them immense reassurance. Qian, now you believe? Forget about the dowry. If you marry me, you will never need to work again. You can enjoy the life of a wealthy lady. Su Jiqiang boasted, gripping Zhao Qian's hand with exuberance. He was beyond thrilled, not only at the prospect of seeing Chen Feng humiliated, but also at the thought of claiming his assets. Of course, I have always believed in you, Zhao Qian replied, rubbing her arm against his. Su Jiqiang's heart soared as he felt the softness of her touch, utterly unimpeded. This girl, is she trying to provoke me? However, you are aware of my family's circumstances. My parents only have me. Given that you no longer lack for money, could you perhaps manage a dowry of 2 million? Zhao Qian said coyly, causing Su Qing and her parents to furrow their brows. Zhao Qian's demands for dowries had become increasingly exorbitant. Very well, 2 million it is. Rest assured, we shall not shortchange you, Su Jiqiang declared confidently, causing Zhao Qian to tremble with excitement. Meanwhile, Matsuelan and her husband exchanged glances, shaking their heads in private disapproval. Yet, with only one son, they felt compelled to agree, unwilling to dampen his spirits. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. Upon opening the door and discovering it was Chen Feng, the atmosphere shifted, and a wave of mockery washed over the room. Chen Feng, it's too late to beg for mercy now. Su Qing sneered, her demeanor haughty. I anticipated you would come seeking forgiveness, but alas, it is far too late. Chen Feng, kneel and beg for mercy. Out of kindness, I may spare you a few thousand. Su Jiqiang reveled in his triumph. Chen Feng regarded his brashness with a cold smile. I did not come to plead with you. With that, he presented Zhao Qian with the items he had brought, thrusting them into her embrace. You left in such haste, you forgot your belongings. I brought them for you. Chapter 16. Aiming for the ugly nation in an instant. The expressions of those present transformed dramatically. Zhao Qian stood frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded Chen Feng. Clearly, he had not anticipated such audacity from the other party. Particularly, Su Jiqiang's countenance darkened instantly upon seeing the clothes that Chen Feng had handed over. His remaining hand clenched tightly, the fury within him nearly impossible to conceal. Just moments ago, he had been pondering why Zhao Qian was not wearing any intimate apparel today. Initially, he believed it to be a deliberate act, but to his astonishment, it turned out that she had been frolicking with Chen Feng. This scoundrel! I shall ensure your demise today. Su Jiqiang contemplated taking action against Chen Feng, yet the latter provided no opportunity, swiftly turning to flee. Am I to engage with you fools? Have I lost my senses? He had already ignited the flames of vengeance. Indifferent to the repercussions for the Su family or Zhao Qian, preparations were in order. A journey to the land of chaos awaited him. He had no desire to squander time. Revenge? After the apocalypse descends, he would have ample time. Following Chen Feng's departure, Su Jiqiang unleashed a resounding slap across Zhao Qian's face. The members of the Su family regarded Zhao Qian with disfavor. Wretched woman, how dare you still seek a dowry from me? Leave at once. Su Jiqiang's furious condemnation stemmed from the humiliation of being cuckolded. Jiqiang, you have misunderstood me. I have not engaged in any misconduct with Chen Feng. He is framing me. Zhao Qian, with a pitiful demeanor, covered her face as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Oh, framing you? How do you explain your clothes being in Chen Feng's possession? Do you take me for a fool? Su Jiqiang was consumed by rage, and Su Dahuan nodded in agreement. This union was no longer tenable. Su Qing coldly scoffed, rebuking, You are already my brother's girlfriend. Yet you shamelessly engage in such disgraceful acts, secretly cavorting with another man. I see no reason to continue this discussion. Su Qing was incensed by Zhao Qian's betrayal of her brother. Observing Su Qing's righteous indignation, Zhao Qian could not suppress a derisive snicker within her heart. Amusing, isn't it? You, who have engaged in infidelity, now deem such behavior acceptable, while I have not yet entered into matrimony. I am in a far better position. Thank you very much. However, these thoughts remained unspoken as she hastened to assert, Chen Feng is deliberately instigating discord among us. We must not be deceived. Jiqiang, uncle and aunt, reflect on how cunning Chen Feng truly is. Upon hearing her words, the Su family fell into silence. She spoke truthfully. Chen Feng was indeed treacherous, and such a possibility was entirely plausible. Then how do you explain these items? Su Jiqiang remained skeptical, harboring doubt, especially since he had gifted Zhao Qian those intimate garments. I've lost these 2 sets for several days. Chen Feng must have bribed my roommate to steal them. My dear, believe me, you are the only one in my heart. Zhao Qian lamented, affectionately clutching Su Jiqiang in a plea. Su Jiqiang furrowed his brow, unable to discern the truth of the matter. At that moment, a lawyer entered, presenting documents to the group. I have thoroughly investigated Chen Feng's situation. He currently possesses 1.8 billion in cash, alongside villas and luxury vehicles. The revelation left the room in utter shock. How much? Their faces were filled with disbelief, struggling to comprehend the enormity of the sum. 1.8 billion in cash? Su Qing nearly lost her mind, regretting her decision to divorce Chen Feng. Had she known, she would never have invited Wang Hao to her home. Such a fortune would have been far better under her control, although she could still pursue legal action to reclaim the money. The lawyer's fees would likely amount to several million. How distressing. As for Zhao Qian, she clung to Su Jiqiang desperately. Forget about the villas and luxury cars. She needed to secure her claim on that 1.8 billion in cash. Quickly, Devise a plan to freeze his assets. Do not let him transfer any funds. Su Qing insisted, emphasizing the urgency. Rest assured, I have already initiated legal proceedings, but it will require some time to prove that his assets are marital property. The lawyer spoke calmly, asserting that the case posed no difficulties. This is undoubtedly marital property. No matter his capabilities, could he truly amass such wealth? Su Dahua grumbled, yet acknowledged the necessity of adhering to legal protocols. The following morning, Chun Feng boarded a flight to the chaotic land of Florida. He had meticulously planned this operation while at home. The rationale for choosing Florida was simple. The area was rife with disorder, making it easy to procure the weapons he desired. Furthermore, it housed various large warehouses, an abundance of frozen seafood storage, and ranches, ideal for executing a zero-cost acquisition. This endeavor promised to render his post-apocalyptic existence exceedingly lavish. 2 hours later, Chun Feng disembarked and met with the prearranged tour guide. In 2080, the speed of global transportation had significantly improved. 2 hours was ample time to traverse the globe. Ah, my friend, I have finally awaited your arrival. The guide, a handsome man with Eastern features, embraced Chun Feng warmly. Yitian, it has been a while. Chun Feng smiled. The man was a business associate with whom he had cultivated a rapport over time. Let us go. I have arranged accommodations for you, and we shall dine first. Yitian, I am pressed for time. Let us attend to business. Chun Feng's urgency dispelled the guide's smile, replacing it with a grave expression. Chun Feng, even if you manage to acquire those items, you cannot take them back. Chun Feng shook his head, insisting, do not concern yourself with these matters. I have my own arrangements. Very well, since you insist, I shall cease my urging. The individuals have already been contacted. Upon entering a vehicle, they drove towards the outskirts. Chun Feng, not being a resident of the chaotic land, could not legally procure weapons. He would have to purchase them from private hands. However, in Florida, even the ordinary citizens wielded more power than the authorities. Upon arriving at a mansion, Chun Feng was taken aback upon witnessing the array of weaponry. This was no mere illegal vendor, but rather the domain of a warlord. A warehouse filled with equipment capable of arming a battalion. Did you bring the money? The owner squinted at Chun Feng, leaving Yi Tian outside. Here is $100,000. I need enough. The owner abruptly interrupted, aiming a weapon at Chun Feng's head. Drop the cash, and you may leave. Chun Feng was taken aback, his expression darkening. Chapter 17. Zero-Cost Procurement. This scoundrel dared to threaten him. Esteemed sir, I merely wish to make a purchase. Please do not jest. Chun Feng's tone shifted, laced with lethal intent. If you utter another word, I shall take your life. The man sneered, brandishing the weapon, poised to pull the trigger at any moment. Do not presume I am unaware of the stringent prohibitions on such weapons in your territory. Should I report you, I could earn a commendation, do you believe? Upon hearing this, Chun Feng could no longer conceal his murderous intent. I came to you with the intent to conduct business, and yet you seek to harm me. Is this a jest? Do you truly believe I am a soft target? Easily manipulated? I shall grant you one final opportunity. Either deliver what I am owed, or I shall take it myself. Chun Feng faced the weapon pressed against his forehead without a hint of fear, exuding an air of indifference. The man was taken aback by Chun Feng's audacity, clearly unprepared for such defiance. With a fierce determination, the man did not hesitate in the slightest. Eliminating someone in their territory was a trivial matter. Moreover, this individual hailed from a foreign land. However, just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet give way, and in an instant, he was plunged into Chun Feng's realm. The audacity of those who sought to instigate trouble, believing him to be easily bullied, was astounding. In Chun Feng's domain, a living person would perish instantly upon entry. Yet, regardless of how long it took to extract them, they would emerge as a fresh corpse. He could effortlessly open spatial rifts within a 3-meter radius. Thus, anyone threatening him in his presence was courting death. Surveying the array of weapons before him, he wasted no time and promptly gathered them into his space. It was nearly a warehouse full of arms, sufficient for his needs. Without hesitation, Chun Feng sought out Ye Tian to inquire about nearby arms dealers. Don't do anything reckless. I cannot assist you in this matter. It could lead to dire consequences. Etienne vehemently shook his head, understanding that if they were caught, it would cost them their lives. These people have bullied us in the past, leaving us in shame. I am merely reclaiming a modicum of interest for our nation. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart. I know a local snake whose stock far exceeds this. Upon hearing this, Chinfeng simply shook his head. Just provide me with the specific location. You should not involve yourself in this. Though the apocalypse loomed, he did not wish for Etienne to be captured in his final days. Such an outcome would be tantamount to his demise. Etienne, recognizing the gravity of the situation, relented and quickly provided Chinfeng with the address before departing in haste. Chinfeng then made his way to the place Etienne had mentioned. This location was far more extravagant than the previous one, heavily guarded with sentinels. Assessing the surroundings, he began to dig a tunnel in the thicket 500 meters from the warehouse. He had the ability to create an opening in the ground, absorbing the earth into his space. Even rocks could be effortlessly sliced and stored within. During the apocalypse, it was this skill that had allowed him to protect his family amidst the worsening conditions. Had he not been ambushed by Su Qing in the end, he would have survived. Silent as a shadow, he excavated his way to the warehouse. Upon witnessing the sheer volume of weaponry, his eyes widened in astonishment. The arsenal here vastly surpassed that of the previous location. It featured not only the common AK-47 but also RPGs and an array of Gatling guns. With these armaments, I could easily assemble a formidable team in the apocalypse. Chinfeng mused, realizing that even against supernatural beings, he could contend with these resources. Without delay, he gathered all the weapons into his space and retraced his steps through the tunnel, ensuring to fill it back in. The next objective was supplies. After bidding farewell to Etienne, he set off towards his intended destination, reminding Etienne to stockpile provisions. Their camaraderie warranted such a reminder. 3 hours later, Chinfeng arrived at the location of the Wanima warehouse, employing the same tactic to dig a tunnel directly beneath. The supplies here were abundant, encompassing all necessities for food, clothing, and shelter. This time, he did not rush in recklessly. Many staff members were present during the day, so he patiently waited until nightfall before emerging from the earth. From pots and pans to fruits, vegetables, meats, and seafood, as well as clothing, he unhesitatingly collected everything. The shelves were left desolate in his wake, reminiscent of a locust swarm. Who goes there? Halt! Though his movements were subtle, a vigilant guard noticed him. The goods belong to the company, but your life is your own. Understand? Chinfeng threatened, weapon drawn, nearly inducing the guard to soil himself. I understand. The guard nodded vigorously, realizing that failing to comprehend could cost him dearly. After knocking the guard unconscious, Chinfeng resumed his collection. Once the Wanima warehouse was emptied, he exhibited no hesitation and swiftly set his sights on the Yamasuan warehouse. In one night, he amassed an impressive stockpile of food, clothing, and supplies. While passing by base, he even acquired 5 tanks and a plethora of track vehicles. Upon inventorying his spoils and discovering a cache of snowmobiles, he lamented his previous expenditure at the Thunder Modification store, realizing it was a waste of money. These made outfits, JK uniforms, and assorted colored stockings could prove useful. Surely someone will need them later. Chinfeng chuckled to himself, considering how his vast resources could easily attract divine beings in the post-apocalyptic world. While acquiring women was permissible, he resolved to manage the situation carefully, ensuring that, unless absolutely necessary, they would not be kept close. He still vividly recalled Su Qing's betrayal. Despite his formidable strength, he was vulnerable to ambush. Next, I need to gather fresh water and then return home. With this thought, Chinfeng made his way toward the reservoir in the U.S. The following day, chaos erupted throughout the U.S. Various locales in Florida were engulfed in pandemonium. The Wanima and Yamasuan warehouses have been entirely stripped overnight, leaving everyone bewildered. Even with vehicles, it would take days to transport such a vast quantity of supplies. The authorities were gravely concerned, yet found themselves bereft of leads. Not only had the warehouses been emptied, but a nearby reservoir had also been drained overnight. Oh my God, is this divine retribution? It's not God. I work at Wanima, and I know it was a single person, An employee hastily remarked on a Florida forum. One person? You must be intoxicated. No single individual could possibly carry away that much. The crowd scoffed, incredulous at the notion. The entire network of the U.S. was ablaze with speculation, as experts and professors flocked to investigate this supernatural event. Yet, it was clear that no immediate resolution would be found. Meanwhile, Etienne sat trembling at home, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Although there was no direct evidence, he sensed a connection to Qinfeng. The sudden visit and quest for weapons were not typical behavior. On his phone, Qinfeng had sent a message urging him to stock up on winter supplies, advising that if things became dire, he could dig 2 meters down in his bedroom to access what Qinfeng had left for him. Etienne was perplexed by this instruction, finding it utterly baffling. As for Qinfeng, the central figure in this series of events, he was comfortably aboard a flight home, unconcerned about any forthcoming troubles in the U.S. Even if they traced his whereabouts, there would be insufficient time for them to retaliate. As for Etienne, he had done all he could. Whether he could endure the coming trials would depend on fate. Upon returning to his residence, Qinfeng promptly collapsed onto his bed, sleeping the entire day away. Utterly exhausted from the turmoil in the U.S., once rejuvenated, he fell into a busy routine, incessantly ordering takeout. The entire city's delivery services were elated to receive his orders, welcoming back their lucrative client with open arms. On the other side, Lin Feier clutched her phone, her face a mask of frustration. What did you say? All the takeout from your restaurant has been booked? How is that possible? There's nothing we can do. If customers are willing to spend, we cannot refuse them. After hanging up, Lin Feier stamped her foot in anger. She had made numerous calls but failed to secure even a single takeout order, as if all the takeout in the city had been claimed by Qinfeng alone. That scoundrel, the grudge over the takeout is irreconcilable. I shall seize the opportunity when it arises. Lin Feier clenched her delicate fists and struck the air with a few forceful punches. Ultimately, resigned to her fate, she hurried to the supermarket. Without takeout, she would have to buy ingredients and cook for herself. Qinfeng observed the increasing number of takeout orders, his sense of security growing stronger. In recent days, he had spent over 20 million merely on meals, and the rate of expenditure was accelerating. However, he paid no heed to the rapid depletion of his finances. Before long, this money would become worthless, serving no purpose whatsoever. Converting it into food was the most prudent choice. He needed to stockpile more action films. Contemplating the impending global snowstorm that would grant him ample time, he deemed it crucial to watch more action films and hone his skills. Of course, aside from movies, he was also busy downloading games. While he was engaged in these activities, Li Bingyao called to inform him that the snowmobiles had arrived and were ready for delivery. After sending a location, about half an hour later, Li Bingyao arrived with her team. Clad in a form-fitting dress and high heels, her silhouette was exquisitely defined, indicating she had put considerable effort into her appearance today. Qinfeng smiled, unabashedly admiring her, his gaze lingering on her figure. Compared to Zhao Qian, Li Bingyao was on an entirely different level of beauty, her form and features utterly superior. Mr. Chen, please take a look at these snowmobiles and let me know if you have any questions. Feeling Qinfeng's gaze, Li Bingyao not only felt no discomfort, but instead puffed out her chest, secretly delighted within. You can rest assured about my handling of this. Let them unload directly into the warehouse. Upon hearing this, Li Bingyao quickly instructed the workers to begin. As they were unloading, Su Qing and Wang Hao strode out of the nearby elevator, hand in hand. Wow, this big G looks really imposing. Wang Hao clearly noticed Qinfeng, but ignored him entirely, leading Su Qing to Qinfeng's car as if to flaunt their presence. They were evidently trying to provoke Qinfeng deliberately. Darling, once some time passes, I will take you for a ride in it. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Believing this vehicle was far more impressive than the sports car he initially coveted. Hee, I doubt you'll have that opportunity. Qinfeng mocked, his smile unabashed. Qinfeng, if you hand over this car and that villa to me now, I might leave you $1 million. Otherwise, don't expect to get a single cent. Su Qing stated assertively, chin held high. Haha, if you have the capability, take it yourself. Qinfeng scoffed, his disdain palpable. Your schemes are bound to fail. Haha, fail? We've already engaged a lawyer. It won't be long before all your assets are awarded to us. Wang Hao boasted, feeling as if he were at the pinnacle of life. What? Do you want me to cripple your other hand too? Wang Hao shuddered and hastily stepped back, creating distance from Chen Feng. You want to be arrogant for long, trash. I've given you a chance. Don't test my patience. Once time passes, even if you beg me on your knees, I won't give you a penny. Su Qing stated coldly. What do you think you are? To talk about giving me money? Absurd. Everything you consume, wear, or use has been provided by me. What right do you have to say such things? Chen Feng laughed heartily. With your petty tactics, you think you can seize my wealth? Dream on. Unaware of your own insignificance. We shall see. Just as Su Qing prepared to leave, her phone rang. It was a call from a lawyer. Her expression brightened, and she quickly answered. Lawyer Huang, how is it? Has Chen Feng's money been completely frozen? Su Qing raised her voice, radiating an air of arrogance as she glanced provocatively at Chen Feng. Miss Su, I regret to inform you that I just checked, and you will not recover a single cent of Chen Feng's money or assets. Chapter 19. Your calculations are flawed, what? Su Qing and Wang Hao's faces paled, their expressions shifting dramatically as they began to yell into the phone. Lawyer Huang, don't joke about such matters. Yes. He signed a clean break agreement. Why can't we reclaim the money? We are legally entitled. Wang Hao, feeling unwilling to concede, was adamant about not giving up the pursuit of that money. It was nearly 200 million in cash, a house worth 100 million, and several million in vehicles. None of these were attainable through mere labor. Chen Feng watched the two of them with a smile, akin to a spectator at a farcical performance. They appeared as two clowns in his presence, each of their actions tinged with absurdity. I have already confirmed that Chen Feng's funds are not marital property. Lawyer Huang's voice came through the phone, causing Su Qing's expression to morph into one of sheer rage. You're talking nonsense. So much money cannot possibly be anything other than marital property, unless it was earned after the divorce. Who earns billions just days after a divorce? Lawyer Huang, surely Chen Feng didn't bribe you to deceive us? Wang Hao's tone turned sour, suspecting foul play. I expect you to speak respectfully. I am a person of principle. Lawyer Huang replied with evident displeasure. This is verifiable through various channels. I have no reason to deceive you. Those funds were indeed earned by Chen Feng in recent days. On the day of your divorce, Chen Feng received 5 million, and while I cannot trace the source of those funds, the following day he spent 200,000 on an antique, which he later sold for 2 billion. This is all substantiated with evidence. What? Upon hearing this, Su Qing's face turned ashen with shock. She looked at Chen Feng in disbelief, her perception of him shattered. No, he must have transferred assets beforehand. It has to be. Wang Hao continued to protest, still unwilling to accept the situation. Who would believe this? And how is he even aware that antiques could be worth that much? Our lawyers operate by the evidence. Miss Su, there is no need to pursue this lawsuit. You stand no chance of winning. With that, Lawyer Huang hung up, leaving the two in a state of bewilderment. What did I just say? Do you believe me now? Chen Feng teased, reveling in his delight. You're definitely up to something. You can't fool me. Return my money. Wang Hao lunged forward, seizing Chen Feng's collar, his eyes blazing with fury. He was truly unwilling to accept the loss of the substantial fortune and luxurious home that had slipped through his fingers. Are you asking for trouble again? Chen Feng casually brushed Wang Hao's hand aside, while Su Qing glared at him through gritted teeth. Did you know that antique would be worth 2 billion all along? She felt this was the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, how could Chen Feng have stumbled upon such a valuable item right after their divorce? Indeed, how ruthless of you to have been planning this divorce all along. I must have been blind to marry you, Su Qing scolded, consumed by bitterness. Chen Feng regarded her angry denunciation with newfound clarity. What a shameless person. Even at this juncture, she still blamed him for her misfortune. I'm not as malevolent as you may think. Initially, I intended to inform you that I had discovered treasure. However, who could have anticipated that upon returning home, you would be entangled in such intimate activities? Regardless, the situation has escalated to this point, and Chen Feng is no longer hesitant to stoke the flames further. I had initially planned to bring something home for you to become a wealthy lady, ensuring you a life of comfort. Yet, Who would have imagined that you would so shamelessly associate yourself with a worthless individual? Who do you consider worthless? Chen Feng, do not take pride in this. Do you believe I would not retaliate? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng delivered another resounding slap to his face. You wish to take my money? I am afraid your calculations are flawed. Though Wang Hao was seething with rage, he dared not utter another word. He was no match for Chen Feng, especially with one arm incapacitated. Su Qing was filled with regret, truly lamenting her choices. How could she have engaged with Wang Hao at such a critical moment? Just a hair's breadth away, she could have been a wealthy matron, never lacking in funds. Alas, she found herself in such a dire predicament. Mr. Chun, everything has been prepared for you. Li Bingyao emerged with workers, holding various documents and approaching Chun Feng closely, exuding an air of intimacy. She had overheard Chun Feng's conversation with Su Qing and found the latter utterly shameless. I have some additional documents at my home. Would you care to visit? Indeed. I happen to have matters to discuss with you as well. Li Bingyao nodded. As Wang Hao observed their departing figures, he was consumed by discontent. He could not allow this to stand. He must devise a plan to reclaim the money, as it rightfully belonged to them. Wang Hao immediately turned to Su Qing, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice at Chun Feng's apparent prosperity. How can you say such things now? If you had insisted on causing trouble at home, we would have already amassed a fortune. Su Qing, filled with bitterness, lashed out at Wang Hao. She truly regretted being involved with him. Yet, it was too late to dwell on these matters. She hurried back to her residence to strategize on how to resolve the situation. Meanwhile, upon returning to his abode with Li Bingyao, the two naturally engaged in the actions befitting adults. Li Bingyao's willingness to visit Chun Feng's residence spoke volumes. She had long desired to secure a relationship with such a wealthy individual. During their previous encounter at the modification shop, she had nearly thrown herself at him. As for Chen Feng, he could hardly resist the allure of the beautiful woman before him. Li Bingyao surpassed Su Qing and Zhao Qian in every aspect. In terms of appearance and figure, even Xiao Lulu paled in comparison, and she possessed an innate charm that resembled that of a vixen. Her melodious voice could render one utterly enraptured. How vexing! You don't even consider my feelings. My stockings are torn. What shall I wear now? Li Bingyao, blushing, nestled in Chun Feng's embrace, playfully pummeling his chest with her delicate fists. I would feel for you, but you were the one who was more reckless than I was. Chen Feng replied with feigned innocence. In another era, she would undoubtedly be a femme fatale, wreaking havoc wherever she went. Just as Li Bingyao was about to express her frustration, her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Feng. What do you mean again? Chen Feng chuckled and lunged at her playfully, exclaiming, Little enchantress, prepare to receive more from me. Chapter 20. Do I appear to be a fool? What did you say? We want to receive a single penny? Are you deceiving us? How can this be possible? The sound of furious accusations reverberated through the Su household, as Su Dahua and his wife were livid, having overturned the table in their anger. The sudden disappearance of their money left them in a state of turmoil. I wish I could deceive you. Su Qing sighed in frustration, unable to fathom how events had spiraled in this direction. All of Chun Feng's wealth was amassed after their divorce. Without sufficient evidence, his money was entirely disconnected from them. Who could have predicted that Chun Feng would earn billions in mere days after their separation? Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Look at the foolishness you have wrought. If you were to pursue a man, could you not have chosen a more opportune moment? Su Dahua vented his wrath upon Su Qing. This was a sum worth billions, money that could not be earned in several lifetimes. Yet, they were on the verge of losing it all due to Su Qing's reckless actions. Su Qing, filled with dissatisfaction, retorted, Can you truly blame me? It was clearly Chen Feng who returned at an opportune time. Indeed, sister, if we are unable to recover that money, Qian Qian will surely break off our engagement. Su Jiqiang chimed in, unable to contain his frustration. This was a significant matter. Under the current circumstances, a breakup with Zhao Qian was merely a matter of time. Quickly, contact the lawyer again. No matter the cost, we are willing to pay, as long as we can reclaim the funds. Yes, the lawyer's reluctance is merely due to the insufficient amount we offered. The couple nodded vigorously in agreement. Su Qing, Upon hearing this, refrained from further protest and pulled out her phone once more. In the office of Lawyer Huang, he held his phone with an expression of disbelief. Lawyer Huang, is there truly no hope? I'm 25 years old. My 75-year-old wife has passed. Can't my 48-year-old son support me? No. How many times must I repeat this? You're only 25. You can work for yourself. Stop dwelling on such nonsensical matters. Lawyer Huang, exasperated, hung up the phone, having encountered the most absurd of clients. Just as he ended the call, Su Qing rang him again, and he could hardly contain his incredulity. Lawyer Huang, although I am divorced from Chen Feng, how can I retrieve his money? Surely you have a solution? No, it is impossible unless you have a child. Perhaps you could claim some funds through them. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's spirits soared, and she exclaimed, I am pregnant. Lawyer Huang, upon hearing this, finally let out a sigh of relief, stating that there was at least a chance for her to secure some funds. However, Lawyer Huang, the child is not Chen Feng's. Will this affect the division of assets? What nonsense! So you cheated and are now pregnant with another man's child. Yet you wish to claim money from your ex-husband now that he is wealthy? Have you no shame? Lawyer Huang felt genuine pity for Chen Feng, who had been unfortunate enough to encounter such a shameless spouse. You cannot expect to extract money from him. Cease your hopes. Lawyer Huang, is there truly no way? I can offer you more money. Whatever you ask. Su Qing was growing frantic. This is not merely a matter of money. The only solution is to remarry him. Otherwise, it will be nearly impossible to obtain a single penny from him. After hanging up, Lawyer Huang had no desire to maintain any contact with Su Qing. She was simply too shameless. Meanwhile, the family turned their eyes towards Su Qing. What is the situation? Is there hope? Su Jiqiang inquired anxiously. If they could not secure the funds, Zhao Qian would indeed end their engagement. Su Qing, shaking her head in despair, replied, We cannot retrieve it unless I remarry him. Otherwise, even a lawyer has no recourse. Upon hearing this, Su Dahua and his wife hurriedly urged her on. Then we must act swiftly. If remarrying him can restore our money, what are we waiting for? Ma Tsuelon hastily handed over her phone. Quickly call him. If you speak kindly, how could Chen Feng, a devoted admirer, possibly refuse? Indeed, we shall not hold him accountable for any humiliation or for striking Jiqiang. We will treat him well in the future, and perhaps we can even grant him some extra pocket money each month. The family conspired, and Su Qing quickly dialed Chen Feng's number. This was a fortune worth billions. As long as they could retrieve it, she was willing to sacrifice a little pride. Before long, the call connected, but as soon as it did, Su Qing could not help but furrow her brow. On the other end of the phone, there was a distinct sound of heavy breathing. Being adults, one could easily deduce what the other party was engaged in with just a brief listen. Chen Feng, what do you mean by this? You took the documents and ended up in bed with that shameless woman, didn't you? Su Qing scolded furiously into her phone. She had seen that female salesperson, whose looks and figure far surpassed her own. Originally, they had genuinely gone to retrieve documents together, but who would have imagined that the other party would be so brazen? Are you out of your mind? I can be with whomever I wish. What right do you have to control me? Chen Feng was at a loss for words. Was Su Qing truly out of her mind? He regretted his decision to marry her, unable to comprehend how he had been so foolish. Why don't you finish your business first? Li Bingyao said, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Feng was being too much. After all, they were still working. So why was he making calls? It's fine, let's continue. We can't let an inconsequential person disrupt our mood. Chen Feng replied nonchalantly, while Su Qing was seething with rage. Her anger surged, but she forced herself to hold it in. Once I get the money, you will regret it. Chen Feng, I still have feelings for you. After so many years, our relationship cannot simply vanish. If you agree to remarry me, I can forgive you for seeing other women today. Zhao Qian forced a smile, striving to soften her tone. However, Chen Feng was utterly speechless. I am now worth several hundred million. Why would I be interested in a woman who has cheated and is carrying someone else's child? With my wealth, what kind of person can I find? Remarry you just to support your child with another man? Do I look like a fool? With that, Chen Feng hung up the phone, genuinely disgusted by Su Qing. After the call ended, Su Dahua and the others quickly gathered around, inquiring about what had transpired. He is involved with a female salesperson from the car dealership. What? That shameless scoundrel. Let's go confront him. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Dahua and his wife rushed out, unwilling to let a matter involving billions in assets go unresolved. Chapter 21. Can you not be so petty? Can't you take a proper rest? Watching Li Bingyao slowly dress, Chen Feng could not resist pulling her into his embrace. This girl seemed utterly exhausted, her movements languid. You still have to go to work. Is it all right if you don't go? If you don't go, will you support me? Chen Feng observed the enchanting glances and sorrowful expression of Li Bingyao and could not help but chuckle. That is not entirely out of the question. With the impending apocalypse, he had stockpiled plenty of supplies and could easily support one person. Of course, Chen Feng would never allow her the same opportunity to ambush him as Su Qing had. It was better for him to live alone in his safe haven. Hey. Li Bingyao laughed, her charm causing her to appear lively. I certainly don't want you to support me. You wealthy people never speak the truth. Li Bingyao was far from foolish. She had intended to win Chen Feng over from the very beginning, but she never truly considered being with him long term. Flirting with a wealthy man was one thing. Entrusting her life to him was quite another. All right, I'll take you to work. Chen Feng chose not to dwell on the topic further, as he had lived 2 lifetimes and understood her implications well. Just as he was ready to leave, a loud banging echoed from outside the door. You shameless scoundrel! Open the door immediately. Su Dahua was infuriated. How could Chen Feng use the money that belonged to them to support a woman? Who could tolerate that? Trouble is at your doorstep. Li Bingyao looked at Chen Feng with concern. It's nothing, just a few lunatics. Chen Feng coldly huffed, fetching a bucket of water from the bathroom and headed to the door, pouring it out as he opened it. The couple, who had been cursing loudly, were suddenly drenched in icy water. Although it was summer, the abrupt cold water left them momentarily stunned. Chen Feng, you scoundrel, you dare to douse me with cold water? Are you rebelling? Ma Suelon trembled with rage, resembling a drenched chicken. Isn't this what you deserve? You barged into someone else's home to cause a scene. You brought this on yourselves. You. Ma Suelon was incensed and spotted Li Bingyao behind Chen Feng, which only fueled her fury further. You shameless creature. How can you keep a vixen outside? How could you do this to my daughter? Everyone come and see. This scoundrel not only abandoned my daughter, but also keeps a mistress. Ma Suelon expertly began to throw a tantrum. But Chen Feng showed her no mercy and fetched another bucket of water to pour over them. Do you have no sense of justice? Justice? Your daughter is cheating and pregnant with another man's child, yet you dare to demand money from me? Do you truly think I'm a fool? Chen Feng sneered continuously. If you keep making a scene, I don't mind giving you another refreshing shower. As he spoke, Chen Feng prepared to fetch more water, causing Su Dahua and his wife to hastily flee the scene. They were the quintessential bullies who preyed on the weak. They had initially planned to throw a tantrum to intimidate Chen Feng, unaware that he had transformed into someone formidable, unlike the pushover they once knew. Not far away, Su Qing watched this scene unfold, her fists clenched as she made a silent determination. She must retrieve the child. With the child, she could remarry Chen Feng and live a life of luxury. After sending Li Bingyao to work, Chen Feng transferred $1 million into her account. This instantly delighted Li Bingyao, who rewarded him with a kiss. After leaving the modified car shop, Chen Feng resumed his purchasing spree, driving his large vehicle to various restaurants. Along the way, he also scouted the vicinity, familiarizing himself with the area. Before the apocalypse arrived, he planned to take advantage of a wave of zero-cost purchases. He intended to visit the bookshop later, for knowledge is the sustenance of the human spirit. Additionally, he noted down gas stations and other locations to stockpile fuel for the impending survival challenges. Lastly, he regarded medicine as paramount. Any injury in such dire circumstances could prove fatal, necessitating access to healing remedies. Fortunately, this area was replete with pharmacies, allowing him to stockpile ample supplies of medicine the night before the apocalypse. He hoped to find a doctor. Otherwise, having medicine without a means to use it would be of little value. Chen Feng meticulously planned everything, even creating a detailed list. Hello, Mr. Chen. Your 100-table banquet has been prepared. Shall we deliver it now? While Chen Feng was busy shopping, a phone call came through. Yes, please send it to the warehouse. I will be back shortly. After finishing his shopping at another establishment, Chun Feng leisurely drove back to his residence. A group of people was bustling about, handling the numerous items with utmost care. "Excuse me, ma'am, could you please refrain from taking that? These items were ordered by Mr. Chun, and I wouldn't know how to explain it if you were to take them home." At the warehouse entrance, the hotel manager was expressing dissatisfaction while speaking with an elderly woman and a child. The child was gnawing on a chicken leg, which was acceptable. However, the elderly woman was seen carrying 2 braised pork knuckles, evidently taken from Chun Feng's order dishes. Upon witnessing this scene, Chun Feng's expression darkened. Were they taking advantage of him? This elderly woman, surnamed Zhou, had a notoriously bad reputation in the community, leveraging her delinquent son to exploit various resources within the neighborhood. Though everyone was dissatisfied with her, no one dared to speak out. In a previous life, after the apocalypse descended, their family committed numerous and scrupulous acts, with even his son killing several residents in the community to establish his dominance. Chun Feng had also endured considerable oppression from them. "What are you shouting about? Am I not just taking 2 pig knuckles? What's wrong with my grandson wanting a chicken leg? With all this food, he can't possibly finish it all." Elderly Madame Zhou huffed with annoyance, her acerbic expression rendering onlookers speechless. Those unaware might even think she was claiming her own belongings. "Leave the items for me." Chun Feng approached, his demeanor unfriendly and his tone displeased, having been bullied by this old woman and her family in his past life. He saw no reason to let her dictate terms now. "Xiao Chun, what do you mean by that?" Madame Zhou's countenance soured. "You ordered so much food for everyone. I'm just taking 2 knuckles. It's hardly a lot. Can't you be a bit less petty? You make it sound like I've taken a great advantage." Chapter 22. Confrontation. "I'm truly sorry, but I never intended to treat anyone to this meal." Chun Feng offered her no quarter. This old woman was shameless, and if the apocalypse hadn't yet arrived, he might have been inclined to slap her directly. "What are you doing? Am I not just taking 2 of your dishes? You have so much. What's the harm in giving me 2? Madame Zhou pouted, raising her chin. "I am the head of the community committee." Considered a gesture of friendship. The pride in her voice was palpable. Insanity. Chun Feng scoffed, wondering if she truly believed herself to be of importance. "Grandma, I want to eat lobster. I want to eat big lobsters." The chubby boy took a couple bites of his chicken leg before tossing it on the ground, pointing at the distant lobster. "Fine, if you want to eat it, go get it yourself. Uncle Chun has plenty of food. He won't mind." Madame Zhou completely disregarded Chun Feng. "Are you trying to morally blackmail me?" Chun Feng scoffed repeatedly. "You've mistaken your target." As the chubby boy reached for the lobster, Chun Feng acted without hesitation, swatting his hand away. "If you want lobster, let your grandma buy it for you." The chubby boy, undeterred, prepared to reach out again. This child was one that even the neighborhood dogs avoided, especially since Madame Zhou's son was a thug. Anyone who encountered him would steer clear. Yet Chun Feng showed no mercy, grabbing the unruly child and promptly handing him back to Madame Zhou, simultaneously reclaiming the pig trotter from her grasp. "Chun Feng, what do you mean by this? He's just a child. How much can he eat?" Madame Zhou's face was filled with displeasure as she berated him. "With someone as stingy as you, it's no wonder your wife ran off with another man. You deserve it. If you want food, buy it yourself. Always looking to take advantage. How shameless can you be?" Unable to contend with Chun Feng, Madame Zhou left with her grandson, clearly plotting her revenge. "Mr. Chun, I sincerely apologize. This food. It's fine, this is not your fault." Chun Feng casually tossed the pig knuckle to a large black dog nearby. A scene that Madame Zhou, who had not wandered far, witnessed. Her eyes darkened with resentment. "You would rather feed a dog than give it to me. Just wait." Returning home, Madame Zhou's mind raced, and after a while, she coldly pulled out her phone to send a message in the owner's group. "Dear residents, the owner of Villa No. 3 is being excessively unreasonable. The noise from their incessant renovations has severely disrupted our daily lives. Shouldn't this be addressed?" Although many found her unpleasant, several responded to her complaint. "Indeed, this is rather excessive. They don't even pause at night. It's too disruptive. We should confront them. If that fails, we must report them." Upon seeing the responses, Madame Zhou's lips curled into a smirk. "Today, I will discuss this with him, but he is so arrogant. He didn't take me seriously and even scolded me. Everyone, Judge for yourselves. I am acting for the common good of our community. With that, she felt a surge of satisfaction. You think you can contend with me? You're still too inexperienced. What does wealth matter? I will ensure you are unhappy living in this community. As she spoke, many began to echo her sentiments. This is too much. Can wealth allow one to do as they please? They must be reported. They must cease construction. Some voiced their opinions in support of Chinfeng. I don't think it's a huge issue. The noise was only significant on the first day. I haven't heard much since. Clearly, not everyone viewed Madame Zhou as a paragon of justice. The reality was that the noise had only been intrusive on the first day, and she was merely seizing the opportunity. You live far away, what do you know? Given the circumstances, you still defend him. Perhaps you're trying to curry favor. Madame Zhou ranted, her frustration spilling over as she sent voice messages, leaving others at a loss for words. Who could argue with her? It was futile. Seeing the lively exchange in the group, Su Dahua and his wife could not resist chiming in with their grievances against Chinfeng. This situation must be addressed. We need to maintain the community's environment. Madame Zhou, while directly tagging Chinfeng, thought to herself, you think you can compete with me? You're still too young. Meanwhile, after putting away the food, Chinfeng returned home and lay down, only to find his phone buzzing with notifications. Upon checking, he realized that unbeknownst to him, Madame Zhou had turned him into the community's antagonist. This old woman is insufferable. Chinfeng began to type furiously. Madame Zhou, what is the meaning of this? You brought your unruly grandson to steal my food, and now you are seeking revenge? Madame Zhou, incensed by Chinfeng's words, retorted, you're talking nonsense. My grandson merely took a lobster from you. Is it necessary to make such a fuss over it? He is just a child. A child may be ignorant. But should I not be sensible? Why can't you manage your own? Chinfeng shot back. Let us not dwell on trivialities. Your renovations are affecting the entire community, and you owe us an explanation. Without hesitation, he sent a voice message. Dear neighbors, I acknowledge my fault regarding the renovations. I was too busy to manage it properly. Thus, I will distribute 2,000 yuan to each of you as an apology. The moment this message reached the group, astonishment ensued. With 500 members in the group, he was prepared to distribute a staggering 1 million yuan. How extravagant. Just as Madame Zhou's snide voice message was sent, a red envelope from Chinfeng appeared in the group. Without hesitation, she clicked to claim it. It was unacceptable to pass up a bargain. However, upon attempting to claim it, she discovered she was unable to. Chinfeng, what is the meaning of this? Why can't I claim the red envelope? Madame Zhou erupted in fury. Chinfeng smirked. What do you think it means? I set it up so you can't claim it. Did you think I was foolish? Besides Madame Zhou and her family, Su Qing's family was also barred from claiming the envelope. Chinfeng, don't think your wealth makes you superior. This matter regarding your renovations isn't over. I don't think they are noisy at all. Madame Zhou, perhaps your age has caused you to mishear. As soon as she finished speaking, others began to support Chinfeng. Indeed, Mr. Chun hasn't done anything wrong. Madame Zhou, can you stop stirring trouble? Chapter 23. I am reluctant to point out your folly. Wow, you all lack integrity. Madame Zhou's face was completely bewildered, as if she were caught in a farcical jest. Just a moment ago, a throng had rallied to denounce Chinfeng, yet in the blink of an eye, they were all engaging with him directly. Was there no sense of dignity left? Do not betray your conscience by defending Chinfeng. If this issue remains unresolved, it will affect you all, Madame Zhou asserted darkly. Madame Zhou, please do not involve us. I live near Villa number 3 and have heard nothing at all. Do not make unfounded accusations. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, Mr. Chun has acted quite appropriately. Your renovations caused a ruckus for over 2 months. And when I came to remind you, you scolded me. He has only caused a commotion for a day. What is the fuss about? The crowd seemed to be stirred by their recollections of past grievances, each person brimming with indignation. Madame Zhou was a quintessential example of someone who permits only the officials to ignite fires, while forbidding the common folk from lighting their lamps. Few were satisfied with her. Even on this occasion, a handful may have spoken in her favor, but after accepting Chinfeng's red envelope, they swiftly fell silent. There was simply no contest. Chinfeng knew how to navigate social dynamics. Who would dare to oppose wealth? As he observed the tide of opinions shifting, Chun Feng reveled in his triumph. You are merely too inexperienced to contend with me, he mused. Madame Zhou, why not issue a red envelope to everyone as an apology? Apologize? Why should I? You must be out of your mind. Madame Zhou retorted furiously at her phone. She had no faith that she could not handle Chun Feng. Just wait. The day will come when he is within my grasp. Her daughter-in-law, Qin Yin, watched the scene unfold with hesitation but could not resist offering counsel. Mother, perhaps it would be best to let this go. He is wealthy and has not provoked us. Silence. You know nothing. Madame Zhou erupted. If you do not assist me in dealing with that scoundrel, do not add to my troubles. Go prepare dinner. Qin Yin, wishing to persuade her further, ultimately sighed in resignation and retreated to the kitchen. Useless. Simply looking at you is tiresome, Madame Zhou muttered, her displeasure evident as she resumed contemplating how to deal with Chun Feng. How infuriating. That rascal gifted 1,000,000. That is our money. Su Dahua and his wife lamented as they clutched their phones, while Su Qing appeared particularly distressed. This money should have been theirs. Yet Chun Feng had chosen to bestow it upon the neighbors instead. He would rather enrich them than us. We haven't even received a red envelope. Is this not a deliberate affront? His refusal to remarry me stems solely from my child with Wang Hao. Su Qing's resolve hardened. Tomorrow, I shall terminate the pregnancy, and then that fortune will be mine. At Lin Feier's residence, Xiao Lulu's heart raced as she perused the owner's group chat on her phone. Initially, she had merely intended to visit Lin Feier for a short while, but after meeting Chun Feng, she eagerly joined the group to learn more about him. She never anticipated stumbling upon such a scene. Purchasing a $100 million mansion and luxury cars worth millions was one thing. But to directly distribute a $1 million red envelope in the group? Such generosity could only belong to the elite. I must secure him. This is my chance to escape a life of mediocrity. Xiao Lulu resolved fervently. If she could win Chun Feng's affection, her days of hardship would be over. In the ensuing days, Chun Feng diligently stockpiled gourmet food, aware that the culinary skills of five-star hotel chefs would be a rarity after the apocalypse. He did not overlook street vendors or barbecue stalls either. Having grown accustomed to lavish feasts, indulging in some greasy fast food was a welcome diversion. Each day began with stockpiling supplies, and when fatigue set in, he would embrace Li Bingyao for a refreshing rest, leading a fulfilling life. 10 days swiftly passed, and Chun Feng had initially doubted that the house renovations could be completed on schedule. Yet, he had underestimated the allure of wealth. In pursuit of an additional 100 million, Gao Mingyuan had summoned all company personnel, working tirelessly in shifts to ensure timely completion. They even managed to finish a day ahead of schedule, not for cleaning, but due to Gao Mingyuan's confidence. Upon arriving at the villa, Chun Feng found it transformed, constructed entirely according to his design. Mr. Chun, we have tested the villa's sturdiness. With the reinforced titanium alloy walls, not even armor-piercing rounds or explosives can inflict damage, Gao Mingyuan reported. Noted, it appears satisfactory, Chun Feng replied, nodding with approval. He gestured towards the interior. What about the various circulation systems inside? Gao Mingyuan confidently assured him. Rest assured, Mr. Chun. We incorporated new insulation materials within the walls to withstand extreme cold, and the house is equipped with a heating system, air filtration system, a standalone diesel generator, a fireplace, and a water purification system. As Chun Feng inspected the interior, he acknowledged that professional matters were best left to experts. They had not only met his requirements, but also enhanced the interior, maintaining its opulence. I am quite satisfied. The payment will be transferred to your company account immediately. Without hesitation, he transferred 100 million. The remaining 100 million will be handled as per the contract. Is that agreeable? Gao Mingyuan nodded excitedly. Chun Feng's promptness was a pleasant surprise. Additionally, please arrange for more diesel generators as spares, Chun Feng instructed as he escorted Gao Mingyuan to the entrance. Mr. Chun, we have already arranged 2 diesel generators for you. Even if one malfunctions, the other will suffice. Gao Mingyuan replied, eager to secure the lucrative business opportunity. After Gao Mingyuan departed, Chun Feng gazed at the villa, finally feeling a sense of reassurance. Regardless of the harshness of the external world, he would remain unperturbed. Has your villa been renovated so swiftly, Chun Feng? At that moment, Xiao Lulu approached from a distance, clearly having awaited this moment. Dressed in a revealing tank top, her alluring figure was unmistakable, and her long legs were impossible to ignore. "Yes, I spent a bit more to expedite the work. Could you take me on a tour?" she asked, her tone sweet and inviting. "Tour the house? Ask yourself if you believe that." Chun Feng smirked, fully aware of her intentions. Xiao Lulu's objective was clear: to seize this opportunity to win him over and become the mistress of the villa. This tactic of leveraging one's beauty for advancement was commonplace in her circle. Judging by her impressive tea ceremony skills, she had likely engaged in such endeavors frequently, making her quite skilled. Embracing the principle of seizing opportunities that present themselves, Chun Feng did not hesitate and readily agreed. "Very well. Feel free to explore as you wish." "Really?" Xiao Lulu exclaimed with delight, wrapping her arms around Chun Feng's, oblivious to the weight of the pressure she exerted. "To be honest, I have always adored this renovation style. This is the perfect chance to converse with Mr. Chun." While Chun Feng maintained an impassive expression, his heart raced. Though Xiao Lulu's looks may not rival those of Li Bingyao, her tea artistry certainly captivated him. Let's engage in a meaningful exchange. Chun Feng was about to take Xiao Lulu back to the villa when an unexpected figure rushed over, blocking their path. "Chun Feng, what do you mean by this?" Su Qing's face was filled with anger, her hostility towards Xiao Lulu evident in her eyes. "What do you mean? I'm going home, and you come to ask me what I mean? How amusing." Chun Feng mocked, looking at Su Qing with derision, and provocatively wrapped his arm around Xiao Lulu's waist. Xiao Lulu, a top-notch tea artist, quickly grasped the situation and affectionately leaned against Chun Feng's shoulder, sarcastically inquiring, "Chun Feng, who is this big sister?" Seeing the extraordinarily beautiful Xiao Lulu beside, Chun Feng infuriated Su Qing even more. Now, the fact that the other party referred to herself as big sister only heightened her rage. "Get away from me. I'm talking to my husband. What qualifications do you have to interrupt, you shameless hussy?" While others might have cowered in such a situation, Xiao Lulu was no ordinary person. Instead of getting angry, she laughed heartily. "Call me shameless? You should take a good look in the mirror. Engaging in an affair while married is one thing, but wanting your husband to raise another man's child and then trying to make him leave empty-handed when discovered? I can't even begin to compare myself to you." Su Qing's expression darkened, her face as gloomy as a stormy sea. After a long pause, unable to think of a retort, she turned her gaze towards Chun Feng. "Husband, I know you're very angry, and I realize my mistake. Can we please stop this fuss?" "No, don't call me husband. I can't afford that." Chun Feng quickly pushed away Su Qing, who was trying to hold on to him. "Husband, I just made a mistake that every woman might make. Can you forgive me? Can you please stop talking nonsense? I have no interest in that. You act like a whore and think it's justified. Your audacity is astounding." Xiao Lulu retorted, unimpressed. Having seen many things, she had never encountered someone as shameless as Su Qing. "It's best we never meet again. I fear Lulu might misunderstand." "Husband, please stop this. This person doesn't genuinely care for you. She asks only after your money. I've terminated Wang Hao's child. We can have our own. Can we remarry?" Su Qing clung to Chun Feng, her demeanor filled with desperation, clearly on the verge of losing her sanity. Chun Feng was taken aback. He never anticipated that Su Qing would go so far for money. If Wang Hao found out, he would undoubtedly be furious. She did it for money. But what about you? If I were poor, would you even spare me a glance? Chun Feng scoffed. Since we're both the same, why not choose someone with better circumstances? Look at how you compare to Lulu. Indeed, big sister, didn't you look in the mirror before daydreaming? Xiao Lulu said lightly, a hint of disdain and contempt curling at her lips. Comparing herself to Su Qing made her feel insulted. Chun Feng, I even terminated the child for you. What more do you want? Su Qing yelled, her eyes filled with increasing resentment. Crazy. I never asked you to do that. Don't come to my house again. Chun Feng pushed Su Qing away and led Xiao Lulu into the villa. Watching their figures fade, Su Qing clenched her fists, shaking with fury. Chun Feng, I gave you a chance, and you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, Su Qing immediately took out her phone and called Wang Hao. I have a task for you. find a way to kidnap Chun Feng. After a moment of hesitation, the voice on the other end finally responded. This is a bit difficult. Chun Feng has connections with Tiger Yi. Why are you so useless? I didn't ask you to confront him directly. Can't you just find someone to ambush him? Wang Hao fell silent again. This seemed simple to say, but was incredibly difficult to execute. After all, Chun Feng was quite capable, and it was illegal. Do you have any ambition? That has billions at stake. Don't you want it? Su Qing scolded furiously, her frustration evident. She couldn't fathom why she had ever found Wang Hao appealing. All right, I will prepare immediately. Even though Wang Hao was somewhat afraid, he could no longer hesitate after hearing Su Qing's words. Under Chun Feng's guidance, Xiao Lulu wandered around the villa. Observing the lavish decor, her astonishment grew. This villa was far more luxurious than Lin Feier's number 4 villa. Having seen the world, she could tell that all the furniture was high-end. How much must it have cost to furnish it so exquisitely? Xiao Lulu clung to Chun Feng's arm, not wanting to let go, almost wishing to merge with him. Not much, just 3 billion. Chun Feng replied with a smile, causing Xiao Lulu's eyes to widen in astonishment, her breath quickening. Spending 1 billion on the house and 3 billion on renovations was indeed extravagant. I must secure him. Absolutely. A voice echoed in her mind. Mr. Chun, don't you have the air conditioning on? Why do I feel so hot? Huh? Chun Feng looked around in confusion. It was summer with the sun blazing outside, but the villa had ample insulation, and with the air conditioning on, it should be cool. Could it be that Gao Mingyuan cut corners? As he pondered, he noticed Xiao Lulu's strap slipping off her shoulder, revealing an unembellished view before him. Suddenly, he understood the situation. It seemed that luxury homes and cars shared a common flaw. The cooling effect was inadequate. With a knowing smile, Chun Feng wrapped his arm around Xiao Lulu's waist and led her toward the bedroom. Chapter 25. You wait for me. Although Xiao Lulu couldn't compare to Lin Feier or even Li Bingyao, she was exceptionally proactive. Chun Feng found it somewhat hard to manage as she pressed closer upon entering the room. As for the scant clothing she wore, it somehow found its way to the floor. Chun Feng couldn't deny that he was a normal man with normal desires. However, just as he prepared to embrace Xiao Lulu and take control, she unexpectedly pressed her finger against his lips. Mr. Chun, I have a favor to ask of you. Is that all right? One couldn't deny that Xiao Lulu was adept at manipulation. At such a pivotal moment, even a normal person would find it hard to refuse one request, let alone 10. Moreover, her dreamy eyes and enticing demeanor made it even more challenging to resist. Chun Feng quickly regained his composure, sneering inwardly. You think you can play tricks on me? I've lived 2 lifetimes. You want to have the upper hand over me. If it's too difficult, I'm afraid I can't assist you. It's not difficult at all, for Mr. Chun. It's merely a matter of words. Xiao Lulu sat on Chun Feng's lap, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. Not long ago, I spoke up for you, and my good friend Lin Feier was quite displeased with me. I feel awkward staying at her house. Can I move in with you? As she spoke, Xiao Lulu adopted a pitiful expression. Chun Feng saw through her ruse immediately. She wanted to live here, yet she presented it so grandiosely. He didn't believe Lin Feier would act in such a manner. I'm used to living alone. I'm not accustomed to having others around. Chun Feng shook his head decisively. He would never allow someone like Xiao Lulu to reside in his safe house. She was far more fickle than even Su Qing. The moment interest shifted even slightly, she would be the first to betray him. Moreover, even if the apocalypse does not arrive, her appetite is terrifyingly large. Is it truly feasible to aspire to become the mistress of a mansion simply by taking a nap? If you are not inclined to reside in Lin Feier's home, I can arrange a rental for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lulu's demeanor shifted to one of evident astonishment. Clearly, she had not anticipated that Chun Feng would decline her proposition. Could it be that her allure was insufficient? That seemed implausible. Directors, upon encountering her, had never managed to maintain their composure. After a brief moment of surprise, Xiao Lulu wasted no time and pressed herself against Chun Feng, her gaze sultry. Chun Feng, do you not desire my constant companionship? Chun Feng shook his head. Everything in this world bears its own price, and it was evident that Xiao Lulu was not worth that cost. The implication was clear. She would be his exclusive possession, subject to his whims. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng pushed her away. I can offer you an additional 100,000 each month. If you are willing, we may continue. If not, I shall not impose. Even though Xiao Lulu was devoid of any covering at that moment, Chen Feng felt an unshakable calm within. In a world where a mere loaf of bread could compel one to do anything, he was in no hurry. There would come a time when Xiao Lulu would seek his favor. 100,000? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lulu's expression soured. Chen Feng had nonchalantly distributed 1,000,000 in red envelopes within the owneress group, and yet he offered her a mere 100,000 a month. What was this? Did he perceive her as a piece of cheap merchandise? Although she felt displeased internally, Xiao Lulu dared not display it outwardly. She rose and gradually retrieved her clothing from the floor, adorning herself in a manner most enticing before Chen Feng. Chen Feng, should you find yourself missing me, do remember to give me a call. She cast him a flirtatious glance, unwilling to relinquish this substantial catch, while simultaneously not wishing to demean herself. It was only after Xiao Lulu departed the villa that Chen Feng hurriedly took a cold shower. Feeling somewhat better afterward, he dialed Li Bingyao, determined to engage in a fierce battle that night. Just at that moment, his phone emitted a sudden alarm. This was the security system of the villa. It would lock onto anyone approaching and alert Chen Feng if they lingered too long. He pulled out his phone to check the surveillance, and instantly, Grandma Zhou and her grandson appeared on the screen. Outside the villa, Grandma Zhou was stealthily observing the situation with her grandson. Ever since Chen Feng had rebuffed her, she had been devising ways to trouble him. However, despite her efforts, she could find no fault. The renovations had not only ceased to create noise, but had also been executed with remarkable cleanliness. Today, upon inspecting the premises, she found herself at a loss. All the workers had indeed departed. The renovations had concluded in a mere 10 days, leaving her with no opportunity to create mischief. Grandma, I need to pee. Luo Xiaolong tugged at his pants, desperately wanting to relieve himself. Pee? Fine, go urinate by that wall. Grandma Zhou sneered as she led Luo Xiaolong to the wall. This old hag truly had no shame. Chen Feng, witnessing this, felt his irritation surge. He promptly activated the electric gate and shouted through the loudspeaker, Grandma Zhou, are you going to control your unruly child? Is he urinating on my wall? Startled by the sudden voice, Grandma Zhou was taken aback. But upon seeing Chen Feng on the second-floor balcony, she sneered indifferently. My Xiaolong is just a child. How can I possibly keep him in line? Besides, you're over 20 years old. Why stoop to quarreling with a child? Can't you be more magnanimous? Observing Grandma Zhou's unreasonable demeanor, Chen Feng chuckled coldly. While urinating by my wall may be tolerable, I advise you not to let him relieve himself at my front door. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Upon hearing this, Grandma Zhou's temper flared. She immediately instructed her grandson, Xiaolong, go urinate at that man's front door. He didn't let you have any lobster last time. Let us see what he can do. Hearing this, Xiaolong gleefully scampered to the front door, unfastened his pants, and began to urinate like a water faucet. Let us see if you dare deny me lobster again. I'll also come here to defecate. Before the mischievous child could finish his sentence, he suddenly shivered uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground and convulsing. Even before he had finished relieving himself, he lay there, wailing in agony. Wow, Grandma, this door is so painful. Something is biting me. Chen Feng, you wretched creature. How dare you harm my grandson? You will pay for this when my son returns. Grandma Zhou seethed as she picked up her phone, dialing angrily. Chapter 26. Evil begets evil. As Luo Xiaolong writhed on the ground, moaning, even his little companion continued to let loose. He simply could not control himself, and this shock had nearly caused him to lose control of his bladder. Yet Chen Feng remained entirely unconcerned. The Zhou family was no good. That child was a quintessential troublemaker, and he deserved his fate. I warned you not to urinate at my door, and yet you, old hag, refused to listen. How heartless can you be, even using your own grandson for revenge against me? Chen Feng said with a grin, setting out a stool on the balcony as if to enjoy the spectacle. He relished watching that old woman seethe in frustration, unable to assert herself. The villa's main entrance and surrounding walls were electrified, with the voltage adjustable at Chun Feng's discretion. Just moments ago, he had merely set it to a low voltage, enough to cause discomfort, but not life-threatening. Chun Feng, you heartless scoundrel. I will make you pay. Grandma Zhou's face turned an ominous shade as she raised her fist to smash the door, only to find herself collapsing to the ground. Not only did she foam at the mouth, but her body also convulsed uncontrollably, repeatedly cursing, "You will regret this." Many neighbors who witnessed the scene felt a surge of delight. The entire community held no fondness for Grandma Zhou's family. Even as they observed her fall, not a single person came to her aid. Evil begets evil. It seemed she had truly met her match this time. What evil? Mr. Chun is a great benefactor in our community. A group of onlookers were excited, yet couldn't help but worry. After all, Grandma Zhou's son, Luo Zhongyuan, was a notorious thug, and he could be quite troublesome. Would Chun Feng be able to handle it? Before long, a burly man with an intimidating visage rushed over, and upon seeing his mother and son sprawled on the ground, he erupted with fury. "You wretched scoundrel! Come out here. Today, I will deal with you." Luo Zhongyuan, known for his violent temper, could not remain calm in such a situation. What did Chun Feng's wealth matter? In this place, he would have to submit. Conversely, Qin Yan, who hurriedly arrived, urgently pulled Luo Zhongyuan back, advising him not to act rashly. There might be a misunderstanding. After all, Qin Yan appeared anxious if this escalated. Who knew what chaos might ensue? More importantly, she knew without doubt that her mother-in-law was at fault. "Get out of my way." Luo Zhongyuan shoved Qin Yan aside, his face etched with anger. "A misunderstanding? My mother and son are lying on the ground, and you still defend an outsider? Are you out of your mind?" Qin Yan stood to the side, feeling wronged and utterly bewildered. Chun Feng observed this scene, shaking his head repeatedly. In his previous life, he had never held a favorable opinion of Grandma Zhou's family, but he felt a deep sense of pity for this Luo Yan. This is an exceptionally beautiful woman, renowned for her stunning looks within the community, coveted by countless male residents. If Lin Fei epitomizes innocence and aloofness, then Qin Yan can undoubtedly be regarded as the embodiment of maturity and charm, whether it is her graceful figure or her extraordinarily beautiful face. She possesses an allure that drives men to madness. Unfortunately, fate has not favored her. After the apocalypse descended, Luo Zhongyuan gathered a group of followers, becoming a formidable figure in the neighborhood. To consolidate his power, he shamelessly offered his wife to his subordinates for their amusement. It is said that Luo Yan's fate was tragic. Unable to endure the torment, she succumbed to madness and ultimately perished in the snow. You should heed your wife's advice. Otherwise, you will be the one to suffer, Chun Feng said languidly. Shut your mouth. Come down here, and I will make you regret it, Luo Zhongyuan yelled, smashing a stone against the door. Alas, the door was constructed from titanium alloy and remained unscathed. Just wait, I will not let you off today. Seeing no way to force the door open, Luo Zhongyuan called upon a few of his henchmen. Although the community had security, no one dared to intervene. For Luo Zhongyuan's notorious reputation instilled fear in them. Son, you must deal with him. Xiaolong's Kuan was nearly incapacitated. We almost faced extinction. Old Lady Zhou wailed incessantly, while Luo Zhongyuan's expression darkened ominously. Today, he was determined to confront Qin Feng. Boy, you claim to be a man, so come down. Don't hide like a turtle. Chun Feng glanced at the group below, without hesitation, and promptly called Master Hu. Presently, Chun Feng was regarded as Master Hu's prized protege, and upon hearing that someone was causing trouble for him, he wasted no time in bringing his entourage. Who dares to trouble my brother? As Master Hu made his appearance, Luo Zhongyuan instantly wilted, hurriedly running to greet him with a forced smile. Master Hu was a genuine figure in the underworld, while Luo Zhongyuan was merely a petty thug. The disparity between them was profound. This waste has laid hands on my mother and my son. Before Luo Zhongyuan could finish his complaint, Master Hu slapped him across the face. If Chun Feng's family is in trouble, they deserve to be dealt with. If you don't want to be dealt with, you better scram, Master Hu declared with unyielding authority. Filled with resentment, Luo Zhongyuan could only swallow his pride. All right, since he is a friend of Master Hu, I will give him face. Son, what are you saying? That scoundrel has bullied us, and you still let him go. Old Lady Zhou exclaimed in disbelief, her frustration palpable. Mother, please, let's leave quickly. You caused trouble, and now want to leave without an apology? Luo Zhongyuan trembled. But he still bowed his head and apologized to the approaching Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, I am sorry. Today's incident was my fault. I will ensure my family behaves in the future. Next time, it won't be so simple. Chen Feng replied, his expression impassive. Yes, this will never happen again. After Luo Zhongyuan finished speaking, he left with his family in a disheveled state. Upon returning home, old lady Zhou seethed with indignation. Is this how it ends? With Master Hu's protection, handling the matter had become somewhat complicated. Let us call the police. What is the worst that could happen? Even Master Hu cannot interfere with the law. This time we are in the right. Luo Zhongyuan shook his head, his expression grim. Do not call the police. I have a way to deal with that scoundrel. Even with Master Hu's assistance, he cannot stay by Chen Feng's side forever. He will have his reckoning. Regarding the Zhou family's scheming, Chen Feng understood they would not let this go easily, yet he remained unconcerned. The apocalypse was imminent, and he had no desire to engage them in conflict. When the time came for them to seek retribution, he would extinguish them. After all, his recent trip to the United States had yielded a considerable cache of weapons, sufficient to obliterate their entire family. Sitting on the balcony, Chen Feng observed the blazing sun, pondering how soon the world would be enveloped in ice and snow. Today marked the day Master Hu would reclaim the properties, and the retribution against the Su family was nearing. Murmuring to himself, he descended to the underground garage, preparing to acquire more supplies. Time was of the essence. He would gather as much as he could. As for the Su family, he had no intention of meddling. However, as he entered the garage, a figure lunged at him from behind, a dagger pressed against his throat. Stay still, or not even the King of Heaven can save you. Recognizing the voice, Chen Feng immediately discerned who it was. Wang Hao, if you intend to cause me trouble, at least bring more people. He could clearly sense that there were only Wang Hao and two others nearby, and Wang Hao's hand was still encast. Given the circumstances, it was foolish for them to confront him. They were merely inviting their own demise. Wang Hao's tone was ominous, with a knife at Chen Feng's throat. He did not believe Chen Feng could retaliate. Don't think that because you have Master Hu backing you, I can't deal with you. No one can save you now. Save? I never thought of needing saving. You three useless fools dare to threaten me? Chen Feng chuckled lightly. Quickly, take him down. Eliminate this waste. Wang Hao ordered, but just as they were about to act, they found their hands immobilized, unable to push the knife any further against Chen Feng's neck. What is happening? Fear washed over the man, disbelief etched on his face. In the next moment, Chen Feng's fist struck with precision. In mere moments, the area was filled with their agonized cries, and they had no opportunity to resist. Chen Feng, brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. As Chen Feng approached, Wang Hao, paralyzed by fear, fell to his knees. Just moments ago, he had been so brazen. Now he was begging for mercy. I didn't realize your prowess. I was blind to your might. Please show mercy. Chen Feng kicked Wang Hao away, watching as he tumbled several times before finally halting. Leave. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao hastily fled the scene. After he departed, Chen Feng took out his phone and called Master Hu. Letting them go? Absolutely not. Master Hu, when you collect the properties today, remember to bring someone with a fondness for the same sex to entertain a friend of mine. Chen Feng, that might be a bit inappropriate. Using force is illegal. Master Hu hesitated, reluctant to attract legal troubles. Master Hu, don't be ridiculous. A man against a man. It's merely a lesson. Here, allow me to transfer 500,000 to you, so your brother doesn't work for nothing. Upon hearing this, Master Hu had no choice but to agree. He hung up and immediately summoned someone to discuss the arrangements. At the Su family residence, Su Qing glared at the bruised and battered Wang Hao, her face a mask of fury. Useless fool, how could you be so incompetent? If you can't even handle Chen Feng, what use are you to me? Wang Hao wore an innocent expression while Su Dahua and others expressed their dissatisfaction. It was Wang Hao who had caused Chen Feng and Su Qing's divorce, and he was the very reason they could not reclaim their villa and over 100 million in cash. Mother, what are we to do? We can't retrieve the money, and I want to even be able to get married. Su Jiqiang lamented, his face filled with despair. Do not mention financial matters to Zhao Qian just yet. Regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative to secure her first and proceed with the marriage. Su Dahua spat disdainfully. Just as the family was deliberating, the door was violently kicked open. What are you doing? I warn you, do not act recklessly. What are we doing? Naturally, I am here to reclaim the property, said Hu Yi, waving his hand as a throng of men surged into the room. The owner of this house has already sold it to me. Will you vacate willingly, or shall I forcibly remove you? Stop. Let go of me. This is illegal. Get out. This is clearly our house. Do not go too far. Ma Solon was preparing to cause a scene, but Hu Ye's men were not to be trifled with. One swift slap rendered her momentarily dazed. You scoundrel! I will fight you. Su Dahua roared, attempting to retrieve a kitchen knife, only to be seized and thrown outside. What do you mean by this? We have no conflict. Su Qing's brow furrowed. Upon Hu Ye's arrival, she realized this was undoubtedly linked to Chen Feng. Did Chen Feng send you? Indeed, he has mortgaged the house to me. Now, kindly vacate. Nonsense. This house belongs to us. He is leaving with nothing, and it has no relation to him. That is irrelevant to me. I only recognize the property deed. Out with you. The gang provided no opportunity for resistance, swiftly expelling them and subsequently pulling Wang Hao inside. What are you doing? Wang Hao trembled as he watched a hulking man approach him with a lecherous gaze, an ominous feeling washing over him. This man is yours. Do not create too much trouble. The burly man nodded repeatedly, eagerly touching Wang Hao's arm. Do not worry. I shall be very gentle. Moments later, anguished screams echoed from the room, sending Su's family fleeing in terror. Hu Yi was ruthless, not someone they could confront. Call the police. Quickly call the police. Ma Suelon shrieked, having had their home seized. Although the adversaries were audacious, they were in the right. However, when the enforcement team arrived and assessed the situation, they shook their heads. It would be best for you to file a lawsuit. They possess a contract, and the issue lies in the division of property during your divorce from Chen Feng. You will undoubtedly reclaim the house. Upon hearing this, the Su family finally exhaled in relief. A lawsuit is a must. Chen Feng's actions are illegal. I will make him kneel and beg for mercy. Su Qing, seething with anger, took out her phone to contact a lawyer. After securing the lawyer, Su Qing rented an apartment in Yudai Longting. They needed to keep an eye on their house and watch over Chen Feng. The way he cavalierly mortgaged the property had caused significant repercussions, and he must bear legal responsibility. The only way to avoid accountability was to forgive him. When the time came, he could better bring forth money, or he would have no hope. Meanwhile, upon receiving a video from Hu Yi, Chen Feng could barely contain his laughter. Even through the screen, he could sense Wang Hao's despair. You are no match for me, and this is merely the beginning. Su Qing also sent a message, threatening him with dire consequences and informing him that she had already engaged a lawyer and a court summons would soon follow. Chen Feng was unfazed. The apocalypse was imminent, and he had no time for such trivialities. After attending numerous banquets, he received a call from the Leitang modification shop, notifying him that the down jacket and warm silk quilt he ordered had arrived. These were items he had previously requested, designed to provide warmth even in Antarctica. Although his safe house had excellent insulation, he still needed to venture outside. Without proper clothing, he would quickly freeze. Why is it not Li Bingyao delivering the goods? Upon arriving at the warehouse, Chen Feng saw a man bringing in the items and could not help but inquire. After all, Li Bingyao was typically responsible for the arrangements. Li Bingyao is on sick leave today due to a fever, so I am delivering them to you, Mr. Chen. Please check if anything is missing. I see. Chen Feng replied, signing the receipt. He felt reassured, as Li Bingyao usually managed these logistics. Moreover, he had an abundance of thermal down jackets procured from the ugly country, so he was not lacking. After the staff departed, Zhao Qian and Su Jiqiang approached, chatting and laughing. Oh, is that not Chen Feng? What is with all these down jackets in this sweltering heat? Have you lost your mind? Su Jiqiang sneered at Chen Feng, while Zhao Qian barely glanced his way. To her, Chen Feng was merely a pauper. What? You've been kicked out, yet you still act so arrogantly? Huh. Chen Feng, do not think you can swagger about just because you hired a couple of thugs. The things you have done will cost you dearly. We have already engaged a lawyer." Upon hearing this, Chun Feng's smile only widened as he turned to Zhao Qian. "The Su family will not receive a single cent from me. They are currently renting, and you gain nothing by following him. Instead, consider joining me, and I shall provide you with 20,000 each month." "Shameless," Zhao Qian scoffed, lifting her chin in disdain. "Who would covet your filthy money?" With that, she grasped Su Jiqiang's arm and sauntered away. "Chen Feng, we shall see." Nearby, Xiao Lulu observed the scene, unsure whether to feel pleased or irate. It seemed to Chen Feng everyone had a price. He was undeniably lecherous, yet not impulsive. "I refuse to believe that my charm cannot win you over." Xiao Lulu was confident, believing her previous failure to capture Chen Feng was merely an accident. Next time, he would not resist. Upon returning to Lin Feier's residence, she was immediately taken aback by the sight before her. The room was overflowing with food, instant noodles, meats, fruits, and vegetables. An enormous freezer was crammed full. "Feier, what on earth are you doing?" Xiao Lulu exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. "It is all that scoundrel's fault." Lin Feier fumed, explaining how Chen Feng had monopolized all the takeout and banquets lately, leaving her unable to order food. Not wanting to shop for groceries daily, she decided to stockpile provisions. "Since I have no work for the next month, I will stay home. If you wish for something different, you can go out to eat." With that, Lin Feier nestled onto the sofa and began watching a show. For her, relaxing at home during downtime was the best form of rest. Xiao Lulu felt envious. Only someone like Lin Feier, who was already famous and came from wealth, could afford such leisure. Unlike her, who had to chase after directors and wealthy heirs. "I must secure Chen Feng." After tending to her affairs, Chen Feng drove to Li Bingyao's residence. Noticing the sparse state of her home, he went to the market and purchased an abundance of food and daily necessities to bring her, as temperatures were set to plummet that night, eliminating concerns over spoilage. The door was not very sturdy, so Chen Feng reinforced it with welding and steel. He had done all he could. Whether Li Bingyao could endure the impending apocalypse would ultimately depend on her. Li Bingyao was deeply touched by Chen Feng's gestures as he provided her with medicine, an array of supplies, and warm clothing, insisting she experience the warmth of 38 degrees Celsius. "Conserve these supplies, and do not trust anyone, understand?" Chen Feng earnestly reminded. "You are making it seem as if the apocalypse has arrived. It is merely a cold. Remember my words. Should you encounter any trouble, do not hesitate to call me." After reiterating his instructions, Chen Feng donned his attire and departed. As the last ray of sunlight vanished beyond the horizon, an unmistakable chill, out of season, permeated the air. Many individuals felt particularly excited. The entire summer had been unseasonably warm. Yet today, the atmosphere had transformed into a refreshing coolness. A throng of people meandered below the apartment complex, seeking relief from the heat. Unbeknownst to them, the temperatures would plummet to a staggering -40 degrees. The sun's warmth would soon become a distant memory. Meanwhile, Chen Feng hurried towards the library as darkness fell. This establishment operated from 9 to 5, and the staff had long since departed. He slipped in unobtrusively and began to hoard books, for literature serves as nourishment for the soul, a remedy for the long, tedious days. Once he had gathered a sufficient collection, he made his way to the warehouse of a chain pharmacy. His choice of the warehouse, rather than the pharmacy itself, was driven by the scarcity of patrons and the abundance of pharmaceuticals available. This was a far more efficient method of stockpiling supplies than visiting the pharmacy. Upon emerging from the warehouse, he noted the temperature had further dipped to 8 degrees. Such a drastic drop in temperature undoubtedly heralded the impending end of the world. Regrettably, in the face of this sudden chill, no one seemed to take it seriously. For them, it was merely a matter of returning home to don a warmer garment. Time was of the essence. Otherwise, they would be entirely unprepared. Chen Feng muttered to himself, hastening towards various cold storage facilities. Having pinpointed numerous targets, including the seafood market's warehouse and vegetable storage. Despite the chaos he had inadvertently caused, it was glaringly evident that few would notice his activities in such a short span of time. By the following day, no one would pay heed to these matters. After all, the temperature would reach a level that would deter anyone from venturing outside. After he had visited every warehouse on his list, he dashed to a large shopping center. At 11:30, many shops had already closed for the night, and due to the sudden drop in temperature, even those that typically remained open had shuttered their doors. He wasted no time, collecting everything from JK uniforms to cheap-how, silk skirts, black stockings, and white stockings, an array of alluring garments. One must admit, his taste far surpassed that of the Western world. Even the cheap-how alone eclipsed their offerings by leagues. By the time Chin Feng had cleared the entire shopping center, the clock read 11:50. He did not linger, but sprinted home at an astonishing pace. The wind outside had taken on a biting chill, fierce enough to induce illness in the unprepared. As he returned to his villa and stood by the window, watching the clock strike midnight, snowflakes began to dance outside. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. What on earth is this weather? It was over 30 degrees during the day. It is so cold at night. Su Dahua wrapped himself in a blanket, shivering uncontrollably. When their family had been evicted, they had taken nothing with them. Moreover, as it was summer, they had only purchased some seasonal bedding after moving into their rental. This sudden drop in temperature left them utterly unprepared. Even as Su Dahua desperately clung to his wife for warmth, they remained freezing. Su Dahua and Su Jiqiang fared somewhat better, as they could huddle together for warmth. But for Su Qing, the situation was dire. Initially, she had isolated herself in her room to avoid suspicion, but soon she resorted to wrapping herself in curtains, ultimately sneaking into Wang Hao's room to share warmth. Even then, the family remained uncomfortably cold, gathering in one room and relying on hot water from the heater for meager warmth. "I cannot stay here. It is far too cold." Zhao Qian expressed her discontent. She had come to discuss the dowry, but could never have anticipated such an occurrence. However, as she opened the door, a wave of frigid air pushed her back. The extreme cold nearly caused her to lose control. "Qian, perhaps it is best if you stay for now. I will take you home tomorrow." Su Jiqiang quickly pulled her back inside. "What misfortune have I encountered?" Su Qing lamented, observing her frozen family with growing resentment. "Chen Feng, it is all that scoundrel's fault. Had it not been for him, we would not have been evicted nor left to freeze." With this thought, she hastily texted Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, do not be arrogant. The authorities have begun addressing this matter. Even if you do not end up in prison, you will owe us a substantial sum." Meanwhile, Chen Feng reclined on a chair beside his bed, coffee in hand, gazing at the swirling snowflakes. In just a brief half hour, the ground outside had become blanketed in white. Qingzhou typically experiences rain in winter, but snowfall at this season was unprecedented. More importantly, the current temperature had plunged lower than that of winter itself. Nevertheless, Chen Feng's home remained relatively comfortable, insulated to a steady 26 degrees, the ideal temperature for the human body. "Suit yourself. I remain utterly unconcerned," he replied coolly to Su Qing's threatening message. To him, the conventional rules of society posed no threat. Laws and morals were mere trifles. Survival took precedence. "Do not provoke my patience. Should you come to plead with me later, I would show you no mercy. If you were wise, you would arrange for us to stay in the villa now. With such frigid temperatures, what delusions are you still harboring? You should be contemplating how to endure the long, cold night." Chen Feng dismissively tossed his phone aside, uninterested in seeking her favor. The opportunity for vengeance had finally arrived. If they could not endure this ordeal, it would be a profound disappointment. As the snow continued to fall more heavily, Chen Feng grew weary of remaining idle. Grasping a megaphone, he could not contain his exuberance, proclaiming, "Ha! The order of the old era has utterly collapsed. Mortals, prepare to welcome your king." The sound of the megaphone resonated loudly, clear for all in the community to hear. After his declaration, Chen Feng paid no mind to whether he was disturbing the peace and promptly returned to his bed. The room maintained a comfortable 26 degrees, but he still draped himself with a silk quilt. It was not that he was cold. He had yet to utilize the heating apparatus in the room and was concerned about potential malfunctions that might leave him shivering. In the Udai Longting homeowners group, despite the late hour, the chatter remained lively. "What on earth is happening? This weather is unbearably cold. Did you hear? Someone was shouting in the community. What is going on? Is it true that someone shouted for us to welcome the king? Crazy. It is the middle of the night. Are they out of their minds?" Some grumbled, typing furiously. It was indeed Chun Feng who had caused the ruckus. His home was equipped with a loudspeaker, making quite the commotion. Granny Zhou promptly stepped forward, directing her ire at Chun Feng while tagging him. Chun Feng, what are you making such a fuss about? Are you trying to keep everyone awake? Unfortunately, Chun Feng had already turned off his phone, completely unaware of the uproar in the group. The next morning, Chun Feng was awakened by the warmth, drenched in sweat. The interior of the dwelling was well insulated, and the heating system functioned flawlessly. He was nearly rendered foolish under the warmth of the silk quilt. Outside, the snow had accumulated to a meter, cloaking the entire world in a shroud of ice and snow, with temperatures plummeting to -40 degrees. Undoubtedly, the apocalypse had arrived punctually. Upon checking his mobile phone, he discovered the community chat was in utter disarray. Initially, some residents lamented the noise disturbances, particularly the elderly Mrs. Zhou, who seized the opportunity to vehemently criticize Chun Feng, almost wishing to vanquish him with her words. However, no one came to her aid, as many had received red envelopes from Chun Feng, thus feeling compelled to maintain a semblance of decorum. Furthermore, it was clear to all that Mrs. Zhou was merely seeking an excuse to confront Chun Feng, so they chose to remain silent. After a tirade of insults, Mrs. Zhou realized Chun Feng was unresponsive and had no choice but to cease her complaints. A solitary tirade could hardly be deemed effective. Subsequently, the conversation shifted to complaints about the frigid weather, as a group of individuals, likely unable to sleep due to the cold, began to vent their frustrations in the chat. What on earth was happening? Snow in the middle of summer? Surely this was a jest. Such weather conditions were simply nonsensical. To their astonishment, it was indeed true. The ground was blanketed in snow. No wonder it was so cold. Had the apocalypse truly arrived? What about our mortgage obligations? Let us not speak foolishly. Such reckless words could lead to repercussions. We must have faith in the authorities. After all, our emergency response capabilities are world-class. Observing these messages, Chun Feng shook his head in silence. This group was ultimately too youthful. Their emergency response capabilities were indeed top-notch, but that only held true if aid could reach them. If issues arose in one or two locations, resources could be redirected, but when problems manifested indiscriminately across the globe, what assistance could be rendered? There were no viable solutions. In a previous life, this group remained calm, believing that rescue would soon arrive. Yet, it was precisely this belief that led them to forfeit their final opportunity for self-rescue. Look, the relevant authorities have issued a message overnight, urging us to remain indoors and avoid unnecessary excursions. Many saw the announcement and breathed a sigh of relief. Shortly thereafter, the authorities declared a holiday, exempting everyone from work the following day. The response was swift and instilled a sense of security. However, it wasn't too long before the group, after a brief respite, succumbed once more to their anxieties, beginning to chatter in the chat. What on earth was this cursed weather? I ventured outside to relieve myself, and nearly froze solid. And as for me, my water pipes have completely frozen. Just moments ago, I opened the refrigerator, and the air that escaped was astonishingly warm. The external temperature had plummeted far below that of the refrigerator's cooling capacity. The extreme cold had severed the water supply entirely, as everything had frozen into solid blocks of ice. How could there be any water supply? In this weather, one could only venture outside to gather snow to bring home and melt using the still functioning electricity for warmth. Yet, it was evident that this was perilously dangerous. Even a brief stay outdoors in such frigid conditions could result in frostbite. Prolonged exposure could even prove fatal. Moreover, this situation was merely temporary, for it would not be long before the entire world faced power outages due to resource scarcity. After all, most regions relied on hydropower, and under such extreme cold, nearly all water sources had frozen over. Where would the resources for electricity generation come from? Fortunately, they still had several nuclear power stations, which allowed for a concentrated hour of electricity each day. It was then that the true disaster would commence. Goodness, this is utterly absurd. Old Zhang went out to assess the situation, and after walking just a few meters, he was transformed into a frozen statue. Just before dawn, another message from the group shifted the mood to one of grave concern. Someone had died, indicating that matters had taken a turn for the worse. Not long after, another voice in the chat exclaimed in shock. 2 more individuals had succumbed to the cold, frozen solid in the snow. Everyone, do not venture outside. It is far too cold, and you may freeze to death. Chun Feng approached the window and, peering through the glass, indeed saw 3 frozen figures standing in the central plaza. They stood there, one behind the other, with no signs of struggle. It seemed they had been immobilized by the cold before they could even comprehend the danger, with half their bodies already buried beneath the snow. Alas, they had underestimated the power of nature. Logically speaking, minus 40 degrees should not have been instantly fatal, but transitioning abruptly from a relatively warm environment to one of extreme cold could lead to significant physiological distress. Chun Feng set his phone down, donned a tank top, and began preparing coffee and breakfast. Meanwhile, Su Qing's family huddled together in a desperate attempt to conserve warmth. Zhao Qian had shed all her tears. She had never experienced such humiliation in her life. She had never anticipated that an extreme chill could bring her to the brink of despair. Originally planning to return to her residence that morning, she now dared not step outside after the tragic incident of the previous night. I must break up with him. I am determined to part ways with this worthless man. Zhao Qian resolved silently, utterly disappointed with her family. Not only did they lack sufficient warmth in such cold weather, but they had merely wrapped her in a few curtains. In truth, all the curtains in the house had been removed, and she had been given an ample amount. Thanks to Su Jiqiang, she had received a little extra. At that moment, Wang Hao embraced Su Qing, full of resentment. The mere thought that he had lost everything due to Chun Feng was unbearable. Chun Feng, one day, I will make you pay. Quickly. I borrowed some clothing and blankets from the neighbors. Hurry and put them on. The Su Dahua couple entered, carrying a few blankets and garments. They had visited 5 or 6 households to gather these items. Although the calamity had come unexpectedly, generally, homes would possess such essentials. Only their family had been particularly unfortunate, expelled by the tiger spirit just as disaster struck. All of this was Chun Feng's fault. These garments are so thin. How am I to wear them? They're not only unappealing, but also provide no warmth whatsoever. Zhao Qian grimaced in disdain at the clothing brought in by Su Dahua. Qian, please make do. Being able to borrow clothes at all is a blessing. Su Jiqiang hurriedly consoled her, wrapping the clothing around Zhao Qian. I do not care. I want a down jacket. Zhao Qian protested vehemently, kicking out in frustration, causing the faces of Su Dahua and the others to sour. They had already given Zhao Qian their thickest clothes, and yet she remained dissatisfied. However, out of respect for Su Jiqiang, they refrained from saying much. Qian, we do not have any down jackets. Zhao Qian's eyes suddenly lit up as she exclaimed, we should ask Chun Feng. He bought several truckloads of down jackets and silk quilts yesterday. A group of fools. Are you telling the truth? Upon hearing Zhao Qian's words, not only did the Su Dahua couple appear astonished, but even Su Qing was taken aback, hurriedly approaching Zhao Qian. Of course it is true. If you do not believe me, ask Jiqiang. He witnessed it with me. Indeed, at that moment we even laughed at him, not realizing he had stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. Su Jiqiang wore a disgruntled expression, unable to fathom how Chun Feng had managed such good luck. Did he really acquire several truckloads? Su Dahua inquired once more, wondering if anyone could possibly purchase that many clothes and blankets. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. How could that be false? Su Jiqiang nodded repeatedly, then hesitantly remarked, could it be that he checked the weather forecast in advance, knowing it would turn cold today, and thus bought so many clothes to sell? What nonsense are you spouting? I have seen the weather report. It was supposed to be 35 degrees today. Wang Hao beside him wore an unhappy expression, lamenting the sheer luck of Chun Feng, who seemed to reap all the benefits. Forget about the weather for now. Let us quickly ask him for some clothes and blankets. Would he agree, though? The situation has already escalated so much. Su Qing's face wore a look of uncertainty, feeling that their chances were slim. Whether he agrees or not, he should be responsible for the mess he caused us. Su Dahua cursed vehemently, with Matsuelan immediately chiming in. If he is willing to give us clothes and blankets, perhaps we can spare him this time. But if he refuses, he will have to pay dearly. Hearing this, Su Qing felt it was indeed a reasonable point and hurriedly took out her phone to contact Chun Feng. Meanwhile, Chun Feng reclined leisurely in his chair by the window, watching the snow outside, a steaming cup of coffee beside him. The contrast between the outside and the indoors was stark. Even Chun Feng himself felt a surge of excitement. In his previous life, he had almost not survived the first night due to a sudden drop in temperature. At that time, Su Qing had been furious with him for not buying her an LV bag, locking him outside, nearly costing him his life on that very first night. But now, he could sip coffee while enjoying the snowfall. The difference was night and day. Just then his phone rang. Although it was an unfamiliar number, Chun Feng picked it up without hesitation. He knew it was Su Qing calling. In the past, he would have ignored it. But now, he had plenty of time and energy, and he was eager to witness the misfortune of Su Qing's family. So he welcomed the call. Chun Feng, it's me. Indeed. As soon as he answered, Su Qing's trembling voice came through, clearly affected by the cold. Oh, you haven't frozen to death yet. That is quite eye-opening. Chun Feng chuckled, while there was a noticeable pause on the other end. It was evident that Su Qing was struggling to contain her anger. I heard you have several trucks filled with down jackets and silk quilts. Yes, I have quite a few. These items can withstand the cold. What is the matter? Chun Feng feigned ignorance. Could you spare us a few sets? You have more than enough. One person can't wear them all. With such a large villa, why not come and stay a few nights? Really? You're not joking, are you? Su Qing's voice noticeably turned excited. Aren't you the one joking first? Were you all thinking, demanding things right off the bat? Who do you think I am? What obligation do I have to provide you with anything? Chun Feng retorted angrily over the phone. In his previous life, had he spoken even slightly more forcefully, he would have faced a barrage of insults from Su Qing. Now, life felt like a fairy tale. Chun Feng, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think we can't deal with you after a few days apart? At this moment, Ma Tsulan, who had been listening nearby, snatched the phone to start berating him. Is this your attitude when begging for help? Chun Feng sneered. If you had come with genuine humility, I might have felt generous enough to give you a few sets of clothes. But as it stands, I'm afraid I can't be bothered. Go find someone else. Chun Feng, you better think carefully. In a few days, you will face legal consequences, and you'll owe us a hefty sum. If you give us a few sets of clothes now, perhaps we can negotiate. Ma Tsulan's voice cut off abruptly with the sound of the call disconnecting, her expression darkening instantly. That scoundrel dared to hang up on me. Call the lawyer. He must be heavily fined, no less. Su Qing's expression turned anxious upon hearing this. Was the focus really on the other party's compensation? The pressing concern was whether they could endure this cold. A bunch of fools. Chun Feng scoffed, tossing his phone aside before turning his gaze back to the outside. The snowfall was intensifying, and soon there would be 2 meters of accumulation. What is that? Chun Feng's eyes narrowed, sensing something was amiss. Not far from the base of the building, a dark figure moved through the snow. A dog? How could that be? Chun Feng was incredulous, gazing at the figure with disbelief. In such frigid weather, nearly all living beings struggled to survive outside. Humans could freeze into ice sculptures, yet that black dog seemed unfazed. Something fell off. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in Chun Feng's mind. During the apocalypse, a black dog had roamed their neighborhood, one that had awakened ice-related abilities. Many had attempted to hunt it for food, but none returned. Anyone who dared to bother it would be frozen solid. If that was indeed the ice-powered dog, it would explain its resilience to the cold. Chun Feng stood up, donned a down jacket, wrapping himself warmly. This was a creature with abilities, and it was imperative to bring home. Moreover, a dog was far more reliable than a person. Chun Feng had no fear of betrayal. After ensuring he was properly bundled up, Chun Feng made his way to the underground garage. The courtyard was piled with snow, making movement difficult. The garage would be much more convenient. However, upon opening the garage door, he found a large group of residents gathered inside, all discussing their next steps. Most were still optimistic, believing the blizzard would soon cease. As soon as Chun Feng exited the garage, he spotted Su Qing's family rushing toward him from afar, their demeanor brimming with fury. Chun Feng, return our house and money, or we won't hold back. Chapter 32. What is he planning? Su Qing's family had mobilized. They were determined to extract something from Chun Feng. Even if they couldn't reclaim their house now, they needed clothes and silk quilts. Otherwise, the matter would not end today. Chun Feng surveyed them. Noticing they were all bundled in ill-fitting garments, stuffed with curtains, making them appear particularly bulky. "Well, it seems you managed to acquire some clothing after all," Chun Feng remarked with a smile. The disaster had only just begun. Human nature had yet to change, and many were still bound by moral and legal constraints. Neighborly assistance was still common. However, in a few days, people would realize the value of resources and would no longer lend anything. Su Qing's group was fortunate to have borrowed quite a bit on the first day. "Chun Feng, you are truly malicious. Do you realize we almost froze to death because of you?" Su Qing seethed with anger, and the others closed in around her, indicating they would not let him go without an explanation today. "Isn't this just poetic justice? You were so arrogant back then, and now look at you. And you had the audacity to betray me. It would be too lenient to simply end your family." Chun Feng had no intention of pretending any longer. The world was already frozen over, so what was the point in maintaining a facade? Upon hearing his words, Su Qing and her family were visibly shocked. This was not the Chun Feng they had known, the one they could bully at will. This man before them was clearly no longer the ineffectual individual they once perceived. "Chun Feng, I never expected you to be so vindictive. I misjudged you." Su Qing shook her head, and beside her, Wang Hao and Su Jiqiang appeared ready to take action. "Did they misjudge me?" Chun Feng chuckled softly, realizing that he was the one who truly misjudged people. Otherwise, he would not have endured such hardship in his past life. "So, they intend to make a move now?" Chun Feng narrowed his eyes, his expression revealing an indifferent demeanor. If it came to blows, he would not hesitate to incapacitate this group. Many bystanders had also noticed the situation, watching with the eagerness of spectators at a show. The Su family truly lacked shame. Having already tarnished their reputation, they still had the audacity to approach Chun Feng for money. Indeed, their family seemed entirely consumed by greed, disregarding all notions of propriety and honor. However, Chun Feng was undeniably ruthless, employing means that were far from ordinary to evict others from their residences. They deserved it. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, the expressions of the Su family members grew increasingly grim. It was evident that their family's reputation in the community had been irreparably damaged. "We are merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to us. Is there something wrong with that?" "Chun Feng, your actions are illegal," Su Jiqiang declared, his irritation palpable as he clenched his fists. "Are you looking for a fight? It seems your hand is completely healed." Chun Feng's tone shifted, exuding an imposing aura, a sudden surge of menace emanating from him. Surviving for 2.5 years in the apocalyptic environment and managing to sustain a large family was not solely due to luck. In an instant, several individuals flinched, their legs trembling. "Chun Feng, if you agree to give us a few down jackets, I will forgive you. Is that acceptable?" Su Qing, startled, lowered her voice and nervously inquired. Yet, Chun Feng merely shot her a disdainful glance. He was no fool, and such a crude attempt to deceive him was laughable. His gaze swept over to Zhao Qian. "Qian Qian, why are you still associating with that worthless individual?" Zhao Qian could not help but scoff at his words, but it was clear that her previous arrogance had vanished. Upon seeing the down jacket Chun Feng wore, she realized it must be quite warm. If it weren't for her pride, she would have certainly approached him for one. "Chun Feng, what do you plan to do?" Su Jiqiang's face turned pale as he pulled Zhao Qian behind him. "Nothing much. Just wanted to inform Zhao Qian that you will not be receiving a single penny from me. The villa, the savings, none of it has anything to do with you. Did you not claim that your money was joint property? Aren't you leaving with nothing?" Zhao Qian quickly asked. "Haha, while I may be leaving with nothing, that does not imply it is joint property. You are not foolish. Think carefully. If my money were joint property, would it not have been frozen long ago? Would they still be waiting until now?" "Su Jiqiang, what is going on?" Zhao Qian could no longer contain her fury, her eyes blazing with anger. "Qian Qian, do not listen to his nonsense. We have a house." Su Jiqiang frantically pulled Zhao Qian closer. "Haha, you speak of having a house. Yet if that house were truly yours, would you have been evicted?" Chun Feng stoked the flames further. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian immediately grew displeased and demanded to know the truth. Su Dahua and his wife, unwilling to relent, exchanged glances with Chun Feng before joining the effort to persuade Zhao Qian. Regardless of the situation, they needed to stabilize their son's girlfriend first. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had little desire to continue the quarrel. The crowd around him pointed and whispered, but he remained indifferent. Instead, his attention was drawn to Lin Feier and Xiao Lulu nearby. The two were clad in down jackets, yet even in such attire, their star quality was undeniable. "Big Star, would you care to visit my home? My bed is quite warm." Chen Feng waved, but his blatant words only incited further disdain from Lin Feier. "Shameless scoundrel," she huffed, turning her head away. Xiao Lulu, though silent, kept her gaze fixed on Chen Feng. She recognized the jacket he wore, which was not cheap, costing over 200,000. Chen Feng paid her little mind. Although he held a certain fondness for Lin Feier, he would not fawn over her for no reason. In the apocalypse, while many resources were scarce, he had no shortage of beautiful women to contend with. Upon reaching the underground garage exit, Chen Feng felt a chilling draft sweep over him. Clearly, the external temperature was frigid. What was he planning to do? A group of onlookers watched Chen Feng with curiosity. However, when they saw him step outside the underground garage, gasps erupted among them. Was he out his mind? With such low temperatures outside, did he not fear freezing to death? Chapter 33. No one else shall reside here. Such a person deserves to die. Old Lady Su glared venomously at the garage exit, where only Chen Feng's footprints remained. In this cold weather, stepping outside could lead to freezing. She had witnessed individuals perish in such conditions firsthand. Initially, she had intended to deal with Chen Feng, but now he seemed to have chosen his own demise. Meanwhile, the Su family, still bickering, halted their commotion upon witnessing Chen Feng's departure. "Wonderful. That brat is dead. His villa and house now belong to us." Su Jiqiang eagerly grasped Zhao Qian, urging her to cease her protests. "Qian, if that scoundrel is dead, his villa is ours, and I will make you the lady of the house." "Exactly. While we may not have clarified the financial matters, now you see, his belongings are ours. Let's not even speak of 200,000 in betrothal gifts. We could claim 500,000. Su Dahua's confidence surged. He was no longer interested in returning to his own house. Chen Feng's villa was right there before him. So why not go directly to the villa? Moreover, and more importantly, that villa contained down jackets and silk quilts, items they desperately needed. The group excitedly approached Chen Feng's garage. Given that it was a villa, Chen Feng's garage was located in the basement. To enter the villa, they merely needed to go through here. The onlookers were expressions of disbelief. This family was utterly shameless. Even before Chen Feng's divorce, they had exploited him and sullied his name, and now, post-divorce, they were still coveting his wealth. And now, with Chen Feng's demise, they were setting their sights on his villa. Truly bizarre. Birds of a feather flocked together. Lin Feier scoffed, looking down upon Chen Feng and harboring no better feelings for the Su family. As for Xiao Lulu, she felt a pang of regret. Originally, that villa had been her target, but Chen Feng's demise had come too swiftly, inadvertently benefiting this family. The Su family, filled with excitement, reached the garage only to suddenly remember they had no key. The group fell silent, bewildered. What now? The garage was locked, and if they attempted to climb over the outer courtyard, they would likely freeze to death. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and open the door," Zhao Qian cried, impatient to enter and don a down jacket. Qian, we might have to wait a bit. We don't have the key," Su Jiqiang replied, only to receive a kick from Zhao Qian in frustration. She had never encountered someone so incompetent, utterly unable to accomplish anything. The surrounding crowd looked on with derision at this family. "Perhaps you should just give up. That villa has nothing to do with you." Someone couldn't help but mock. "What do you mean it has nothing to do with us? It belongs to us. That brat owes us." Su Dahua nonchalantly remarked, "I owe you nothing. At our age, how can you be so shameless?" Just then, a voice rang out. A crowd, filled with skepticism, turned towards the exit, revealing expressions of disbelief. Chen Feng had returned unscathed, cradling a dog in his arms. What on earth? How is he unharmed? Those three were frozen to death in mere seconds, yet he was outside for over 5 minutes. Someone exclaimed, unable to contain their astonishment. It must be his clothing. That down jacket is remarkably warm and can withstand extreme cold. Eventually, someone in the crowd recognized the quality of Chen Feng's attire. Even the best cannot endure temperatures of -40 degrees. While other jackets may falter, This one is worn by Antarctic workers, where temperatures are comparable to this place. Instantly, the crowd's gaze fixated on Chun Feng's jacket, with many nearly drooling. With this, one could be granted a second chance at life. I wondered why he ventured outside without a care for the cold. Someone murmured. Especially upon seeing Chun Feng return with a dog, they realized he had only gone out to rescue it. Lin Feier's demeanor shifted, clearly altering her attitude towards Chun Feng. The Su family wore grim expressions upon his return, as they had never anticipated he would survive, thus derailing their inheritance scheme. I've seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. You still wish to enter my villa? Chun Feng scoffed. I'd rather let the dog stay than allow you in. Begone. Although anger simmered within them, they dared not confront Chun Feng, especially since Su Jiqiang and Wang Hao had witnessed his prowess. However, just as the family stepped aside, Luo Zhongyuan approached, blocking Chun Feng's path. The onlookers held their breath, aware of the animosity between Chun Feng and Luo Zhongyuan. Luo was known to be ruthless, and given his vengeful nature, Chun Feng seemed to be in deep trouble. What do you want? Chun Feng squinted, his smile growing increasingly radiant. He had intended to toy with these individuals, but if they insisted on being blind to the situation, he had no qualms about teaching them a lesson. Give me your down jacket. Luo Zhongyuan looked at Chun Feng with disdain, reaching out his hand, clearly intent on seizing the garment. The theft of the jacket was merely an excuse. The real objective was to deal with Chun Feng. Chun Feng, not one to be outsmarted, easily evaded Luo's grasp, mockingly observing him. I advise you not to provoke me, or you may come to regret it. You think you can threaten me? In this situation, even Master, who cannot save you. Chun Feng was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. You really don't think my support is Master Who, do you? Of course, if it weren't for him, I would have already incapacitated you last time. Luo Zhongyuan glared coldly at Chun Feng. You harmed my son and struck my mother. If you hand over your jacket and kneel to apologize, I might spare your life. Sorry, but you can forget about that jacket, Chun Feng replied with a dismissive shake of his head. Before he could continue, Su Qing interjected. Chun Feng, you have 2 trucks full of down jackets at home that you can hardly wear. You want to give even one to Brother Luo? Isn't that a bit disrespectful? Her words instantly darkened Chun Feng's expression, realizing that she was indeed a woman with a malicious heart. He understood her intention was not merely to stir up conflict with Luo Zhongyuan, but to incite the crowd against him, positioning him as the enemy. People are such strange beings, always unable to bear the sight of others doing well. Chun Feng had anticipated that his affairs would come to light, but he never thought it would stem from Su Qing. Several trucks? Does he really have that much? Luo Zhongyuan squinted, his gaze fixed on Chun Feng. Indeed, Brother Luo, this is absolutely true. I witnessed it myself. Su Jiqiang, eager to escalate the situation, hurriedly approached Luo Zhongyuan. Even his peripheral vision was filled with mockery. Chun Feng, you were so arrogant. Let us see how you handle this. If you refuse to give us jackets, I will ensure you suffer. At this point, not only Luo Zhongyuan, but even others in the vicinity fixated their fervent gazes upon Chun Feng, advancing toward him one by one. Chun Feng, with all those jackets you possess, surely you could spare a few? Once this heavy snowfall ends, I will return them to you. Luo Zhongyuan's demeanor had grown increasingly audacious, exuding an air that suggested he was ready to resort to violence at any moment. Yet Chun Feng remained unfazed, merely chuckling derisively at Luo Zhongyuan. Who do you think you are, coming here to demand my clothes? I'm not your father. What gives you the right? As he placed the black dog on the ground, he responded casually. This time, before Luo Zhongyuan could speak, the neighbors chimed in. Chun Feng, most of us are unprepared for winter clothing. You have so many. It would be wise to share, as everyone needs warm attire. Old Lady Zhou positioned herself on the moral high ground. Yes, you possess so many jackets. Sharing 1 or 2 with us would be no issue. Indeed, Chun Feng, if you grant me a down jacket, I will be sure to express my gratitude. The crowd buzzed incessantly. Chun Feng, however, gazed at them with exasperation. You wish to morally coerce me? How absurd. I purchased these with my own money. Each jacket costs a fortune. If you desire one, buy it yourself. A fortune? Are you out of your mind? The crowd erupted in indignation. Old Lady Zhou could no longer contain her anger, exclaiming, "Chun Feng, have you lost your senses? Are you trying to profit off your neighbors? Exactly, you are price gouging. That is illegal. Do not go too far. I am a staff member of the relevant authorities, and I command you to surrender those jackets immediately, or I will see you imprisoned." The atmosphere grew charged as the crowd's emotions flared. Initially, they had a decent impression of Chun Feng, but now all goodwill had evaporated. "Chun Feng, you deserve this." The Su family reveled in their secret delight, believing Chun Feng was doomed. "Am I insane?" Chun Feng stared incredulously at the crowd. "I never said I would sell you the jackets. I merely stated their worth. Even if they offered money now, no one would be foolish enough to sell to them." The crowd fell silent, their dissatisfaction growing. "Will you just stand by and watch as your neighbors freeze to death? Do you have no conscience? Crazy. Why should their plight concern me? Arrogant." Luo Zhongyuan found satisfaction in Chun Feng's arrogance. Initially hesitant to act against Chun Feng for fear of inciting the crowd's animosity, his worries had dissipated. Given Chun Feng's reckless behavior, he now felt justified in taking action, believing it to be a righteous cause. "You will hand over those jackets today. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious." Luo Zhongyuan spoke as he approached Chun Feng, preparing to seize the man before him. However, in a sudden twist, Chun Feng evaded his grasp. With a resounding slap, Luo Zhongyuan found himself stunned, his face stinging from the unexpected blow. "You dare to strike me?" he exclaimed in disbelief, clutching his face. Yet before he could finish his protest, he saw Chun Feng charging toward him like a crow taking flight. "You dare to act so arrogantly before me? Have you not assessed your own worth?" Chun Feng showed no restraint, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks without holding back. "In this post-apocalyptic world, you still dare to flaunt your superiority before me? Do you truly believe I lack temper?" Despite Luo Zhongyuan's bravado and some skill, he was no match for Chun Feng and was soon reduced to a wailing mess. Onlookers around them grew tense, initially prepared to condemn Chun Feng. Yet they were taken aback by his ferocity. "You dare to strike my son? I will not let this go." Elder Zhou attempted to intervene, only to be kicked aside by Chun Feng, rolling across the ground before coming to a halt. "Is there no sense of justice? You even dare to strike an old woman like me? Someone must judge this." Frustrated, she lamented, "You continue to act so brazenly before me, thinking I am easy to bully?" Chun Feng spat dismissively, eyeing the battered Luo Zhongyuan, just as Zhou's daughter-in-law rushed forward. "Mr. Chun, please show mercy and spare my husband. I apologize on his behalf." It must be said, Luo Yin was indeed a striking beauty. Even in her bulky attire, her allure remained undeniable. "For the sake of your wife, I shall let you off this time. But should there be a next time, I will render you helpless," Chun Feng declared, disregarding Luo Zhongyuan's murderous glare as he cradled the black dog and retreated to his garage, returning to his villa. Once Chun Feng departed, the crowd around them began to disperse. "That scoundrel! I will make him pay." Luo Zhongyuan seethed, teeth clenched in fury. "Husband, perhaps we should let this go?" Qin Yin spoke nervously, sensing Chun Feng's formidable nature. "Let go? You let your man be beaten, and you suggest I let it slide? That man is not to be trifled with." Luo Zhongyuan snapped, turning to Qin Yin and striking her without a second thought. "You wretched woman, whose wife are you? You dare to speak on behalf of that scoundrel. He halted only because of your words. Are you having an affair with him?" Luo Zhongyuan's grip tightened around Qin Yin's neck, seemingly intent on unleashing all his fury upon her. "Enough. Do not take your anger out on your own family. That Chun Feng is no ordinary man. How do you plan to deal with him?" Elder Zhou questioned, unwilling to relent. "Do not worry. He will pay dearly in due time." Upon returning home, Xiao Lulu sat in her chair, unable to suppress her murmurs. "I never expected Chun Feng to possess such remarkable skills." Today's performance had indeed left her quite impressed. Even Luo Zhongyuan, that ruffian, had been easily dealt with. How manly. So what if he is skilled? He is still a scoundrel. Lin Feier scoffed, dismissing Chun Feng as no different from Cad. He called for someone to crawl in a bed with him at their first meeting. What kind of decent person is that? You would do well to keep your distance from him. Try to avoid him as much as possible, understand? Lin Feier declared, promptly burying herself in the sofa's blanket. Though her family was relatively well off, with warm blankets for winter and high-quality belongings, the bitter cold outside posed little issue. Understood, rest assured. Xiao Lulu replied before secretly messaging Chen Feng. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Chen Feng scrutinized the large black dog in his grasp. It increasingly resembled the awakened canine with ice abilities from the apocalypse. Who would have thought we would be so fated? Chen Feng marveled, reminiscing about feeding the dog on multiple occasions during recent events. Their bond had formed over time, and today, it had willingly accompanied him home. From now on, we shall share our lives together. As long as I have food, you shall never go hungry. Chen Feng examined the dog closely, observing its head, tail, back, and belly. Eventually, the large black dog presented its rear to him, as if to say, "Do not think I am oblivious to your thoughts. Come closer and sniff if you dare. I, Chen Feng, am not the type to be easily swayed by such antics. Move your rear away," he retorted. "Since we are to embark on a journey in this desolate world, we must have a grand name. Given your pitch-black coat, let us call you Hei Huang." Chen Feng proclaimed earnestly, yet the black dog recoiled in sheer horror, its fur standing on end. "Woof, that name bears immense significance. I cannot bear such a burden. Are you trying to doom me?" Seeing the dog's frantic shaking of its head, Chen Feng realized it was displeased with the name. After much contemplation, he suggested, "How about we settle on Lao Hei instead?" The black dog eagerly nodded, relieved as long as it was not the previous name. "Lao Hei, woof, Lao Hei, woof woof woof." The man and dog frolicked within the villa, a welcome reprieve in the harshness of the apocalypse. In a world where trust was scarce, having a creature to converse with was a blessing. Regardless of whether it possessed extraordinary abilities, it would help alleviate the monotony of daily life. After feeding Lao Hei, Chen Feng returned to the sofa to read. His phone vibrated, revealing a message from Xiao Lulu. "Chen Feng, do you truly have that many down jackets?" "Yes, indeed." Chen Feng replied without reservation, recognizing the information was already widely known. "Could you spare a set for me? The sudden drop in temperature has left me freezing," Xiao Lulu implored. "Of course, if you spend the night with me, I can give you a down jacket." Xiao Lulu's confidence faltered upon receiving this message. She indeed wished to win Chen Feng's affections, aspiring to be the mistress of the villa. Yet, Chen Feng's proposition, akin to a price tag, left her feeling belittled. Is this a joke? The down jacket may be valuable, but I am not lacking. I am perfectly warm in Lin Feyer's clothes. Despite her anger, she refrained from expressing it, hastily responding, "Mr. Chen, do you not desire someone to keep you company in this frigid weather, to care for you?" Chen Feng, perceiving her tone, lost interest in continuing the conversation. The thought of residing in the villa seemed ludicrous. Am I seeking my own demise? He set his phone aside and resumed his perusal of the book in hand. This volume detailed traditional martial arts from Shenzhou, including records of Tong Bei Quan, Tai Sha Zhang, and Wu Xing Quan. After enduring the trials of the apocalypse for so long, Chen Feng understood that strength was paramount. Though he possessed abilities and firearms, he still aimed to enhance his martial prowess. Following the illustrations and video tutorials would yield minor improvements, but any progress was better than none. After all, with idle time on his hands, he could either train or spend his days watching action films. After finishing his meal, Lao Hei approached Chen Feng, curiously eyeing the book he held. "You cannot comprehend these teachings. They are far too challenging for you." Chen Feng chuckled, teasing the bewildered dog. Moments later, as Chen Feng remained engrossed in his reading, his phone chimed once more. This time, it was a message from Zhao Qian. Having previously been blocked, it appeared she had added him back. "Chen Feng, is it true that the Su family is as destitute as you claimed?" "Yes, that seems accurate. Otherwise, they would not be renting." "Sujia." Zhao Qian glanced at the message sent by Chen Feng, her heart swelling with indignation. The Su family had shown themselves to be utterly despicable, managing to deceive her so profoundly. Having just returned home, she had already raised a ruckus. But the biting cold outside rendered escape impossible, leaving her no choice but to lock herself in the bathroom to reach out to Chen Feng. The chill was unbearable. She had never endured such hardship in her life. "Were you plotting against the Su family from the very beginning, digging pits for them in secret? Indeed, how wicked you are, failing to give me any warning and causing me to be so thoroughly duped by that family. Reading her reply, Chun Feng couldn't help but chuckle. So she was materialistic and blind, and now, faced with this predicament, she dared to blame him? Chun Feng Gij, are the words you spoke last time still valid? What words? Chun Feng feigned ignorance, having never encountered someone as mercenary as Zhao Qian. Once he realized she held no value, she was no longer worth his time. She had behaved the same way towards him before, and now she was turning her attention to Su Jiqiang. Of course, I meant marrying you. Chun Feng Gij, I've agreed to be with you, and after all I've been through, I've come to realize that I've always liked you. I'm coming to your house right away. Could you please let me in? As she sent a flurry of texts, Chun Feng, without a moment's thought, tossed his phone aside. Instead of wasting time on Zhao Qian, he would rather amuse himself with Lao He. Meanwhile, at the home of old lady Zhou, Luo Zhongyuan, brandishing a steel rod and a set of burglary tools, stormed out in a fit of rage. Calm down, dear. What if things go awry? What'll we do then? Qin Yin attempted to intervene, but was shoved aside by Luo Zhongyuan. Stop with the nonsense. I must take care of him today. Chapter 36. A complete misunderstanding. Chun Feng had inflicted such grievous harm upon him that he had lost all face. No matter what, he had to retaliate. Qin Yin, filled with worry, knew she could not dissuade him and could only sigh repeatedly. In contrast, old lady Zhou offered no counsel but continued to berate him. Make sure to deal with that scoundrel properly and avenge me. He kicked me so hard that I'm still in pain. Don't worry, Mom. I'll bring him before you and make him apologize. Though he'd been beaten by Chun Feng earlier, Luo Zhongyuan did not believe he was incapable of defeating him. It was merely a momentary lapse that had led to his surprise attack. After years of navigating the underbelly of society, he could not possibly be bested by someone like Chun Feng. Ridiculous. Grandma, I'm cold. Luo Xiaolong, bundled in a thick quilt, shouted. Just wait a moment. I'll have your father bring you some down jackets. Son, just hang in there. I promise you'll be warm soon. With that, Luo Zhongyuan grabbed his tools and headed out. The underground garage of the entire complex was deserted, and he jogged to the spot where Chun Feng's car was parked. As he approached the garage, Chun Feng received an alert on his phone. During the renovation of the villa, the entire underground garage had been equipped with various alarm systems, and it had undergone special modifications. When he opened the surveillance app on his phone and saw Luo Zhongyuan sneaking around outside his garage with tools in hand, he couldn't help but laugh. The entire villa, including the basement, was protected by titanium alloy steel plates. And even the door was a double-layer design crafted specifically by Chun Feng, each door a half-meter thick titanium alloy. Did he really think he could break in with those tools? It was laughable. After futilely trying to pry the door open with his crowbar for quite some time, Luo Zhongyuan realized the futility of his efforts. His attempts seemed utterly useless. This door had been modified by Chun Feng and appeared exceptionally sturdy. What on earth did this waste do to make the door so solid? He muttered, raising his hammer to strike the door. If he couldn't pry it open, surely sheer force would work. By this point, he had no fear of being discovered. Bang! With one mighty blow, the door remained unscathed, while his hand throbbed painfully. What material was this door made of? At that moment, Luo Zhongyuan was genuinely astonished. For a typical door, even if he couldn't break it down, at least it would be deformed from his strike. Yet this door was remarkably resilient. Upon closer inspection of the spot he had just struck, he was shocked to find not even a dent. Suddenly, a tingling sensation coursed through his fingertips, intensifying rapidly. Electricity? He was momentarily bewildered before realizing the truth. Just as he intended to withdraw his hand, the current surged, causing him to leap up as if dancing the disco. It was only after 30 seconds that the electric shock ceased, leaving him sprawled on the ground, twitching. Chun Feng, you son of a... Who in their right mind would install such a contraption in their basement? As the basement door opened, Chun Feng sauntered out leisurely with Lao He. I wondered who was causing such a ruckus. Turns out it's you. Chun Feng chuckled as he approached, unable to resist delivering a kick. What? Are you still not convinced after my last beating? Do you need another? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Chun Feng, I thought there was something wrong with your door, so I came with tools to help you fix it. Luo Zhongyuan pleaded frantically, no longer daring to provoke Chen Feng, at least not at this moment. Huh! Chen Feng let out a cold laugh, waving at Lao He, who eagerly trotted over to Luo Zhongyan and, lifting his leg, relieved himself on his face. Woof woof. I've marked my territory. This guy is mine now. Lao He proudly wagged his tail as he returned to Chen Feng's side, leaving Luo Zhongyuan utterly dumbfounded. This was absurd. He had just had his face washed by a dog. You should hurry home before you catch a cold. Life is already so dull. Without you to entertain me, I'd be quite lonely. Chen Feng glared at the now furious Luo Zhongyuan and sent him flying with a kick. With that, he and Lao He returned to the villa. Watching the garage door slowly close, Luo Zhongyuan's expression turned menacing. Chen Feng, you have guts. Just you wait. I will kill you one day, he shouted angrily, and many passers-by stopped to witness the scene, unable to suppress their astonishment. Bad people truly attract bad outcomes. Normally, no one dared to provoke this man, but now, watching Chen Feng handle him with ease, Luo Zhongyuan could do nothing but suffer humiliation. After lying in the underground parking lot for about 10 minutes, Luo Zhongyuan was hastily pulled home by Qin Yin, who had heard the news. Otherwise, he would have likely frozen to death there. Watching the surveillance footage return to calm, Chen Feng finally exited the interface. Luo Zhongyuan would likely not survive for long. Given the humiliation he had just endured, it wouldn't be long before he sought revenge. However, he thought perhaps this was the perfect opportunity to establish some authority, lest there be persistent troublemakers seeking to harm me. Woof woof. Lao He chimed in eagerly, pleased with the outcome. That fellow had previously kicked him. He was no good, and this was well-deserved. Just as he exited the surveillance screen, notifications began flooding in from the owner-s group. Chen Feng opened the messages to find old lady Zhou furiously venting her wrath and issuing threats. Unfortunately for her, Chen Feng was utterly unfazed. Meanwhile, the majority of other residents in the community were merely spectators, enjoying the spectacle. Chen Feng, you're breaking the law. After hitting my son multiple times, you can expect to face prison time. After old lady Zhou's furious tirade, she fell silent when Chen Feng did not respond. Just as he was about to set his phone down, she spoke up again. Neighbors, does anyone have cold medicine? My grandson has a cold and fever, and we urgently need medication. After old lady Zhou made her plea, there was no response in the group for quite a while, prompting her to send a voice message. Neighbors, could someone lend me some cold medicine? I would be immensely grateful. My grandson is in serious condition, and without medication and unable to go to the hospital, it could lead to dire consequences. I beg everyone. Unfortunately, old lady Zhou's family had a poor reputation, and no one was inclined to assist her. Just as her anxiety peaked with no replies, Chen Feng posted a picture in the group. In the image, a towering pile of cold medicine stood before Chen Feng. Old lady Zhou, do you require this children's cold medicine, or this antiviral cold medicine, or perhaps this fever-reducing cold medicine? Chapter 37, Power Outage. Haha. Chen Feng is clearly trying to provoke Luo Zhongyuan's family. It's utterly hilarious. Numerous neighbors chuckled at Chen Feng's photo, all too aware of the discord between him and old lady Zhou's family. Even if he had cold medicine, he likely wouldn't share it. Old lady Zhou, upon seeing Chen Feng's message, gritted her teeth in anger, wishing she could obliterate him. Yet, needing cold medicine, she suppressed her fury and began typing in the group. Chen Feng, if you give me some cold medicine, I will consider letting you off the hook. I won't report you. Are you out of your mind? After all this, it's still my fault? Chen Feng scoffed and, dismissing the need to type, unleashed a tirade via voice message. How is it not your fault? Your son has hit mine twice. This is deliberate harm. So many neighbors witnessed it. They can all testify. Old lady Zhou interjected, her tone righteous. Yet, not a single person in the group offered to corroborate her claims. I hit your son because he deserved it. He tries to bully others while being utterly inept. Chen Feng complained to his phone. If I had been the one hit, you would have rejoiced, but your son is incompetent. What can be done? Chen Feng, do you think you can justify your violence? I will call the police right now, and when the enforcement team arrives, you won't have a chance to regret it. I fear you not. Don't say I didn't warn you. It's best you don't come looking for trouble in my home, or I'll hit you every time I see you. At such times, Threatening him was nothing short of absurd. If the enforcement team were effective, he wouldn't be so audacious. Listening to Chun Feng's words, old lady Zhou's rage boiled over. She had never encountered anyone so infuriating, unable to retaliate, unable to win an argument, and completely indifferent to her tantrums. It felt as though every blow she struck landed on air. Meanwhile, the neighbors observed with quiet amusement, realizing that old lady Zhou's family had finally met their match. Knowing she could not best Chun Feng or acquire cold medicine from him, old lady Zhou continued to plead in the group. Could someone lend me 2 boxes of cold medicine? I would repay you tenfold. Old lady, what good are your empty promises? It's freezing outside, and even if someone has cold medicine, they won't part with it. Who wouldn't want to keep it for themselves? Why not offer money? With that, Chun Feng's words silenced those who had considered helping. Indeed, with temperatures so low and the heavy snow blocking the community, acquiring medicine was nearly impossible. Why would anyone risk their own health for old lady Zhou's family? Old lady Zhou, incensed by Chun Feng's continual disruptions, seethed. That scoundrel! I will make him pay for this. Son, you must help me avenge this grievance. Lying in bed, Luo Zhengren took a moment to gather himself before responding. Let me rest a bit, and I will ensure he pays dearly. Message the neighbors privately and see who can spare some medicine. Don't engage with him in the group. Hearing this, old lady Zhou quickly began sending private messages. Yet, the situation remained grim. After all, Chun Feng had already indicated that few were willing to assist. As Chun Feng glanced at the still quiet group, he was about to set his phone down when a friend request popped up. It was Qin Yin, Luo Zhongyuan's wife. Intrigued, he hadn't anticipated she would reach out to him. Once he accepted her request, she immediately sent a message. Mr. Chun, do you really have that much cold medicine? Clearly, Qin Yin was also seeking cold medicine. Under such circumstances, acquiring it was nearly impossible. Yes, I have plenty. I'm certain I possess what you need. Could you spare me 2 boxes? They are quite precious right now, but if you're willing to engage in some exercise with me, I can offer you 2 boxes. Chun Feng replied in an extremely calm tone. Qin Yin was quite beautiful, one of the most striking in the entire community, and many residents harbored desires for her. Chun Feng, being an ordinary man, was no exception. In this dire post-apocalyptic world, medicine was incredibly valuable, and he had no intention of giving it away for free. On the other side of the phone, Qin Yin did not respond, leaving him uncertain whether she was angry or merely contemplating. However, Chun Feng was indifferent. The group soon buzzed with chatter again, as people complained about the frigid weather. Suddenly, one message caught Chun Feng's attention. I have cold medicine. Where are you? I can deliver it. The sender, a user named Xinjing Ningjing, even tagged old lady Zhou. Thank you, Dr. He Jing. I am in building 2, apartment 301. I'm incredibly grateful. Old lady Zhou exclaimed, elated. After asking around, she had received no responses, but unexpectedly, there was still a good Samaritan in the group. No problem. I'm on my way. Great. I'm waiting for you. After her reply, old lady Zhou began to gloat in the group. See, this is what we call generosity. Dr. He Jing exemplifies true character. In times of great difficulty, we neighbors must help each other to overcome challenges. Unlike some, who hoard emergency supplies and refuse to share. Such people, even if they begged me, wouldn't receive my help. Chun Feng rolled his eyes in disbelief and clicked on He Jing's social media profile, discovering it was filled with hospital promotional material. Clearly, they were a compassionate doctor. Were it not for their profession, they likely wouldn't have offered assistance in such dire circumstances. Regrettably, such goodwill in the harsh reality of a post-apocalyptic world often leads to one's downfall. Chun Feng bore no resentment toward the person who disrupted his plans. Instead, he mused that if Dr. He Jing were attractive, perhaps he could win her over, securing her loyalty. After all, in this world, doctors are invaluable. He possessed medicine, but lacked the skills to heal complicated ailments, making it essential to find an opportunity to connect. In his previous life, he had merely heard of a doctor in the community, but had little interaction, leaving him with no impression of He Jing. After having a bite to eat, he lay down to sleep. What transpired outside was of little consequence to him, and he had no desire to meddle, until the next evening, when the lights in his room abruptly went out, and just 2 seconds later, they flickered back on. prompting Chun Feng to rise and peer out the window. Outside, the community was engulfed in darkness. The power was out, and the difficulty of survival in this post-apocalyptic world had once again escalated. Chapter 38. You don't have a generator, do you? What's going on? How could there be a power outage? This is a significant issue. I can't even use my little son. In the community group, chaos erupted as residents began to voice their concerns. Due to the extreme cold, their air conditioning units had long ceased to function. However, the small heater still proved somewhat useful, and they managed to utilize appliances like the electric kettle. But now, with the power cut, they found themselves completely unable to keep warm. A group of people erupted into chaos. What on earth is happening? Is it a joke to cut off water and electricity in such conditions? Even if we are indoors, we might freeze to death. Someone couldn't help but voice their frustration, questioning the difference between this situation and a malicious act that threatens lives. It was likely that only certain lines were down. After all, with such heavy snowfall, issues were to be expected. Yes, the repair crew must be on their way. Haven't you noticed? Our mobile network is still operational, indicating that the signal tower's power supply continues. A reminder from someone in the group eased the tension momentarily. That's right. There's no need to worry too much. They reassured. Chun Feng observed the reactions of the others and couldn't help but shake his head. They were, after all, too naive, still holding on to the hope that everything would be resolved without difficulty. In about an hour, an official announcement would likely be sent out. He recalled from his previous life experiences. After a power outage, an official message would typically reach everyone's phones, shattering their hopes and expectations. Sure enough, an hour later, amidst the grumbling, their phones began to buzz with messages. Due to the blizzard, power resources were scarce, and now electricity would be supplied for only 2 hours daily starting at noon. They were advised to arrange their power use accordingly, and the concentrated supply would be lifted once the heavy snow ceased. A wave of disappointment washed over the crowd. The news left them in shock. What? Only 2 hours of power each day? Is this a death sentence? Someone shouted angrily. 2 hours a day meant they would only have that time to cook, effectively reducing their meals to one a day. In this frigid weather, how could they possibly stay warm? No, we need to call and complain immediately, someone exclaimed, and soon the group rallied in agreement. However, it wasn't too long before more complaints arose. Damn it, the complaint hotline is down. They clearly anticipated this. Quick, someone needs to report this to the relevant authorities. Otherwise, we'll freeze to death. Someone urged, and even though many agreed, no one was willing to venture out. In such low temperatures, going out means certain death. Doesn't Chun Feng have a down jacket? He went out last time and was fine. Let him go find someone. Old Lady Zhou interjected, directing her frustration towards Chun Feng. Yes, let us send Chun Feng out to find help. He probably won't agree. How would he refuse? This concerns the lives of thousands in our community, Old Lady Zhou proclaimed, positioning herself on the moral high ground. If he doesn't want to share his down jacket, then he should be the one to seek help. Yes, I support Old Lady Zhou's suggestion. The group echoed her sentiment, tagging Chun Feng repeatedly in the chat. Meanwhile, Chun Feng was blissfully unaware, engrossed in a playful tussle with his large black dog, wearing only a short-sleeved shirt. After dinner, he felt the need to exercise a bit. Old Black, take this. Face my iron horse formation. The dog, Old Black, looked serious, as if it had finally met a worthy opponent. They went on to engage in a playful battle, and Chun Feng felt exhilarated, thinking that this dog was indeed extraordinary. Old Black, upon hearing Chun Feng's command to not relieve itself in the living room, hurried off to the designated area Chun Feng had prepared for it. Remember to flush, otherwise, you'll be punished by not eating steak for your midnight snack. Content with Old Black's response, Chun Feng settled down to rest, increasingly convinced that this was no ordinary dog. The scene of Chun Feng and Old Black play fighting was captured by Xiao Lulu, who stood by the window, bundled in thick down jackets and blankets, eyes wide with disbelief. The entire neighborhood had plunged into darkness, yet Chun Feng's home was brightly lit. More astonishingly, he was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt, and it didn't seem cold inside his house. Xiao Lulu was completely taken aback. Since the power outage, she had experienced an unbearable chill. Initially, Lin Feyer's home had electric blankets and small heaters to keep warm, but now they had to rely solely on down jackets and blankets to survive the cold. How wonderful it would be to stay in Chun Feng's villa. Without hesitation, she sent another message to him. Just as Chun Feng settled down, his phone rang incessantly. Opening it, he automatically skipped past Xiao Lulu's message and found himself bombarded in the homeowner's chat. A multitude of people had tagged him, many brazenly demanding that he go out to seek help. Among the loudest was old lady Zhou. Chun Feng, upon reading her self-righteous comments about acting for the good of the community, felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Old lady Zhou, stop dragging me into your mess. If you're so eager, why don't you go out and find help yourself? With all those down jackets you have, shouldn't you go out instead? If I had those, I would certainly take responsibility. His retorts left old lady Zhou speechless, and with a sudden question from someone in the group, the chatter quieted down. Chun Feng, how come your house still has power while the rest of the neighborhood is in darkness? Many noticed for the first time that Chun Feng's home was indeed illuminated. What's going on? Chun Feng, enlighten us. With rising dissatisfaction, the group's tone shifted, clearly envious of his situation. Why does your house have power? Old lady Zhou coldly questioned, sensing an opportunity to undermine him. I have a diesel generator. Why would I lose power? This is just standard procedure, Chun Feng replied unabashedly, further provoking old lady Zhou. Don't tell me your home doesn't even have a generator? In this cold weather without power, aren't you afraid of freezing, you old hag? That scoundrel. I will make him pay dearly for this. Son, you must help me take revenge. Old lady Zhou's face turned green with rage as she watched Chun Feng insult her in front of so many. Luo Zhonghua seethed with anger. Having never experienced such humiliation, rest assured, I will deal with him. He resolved to obtain Chun Feng's generator and his down jacket. As the snow showed no signs of stopping, and he could no longer endure the cold, especially with a child to care for. However, gaining access to Chun Feng's house seemed challenging. Luo Zhonghua muttered to himself, quickly taking out his phone to contact a couple of friends within the community. With their combined efforts, no matter how capable Chun Feng was, he would have to yield. Mom, keep provoking him in the chat. Make all the residents hate him. Let us see how he handles that. All right, I'll get right on it. Old lady Zhou chuckled as she picked up her phone, while Qin Yin prepared to persuade her, ultimately swallowing her words. She understood that this mother-son duo would not rest until they had taken a bite out of Chun Feng. In the group chat, a collective sense of astonishment enveloped the participants as they marveled at Chun Feng's affluence, particularly noting his possession of a generator within his residence. It was no wonder he resided in a villa, since you have a generator at home, and the neighbors are currently facing a power shortage. I suggest you share it for communal use, proposed old lady Zhou, offering a remarkably constructive suggestion. Her words resonated with the group, prompting agreement from many. Indeed, one individual could hardly consume all the electricity generated. Why not share it with the neighbors? With only 2 hours of power, we may only enjoy one warm meal a day. Another chimed in. You can keep it at my place. I don't mind the noise. And it would be convenient for the neighbors. A fervent discussion ensued regarding how to distribute Chun Feng's electricity, leaving him utterly speechless. Why not ask the wealthier Ma Baba for assistance instead of bothering me? He retorted, incredulous at the audacity of their demands. Are you attempting to forcibly commandeer my generator? Old lady Zhou questioned, visibly irked. Commandeering? This is mine to begin with. Do you have a problem with that? Chun Feng shot back, his frustration boiling over. You are being unreasonable. I am merely considering the community's welfare. The neighbors are suffering in the cold. Can't you lend a hand? She insisted, her tone laced with indignation. Selfish? Chun Feng scoffed, feeling the need to document the exchange. He activated his recording device and unleashed a torrent of insults towards old lady Zhou, even dragging in Lao He to join in the verbal barrage. Once the video was circulated, the group fell silent, recognizing they could not contend with him. Even old lady Zhou, notorious for her unruly behavior, found herself at a loss for words. Just wait for your comeuppance. Neglecting your neighbors will surely bring you trouble, she warned. Fine, I will wait and see who faces retribution first. Chun Feng replied, unconcerned. Observing the messages in the group chat, Su Qing's family succumbed to a wave of jealousy. Chun Feng's possession of a generator seemed almost priceless. Had I known, I would never have divorced him, Su Wan lamented, particularly irked by her current companion, Wang Hao. How would I ever get involved with him? Meanwhile, Zhao Qian was consumed with envy, discreetly messaging Chen Feng, but alas, he did not respond. If only I had heeded Su Jiqiang's advice, I would be living lavishly in his villa by now, she thought, regretting her situation of relying on borrowed clothing to survive, feeling utterly miserable. Something's off. Look, in that fool's video, he is wearing short sleeves, Su Jiqiang suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of the Su family. They quickly checked their phones, realizing the glaring oversight. Outside, temperatures plummeted below -40 degrees, and even indoors, the conditions remained harsh. Thick winter coats were essential to withstand such cold. What could be the reason for this? Surely, it's not a fabricated video, one speculated. Impossible. He has an insulated heating system from his renovations, and I suspect his home is quite warm, Su Dahua remarked, recalling his earlier inquiries during Chun Feng's renovations. He had previously mocked others, only to emerge as the butt of the joke himself. Quick, let's find out what's really going on, the group urged Su Qing. Without hesitation, she picked up her phone to inquire about Chun Feng's situation. Chen Feng, how is your air conditioning functioning in such frigid temperatures? She texted, expecting a delayed response. To her surprise, he replied promptly, I don't use air conditioning. I have a dedicated heating system that maintains a constant temperature of 26 degrees. Chen Feng responded cheerfully. I just finished exercising and am now drenched in sweat. I'm about to take a hot shower. The Su family was once again taken aback. My goodness, in this weather, with water, electricity, and gas outages, he can still take a hot shower? This is outrageous, Zhao Qian thought, nearly moved to tears. This is the advantage of living in a villa. How could I have been so foolish? Su Qing excitedly messaged again, but Chen Feng did not respond, likely having gone to shower. What should we do? We must persuade him to let us stay. Ma, Suolan stammered, unable to endure her current surroundings any longer. The disparity between their living conditions and Chun Feng's was stark. It's futile. I've already said all I can. He won't agree. Su Qing shook her head in resignation, feeling as though Chun Feng had transformed into someone unrecognizable. If he refuses us entry, we will force our way in, Su Dahua declared, his voice gruff and eyes filled with malice. I refuse to believe this worthless individual can withstand our numbers. Chapter 40, what happened? Why are we all lying on the ground? Isn't it a bit excessive to use brute force to seize his property? Su Qing pondered, her resolve wavering as she witnessed her father's preparations. This could escalate into a serious situation. What do you mean, seize? We are merely reclaiming what is rightfully ours, Su Dahua asserted firmly, feeling that Chun Feng had caused him enough trouble. Yes, he owes us this. We are justified. Ma Suolan hastily chimed in, attempting to bolster the group's morale. Let us gather our things and reclaim our home. Even if complications arise, it would be an emergency measure. Wang Hao shamelessly incited further agitation, his hatred for Chun Feng palpable. Once we subdue him, I will ensure he experiences the despair of being overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian remained silent, initially contemplating discreetly alerting Chun Feng to gain his favor. However, she soon dismissed that notion, recalling her previous misstep. This time, she could not afford to err again. Qian, wait for us. We will take the house, and then you can live in the villa, Su Jiqiang declared with enthusiasm as their family set off towards Chun Feng's villa. Despite the plummeting temperatures outside, their spirits remained undeterred. Today, we shall enter the grand villa and enjoy a warm, comfortable night's rest. As they neared their destination, Su Dahua suddenly halted. Daughter, you go and lure him out while we hide nearby. He recognized that Chen Feng was no ordinary adversary. Even Luo Zhongyuan had been bested by him multiple times. Engaging him openly could lead to complications. Yes, let us offer him a chance. If he allows us entry, we will not hold it against him. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to incapacitate him. But what if he refuses to come out? Su Qing inquired nervously, clearly lacking confidence in her ability to draw Chen Feng out. After all, The current Qin Feng is a completely different individual compared to his former self. What can we do? Can't we simply pry open the door? Does he really believe he can obstruct us with it? Su Dahua said darkly, retreating into a corner. Meanwhile, Su Qing positioned herself outside the garage door, initiating a call to Qin Feng. After the apocalypse, Qin Feng had removed Su Qing from his blacklist. Being able to receive her messages promptly brought him a sense of relief. After all, he relished witnessing the suffering of the Su family. Husband, I realize my mistakes. These years have been my fault, and I apologize. What have you done wrong? I think you acted rightly. If it weren't for you giving me a green hat, I wouldn't even be living in a grand villa. Qin Feng replied while accessing the video surveillance. He had just received a warning indicating someone was approaching, and upon checking, he fortuitously spotted the Su family. Su Qing stood at the entrance of the underground garage, while Su Dahua and the others concealed themselves nearby, armed with weapons. I knew that none of this group would be easy to deal with. Qin Feng thought, feeling speechless. If he hadn't already understood Su Qing, he might have believed her pitiful tone. Indeed, a leopard cannot change its spots. Convincing the Su family to admit their wrongs would likely be more challenging than killing them. Husband, please don't be angry. If you forgive me today, we will never make you do laundry or cook again. We will all eat at the same table. Su Qing pleaded, her words seemingly her utmost sincerity. Previously, Qin Feng had not even had the privilege to share a meal at the same table with them. Insanity. Qin Feng couldn't help but curse. What was happening? Did they truly consider him a worthless pawn to be manipulated at will? I'm sorry, but you can play your games on your own. I cannot cater to your family. It's all right. We don't need you to serve us. We can hire a nanny. After all, you have so much money. It was evident that Su Qing's family still harbored thoughts about his wealth and villa. A group of shameless leeches. Fine. If you have nothing more to say, I shall hang up. I have no desire to waste my breath on you. Qin Feng, you better think this through. I am giving you an opportunity. Su Qing, realizing her words had no effect, became enraged, even resorting to threats. Goodbye. I have no intention of listening to your nonsense. Qin Feng concluded, disconnecting the call. Su Dahua hurried over to inquire about the situation. Don't be fooled. Take action. Su Qing huffed, her eyes filled with resentment. Since you squandered your opportunity, don't blame me for being unkind. Prepare to kneel and plead for mercy. All right, step aside, Su Dahua commanded. As Su Jiqiang and Wang Hao approached with tools, attempting to pry open the door. However, after a prolonged struggle, they found it immovable, as if it were welded to the wall. What is going on? When did this door become so sturdy? Could it possibly be steel? The group recalled the materials Qin Feng had used during the renovations. Just as they were pondering, Su Jiqiang suddenly felt a surge of electricity coursing through him. Watch out! There's electricity! He exclaimed, but before he could finish his warning, he fell to the ground, convulsing, and the others were similarly affected, collapsing and rolling their eyes back in a fit. Dad, what is happening? Please don't scare me. Su Qing rushed over, her voice filled with concern. There's electricity. Qin Feng electrified the door, that scoundrel. Su Jiqiang stammered in fear. Qin Feng, you coward, come out. I want tea, let this go. Ma, Suelon screamed, her frustration directed at the door before her. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Qin Feng emerged leisurely with Lao He. Oh, is that my dear father-in-law's family? Why are you all lying on the ground? Qin Feng, how can you still speak? If it weren't for you, my father and the others Wu Ti have been electrocuted. This was intentional, wasn't it? Su Qing demanded furiously. Indeed, it was deliberate. You wanted to settle accounts with me, and now that I'm out, why are you all sprawled on the floor? Chapter 41. How can you be so selfish? Qin Feng approached Wang Hao and delivered a swift kick. You are quite amusing. I considered you a brother, yet you betrayed me and even attempted to harm me. You truly lack conscience. As he continued speaking, he kicked Wang Hao again, who cried out in agony, confusion evident in his eyes. I merely slept with your wife. You let others force me, and now you accuse me of wanting to kill you? Murder is illegal. I wouldn't dare. After reprimanding him, Qin Feng shifted his gaze to the fallen Su Dahua, walking over with a grin. He had calibrated the electric shock to a moderate level, enough to incapacitate temporarily. Had he chosen a higher intensity, they might have perished on the spot. The apocalypse had persisted long enough. Resolving everything at once would be far too mundane. Shenfeng, what are you planning? I warn you not to act recklessly. Ma Suelon trembled, anxiously watching him. With all the men incapacitated, she had no means to confront him. With a sudden slap, Shenfeng silenced her. Stop your incessant rambling before me. I possess far less patience than before. After kicking Wang Hao once more, the others seethed with rage, their eyes blazing with fury, wishing to tear Shenfeng to shreds. When he approached Wang Hao again, his ire remained unquenched, and he stepped on Wang Hao's arm. Crack! With a pained scream from Wang Hao, his arm shattered again, and this time the injury was significantly more severe. Without medical assistance, he was likely destined for the loss of his arm. You've crippled my hand. Wang Hao roared in agony, rolling on the ground, tortured by the excruciating pain. The others, who had initially been reluctant, were now too terrified to utter a word. They had never witnessed Shenfeng in such a ruthless light. Zhao Qian, who had intended to befriend Shenfeng, was now rendered speechless from fear. Shenfeng gestured to Lao He from a distance. Hurry up and take care of business. Once we're done, we'll head back quickly. It's freezing. Lao He rushed to Su Dahua, expertly lifting his hind leg to relieve himself. At first, Su Dahua was baffled by the action, but when the hot liquid drenched him, he was left utterly speechless. You dare! I swear I will take you down, he began, but upon seeing Shenfeng's menacing gaze and the state of Wang Hao's arm, he wisely chose to remain silent. After marking Su Jiqiang and Wang Hao, Lao He triumphantly followed Shenfeng back into the garage. As the garage door slowly closed, Ma Zilong hurried to assist the fallen men. However, the stench made her nauseous. Shenfeng, this is illegal. Just wait, I will ensure you end up in prison. Wang Hao yelled in a fit of rage, utterly unprepared for Shenfeng's mercilessness. Dad, that scoundrel seems to have planned this. The door is specially made, and we can't open it. What shall we do now? Su Jiqiang frantically wiped his face with his clothing, leaving himself reeking of urine. On such a frigid day, if he did not dry off, his face could easily suffer frostbite. What should be done? Was he not being arrogant? Su Dahua cast a ruthless glance towards the garage and coldly declared, Let us expose his family situation. I refuse to believe he can remain so arrogant. Upon hearing this, the others grew excited. Indeed, why did I not think of that? They quickly assisted one another in heading back, with only Zhao Qian gazing longingly at Shenfeng's villa. Qian, rest assured, I will avenge this grievance. He cannot remain arrogant for long. Soon, you will reside in a grand villa. As the family departed, Shenfeng remained indifferent. The apocalypse was far from over. He intended to make them experience utter despair. You worthless creatures, what I endured in my past life, I shall repay you 100-fold. Wang. Old He looked at Shenfeng with discontent. Has the dog offended you? Old He, you know that's not what I meant. Shenfeng patted the dog's head, smiling as he said, We should try to stay indoors as much as possible. The outside world is far too perilous. Wang. Old He, has my romantic fortune been prosperous this year? Wang. After playing with Old He for a while, Shenfeng suddenly thought of Li Bingyao. He wondered how she was faring. After all, she had been running a high fever before the apocalypse struck. He picked up his phone to call her, but unfortunately, her phone was already turned off. As evening approached, Shenfeng continued to attempt contacting her, but to no avail. Eventually, he grew weary of calling. He had already left behind various essentials for warmth and sustenance. If she could not endure, then it was her fate. In this era of apocalypse, where everyone was filled with trepidation, Shenfeng could not concern himself too much. However, during his attempts to reach Li Bingyao, the public opinion within the homeowners group had turned against him. Clearly, it was due to Su Qing's family voluntarily leaking information about Shenfeng's household. Initially, many were skeptical, but after viewing Shenfeng's video, they quickly realized that his home was indeed quite warm. He was even wearing a tank top. Anyone in their position would be unsettled. A flurry of messages tagged Shenfeng, and Grandma Zhou even proposed a constructive idea to have Shenfeng open his doors and allow all the residents to take shelter in his home. How can this old woman be so shameless at her age? Was I too gentle when I kicked you a few days ago? Shenfeng cursed vehemently as he logged on to confront Grandma Zhou. She was notorious for her lack of shame, and he had never shown her even a hint of kindness. Chun Feng, do not overstep your bounds. Everyone is suffering while you sit there enjoying yourself. It is not just me who is displeased. Your neighbors are as well. The house and generator are my personal belongings. Is it not reasonable for me to enjoy them? If you have the ability, procure your own. Stop your incessant complaints. Chun Feng, I find your words intolerable. When I suggested everyone take shelter in your home, was it for my own benefit? It was for the sake of our neighbors. Besides, your villa is so spacious. What harm would it do to share a few rooms? It would not cost you anything. Why are you so selfish? Chapter 42. Only junk food remains, you old hag. You dare to call me selfish? Chun Feng scoffed repeatedly. Do you not recall how many neighbors you have wronged? How much you have taken from them? How can you have the audacity to accuse me of selfishness? Upon hearing this, Grandma Zhou's expression soured. Are you bringing up past grievances now? They know my character well enough. I would rather scold you than let you find any comfort around me. Do not push me to slap you. The group was in disarray. While many neighbors envied Chun Feng's living conditions, they were still aware that it was his home. Neighbors, does anyone have any food to spare? I will return it after the snowstorm passes. One homeowner suddenly spoke up, causing the topic in the group to shift dramatically. Before the calamity, it had been swelteringly hot, and few had the habit of stockpiling food. Now, with the apocalypse having lasted several days, heavy snowfall had completely sealed off all routes, leaving them unable to leave or procure supplies. After several days, many had depleted their food supplies. There is nothing left. We only have a little rice and no vegetables, relying solely on soy sauce mixed with rice. You are fortunate to still have rice. I've already consumed all the fish in my home. Complaints flooded the group, clearly indicating that their primary concern had shifted to food. They needed to fill their bellies before contemplating Chun Feng's villa. Even Su Qing's family was experiencing a food shortage. If this continued, they would likely starve. Zhao Qian felt a pang of regret and secretly messaged Chun Feng, but alas, she received no response. She had a premonition that Chun Feng's life was abundant in food and warmth. Following Su Jiqiang had been a grave mistake. Who could have predicted that aligning herself with him would lead to hunger and cold? If anyone is in need of food, come to me. I have instant noodles. 21 packs. Just as the complaints about the lack of food escalated, Grandma Zhou unexpectedly chimed in, catching everyone's attention. Even Chun Feng was taken aback. However, upon reflection, he deduced the reason. Grandma Zhou had set up a small shop at the community entrance, utilizing her son's resources, and naturally, she had stockpiled supplies at home. It was no wonder that in the previous life, Luo Zhongyuan could rally people and become the leader of the community. However, in this life, they should never have provoked him. Grandma Zhou, do you have no shame? You want me to provide my generator and villa for free while you inflate prices? Do you truly think everyone is a fool? Chun Feng retorted sharply. I purchased these instant noodles with my own money. Now that my neighbors are in need, for me to sell them is already a generous act. What is wrong with adding a little markup? Grandma Zhou nonchalantly responded in the group, expressing her discontent. Do you think I want to sell them? If it weren't for everyone's hardship, I wouldn't even consider it. Are you implying that my villa and generator just fell from the sky? I cannot be bothered to argue with you. Seeing Chun Feng speak, Grandma Zhou realized she could not win the verbal battle and thought to herself that he would soon regret it. Aren't you so arrogant? When the time comes that you have no food, I won't sell any to you. Neighbors, if you wish to buy instant noodles, do remember to contact me. $20 a pack is quite a bargain. That is far too expensive. It surpasses the prices in tourist areas. We are all neighbors. Can you not offer a better price? Indeed, the original price is merely $2 per pack. Your purchase cost is likely only $1. To profit so much, is your heart not too dark? A chorus of discontent arose, clearly showing their dissatisfaction. $20 for a pack of instant noodles? Is this robbery? Ah, the beauty of free trade. Grandma Zhou sneered, utterly unfazed by the criticism. How could she let such a lucrative opportunity slip by? If you wish to buy, then buy. If not, I will not force you. As for scum like Chun Feng, I will not sell to him, letting him suffer without even instant noodles. Chun Feng was still pondering what to reply, when unexpectedly, that shameless old woman began to tag him again. How impressive. Did she really think she could elevate herself by being insulted? She even forced her way to his vicinity to impart her so-called wisdom. Chun Feng snapped a photo of the lobster on his table and sent it to the group chat. Indeed, how could I possibly afford instant noodles? I can only nibble on this junk food to fill my belly. The group erupted in disbelief. Many had nothing to eat, yet Chun Feng could indulge in lobster. This was utterly outrageous. It was a classic case of envy. How infuriating. The Su family gazed hungrily at the photo Chun Feng had shared, their stomachs growling, drool escaping their lips. Even before the calamity, such a delicacy was rare, with them barely enjoying it a few times a year. Zhao Qian couldn't help but cry on the spot. If only she and T listened to Su Jiqiang back then, she would be living in a luxurious villa now, without a care for food or clothing. Instead of enduring such hardship, Su Qing felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, a myriad of emotions flooding her heart. Old Lady Zhou glanced at the photo, her eyes filled with resentment. All her grandson wanted was a single lobster, and Chun Feng had scolded them mercilessly. What a scoundrel he was! She had never anticipated that Chun Feng had such a card up his sleeve. However, moments later, she let out a cold laugh and began to voice message. Your lobster may only sustain you for a meal or two. Go ahead and flaunt it. Once you've devoured all those treats, let us see what you'll do. Don't even think about my selling instant noodles to you. The group nodded in agreement. In such dire circumstances, instant noodles and compressed biscuits were the most practical options. Although unpalatable, they could last for an extended period. While the lobster was extravagant, it was merely a meal or two. How much does a lobster cost compared to a pack of instant noodles? Everyone could do the math. It wasn't that they didn't want lobster. It was just that instant noodles offered better value. What would he do afterward? Upon hearing this, Chun Feng did not hesitate to start recording a video and send it to the group, tagging Old Lady Zhou. What can I do? I can only feast on hairy crabs, king crabs, giant squid, sea urchins, and sea cucumbers. If all else fails, I will have to sustain myself on steak. Chapter 43. I invite everyone to have instant noodles. The group fell into a hushed silence. In Chun Feng's video, there was an aquarium housing an array of seafood, even king crabs. Chun Feng had created a space for raising aquatic products, an absolute seafood market. He even had steak. My goodness, why can't we even afford instant noodles? While he indulges in lavish feasts daily, some were heartbroken, nearly leaping from their beds in despair. Such opulent food, so plentiful, enough to last them for ages. Chun Feng, would you sell a king crab to me? I'll pay double the market price. Suddenly, someone in the group, not lacking in funds, spoke up. In this situation, having anything to eat was fortunate, especially with Chun Feng holding king crabs, a true gourmet feast. Chun Feng glanced at the messages in the group chat, merely chuckling softly. Sell things? How could that be? The hairy crabs and king crabs in his possession were meticulously nurtured. He had even converted a room on the second floor of his villa for them. Unfortunately, his skills were lacking. Within just a few days, half of them had already perished. Although his space had the ability to preserve food, he sometimes wished to have live products. Hence he had set up an aquatic farming area. But it seemed that wouldn't last long. Forget it. I should store everything away to prevent them from spoiling. Chun Feng muttered, waving his hand to gather all the aquatic products into his space, ensuring they remained in the freshest condition. Woof woof. The black dog, Old Hay, looked bewildered at the empty room, circling around Chun Feng several times. Where did the crabs go? How could they vanish in the blink of an eye? This is a long story. You'll only have the right to engage in such matters once you possess the strength to defeat me. Chun Feng regarded Old Hay with a serious expression. Unexpectedly, the large black dog lunged at him. Oh no, Old Hay, how unprincipled of you to sneak attack. Take this. Watching Chun Feng's video, everyone in the community grew restless, their envy palpable. To think of the lavish lifestyle of the wealthy was beyond their imagination. Who could raise such an abundance of aquatic products at home? The daily feeding costs were unfathomable for an average person. In these times of food scarcity, it allowed Chun Feng to live in luxury. Regrettably, these individuals had little connection with Chun Feng, making it nearly impossible to acquire anything from him now. Initially, the Su family relished in Chun Feng's plight, believing that he was now targeted by a group of people, and his good days were surely over. However, after witnessing the subsequent video from Chun Feng, their expressions grew complex. Who could have anticipated that Chun Feng possessed such a trump card and had amassed so much stock? How infuriating! That scoundrel has so many resources and refuses to share even a bit. What is the difference between him and a heartless wolf? Su Dahua slammed the table in frustration, his anger palpable. What is wrong with you? Why can't you even handle that waste? And you, how can you claim to give Su Qing happiness when you're so inept? You're even inferior to Chun Feng. Su Dahua, unable to confront Chun Feng directly, redirected his fury towards Su Qing and Wang Hao. Their expressions mirrored the complexity of the situation. Zhao Qian had already resolved to distance herself from these people and join Chun Feng. After these days of interaction, she realized that this family was nothing but a bunch of parasites. The carefree life they had previously enjoyed was solely because of Chun Feng's support. Xiao Lulu and Lin Fer huddled together on the sofa, gazing at the video Chun Feng sent, unable to suppress their envious looks. Although Lin Feier had inadvertently stockpiled supplies, alleviating their immediate food concerns, she began to economize after realizing the severity of the situation. They now limited themselves to 2 meager meals a day, barely managing to stave off hunger. This left Xiao Lulu feeling deeply dissatisfied, compared to the lavish feasts at Chun Feng's home. Her current meals felt hardly fit for a dog. Feier, didn't tea you buy some steak? How about we have steak for lunch tomorrow? Xiao Lulu was aching with desire. Having lived a life of luxury, how could she endure such hardship? Lulu, we don't know when the snow will stop, so we must conserve what we have. Lin Feier frowned deeply. Feier, how can you say that? You want tea, even let me have a piece of steak? Is this how you treat a best friend? Xiao Lulu immediately burst into tears. Lin Feier's eyes widened in disbelief. Lulu was in her own home, eating her own food, wearing her own clothes, and living her own life. In such dire circumstances, how could she still throw a tantrum at her? However, since she was her dear friend, Lin Feier refrained from losing her temper. Lulu, the entire world is frozen in an icy grip. The heavy snow has sealed the city, and we have no idea when help will arrive. If we don't conserve our resources, we may starve. Enough. If we're not having it, then let us not. Why do you have to exaggerate so much? Xiao Lulu angrily stormed off to the bathroom to hide. She had finally seen Lin Feier's true colors. Unwilling to share food and making lofty excuses. What a pathetic friend. She pulled out her phone and hastily sent a message to Chun Feng. In a rather audacious turn of events, one must reside at Chun Feng's abode, indulging in lavish delicacies while denying Lin Feier any share. At this moment, Chun Feng reclines on his sofa, engrossed in the study of martial arts manuals. With the formidable Lao He growing increasingly proficient, he realizes the necessity of honing his own skills. Suddenly, the chime of his phone interrupts his thoughts, revealing a flurry of messages from various contacts, including Xiao Lulu, Zhao Qian, and a request from an unfamiliar friend. Additionally, the neighborhood group chat is abuzz with activity, as old lady Zhou has nearly overwhelmed him with tags. Upon closer inspection, this shameless old woman has audaciously requested that he distribute his excess food to the neighbors. Chun Feng, do not feign ignorance. The neighbors are famished, and you possess an abundance of food. Is it too much to ask to share a little with them? Old lady Zhou shamelessly demands, intent on making Chun Feng the object of everyone's ire. How dare you not offer your own instant noodles for donation, while you sell them at a markup? Are you truly so brazen as to expect me to contribute? He retorts, this is the consensus. Everyone desires a hearty meal. Indeed, it seems you are the one with the insatiable appetite. You shameless creature. Chun Feng cannot help but scoff before proposing, since everyone appears to be lacking provisions. I shall treat all to instant noodles. He adeptly posts a $1 million red envelope in the group chat, adhering to the usual protocol of barring old lady Zhou's family and Su Qing's family from claiming it. Chapter 44. What distinguishes them from seeking their own demise? With 500 individuals in the group, the average share amounts to 2,000 each. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your generosity. We are humbled. Mr. Chen, do you require any trinkets? I believe I could be of assistance. The group expresses immense gratitude. acknowledging that although Chunfeng boasts an array of possessions, his reputation far exceeds that of Old Lady Zhou. Look at Old Lady Zhou. That despicable wretch is attempting to exploit the neighbors during such dire times. It is utterly disgraceful. Old lady, at least I am contributing funds to alleviate our situation. Shouldn't you express some gratitude? Noticing her silence, Chunfeng hastily tags her in the chat. In her home, Old Lady Zhou's face turns an indignant shade of purple upon witnessing this exchange. You may revel in this now, but there will come a time when you shall weep, she declares, starting to craft a sign. Instant noodles, 51 bags, no negotiations. At that moment, Luo Zhongyuan observes and swiftly alters the price from 50 to 2,000. Will anyone actually purchase this? Old Lady Zhou inquires skeptically, while Luo Zhongyuan wears a sinister smile. Let them buy or starve. After all, didn't Chunfeng just distribute red envelopes? I shall ensure that all the benefits come our way. Huh, they dare not accept the red envelopes. Just wait until they see how that infuriates him. Chunfeng, uninterested in the ongoing chatter, dismisses the spiteful old woman as a mere nuisance. At this juncture, the money holds no significance for him. Sending red envelopes poses no consequence. Glancing at messages from Zhao Qian and Xiao Lulu, he smirks coldly. Unquestionably, they seek to ingratiate themselves with him, their ultimate aim being to reside in his home. The ambitions of these two women are rather grand, aiming to become the mistresses of a villa. Chunfeng, choosing to ignore them for the time being, decides to let their arrogance be thoroughly dismantled by the harsh realities of their circumstances before engaging in any negotiations. Upon opening the friend request, he is greeted by the image of a stunning woman, reminiscent of Qin Yan, whose WeChat nickname reads Jia Ibaobei. Chunfeng recognizes her well. Her real name is Suin Jiai, a moderately renowned internet celebrity. Having encountered her several times in real life, he can attest to her striking beauty. Online, she captivates many as a charming influencer, presenting a single persona that has garnered her substantial financial support from adoring fans. In reality, she and her husband, Zhang Qiming, have utilized the donations from online benefactors to purchase a home in Yudai Longting, living a life of leisure. Among the women he knows in the community, aside from Lin Feier, Suin Jiai, and Qin Yan are the most remarkable, often regarded as the dreams of many male homeowners. Without hesitation, Chunfeng accepts her friend request. Chengij, I have finally added you. As soon as they connect, a melodious voice reaches his ears. How delightful. This is undoubtedly a quintessential tea artist, and her skills are impeccable. Otherwise, she would not have enchanted so many patrons with her live streams. I was preoccupied earlier. Did you add me for a specific reason? Chunfeng quips with a sardonic smile. Chengij, could you possibly send me a few king crabs? This dreadful weather has left me quite famished. Her sweet voice tempts him, and without hesitation, he concurs. Certainly, but how do you intend to repay me? What does my dear brother desire as recompense? Suin Jiai's voice is laced with an alluring charm, capable of ensnaring any unsuspecting suitor. One steak, accompanied by a leisurely rest. That is my price. Should your skills impress, I may even grant you an extra king crab. Chunfeng states candidly, fully aware of the transactional nature of their interaction. Brother, you yist. Am I truly worth only one steak? Regrettably, that is the rate here. If it does not suit you, perhaps seek assistance elsewhere. With that, Chunfeng exits the chat interface, just in time to witness Lao He diligently perusing a book with utmost focus. Ah, you cunning beast! How dare you read without my knowledge? Woof woof. Instantly, a playful scuffle ensues between man and dog. Did she agree? Meanwhile, in Suin Jiai's residence, she and her husband Zhang Qimi huddle under the covers to escape the frigid air. The city lacks the advantages of rural warmth, where one could at least enjoy a heated bed. No, he suggested I accompany him to bed, offering merely one steak in return. Suin Jiai's displeasure is palpable, her irritation evident. I know of Chunfeng. He is merely a sycophant. Plan a time to engage him further. You will surely win him over, and if necessary, provide him with a little incentive. You heartless soul, compelling me to seduce another man. Suin Jiai scolds, her frustration mounting. Desperate times call for desperate measures. We are running low on provisions, and this is a common practice online. You stand to lose nothing. Zhang Qimi reassures her, embracing her tightly. I suppose I shall give it a try. Su Jiai concedes, her spirits lifted slightly by the thought of having previously rewarded her #1 benefactor. The following morning, Chen Feng is jolted awake by a cacophony of alerts from his phone. Upon inspecting the surveillance footage, he discovers a throng of individuals congregating in the underground parking lot. At the center stands old lady Zhou and her family, as they commence their sale of instant noodles. Upon seeing the sign they have erected, Chen Feng cannot help but gasp in disbelief. 2,000 yuan for a single pack of instant noodles. What difference does that make from courting death? Chapter 45. Is there still any law? In the underground garage, a crowd had gathered around old lady Zhou, each person wearing an expression of profound discomfort. Isn't this going too far? It's just a pack of instant noodles. How can it cost 2,000 yuan? The cost must be less than a yuan. One exclaimed. Indeed, old lady Zhou, it's acceptable to earn a little profit, but this is just excessive. 20 yuan would already be quite a markup. The crowd was visibly unsettled, having initially found the 20 yuan price outrageous, only to discover that it had now ballooned to 2,000. Such absurdity, didn't it weigh on her conscience? Yet, faced with the dissatisfaction of the crowd, old lady Zhou remained utterly indifferent. If you want to buy, then buy. If not, I won't force you. With a loud thud, Luo Zhengyan slammed a steel pipe onto the ground, glaring fiercely at those before him. If you don't want to buy, then step aside and don't obstruct those who do. Today, I'm charging you 2,000. In a few days, it may not even be available for any price. Although the crowd simmered with resentment, none dared to act out in front of him. This thug was not someone they could provoke. Only someone as ruthless as Chen Feng would have the audacity to confront him. Filled with discontent, yet unable to suppress their hunger, the group reluctantly paid for the noodles. As she watched her wallet swell with cash, old lady Zhou's smile broadened, her demeanor becoming increasingly arrogant. Chen Feng, you think you can outsmart me? You're still too green. Remember how you forbade me from claiming red envelopes? The money you sent is now safely in my pocket. With that thought, old lady Zhou couldn't help but flaunt her triumph over Chen Feng via WeChat. Upon reading the message, Chen Feng nearly burst into laughter. How could this old woman still consider herself clever in such dire times? It was utterly ridiculous. In the apocalypse, especially when resources were scarce, her actions were laughable. Though she was selling instant noodles for an exorbitant 2,000 yuan now, soon enough, they would realize that such items could not even be bought with money. In this era, money had become mere scraps of paper. Resources were paramount. More importantly, she had revealed so much of her stock. She clearly did not understand the concept of beauty. To possess a jewel invites calamity, and her demise was not far off. After all, not everyone had the luxury of Chen Feng's safe haven. Ironically, on the surveillance footage, Chen Feng noticed Su Qing's family shopping for instant noodles and spotted Dr. He Jing, who had once treated old lady Zhou's grandson. The couple, Su Dahua and his wife, were notorious for being unreasonable, yet when confronted by Luo Zhengyan, they could only stare helplessly and obediently hand over their money. With great effort, they had scraped together 10,000 yuan to purchase 5 packs of noodles. However, with 6 people sharing 5 packs, Chen Feng anticipated a dramatic scene unfolding in their household. Dr. He had initially hoped for a discount, but old lady Zhou had turned a blind eye to past favors. Dr. He, I truly have no choice. Everyone else is charging this price. If I give you a discount, how will I justify it to the others? Don't you agree? After a moment of hesitation, Dr. He opted to buy 3 packs of noodles and then turned to leave. In a corner of the garage, Xiao Lulu was taken aback by the scene, covering her mouth in shock. She and Lin Feier had come intending to purchase instant noodles. Lin Feier thought it wise to stock up, and at 20 yuan, it seemed reasonable. In such circumstances, any purchase was a blessing. But who could have anticipated that upon arrival, the price had skyrocketed to 2,000? How could they possibly buy now? Meanwhile, Xiao Lulu's eyes darted around, filled with disbelief. If a pack of noodles could fetch 2,000, then surely the items Lin Feier had hoarded could sell for a fortune. She hurried to catch up with Lin Feier, her mind racing with unspoken thoughts. Chun Feng had no inclination to concern himself with the sale of instant noodles. He knew that old lady Zhou would eventually face retribution, but he hadn't anticipated it would come so swiftly. That very evening, old lady Zhou began messaging in the group again. Dear neighbors, do any of you have antipyretics? My grandson Xiaolong has a high fever and urgently needs medication. Upon hearing this, the previously disgruntled crowd began to revel in their secret delight. Serves her right. This old woman was getting her just desserts, and they all secretly hoped that the troublesome child would suffer greatly. Ma Sualan, wrapped in her blanket, was visibly excited. Clearly, it had been a long time since she had encountered something so thrilling. Not only had old lady Zhou swindled them out of 10,000 yuan, but she had also only provided 5 packs of noodles. Throughout the day, the 6 of them had managed to consume only 3 packs. In Ma Sualan's mind, she regarded old lady Zhou as a scoundrel akin to Chun Feng. Dear neighbors, I truly beg you, does anyone have antipyretics? My grandson will be well, and I will certainly express my gratitude. Old lady Zhou's voice trembled with desperation, clearly deeply concerned for her grandson. I have antipyretics. It's 100,000 a box. Interested? Suddenly, someone spoke up, and upon seeing those words, old lady Zhou became frantic. Neighbor, this is a matter of life and death. How can you raise the price like this? Don't you have any conscience? Oh, so now you care about conscience? Where was your conscience when you sold instant noodles? You can take it or leave it. Old lady Zhou was about to retort when Luo Zhongyan interrupted her. I know where that person is. Damn it. You dare to negotiate with us? You're courting death. After saying this, Luo Zhongyuan grabbed a hammer and rushed outside. Chun Feng was unaware of these events, initially thinking it was merely a ruckus, perhaps some teasing directed at old lady Zhou. However, it soon escalated into chaos within the group. Old lady Zhou, are you going too far? Someone merely spoke a few words, and you want to cause a life to be lost? The crowd clamored, confused about what had transpired. Just now, the door next door was smashed open by Luo Zhongyuan, followed by horrendous screams. It was truly horrific. That person might have lost their life. Hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. They knew Luo Zhongyuan was a thug, not to be trifled with. Yet, no one expected him to act so brazenly and commit such a heinous act. This was beyond excessive. Was there no law left? Was he a demon? Whoever dares to make a fuss again, do you believe I will come to your house right away? Luo Zhongyuan's sudden declaration silenced the crowd. Chun Feng, reading the messages, shook his head in disdain, too weary to care. Just as he prepared to set his phone down, a call from Luo Zhongyuan rang through. Chun Feng, as long as you give me the antipyretics, I will overlook previous matters. Luo Zhongyuan threatened Chun Feng outright. Fine, send your wife to keep me company, and I will give them to you right away. Chapter 46. When I tell you to go, you shall go. Chun Feng, do you know what you were saying? Luo Zhongyuan's voice darkened, low and menacing, as if he was struggling to contain his fury. The ominous tone sent shivers down the spine of any listener. Most would likely have been startled by such words. However, Chun Feng was utterly unfazed. He had encountered such threats numerous times and was long past being alarmed. Don't threaten me here. If you're unhappy with me, just come and smash my door. I'll let you do as you please. Chun Feng appeared remarkably relaxed, while the other end fell into silence. Having established a secure refuge, he had no fear of Luo Zhongyuan, especially since the latter had suffered a setback previously. Chun Feng, I'm sincerely addressing this issue. If you give me the antipyretics, I will not trouble you again. You know how this environment is. Having one more friend is better than having one more enemy. Luo Zhongyuan spoke again, his tone noticeably softened. Friends? You still wish to befriend me? Do you have a mirror at home? Yes, why? Look in the mirror and see what you amount to. Do you think you're worthy? Luo Zhongyuan's words were cut short as the call abruptly ended. What happened? Did that person refuse to provide the medicine? Old Madame Zhou approached, her face etched with concern. He refused. That wretched soul. I must eliminate him. Luo Zhongyuan, stained with blood, had previously confronted the man, who was now barely clinging to life. Regrettably, he had found no trace of medicine in the man's home. Tomorrow at noon, I will return with tools and try again. Luo Zhongyuan retrieved a cutting machine. determined to break into Chun Feng's door. He could not believe that these obstacles would thwart him. "Darling, perhaps we should let it go." Chun Feng is not to be trifled with. Qin Yin was genuinely apprehensive, particularly upon seeing the blood on him. Silence. Luo Zhongyuan glared at Qin Yin, recalling Chun Feng's words, his anger boiling over. "You useless creature, they have bullied us to our doorstep, and you still speak for them. Who is your husband, after all?" Old Madame Zhou shot a fierce glare at Qin Yin. "Go take care of Xiao Long. If anything happens to him, I will hold you accountable." Qin Yin hesitated, ultimately leaving in dismay. In such weather, a fever could be somewhat manageable. Elevated temperatures could drop in the cold. However, Xiao Long was still a child and required medication. That night, Chun Feng discovered he had been added to another group, one with fewer members, notably absent of old Madame Zhou's family. "He is dead. Wang Qipeng is dead. And that Luo Zhonghua is insane. No way, I just checked next door. He has no breath left. Not only has he lost his life, but his home has also been ransacked by Luo Zhongyuan." Tension gripped the group as they realized the gravity of the situation. Chun Feng could only lament how swiftly tragedy had struck. This was not a case of freezing to death. It was a direct murder by Luo Zhongyuan. Such occurrences foretold a spiraling descent into chaos. Under the harsh conditions of survival, humanity gradually erodes, and when all laws and moral boundaries collapse, true horror ensues. At that point, life becomes as cheap as dirt. Chun Feng refrained from engaging extensively in the group chat, where many criticized Luo Zhongyuan, but none sought a resolution. Continuing to converse would yield merely empty slogans, devoid of substance. The next day, as electricity flowed, Luo Zhongyuan, already waiting outside Chun Feng's garage, took out the cutting machine to breach the door. However, after just a minute of cutting, his confidence waned as he noticed no progress. What is happening? Why is there not even a mark? Under normal circumstances, metal would yield to the cutting machine's assault. What on earth is this material? Frustrated, Luo Zhongyuan increased his force, only for the blade to shatter, almost injuring him. "Ha ha ha, little Luo, why don't you learn? If my door could be opened so easily, my money would be wasted." Chun Feng mocked through a loudspeaker. "I reiterate, if you want fever medicine, send your wife to me." Luo Zhongyuan clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage. Yet he found himself utterly powerless. He could not even lay eyes on Chun Feng, making any retribution impossible. Upon returning home, having finally warmed up, Luo Zhongyuan's mother hurried over. "What happened? Did you manage to get the fever medicine? Xiao Long's condition is critical. He needs medication immediately." Luo Zhongyuan rushed to his son, who had been feverish for an entire night and morning, nearly delirious. "No, I can't even cut through Chun Feng's door. What shall we do?" Old Madame Zhou was on the brink of tears, while Luo Zhongyuan's gaze fell on his wife. Chun Feng said he would provide fever medicine if you spent the night with him. "You must prepare?" Qin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You want me to spend the night with another man?" "Of course. You must go. Do you not see how desperately our grandson needs medicine? If anything happens to him, I will not forgive you." Old Madame Zhou raged, clearly frantic. "Mom, husband, I refuse to go. Can we ask someone else?" Qin Yan's face was filled with grievance. She never expected them to propose such a thing. "Ask someone else? My son cannot endure that long. Dear, listen to me. Enough. I only want you to pretend to agree to lure Chun Feng out. Then I can act." Luo Zhongyuan stated decisively, pulling Qin Yin toward Chun Feng's villa. Old Madame Zhou followed closely, determined to confront Chun Feng today. Upon arriving outside the garage, Luo Zhongyuan concealed himself behind a wall, while Qin Yin, under his direction, took out her phone to call Chun Feng. Although confronting Chun Feng directly could be perilous, a surprise attack combined with weaponry might yield success. Unbeknownst to them, their every move was being closely monitored by Chun Feng. "Chun Feng, I accept your terms. All right, step back. I will open the door." Qin Yin retreated a few paces as instructed, yet before she could comprehend the situation, a water hose appeared above her, dousing Luo Zhun in icy water, instantly drenching him. Chapter 47. No sneaking a read. As the icy water cascaded over him, Luo Zhongyuan was left bewildered. He had merely been hiding, Yet Chen Feng had not only discovered him, but also soaked him thoroughly. Who wouldn't be baffled in such a situation? To make matters worse, the water froze upon contact. His clothes, now wet, turned to ice clumps. Chen Feng, you scoundrel, I will ruin you. Luo Zhongyin, unwilling to yield, charged at the door in a frenzy, striking it repeatedly. Alas, his efforts proved futile, leaving no mark upon the wall. Ruin me? You ought to hurry home and change. Do not catch a cold. Chen Feng's sardonic voice echoed from the loudspeaker. The underground garage was meticulously designed by him. Did they think they could sneak an attack from a blind spot? Such naivety. In this environment, even icy water became a formidable weapon. After all, in the absence of doctors and medicine, even the slightest ailment could be fatal. Chen Feng, what do you truly desire? Luo Zhongyan, filled with resentment yet powerless, found himself at a loss. What do I want? Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't even deign to acknowledge you. You approach me seeking assistance while plotting my demise. My actions are merely self-defense. What must I do for you to give me the fever medicine? Luo Zhongyuan demanded, suppressing his fury. As I said, let your wife accompany me. If she attends to my needs, I will gladly provide you with the medicine. Chen Feng lounged in a chair, sipping wine, entirely unconcerned with Luo Zhongyuan's plight. He felt no need to force an agreement. Witnessing Luo Zhongyuan's humiliation was sufficient to fulfill his intentions. You, come here and fetch the medicine. Husband, how could you do this? I never expected that you would actually be willing to trade me for a box of fever-reducing medicine. Qin Yin was completely flustered. She initially thought of escaping, but Granny Zhou directly grabbed her. You go, just go. Stop wasting time here. If anything happens to my grandson, you won't have it easy either. Mom, stop calling me that. I have taken care of you with good food and drink. It's about time you contributed something to my family. Stop dawdling. Watching the family outside quarrel, Chen Feng was also taken aback. He never anticipated that Granny Zhou and Luo Zhongyuan truly did not regard Qin Yin as a person. It seemed that Qin Yin's situation at home was hardly better than his own. Seeing Qin Yin still hesitating, Luo Zhongyuan directly grabbed her clothes and pushed her towards the door. Open the door and give me the medicine. Let her wait at the door. You all go home. After this is over, I will have him bring the medicine back. Luo Zhongyuan's expression changed again, and he completely gave up. He never expected Chen Feng to be so stubborn. Even in this situation, he still wouldn't open the door. If you don't bring back the medicine today, don't bother coming back. Luo Zhongyan left that remark for Qin Yin before turning away reluctantly, his clothes already frozen into lumps of ice, his whole body shivering as he struggled to endure the cold. Watching Luo Zhongyuan and his mother leave, Chen Feng finally controlled the door and let Qin Yin in. As she stepped into the basement, Qin Yin felt a bit lost, but she could clearly sense that this place was entirely different from the outside. It was warm, exceedingly warm. She had just entered, and her icy hands were already warming up. Her entire body felt comfortable. This place was, in comparison to the outside, simply a paradise. However, she did not see Chen Feng's figure in the basement, and it was a sealed space. The door leading upstairs appeared to be sturdier than the garage door. It was evident that even if someone managed to break into the garage, they could not harm Chen Feng. Take off your clothes. Chen Feng's voice came through the speaker. Leaving Qin Yin momentarily stunned, her expression conflicted as she seemed extremely reluctant. If you don't want to, I won't force you. You can go back, Chen Feng said, directly opening the first door leading out of the basement. Seeing this, Qin Yin finally gathered her resolve, biting her lip as she began to remove her clothes. At this moment, she clearly abandoned all resistance. Continue. I do not wish to see any obstruction. Chen Feng continued through the microphone, not out of malice, but out of caution following Su Qing's betrayal. What if the other party had concealed something on her person and made a sudden move upon getting close? That would truly be a great loss. Chen Feng focused on his phone while Lao He stared at it, his mouth agape. Just as they approached a critical moment, Chen Feng finally sensed something and pushed Lao He away. You're still young. You shouldn't be looking at these things. Go upstairs. Wang Wang. Lao He tilted his head, looking at Chen Feng with confusion. Isn't it just that? I've known for a long time. I was quite the charming dog in the neighborhood, adored by both people and female dogs alike. Go on. Hurry up and get upstairs. Don't linger here as a third wheel. And you're not allowed to sneak a peek. After getting Lao Hei to the third floor, Chun Feng leisurely opened the passage from the basement to the first floor. Upon seeing Qin Yin, Chun Feng couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. No wonder she was the dream girl of all the male residents in the neighborhood. Her figure and face were of exceptional quality. Chun Feng naturally had thoughts about Qin Yin, but he did not expect to take her so quickly. I truly did not anticipate that Luo Zhongyuan would use you to exchange for medicine for that troublesome child. Chun Feng's gaze roamed over Qin Yin without restraint, who buried her head in embarrassment. How could she remain calm, standing there naked before a strange man? Would you like something to eat? Chun Feng gestured toward a nearby table, and Qin Yin instantly became even more astonished. There was actually a lavish spread laid out, with over 20 dishes, all steaming hot. In this icy environment, not only was it rare to have such a feast, but even being able to eat something warm was a precious rarity. Qin Yin swallowed hard, her eyes filled with anticipation. Go ahead, eat as much as you like. Once you are full, we will have the energy for some exercise. Qin Yin's face flushed as she hurried to the table to grab food. These dishes were hard to come by even on ordinary days. Watching Qin Yin, who maintained her poise even while eating, Chun Feng chuckled and slowly approached her from behind. Chapter 48. Although I am not a human, you cannot treat me like a dog. Qin Yin certainly lived up to being the woman coveted by countless men in the neighborhood. Compared to Li Bingyao's innocence, she possessed a mature charm that was simply enchanting. Chun Feng and she engaged in an encounter that lasted 3 hours before he finally sat down, supporting himself on the table. The experience was so fulfilling that Chun Feng felt a lingering desire for more. Of course, if they continued, not only would he be unable to bear it, but Qin Yin would likely also find it overwhelming. You are truly good to your child. Chun Feng couldn't help but exclaim, noting her willingness to sacrifice herself for her child. That child is not mine. Then why, if I do not bring back the fever-reducing medicine today, my husband will not let me off easily. You should know his methods. Hearing this, Chun Feng couldn't help but feel a wave of compassion. Initially, he thought that Qin Yan's lack of resistance was merely due to concern for her child's illness. But it turned out to be for this reason. You were truly blind to follow that man. Qin Yan lowered her head in response, unsure how to reply. And the medicine? I need to go back. Qin Yin stood up, her legs weakening as she nearly fell, but she managed to regain her footing after a moment. Chun Feng took out a box of fever-reducing medicine and, after escorting her out of the garage, slowly returned to his room. Regarding Qin Yan's plight, he felt little sympathy. They were merely engaging in a transaction, each exchanging what they needed. Chun Feng was not foolish enough to meddle in her family issues. However, judging by Luo Zhongyuan's situation, he estimated that the man would not have many good days left. Having angered so many people, he likely could not remain arrogant for long. Chun Feng staggered back to the third floor, where Lao Hei was sitting on his sofa, mimicking a human as he flipped through a book. Hey, Lao Hei, how despicable of you to read behind my back. I will compete with you. Wong Wong. Lao Hei barked in response, eager to defend himself. Little Chun, I, Lao Hei, am simply eager to improve. Upon returning to her residence, Qin Yin had just entered when her mother-in-law rushed over. Where's the medicine? Did you get the fever-reducing medicine? Qin Yin felt extremely displeased. She had spent so long at Qin Feng's place, and he hadn't shown any concern for her. Especially recalling how Luo Zhongyuan had sent her to accompany Chun Feng for a box of medicine, she felt even more unsatisfied. Here, Qin Yin took out the fever-reducing medicine, and Granny Zhou immediately snatched it from her, hurriedly running off to give it to her grandson. Meanwhile, Luo Zhongyuan glared at Qin Yin with a dark expression. Was Chun Feng's villa really as warm as he said in the video? Yes. And the food? There's plenty. You fool. Didn't you think to bring back more food? Qin Yin felt even more dissatisfied as Luo Zhongyuan not only failed to thank her, but also scolded her. She had already given herself for his sake, and yet he still berated her. Was he even a man? Luo Zhongyuan cursed once more before hastily seizing his mobile phone to contact his acquaintances. He had successfully secured Chun Feng's villa. Alone, he felt inadequate, so he summoned the residents of the community to rally his friends, confident that together they could overpower the opposition. As Luo Zhongyuan reached out to his contacts, The community group chat buzzed back to life, albeit with a new group formed that left Chun Feng outside looking in. Did you hear? Chun Feng actually demanded that Luo Zhongyuan's wife accompany him in exchange for fever medication. Could Luo Zhongyuan possibly consent to such a thing? Just moments ago, I saw his wife entering the villa, and when she emerged, she clutched cold medicine, her gait unsteady. The moment someone spoke up, the chat erupted in chaos. Not a single man in the community was uninterested in Qin Yan. Had it not been for their fear of Luo Zhongyuan, some might have already attempted to woo her. No one expected that Chun Feng could so easily claim her. They could hardly fathom that he could win over Qin Yan merely with fever medication. If I had known, I would have traded for some fever medicine too. We have that at home. One lamented, as if regretting a missed fortune. You? Don't be absurd. What if you end up losing everything? Can you handle Luo Zhongyuan? Someone nearby scoffed, plunging the chat into silence. They harbored desires but lacked the courage to act. Otherwise, they might have already pursued their interests. In the entire community, only Chun Feng dared to challenge Luo Zhongyuan. Luo Zhongyuan is truly ruthless. He would forsake his own wife for a box of fever medication. Suddenly, a voice message arrived, throwing the group into a frenzy, leading to the chat's abrupt dissolution. Evidently, they did not anticipate that Luo Zhongyuan's alternate account had been lurking within. On Xiao Lulu's side, upon seeing these messages, she was taken aback, realizing the unexpected value of such supplies. Even more surprising was the notion that someone would sell themselves for fever medication. She had encountered Qin Yan a few times. Her beauty and figure were beyond reproach, yet she resorted to such disgraceful acts. Seeing someone precede her into Chun Feng's villa, Xiao Lulu felt a wave of irritation. After all, she was meant to be the future mistress of that place. She mused, her gaze drifting to the stockpile of food Lin Feier had accumulated. Given that a pack of instant noodles was worth 2,000, and a box of cold medicine so precious, if she sold some food, wouldn't she make a fortune? She and Lin Feier were close friends. Surely, a little discreet trading wouldn't incite her anger. Xiao Lulu's mind whirled with a perfectly crafted plan. At Sun Jiai's home, her husband urgently grabbed his phone, exclaiming, "See? I told you he has a lecture. Contact him quickly and use some tactics to acquire food. We have provisions at home. Do you really want me to flirt with that man?" Sun Jiai retorted, utterly displeased. They had enough supplies to last a couple of days. Yet her husband insisted she pursue another man for better fare. "My dear, I haven't had meat in days, and you're looking a bit gaunt yourself. I'm just trying to care for you." Zhang Qiming smiled apologetically, thrusting the phone closer, urging her to act swiftly. Meanwhile, at Chun Feng's residence, he was embroiled in a fierce battle with Lao He. The situation dire. He was nearly captured. "You are despicable to ambush me when I'm vulnerable. Mark my words. I will unleash 100 little female dogs upon you when you are exhausted." Woof! Lao He shivered at the thought. Chun Feng's cunning was indeed malicious, for he had devised such a vicious scheme. As one man and one dog continued their playful skirmish, Chun Feng's phone rang again. It was a call from Su Qing. "Chun Feng, can we talk?" "Sure, come over." After hanging up, Su Qing felt a surge of joy. She had anticipated a cold reception, yet he had readily agreed. He must still hold some affection for her. Su Qing surmised that after Chun Feng's encounters with those women, he ultimately recognized her superiority. Without delay, she tidied herself, preparing to leave. "Daughter, you must not linger with that worthless man. I cannot endure this wretched existence any longer." Ma Suelan lamented, her hunger unbearable. "Rest assured, if Chun Feng had no feelings for me, he wouldn't have invited me over," Su Qing replied, turning to depart, spritzing herself with perfume before leaving. "Wonderful. Our family's hardships are finally coming to an end." Ma Suelan nearly wept, for their existence had become intolerable. "Quick, bring out the last 2 packs of instant noodles. Andy, let's conserve a bit. If anything goes awry, we will be left without food." Wang Hao, pale, advised, his injuries and lack of sustenance leaving him feeble. He sensed that matters were not as simple as they appeared. Would Chun Feng truly spare them so easily? As for Su Qing, was it not a jest to think he would miss her? Were not Li Bingyao and Qin Yan far more beautiful? With Chun Feng's current abundance of food and a villa at his disposal, it would be but a word to entice numerous women to willingly offer themselves. Get out of here. We are on the brink of a feast. What could possibly go wrong? Don't be a pessimist, Ma Hatsuelon declared, tearing open the instant noodles and eating them dry. Mom, save some for me. Su Jiqiang pleaded weakly. You're young. Don't quarrel with your mother. I have anemia. Bear with me a bit longer and we'll feast soon. After hanging up with Su Qing, Chun Feng tossed his phone aside and fell into a deep sleep. As for Su Qing outside, he cared little. The next morning, Chun Feng rose leisurely, prepared breakfast, and finally checked his phone. A barrage of messages flooded in, some from Xiao Lulu, some from Sun Jiai, but predominantly from Su Qing, who had called him countless times the previous night. Chun Feng filtered through the messages, and the owner's group chat had erupted in turmoil. The catalyst? An elderly woman had hiked the price of instant noodles from 2,000 to 20,000. A chorus of discontent filled the chat. Had only one person been dissatisfied, they might have kept silent. But with the collective outrage, it was clear that the elderly woman had incited public ire. The community was irked by her actions, perceiving it as driving them to desperation. Yet the elderly woman remained unfazed, relishing her revenge. When my grandson needed medicine, you offered no assistance. Now that I raise prices, what of it? If you cannot afford it, that is your misfortune. Meanwhile, Xiao Lulu's excitement grew. A pack of instant noodles priced at 20,000? She had become the villainess. Surely, selling her stock would be justified. Not to mention, she also had meat, with a steak fetching 10,000. Surely not excessive. She envisioned the resources at her disposal, ripe for a lucrative venture. Even if Lin Feier grew angry, she could simply repay her later. As the community continued to grumble about the elderly woman's greed, several figures stealthily approached Chun Feng's villa. It was Luo Zhongyan, accompanied by his friends, armed with an array of tools, including a large cutting machine and a power drill. Today, they were determined to breach the door. Is there truly food in Chun Feng's residence? One asked skeptically. Certainly, it is indeed true. My wife has been inside, and it can be described as a veritable paradise. Exceedingly comfortable. Once we move in, we shall no longer suffer from the cold. Luo Zhongyuan appeared rather sullen, while those around him could not help but marvel at his ruthlessness, even willing to give up his own wife to others. The electric train is approaching. Everyone, hurry up. The group hastily began their preparations. At the stroke of midnight, they abruptly activated the machinery and commenced their work on the spot. Luo Zhongyuan was aware that this location was under surveillance. Yet at this late hour, they no longer cared. After all, a group wielding tools would eventually be discovered. To prevent any further interference, Luo Zhongyuan even brought a large umbrella. Every move they made was keenly observed by Chun Feng. It was time to stretch and move. Chun Feng rubbed his shoulders, donned his clothing, and made his way to the basement. To prevent Lao He from sneaking off to read, he brought him along this time. Lao He was quite cheerful, wagging his tail and following closely behind Chun Feng. How shameless these people are. We have clearly given them so many opportunities, yet they still do not cherish them. Woof. Just watch me in a moment. When the time comes, I shall mark whoever you wish. When Chun Feng arrived in the basement, the few outside sensed that something was amiss. What's going on, Brother Luo? Why is the door unyielding? The cutting machine fails, and the impact drill does not work either. What on earth is this door made of? Someone was sweating profusely, and it was evident that they were anxious. If we do not get this door open soon, we will likely face a power outage. Damn it, let us change locations. We can break a hole in the wall if need be, as long as we can get in, regardless of whether it's a door. Luo Zhongyan's expression was one of displeasure. He truly did not expect that even with all their might, they could not breach the door. Upon hearing this, the others began to feel it made sense. As long as they could get inside, who cared if it was a door or not? As the group began to work on the wall with their tools, suddenly a loud sound echoed, and the heavy door swung open. What happened? We didn't even damage the door. How did it open? Who cares how it opened? Let us go, as long as we can get in. Luo Zhongyuan was exceedingly excited and rushed in without a second thought. However, upon entering, he found a 3-meter-long corridor, at the end of which stood Chun Feng, smiling at him. Young man, weren't you quite arrogant? Today, with the 4 of us working together, Let us see if you still have the audacity to act haughty before us. Qualifications? If I lack the qualification to be arrogant, does this thing possess any? Chun Feng said with a grin, slowly drawing his weapon and pointing it directly at Luo Zhongyuan. In an instant, the previously arrogant group fell into a stunned silence. Especially Luo Zhongyuan, who felt his legs weaken with fear. Though he acted domineeringly, he was merely a thug. When had he ever encountered such a situation? The mere sight of it instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure that left him utterly flustered. The men following him were equally tense, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Chun Feng, this is a misunderstanding. It's entirely a misunderstanding. You must not act rashly. Luo Zhongyuan felt his voice quiver, struggling to maintain his composure. I'm asking you a question. Is this sufficient qualification? Yes, absolutely. It is more than enough. I was wrong earlier. Chun Feng, you must remain calm. We cannot engage in illegal activities. Luo Zhongyuan was thoroughly frightened, completely forgetting his purpose. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng nearly laughed out loud. Was he joking? Now, he spoke such words, yet when he had taken a life, he had shown no concern for such matters. Do you have anything else to say? If not, you may kneel down now. Chun Feng spoke slowly, causing Luo Zhongyuan to suddenly freeze. Just a moment ago, someone had whispered something to him that seemed profoundly insightful. In this place, where could there possibly be so many weapons? They must be fake. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhongyuan was momentarily stunned, then suddenly enlightened. Indeed, these were controlled items. How could they possibly be real? Chun Feng, do not think that merely brandishing a fake item can deceive me. Let me tell you the truth. You cannot fool me. Absolutely, even if you claim that it's fake, so what? If we all charge together, you may not be able to kill us all. Another henchman spoke, exuding arrogance. They had even begun to advance toward Chun Feng. Since you are so disbelieving, I shall test you. Bang! As the group continued their arrogance, a deafening sound rang out, followed by screams echoing through the space. My hand is ruined. Luo Zhongyuan clutched his arm, which was now drenched in blood. The henchmen were paralyzed with fear at that moment. This was real. Chun Feng truly possessed a genuine weapon. Chun Feng stared blankly at his hand, then looked back at Luo Zhongyuan's arm, his gaze oscillating in shock. How did I miss at such close range? It turns out, I am a fool here. While aware from the beginning that precision required systematic training, this was still astonishing. Lao He gaped, his pupils dilating. He genuinely had not anticipated Chun Feng possessed such formidable capabilities. If he had used that against me during our sparring, I would have been finished. Truly, my master's prowess is terrifying. Chun Feng, you will regret this. This is illegal, and we will summon the enforcement team to apprehend you. Seeing Chun Feng still in a daze, the group dared not linger any longer and hastily dragged Luo Zhongyuan away. At that moment, they could hardly focus on Chun Feng's villa. Survival was paramount. Lao He watched the fleeing group, shaking his head. Why are you running? I haven't even marked yet. However, he was too lazy to chase them outside. It was far too cold out there, and staying inside was preferable. After closing the door, Chun Feng returned upstairs with Lao He. Throughout the ordeal, he held his weapon, feeling quite helpless. I must practice more. I cannot afford to be so careless. Chun Feng remarked, pulling Lao He close and saying earnestly, we must be cautious from now on, especially today. Had my weapon malfunctioned, we would have found ourselves in grave danger. Woof! Lao He quickly shook his head, baring his teeth, as if to assert his strength, indicating that he could easily handle any opponent. I am well aware of your prowess. I engage in combat with you daily. How could I not know? But that is merely a facade. Do you understand? Chun Feng admonished, you must not think that just because we spar back and forth, you are formidable. The outside world is fraught with danger. Those who survive out there possess remarkable abilities. We must not provoke them. Lao He tilted his head, appearing skeptical. Previously, he could chase after people at will, and hardly anyone dared to retaliate. Do not dismiss this. Did you not see how I almost faced peril just now? Therefore, you must not incessantly demand to go outside. The outside world is indeed perilous. Chun Feng earnestly advised, and only then did Lao He nod in confusion. If that is the case, it is indeed too dangerous. I must not venture outside. Exactly. When you do go outside, remember to stay close to me so that I can assist you in times of danger. As Chun Feng earnestly attempted to manipulate Lao He, Granny Zhou and the group suddenly unleashed a torrent of invective against him. Chun Feng, do you even realize what you're doing? You shot my son, and that is a criminal offense. Prepare to be apprehended. Initially, the onlookers were merely spectators, as Granny Zhou's family had already incurred the wrath of many, provoking widespread discontent. However, upon hearing her words, the crowd was left astounded. Chun Feng actually possessed a firearm? This was monumental news, and they were utterly bewildered as to how he had acquired such a weapon. In such a tense atmosphere, who would dare provoke Chun Feng? The wealthy truly wield formidable influence, managing to procure such items. Caution was certainly warranted moving forward. What was there to fear? Had he not already caused harm to others, leading to fatalities? It was entirely deserved that he faced this predicament today. Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement, feeling that indeed, compared to Chun Feng, Luo Zhongyuan was far more terrifying. Chun Feng, if you do not provide me with an explanation today, we shall never forgive you. Be prepared to find yourself incarcerated. Granny Zhou could not restrain her fury, clearly agitated. Your son is a murderer, and you dare lecture me about legality? How shameless. You even brought people to trouble me. Do you truly believe I am easy to bully? Chun Feng did not relent, responding with equal vitriol, and without hesitation, he began to send messages in the group chat. Dear neighbors, who among you can assist me in dealing with that foul old woman and that scoundrel Luo Zhongyuan? I offer 10 million. His declaration left everyone in the group utterly stunned. 10 million. To the affluent, this might seem trivial, but it was enough to purchase an entire apartment. Anyone else, upon hearing such news, would find it impossible to remain composed. Granny Zhou, upon seeing this message, was filled with trepidation and hastily resumed her tirade in the chat. Chun Feng, don't think that having a bit of money makes you significant. You are breaking the law, and karma will catch up with you. Old woman, do not think you can intimidate me with such threats. If I were afraid, I wouldn't be acting like this. Chun Feng retorted, feeling exasperated. When they were causing trouble, they had never considered the legality of their actions. Now, she sought to criticize him for minor infractions. Did she truly think he was mentally deficient? Although Chun Feng was indifferent, many in the group felt tempted yet hesitant. Hardly anyone responded. The sum was indeed substantial, but if it meant incarceration, the situation would turn dire. Having wealth that could not be utilized was meaningless. Do not worry, everyone. Since that owner was harmed by Luo Zhongyuan, visiting his home is merely ensuring that the criminal does not escape. We are on the righteous path, performing a just act. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions morphed from surprise to enthusiasm. Indeed, we are merely checking if the criminal has fled. There is no issue with that. They were even too lazy to conceal their intentions any longer, openly discussing it in the group, which left Granny Zhou's countenance exceptionally grim. I warn you, do not act recklessly. My son will not spare you. Granny Zhou bellowed in fury. Do not heed this old hag. Her son is injured and likely cannot even move. Chun Feng interjected, delivering a sharp rebuttal. After a brief moment of hesitation, he could not help but add, by the way, I remember that Granny Zhou's home has a plethora of food. He paused there, choosing not to elaborate further. The fire had been ignited, and whether this crowd would seize the opportunity was now their own decision. However, Chun Feng was confident that few could resist the allure of food, especially when so many were hungry. In his previous life, Luo Zhongyuan had expanded his influence through stockpiling. Yet this time, due to Chun Feng's emergence, not only would he not rise, but his survival was also in jeopardy. Lao He, do you see? This is the power of knowledge. In the future, when we encounter such matters, remember to use your intellect. Chun Feng boasted, reveling in his success. Just as he was about to put his phone down, Su Qing sent another message. In fact, she had not ceased sending messages during this time. Chun Feng had simply chosen to ignore them. Darling, are you all right? I heard that Luo Zhongyuan came to trouble you, and it has made me extremely worried. Su Qing feigned concern, while above in the chat interface. Dozens of messages inquired why he had stood her up the previous night. "I'm fine. I've taken care of it." Upon finally responding, Su Qing quickly replied, her excitement palpable. She found it difficult to articulate her feelings. Despite having been frozen in the cold for nearly half an hour and feeling anger for an entire evening and morning, seeing Chun Feng reply made her exhilarated. All her earlier anger and dissatisfaction vanished in an instant. This feeling was akin to that of a devoted admirer. Su Qing suddenly realized this, yet even knowing the situation, she could not help but promptly respond again. "It's such a relief. By the way, what happened last night? I waited so long at your garage, and you didn't even acknowledge me." I didn't see you," Chun Feng replied coolly, suddenly feeling that his tea art had indeed improved. "Darling, could you please open the door for me? You've provoked Luo Zhongyuan's family, and it's likely to lead to trouble. I'll have my parents come over to stay. Having more people around will provide some protection." Su Qing expressed her concern. But to Chun Feng, it sounded like, "I'm coming to drain your resources again." Protection? Relying on them for help? It would be a stroke of luck if they didn't stab him in the back. "Ah, you think of everything. What would I do without you?" Chun Feng replied sarcastically, while Su Qing's heart soared with joy. The entire family became animated. The days of hardship were finally coming to an end. Su Jiqiang eagerly pointed at himself, and Su Qing understood, beginning to sweetly address her phone again. "Darling, now that our family is here, we can handle any trouble. So you need not squander money. That 10 million should go to my brother as a wedding gift." "What on earth?" Chun Feng's eyes widened, his mind struggling to comprehend such audacious words. He simply could not fathom how they could think this way. "How you plan to deal with Wang Hao?" Instead of responding to that question, Chun Feng shifted the topic. Su Qing's family turned their gazes toward Wang Hao, who looked exceptionally grim. He was acutely aware of the dire consequences of being abandoned by these people while injured. If the snow continued, there was a significant chance he might not survive. "Chun Feng, considering our past brotherhood, could you spare me? I would be willing to serve you." Wang Hao seized Su Qing's phone, sending a message to Chun Feng. "Strip him of his clothes and give him a beating, and I'll agree to let you move into the villa." Chun Feng sent a voice message, which startled Wang Hao into retreat. Meanwhile, Su Dahua and the others, having waited eagerly to move into the villa, immediately advanced toward Wang Hao with predatory gazes. "You handle it. Uncle, it was not my fault from the beginning. It was your daughter who seduced me. Do not act recklessly." Suddenly, screams echoed through the room as Su Dahua lashed out, cursing vehemently. "It is all your fault. If it weren't for you, would our family have fallen to such depths? Indeed, at this moment, how dare you slander my sister? Do you think we are easy to bully? Let us strike together. Beat him." Su Jiqiang, driven by the desire for a 10 million yuan betrothal gift, swung his fist without hesitation. Chapter 52. A single pack of instant noodles, no more. The room quickly became filled with cries of agony. Wang Hao initially thought that if they were to trouble him, it would merely be a show to gain Chun Feng's trust. However, who would have imagined that they were genuinely attacking him, sparing him not even a fraction of mercy? In truth, Su Dahua's family harbored deep resentment towards Wang Hao. Had it not been for the affair between Wang Hao and Su Qing, they would not have suffered so greatly. For days, heavy snowfall had prevented them from venting their frustrations. Yet now, with Chun Feng's words, their dissatisfaction erupted uncontrollably. No more restraint. Today, this scoundrel must be dealt with. Su Jiqiang, too, frantically swung his fists, each blow fueled by his desire for the betrothal gift. "Brother-in-law, I have always seen you as a useless person. Let me help you vent this anger." As he struck, Su Jiqiang did not forget to record a video for Chun Feng. Upon viewing the video sent by them, Chun Feng's face broke into a satisfied smile. Such a spectacle of dogs biting each other is truly delightful. Upon hearing this, Lao He hurriedly leaned in. "Woof? Where's the dog?" Chun Feng shot it an exasperated glance. This creature is undoubtedly the peculiar dog from the apocalyptic world. Ordinary dogs cannot possess such intelligence, almost rivaling that of an adult human. He suspected that perhaps this was due to the awakening of its powers or that its intelligence had evolved as a result. Not a real dog. I mean, they're shameless creatures, Chun Feng casually explained, which immediately displeased Lao He, who tugged at Chen Feng's sleeve. Woof woof. Why do you use a dog to describe shameless creatures? Are you not insulting me? Chen Feng replied, Dog brother, I was wrong, all right? Later, I will prepare a steak for you to apologize. Sound good? Woof. That's more like it. Just don't let it happen again. Lao Ye huffed, then flopped onto the sofa, adeptly crossing its legs and focusing on the cats and mice show on television. Seeing this, Chen Feng decided to ignore Su Qing's family and quietly returned to his study, where he surreptitiously perused a boxing manual. He intended to work hard in secret and astonish Lao He. Meanwhile, after beating Wang Hao, Su Qing's family hurriedly left the house. They were cold and hungry, yet the thought of soon arriving at Chen Feng's villa filled them with excitement. Wang Hao, on the other hand, battered and bruised, hastily donned his clothes, locked all the doors, and hid under the covers. You won't be arrogant for long. There will come a time when you will beg me. Wang Hao trembled, his hatred for Chen Feng deepening. He could not believe that Chen Feng would so easily forgive Su Qing's family. As it turned out, when Su Qing's family arrived excitedly at Chen Feng's building, Su Qing found herself unable to contact him. What is going on? Why haven't they opened the door for us yet? Yes, I'm freezing to death. What is Chen Feng doing? Ma Zuilan rubbed her hands together, desperately trying to warm herself, filled with complaints. Is there anyone who treats their in-laws like this? Zhao Qin huddled nearby, her eyes darting around as if she had guessed something. I don't know. Perhaps he didn't see his phone? Let us wait a little longer. Su Qing felt anxious, continually praying for Chen Feng to respond quickly. Otherwise, she would truly freeze to tears. In this frigid weather, standing in such a place for so long could lead to problems. However, after another 10 minutes, she could no longer endure, and Su Dahua and his wife had already begun to curse. This scoundrel, is he toying with us? Their furious voices echoed in the area, and Su Qing could only smile bitterly. Surely, we helped deal with Wang Hao. He promised to give me the betrothal gift. Su Jiqiang continued to defend Chen Feng. Have you lost your mind? If he wanted us to enter, would he have made us wait this long? But perhaps he simply didn't notice? That scoundrel never parts with his phone. How could he not see? Ma Zuilan, freezing uncontrollably, yelled at Su Jiqiang and hurried towards home. However, when the family returned to their dwelling, they discovered they could not enter. The door was locked tight, the key utterly useless. Wang Hao opened the door. Get out of my house. Su Dahua kicked the door violently, but there was not a hint of response from within. At this moment, they realized that they had truly been played by Chen Feng. Now, Wang Hao was filled with rage towards them, leaving them unable to enter anywhere. Chen Feng, you scoundrel. I will not let this go. Even Su Qing could not help but curse loudly. She simply could not understand why Chen Feng would treat her so harshly. She had done nothing wrong. That night, while Chen Feng prepared steak, a flurry of mentions flooded his group chat. Old Lady Zhou cursed his ancestors in the most colorful language imaginable. Upon reviewing the chat history, Chen Feng discovered that around 6 o'clock, a group of people had organized an invasion of Old Lady Zhou's home, beating both her and Luo Zhongyuan and stealing all the instant noodles they had hoarded. A smile crept across Chen Feng's lips. He was not the least bit surprised by this outcome. After all, the Zhou family had many enemies, and with Chen Feng's bounty and food on the line, nobody could resist such temptation. Were it not for the fact that humanity had not yet completely lost its moral compass, Qin Yin would likely have encountered significant problems. With her looks, she would undoubtedly have become a tool for that group to vent their frustrations. Chen Feng was uninterested in wasting more time on Old Lady Zhou. Not long after, a man named Zhao Tianhu added him as a friend and sent a video of the raid on Old Lady Zhou's home. This was the reward coming. Chen Feng promptly sent him 10 million yuan. Money held no significance for him now, and being able to utilize it effectively was already quite satisfactory. Boss Chen is generous. If you ever need assistance, remember to call on me. Zhao Tianhu sent a message in the group, instantly igniting excitement among the members. No way. Did he really just give out money? 10 million, just like that? Of course, it's already in the account. Zhao Tianhu chuckled. Truly, Mr. Chen is generous. Chen Feng shook his head and smiled at the messages, but his phone suddenly buzzed with a message from Xiao Lulu. Chen Feng, I'm a bit short on money lately. Could you lend me 10 million? I will be yours from now on. Chun Feng was taken aback. How bold to negotiate terms. He was speechless and quickly typed, a single pack of instant noodles, no more. Chapter 53. Old Lady Zhou's Plea. Xiao Lulu stared incredulously at her phone, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had been so proactive, even making advances, yet who would have thought he would respond so cruelly? Is 10 million too much to ask? For an ordinary person, it may seem substantial, but for Chun Feng, it was a trivial matter. After all, she was the one generously giving out red envelopes worth millions in the group, and just moments ago, she had directly distributed 10 million. Was it truly 10 million she desired? What she sought was merely an attitude, having already decided to entrust herself to him. His unwillingness to even offer a semblance of acknowledgement was utterly excessive. The fact that he would rather give 10 million to a stranger than to her made her question her own worth. Surely there were countless suitors vying for her affection. Yet, after a brief moment, she managed to compose herself, suppressing her dissatisfaction to continue. Chun Feng, you are so mischievous. How could you joke like that? As she spoke, she snapped a photo of the supplies in the room. Women, after all, are often inclined to grant wealthy individuals another chance. Upon seeing the photo, Chun Feng wore a look of astonishment, evidently taken aback by the quantity of supplies Xiao Lulu possessed. In the entire neighborhood, aside from himself, she was likely the most affluent. However, reflecting on the situation, Chun Feng deduced the specifics. Xiao Lulu resided in Lin Feier's home, and these items were clearly stockpiled by Lin Feier. Indeed, she was a woman worthy of admiration. If he were to choose the individual most suitable to reside in his villa, Lin Feier would undoubtedly be his first choice. After all, her reputation in his previous life had been exemplary, coupled with her beauty, sensuality, and captivating allure. Her mere presence inspired a desire to conquer. However, Chun Feng merely acknowledged her worth. The prospect of her actually moving into his villa was nearly impossible, at least not at this moment. He chose not to respond further to Xiao Lulu, knowing her character would inevitably lead her to seek him out again. He was in no rush. Moreover, even if Xiao Lulu refused him, he was indifferent, for he was not lacking in female companionship. Lin Feier observed Xiao Lulu fixated on her phone and could not resist glancing over. Immediately, she noticed the photo Xiao Lulu had sent to Chun Feng. Lulu, what are you doing? I specifically told you not to disclose that we have food. Lin Feier suppressed her anger. She had made this point abundantly clear. Yet Xiao Lulu remained heedless. Was she not putting her at risk? Startled by the sudden outburst, Xiao Lulu felt deeply wronged. Feier, you actually yelled at me over a photo. Boo-hoo. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, showcasing her distress. Lin Feier was momentarily taken aback, but refrained from scolding her further. Instead, continuing, Lulu, you see the situation. The Zhou family has been robbed. If people discover we have food, we too might be targeted. You're clearly dissatisfied with me. Who would rob someone over a bit of food? The Zhou family's misfortune stemmed entirely from Chun Feng's bounty of 10 million. Xiao Lulu huffed, her lips pursed in displeasure. Lulu, what are you thinking? This is no time to be fixated on money. Currently, currency has lost its value. Lin Feier was no fool. Over the past few days, she had gleaned the gravity of the situation through her international acquaintances. The world was blanketed in snow, frozen in ice. What did this signify? It implied no rescue would come, and the most precious commodity henceforth would be food rather than money. In a desert, one would choose a bottle of water over $1 million. This was common knowledge. The current predicament was simply due to people's delayed realization. What nonsense are you spouting? How could money possibly be useless? Lin Feier sighed. Just remember my words. And don't let anyone know what I've said. Otherwise, you can find yourself another place to stay. Lin Feier's tone was resolute, but Xiao Lulu, after a moment of shock, began to weep anew. Lin Feier, feeling exasperated, took the time to console her, and, after a lengthy period of reassurance, Xiao Lulu forgave her. Feier, if you ever yell at me again, I will truly be upset. All right. Then I expect steak for our next meal. Chun Feng was living a carefree life at his residence, engrossed in books and exercising with Lao He. Whenever hunger struck, he would prepare something to eat, completely unconcerned about the outside world. The situation remained manageable. The moral fabric of society had yet to unravel. However, with the passage of time, when all were deprived of food and desperately clinging to life, chaos would inevitably ensue. The following morning, Chun Feng noticed Zhou Laotai shouting for help in the group. "Dear neighbors, please, I implore you, help my son. Anyone who assists him will not face my ire for the food that was taken. Otherwise, you might find yourselves locked up for a few years." Zhou Laotai's tone shifted from pleading to threatening. Yet instead of receiving assistance, she was met with ridicule. The reason was simple. Initially, they had refrained from acting out due to Luo Zhongyuan's influence. Many had suffered in silence, unable to voice their grievances. Now, however, with Luo Zhongyuan reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, no one felt compelled to endure any longer. "Old woman, do not threaten us. We did not rob you, nor do we have any obligation to help. Indeed, you are a typical ingrate. Look at Dr. He Jing, she assisted you last time. And how did you repay her? You refused to give her even a packet of instant noodles, instead charging her 2,000 for it. Have you lost your mind? Why would I help you?" Observing the scornful comments in the group, Zhou Laotai felt her anger boil. She had done nothing wrong. So why was she being treated this way? However, the lack of help from others sparked a realization. Perhaps she could seek out Dr. He Jing. She was a professional. Without hesitation, Zhou Laotai made her way to Dr. He Jing's residence, where she fell to her knees, weeping and pleading. He Jing, a recent graduate, was hesitant to refuse, but also unsure how to articulate her reluctance. Ultimately, she followed Zhou Laotai back to her home. However, after assessing the situation, He Jing shook her head. "I can only provide basic first aid. He will require anti-inflammatory medication and antibiotics, which only Chun Feng possesses." She had noticed the array of medications when Chun Feng showcased his cold remedies. Is there truly no alternative? Zhou Laotai, tear-streaked and desperate, continued to plead. But He Jing could only shake her head in resignation. "Chun Feng." Zhou Laotai gritted her teeth. Suddenly an idea struck her. She hurried over to Qin Yin and, in a menacing tone, commanded, "Quickly go to Chun Feng for medicine." "Mom, how could he possibly give me any?" "Stop with the excuses. Does he not wish to sleep with you? Hurry, if anything happens to my son, I will not spare you." Chapter 54. "This is my home, Mom. I did not want to go." Qin Yin felt utterly wronged, yet she was met with Zhou Laotai's slap. "If you do not return with the medicine today, do not call me Mom. I have no use for a useless daughter-in-law like you." "Indeed, useless. Hurry up and leave." Little Luo Xiaolong joined in, berating Qin Yin without any regard for her status as an elder. In this household, she was the only outsider. Today, no matter what methods you employ, be it seeking assistance or offering your body, if you do not bring back the medicine, do not expect to remain in my home. Zhou Laotai seethed as she shoved Qin Yin toward the door. He Jing, witnessing this scene, felt utterly helpless. Just as Qin Yin was nearly forced out, she finally spoke up. "All right, I have some medicine here that can be used temporarily." Zhou Laotai's face lit up with joy, disregarding Qin Yin entirely as she rushed to He Jing. "Wonderful. I knew you would not turn a blind eye to suffering. You are far better than those cold-hearted neighbors." He Jing sighed, producing the last 2 boxes of medication she had saved for emergencies. She had not anticipated their value would prove so significant in such dire circumstances. Initially, she had intended to share half with Zhou Laotai, as she believed the individual before her had little hope. In the absence of systematic medical interventions, even the scant medication available proves to be utterly insufficient, leaving one in a state of despair. Offering everything to the other party merely results in wastage. To her astonishment, before she could even secure her own share, it was abruptly seized by the elderly Madame Zhou. "My son's condition is exceedingly grave. Even if I borrow this medicine from you, I shall return it once the snow ceases." He Jing, however, was acutely aware that the other party had no intention of returning anything, yet she found herself at a loss as to how to reclaim what was rightfully hers. With a resigned sigh, she murmured, "Although I have managed to perform a rudimentary dressing of his wounds, the prospect of genuine recovery seems exceedingly bleak. The most pressing matter is to ensure he receives ample nourishment. Perhaps then his life can be salvaged." Madame Zhou nodded in comprehension and then turned her ire towards Qin Yin, bellowing, "Did you hear that? Why aren't you hastening to find something to eat? Our household's provisions have been completely depleted, leaving us with no choice but to forage outside. Qin Yin wished to protest, but, upon witnessing Madame Zhou's vicious glare, could only wrap herself in her clothing and step out into the cold. Yet, this was an environment fraught with harshness, and nearly every household was devoid of any surplus food. After inquiring at several homes, she found no one willing to part with any sustenance. Moreover, Madame Zhou's ruthless actions in recent days had left even Qin Yan's acquaintances disinclined to assist her. "Qin Yan, I hear you're borrowing food." At that moment, Zhao Tianhu sent her a message. He was among the most affluent, having pilfered extensively from Luo Zhongyuan's supplies. "Could you spare me a little? I promise to repay you." "Repay? No need for that. All I ask is for you to come and keep me company. I assure you, your family shall not go hungry, and I currently possess over 10 million in cash. You could readily join me, which would be far preferable to enduring mistreatment at Luo Zhongyuan's abode." Upon reading this message, Qin Yin felt a surge of indignation. She had encountered several such shameless individuals. If she were to resort to selling herself, she might as well seek out Chen Feng instead. The thought of Chen Feng suddenly crossed her mind. His home must be warm in this biting cold. The prospect of returning empty-handed, only to face another tirade, weighed heavily on her. After much hesitation amidst the chilling wind, she finally resolved to head toward Chen Feng's underground garage. This time, she moved with practiced ease, even removing her clothing without prompting from him. "Are you here to return the anti-inflammatory and antibiotics?" Chen Feng observed her from above, clearly aware of the messages circulating in their group. After Madame Zhou inquired about the situation, Qin Yan's intentions were unmistakably laid bare. Qin Yan shook her head. "I need food." Chen Feng's expression revealed a flicker of surprise, but it lasted only a moment before he nodded and replied, "Very well. You may choose to enjoy a hearty meal here, as before, or you may take 3 packets of instant noodles and 3 sausages home. Is there no way to give me a bit more?" Qin Yin approached him barefoot, almost pleading. She knew that returning empty-handed would invite her mother-in-law's wrath, yet she longed for a warm meal. "You have 2 choices if you are unsatisfied. You may leave now. I will not compel you." Chen Feng turned to depart, but after only a couple of steps, she came beside him and grasped his hand. A smile played at the corners of Chen Feng's mouth, clearly indicating her decision had been made. "Go take a shower first." He playfully patted her backside, directing her towards the nearby bathroom. Due to power outages and water shortages, conditions for bathing had become exceedingly rare. Most residents utilized the electricity for cooking instead. Water had to be gathered from the snow downstairs and brought back to heat, an endeavor fraught with peril, making bathing a distant thought. Upon hearing she could bathe, Qin Yan's eyes brightened. After days without a shower, she felt utterly uncomfortable. When she mentioned her desire to wash at home, her mother-in-law had reprimanded her. Yet here, her wish was granted. Soaking in the warm water of the bathtub, Qin Yin felt a wave of contentment wash over her. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and Chen Feng stepped in, much to her astonishment. "How did you get in?" "The door was locked. This is my home. Locking the door means nothing to me." Chen Feng chuckled, stepping into the tub and enveloping the startled Qin Yin in his embrace. "Let us wash together." Instantly, the temperature in the bathroom rose several degrees. It must be said that Qin Yin possessed an undeniable allure, captivating any man who crossed her path. Chen Feng felt no hint of weariness in her presence. Though he emerged victorious after an exhausting encounter, it was a Pyrrhic victory at best. His opponent was simply too formidable. Upon returning home, Qin Yin was immediately confronted by Madame Zhou, who rushed over to rummage through her belongings. "Where's the food? I couldn't borrow any." "You worthless fool. What use are you to me?" Madame Zhou seethed with fury, her eyes ablaze. "Mother, that doctor, he should have some. Why not seek her out?" Luo Zhongyuan, having regained a modicum of strength, interjected. "Yes, how could I have overlooked that?" Madame Zhou exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Just moments ago, the other party had claimed to be out of medicine, yet had just produced 2 boxes. "I shall go find her at once." Upon hearing this, Qin Yin was momentarily taken aback. She never imagined her mother-in-law would set her sights on Dr. He. After all, she was the one who had saved Luo Zhongyuan's life. Without her, it was evident that he would have perished. Though she wished to intervene, the words caught in her throat. She had no authority in this household and saw no point in subjecting herself to further humiliation. Keep a close watch on my son and grandson. If anything happens to them, I shall not spare you, Madame Zhou admonished Qin Yin before storming out. However, it was not long before Madame Zhou returned, her expression one of exasperation. What brings you back so soon? Luo Zhongyuan inquired weakly. Though doctor, he had performed basic treatment and removed the bullet. The severity of his injuries lingered. It is precisely because her family is utterly destitute. I cannot fathom how a young family has nothing to eat. Madame Zhou scoffed in frustration. She had managed to enter under the pretense of inquiring about her son's condition, but upon entering, she found nothing but a bed and clothes. The kitchen was devoid of any meat, as if it had not been used to cook for years. What are you staring at? If you had any capability, I would have to scavenge for food. Madame Zhou snapped at Qin Yin, who was observing her. Grandmother, I want to eat meat. Luo Xiaolong cried out, clutching his stomach. He had gone a long time without food and was ravenous. With nothing available, where do you think meat will come from? I don't care. I want to eat. If you don't give me meat, I will hit you. Luo Xiaolong threatened, his childish temper flaring as he approached. Fine. I will find you some meat. Luo Zhongyuan reluctantly rose from bed, weakly moving towards the kitchen to retrieve a knife. His face darkened with displeasure. Qin Yin watched with skepticism, uncertain of his intentions, yet an unsettling premonition gnawed at her. Chen Feng, meanwhile, had no interest in these matters, but he could sense the external environment growing increasingly perilous. The residents had begun to exhibit increasingly desperate behaviors. In times of desperation, individuals are compelled to engage in actions they would typically shy away from, for the gnawing hunger leaves them with no alternative. A group of residents convened to deliberate on venturing to the supermarket beyond their community in search of sustenance. Given the circumstances of recent days, it was presumed that the supermarket would still harbor an abundance of goods, as all inhabitants had refrained from stepping outside. The collective sentiment echoed throughout the group, and many individuals provided warm clothing to a few chosen ones, ensuring they were adequately prepared for the outside chill. These brave souls, though heavily bundled, did not succumb to the cold. However, they failed to return. Standing by the window, Chan Feng's gaze remained fixed on the direction of their departure. Not only had the group not returned, but communication via mobile devices was also futile. It was likely that danger had befallen them. Chen Feng muttered to himself, recalling a similar incident from his previous life, where numerous residents had sought provisions from a supermarket, only to vanish without a trace. When the temperature eventually rose, another attempt to investigate revealed the supermarket had been completely looted, with the bodies of those who had ventured out found at the entrance. It was evident they had fallen victim to an attack, yet the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. Either the supermarket had been taken over, prompting the assailants to eliminate anyone who ventured too close, or perhaps the individuals who had gone out had turned against one another, resulting in conflict. Out there is perilous. We must refrain from venturing outside recklessly, Chen Feng solemnly advised Lao He. Woof! Lao He responded eagerly, asserting that he had no intention of leaving this secure haven, where food, drink, and books were plentiful. I used to be so poor that I couldn't even afford to read. A flurry of inquiries erupted within the group regarding the fate of those who had departed, yet no one responded. Meanwhile, the female streamer, Sun Jiai, sought out Chen Feng once more. In truth, she had been attempting to contact him for days, but he had chosen not to engage. Brother Chen Feng, please respond. Sun Jiai expressed her impatience, as her household supplies dwindled. Even if her husband did not summon her, she felt compelled to reach out to Chen Feng. What is it? Chen Feng replied casually. Finally, you responded. I thought you were upset since you hadn't replied to any of my messages. Sun Jiai quickly sent a voice message, her tone softening. No, I was busy preparing Buddha jumps over the wall and didn't see your messages. You know it takes several days of effort, Chen Feng explained, sending her a photograph of the dish. Instantly, both Sun Jiai and her husband were left drooling. This is simply inhumane. Is there no justice left? They lamented, as the entire community struggled to secure a warm meal, while Chen Feng was indulging in such a lavish dish. The preparation of Buddha jumps over the wall is labor-intensive and requires an array of ingredients, making it a luxury in their current circumstances. Quick, ask him to make us a pot. Zhang Qiming urged, excitement evident in his voice. Even without Zhang Qiming's enthusiasm, Sun Jiai could not remain composed and hurriedly messaged Qinfeng. Wow, brother, your culinary skills are exceptional. Could you share a taste? I would love to experience your artistry. What is in it for me? Qinfeng asked straightforwardly, prompting Sun Jiai and her husband to smirk at the bait. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Jiai typed, Brother, would you consider joining my fan club? There are benefits. She sent a photo that was both conventional yet suggestive. Are you out of your mind? It's the end of the world, and you're talking to me about a fan club. Qinfeng shot back. If you want a pot of Buddha jumps over the wall and a couple of king crabs, then join the fan club. Once you're in, there are weekly perks. Huh. With such low standards, you think you can lure me? You're delusional. I'm not joining your fan club. If you want food, come down and keep me company. I'll give you a pack of instant noodles, but nothing more. Qinfeng replied without hesitation. Chapter 56. An explanation is required. Sun Jiai, who had anticipated successfully charming Qinfeng, felt her displeasure rise upon reading his message. She had not expected him to respond in such a dismissive manner. Many suitors had pursued her, some throwing lavish sums in hopes of a mere meeting. Yet Qinfeng had the audacity to demand only instant noodles in exchange for companionship. Fuming, she reflected on how she had suddenly become so cheap. All she had asked for was a taste of Buddha jumps over the wall and some crabs. Zhang Qiming, sensing his wife's distress, approached her with concern. Did that simp fall for it? No. That scoundrel had the nerve to say I should sleep with him for a pack of instant noodles. Sun Jiai's frustration was palpable, despite knowing the flaws of men. Qinfeng's attitude particularly irked her. If you desire my company, show some sincerity. Be my #1 admirer and shower me with gifts. I'm not averse to offering you a chance. Perhaps your approach needs refinement? Send him something alluring. Zhang Qiming urged, desperate to salvage the opportunity for a sumptuous meal. Sun Jiai, incensed, kicked Zhang Qiming. Have you lost your humanity? Am I not your wife? You want me to entertain another man? Get lost. Qinfeng, uninterested in further engagement, felt confident that Sun Jiai would soon find herself at his mercy. A streamer reliant on suggestive content, he doubted her ability to resist for long. Eventually, she would seek his assistance. While other residents had food, like Zhao Tianhu, their provisions paled in comparison to his culinary delights. As long as Sun Jiai remained sensible, she would inevitably gravitate towards him. Life was undeniably better than in his previous existence, where he had merely clung to Su Qing, only to be betrayed in the end. This time, he would adopt a more assertive approach. Lao He regarded Qinfeng with suspicion, his eyes scrutinizing him. Woof, you hardly seem like a wolf. What is your deal? Constantly rambling on about nonsense. No matter how hard you try, you will never amount to anything, understand? If your positioning is flawed, all efforts are in vain. Noticing Lao He's leering gaze, Qinfeng hastily sidestepped. In times of need, I must ensure I find you some female dogs. Rest assured, I won't forget. Despicable. You think to pacify me with wine and women? I'm not falling for that. Lao He retorted. As the playful banter continued between Lao He and Qinfeng, a notification chimed on Qinfeng's phone. Life had become rather enjoyable for him, filled with ample leisure, largely thanks to his neighbors. Upon checking his device, he discovered a message from Zhao Qian. Are you all still safe? Qinfeng was taken aback, unable to fathom how they had survived the night. Logically, after their outing, Wang Hao, having been beaten, would harbor resentment and likely lock them out. According to Qinfeng's plan, Su Qing's family would either perish from the cold or desperately seek assistance. Zhao Qian, who was close by, would not fare any better. Yet, Zhao Qian had reached out to him, indicating that Su Qing's family had likely not encountered any misfortune. Qinfeng, you truly are wicked. You devised a scheme against Su Qing's family without informing me in advance, causing them to nearly succumb to the cold yesterday. Zhao Qian's tone was laced with a hint of resentment. Had it not been for Su Jiqiang providing her with warm clothing, she would have undoubtedly fallen ill. Naturally, in such frigid conditions, Su Jiqiang himself ended up catching a cold. Wang Hao allowed you in? Zhao Qian inquired. Yes, after much persuasion from Su Qing. Wang Hao finally relented and let us in. Observing the response from the other party, Chen Feng's perception of Wang Hao elevated several notches. This individual was becoming increasingly formidable and could not be underestimated. He desired a spectacle of conflict, yet Wang Hao managed to suppress his fury and, despite past grievances, permitted them entry once more. Chen Feng understood that it was not merely Su Qing's words that held sway, but rather Wang Hao's realization that he could not endure alone in this environment. Chen Feng, can I come over? I feel that Wang Hao is eyeing me with ill intent. Zhao Qian messaged again, leaving him uncertain whether she was playing the victim or genuinely alarmed by Wang Hao's gaze. Let's take a look at your legs. Zhao Qian, upon seeing this, felt a rush of joy. She glanced around the room to ensure no one was watching before heading to the restroom. Inside, she felt utterly exasperated, as her layered clothing made it impossible to capture the desired aesthetic. Ultimately, she took a bold decision and pulled down her pants, revealing her black silk-clad legs to send to Chen Feng. The extreme cold necessitated her wearing all available layers. All right, come over. Upon receiving this, Zhao Qian was elated and hurriedly dressed. She vowed never to return to this wretched place. Her spirits soared, believing that her days of hardship were finally over. However, just as Zhao Qian was gathering her composure and contemplating an excuse to exit, she suddenly found Su Qing's family staring at her from the restroom door, their expressions menacing, causing her heart to race and her demeanor to shift to one of anxiety. The more tense she became, the more suspicious Su Qing's group grew. What are you doing in the restroom? Su Qing glowered at Zhao Qian. What could I possibly be doing? Naturally, I was using the restroom. Do you think I would sneak food in there? Zhao Qian replied, attempting to divert the conversation. However, just as she prepared to leave, her phone was snatched by Su Dahua, leading to their expressions shifting dramatically as anger surged within them. How dare you flirt with someone else while we suffer in the cold and hunger? Ma Tsolan bellowed upon seeing the chat history. Do you have any conscience? My son has shared his food and clothing with you, and you dare to entangle with Chen Feng. Su Jiqiang's temper flared, unable to contain his outrage. Qian, you must provide an explanation today, otherwise do not blame me for being impolite. Chapter 57. Consequences of Mistakes. Su Jiqiang was genuinely furious, his entire being trembling with rage, ready to confront Zhao Qian. Yet after a fleeting moment of panic, Zhao Qian, agitated, retorted, yes, I contacted Chen Feng. So what? Is it not your incompetence that brought us here? What do you mean? Our family sacrificed everything for you, and you dare say such things? Do you not have an ounce of conscience? Su Jiqiang prepared to strike, but Zhao Qian not only did not shy away, she boldly approached him. Go ahead. Strike me dead. Let us see how you will reach Xun Feng's residence afterward. Zhao Qian's voice was loud, causing the others to look on in confusion. What do you mean by that? What do you think? You all have attempted every possible means and still cannot reach Chun Feng's villa. Since you are so inept, must I wait for death alongside you? Zhao Qian seized her phone and pointed at the messages, angrily proclaiming, do you see this? I merely used a few words to have him completely at my mercy. I initially intended to inform you all after I secured his cooperation. Yet here you are doubting me. Why must my life be so miserable? Zhao Qian began to weep, kicking Su Jiqiang in her frustration, leaving the entire family bewildered. Even Su Jiqiang was taken aback, guilt flooding his heart. Qian, do you truly not wish to be with him? Of course not. If I wanted to be with Chen Feng, would I still be following you? Why would I endure such suffering here? Zhao Qian expressed her deep sense of grievance. Alas, it is my fault. Qian, I am sorry. Su Dahua hastily apologized, feeling utterly ashamed. Ma Tsuolan quickly grasped Zhao Qian's hand, repeatedly stating, it is our fault. We should not have acted so impulsively, nor should we have doubted you. Only Su Qing observed Zhao Qian with keen eyes, understanding that as a woman, she did not believe Zhao Qian's plight was as simple as it seemed. Yet, she was at a loss for words. Anything she said now would be futile. What should we do next? Su Jiqiang inquired, skepticism evident in his expression. What to do? Naturally, We must deceive Chun Feng into opening the door, and then we will confront him together. Once he opens the door, we will undoubtedly overpower him. Su Dahua clenched his fists, a cold smirk gracing his lips. They had completely abandoned any hopes of negotiating with Chun Feng. They would seize any opportunity to ensure he faced their wrath. Let us not proceed with such a plan. Su Qing shook her head, immediately dismissing the idea. Do not forget how Luo Zhongyuan was injured. Those ruffians could not subdue Chun Feng. We would likely have no means to succeed either. Most importantly, he is armed. Upon hearing this, the group hesitated once more. A firearm posed a significant threat. Any misstep could cost them their lives. What shall we do then? We cannot sit idly by. With the opportunity before them, none were willing to let it slip away. Chun Feng was too cautious. Persuading him to open the door was exceedingly difficult. At that moment, Wang Hao approached and handed Zhao Qian a small vial. Once you enter, find a way to make him take this medicine. He will then become weak and vulnerable. Zhao Qian received the vial, her expression one of astonishment, mirrored by the others nearby. They had not anticipated that Wang Hao possessed such an item. Despite their dissatisfaction with him, they chose not to voice any grievances at this moment. It was not the time for disputes. Once I incapacitate him, I will let you in immediately. After tidying herself up, Zhao Qian made her way to the entrance of Chun Feng's underground garage. As everyone knew of the surveillance, they could not accompany her. Zhao Qian, employing a clever ruse, discreetly tossed the vial into a corner. Allowing Su's family to enter? That would be absurd. She preferred to share a private world with Chun Feng rather than revel with this shameless family. Zhao Qian was not foolish. She refused to be associated with them. Upon seeing only Zhao Qian, Chun Feng promptly opened the door. Instantly, a warm breeze enveloped her, brightening her demeanor. This was a two-tiered entrance after the garage door opened. Another door lay 3 meters beyond, ensuring that even if someone managed to open the first door, a more formidable barrier remained. Was this his source of confidence? Zhao Qian could not help but marvel at Chun Feng's ingenuity in constructing such a robust fortress. Upon her entrance into the garage, she still did not encounter Chun Feng. Remove all your clothing. The voice of Chun Feng echoed from the speaker, instantly causing Zhao Qian's cheeks to flush. Nevertheless, she displayed no hesitation, instead exhibiting a graceful demeanor that surpassed even that of Qin Yin, who had visited for the second time. After all, her initial intention was to win over Chun Feng. They had already laid bare their intentions to one another. Had it not been for Su Jiqiang's phone call, she would likely have already moved in. However, the current situation was not without merit. After navigating so many winding paths, she felt a sense of fulfillment. Zhao Qian mistakenly believed Chun Feng was eager to claim her, unaware that his fear of danger was the true motivation behind his actions. Concealing something within her garments could lead to dire consequences at a critical moment. Only when he perceived no threat from her did Chun Feng allow her presence to ascend. Upon reaching the upper floor, Zhao Qian, already in a state of shock, was further astonished, her expression a portrait of disbelief. Even without a single article of clothing, she felt no chill, and the luxurious surroundings of Chun Feng's home captivated her. Observing Chun Feng seated on the sofa, she approached without uttering a word. I need to take a shower. Chun Feng furrowed his brow and firmly pushed Zhao Qian away. In truth, he held no interest in her. Coupled with his recent encounter with the stunning Qin Yin, his thoughts regarding Zhao Qian were even less favorable. In terms of appearance, physique, and sensual charm, Zhao Qian fell vastly short compared to Qin Yin. Were it not for the prospect of annoying Su Jiqiang, he would have been disinclined to engage in any of this. After a shower, Zhao Qian eagerly drew near. Weren't you rather boastful not long ago, collaborating with Su Jiqiang to trouble me? Yet now you come seeking me? Chun Feng regarded Zhao Qian with a stoic expression. Chun Feng, I was wrong before. Please forgive me. Wrong? Mistakes must be punished. As he spoke, his gaze drifted to his lower body, causing Zhao Qian to blush as she cast him a knowing glance and gradually lowered herself. Chapter 58. Is there something wrong with your mind? Although he had little interest, Chun Feng found himself unable to hesitate any longer, proceeding with the act. An hour later, he sat on the sofa, feeling utterly indifferent. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian remained coyly gazing at him, her hand resting on his shoulder. Chen Feng, would you like me to accompany you like this every day? As she spoke, her fingers danced before him. Despite her alluring presence, to Chen Feng, she appeared rather ordinary. His sage mode had been activated, rendering him impervious to her charms. Of course, had it been Qin Yin or Li Bingyao, he would have been inclined to engage in a more vigorous encounter. Every day, Chen Feng shook his head nonchalantly. No, Chen Feng, don't you wish for me to be by your side, attending to you at all times? Zhao Qian pressed on without hesitation. Confident in her allure, she believed herself to be obedient and far more skilled than Qin Yin. Had Chen Feng known her current thoughts, he would have likely slapped her in disbelief. Are you jesting? What gives you the right to compare yourself to Qin Yin? If you wish, I can treat you to a nice meal. And you may take 3 packets of instant noodles home, but if you are unwilling, do not return. Chen Feng gestured towards the prepared feast, which was lavishly set out to create a psychological contrast for Zhao Qian. She wished to continue speaking, but Chen Feng had already risen and moved away. The enthusiasm in her eyes dimmed, particularly as she regarded him, resembling someone scorned. After dining, Zhao Qian initially contemplated making another attempt. Yet Chen Feng's resolute demeanor left her no room for doubt. Qin Yin also could not remain here. I hope you can recognize your own worth. If you desire a good meal, feel free to seek me out. Zhao Qian's heart brimmed with resentment. Yet she ultimately departed with the 3 packets of instant noodles that Chen Feng had provided. On her way home, she retrieved the discarded medicine bottle. Chen Feng, since you have acted so ruthlessly, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy in the future. Zhao Qian's heart was consumed by fury. If Chen Feng would not acquiesce, she resolved to eliminate him. Once she seized the villa, she could do as she pleased. As for Su's family, she had no intention of allowing them entry either. Did you manage to win him over? Upon returning home, Su Jiqiang rushed forward, his expression eager as he awaited Zhao Qian's response. No, I did not find the opportunity. Have you showered? Su Jiqiang pushed Zhao Qian aside, his gaze fixated on the instant noodles in her hand. What exactly transpired during your time at his home? Even a fool could surmise what had occurred. My dear, please let me explain. He did not do anything to me. He intended to act improperly, but he was unable to perform and finished before he could penetrate. Zhao Qian hurried to soothe him, but Su Jiqiang remained skeptical. Nearby, Su Dahua quickly seized a packet of noodles and began to eat. Enough, enough. Regardless of the circumstances, he still contributed to our family. Do not be so suspicious. 3 packets of noodles shared among 5 people were hardly sufficient, yet they provided some sustenance. Su Jiqiang insisted that Zhao Qian seek out Chen Feng more often, claiming that he was ineffective. The family tacitly agreed not to delve further into Zhao Qian's situation, while Su Qing had already grasped the situation. As Chen Feng's ex-wife, she knew he was utterly incapable and had no reservations. Moreover, she could guess the general scenario. It was evident that Zhao Qian had attempted to curry favor with Chen Feng, only to be rejected and subsequently cast out. After all, Su Qing was quite comfortable allowing Zhao Qian to approach Chen Feng, having prepared herself for the outcome. Given that even a woman as beautiful as Qin Yin had not been retained, she felt Zhao Qian lacked the qualifications. Now that Zhao Qian had been dismissed, it effectively validated her suspicions. What are your plans moving forward? Su Qing approached Zhao Qian and inquired. Next time, I will surely succeed in winning him over. Zhao Qian scoffed coldly. I must deal with him. Only then can I ensure you all gain entry. Upon hearing this, Su Qing smiled and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was leisurely tidying up the battlefield, with the dog sniffing around curiously. Upon spotting the whip on the ground, he instinctively took a few steps back. Woof, is a dog here? Or do you intend to fight me with weapons? That would be rather unfair, wouldn't it? Chen Feng replied. This is not meant for you. That woman just used it. Woof woof. The large black dog looked utterly disdainful, shaking its head at the bizarre antics of humans. Enough of this. Let us spar, Chen Feng declared, his eyes narrowing as he threw a punch at the dog. He needed an outlet for the energy that had not yet dissipated. That very evening, the authorities finally issued another statement. A heavy snowfall had blanketed the globe, and it was expected to continue for an extended period. Citizens were urged to take care of themselves. The message was starkly straightforward, almost explicitly advising everyone to fend for themselves, as no assistance would be forthcoming. In the days to come, they would have to rely solely on their own resources. Many who saw this announcement fell into despair, leading to a sharp increase in prices. At this moment, people became acutely aware of the value of food. A single packet of instant noodles was no longer obtainable for just 20,000 yuan, and some even resorted to trading a Rolex for 2 packets of noodles. Upon seeing this news, Chen Feng was filled with profound sentiment. For the average person, the impending disaster may soon arrive. Resources are exceedingly scarce, yet there are so many people. Soon, individuals will trample upon dignity, humanity, and the law without a second thought. In the following 2 days, Chen Feng received alarming news from Qin. Luo Zhongyuan was not dead. In fact, he had brought back those he had previously killed to consume. Despite having lost the use of his arm, he was not in immediate danger of death due to the nutritional replenishment he had received. However, Qin found it unbearable to consume such things and sought Chen Feng daily. If you hear any news, be sure to inform me. I want to treat you poorly then. When Chen Feng was seeing Qin off, he noticed Xiao Lulu sneaking about in the underground garage. Like a streetwalker, a man approached her, and after a brief exchange with his phone, Xiao Lulu retrieved 2 packets of instant noodles from her clothing to hand over to him. How intriguing. In such circumstances, she still resorted to selling food. Was she truly out of her mind? Chapter 59. The Enraged Lin Feier. What was this? After selling 2 packets of instant noodles, Xiao Lulu happened to spot Qin emerging from Chen Feng's villa, and her demeanor shifted to one of dissatisfaction. She had once extended her goodwill and expressed her intentions, yet Chen Feng consistently belittled her. And now, he was entangled with a married woman like Qin. Did she fall short in comparison to others? Frustrated, she completed her sales and stormed back to her residence. Xiao Lulu pondered for an extended period, but could not fathom why she had lost to Qin. Although the latter possessed slightly superior looks and physique, she was ultimately a second-hand product, while Xiao Lulu had never been married. Could it be that Chen Feng preferred such women? Lulu, where have you been in this frigid weather? Upon entering her home, Lin Feier regarded her with suspicion. I was just out for a stroll. It's been too dull a home, Xiao Lulu replied distractedly. Lin Feier, however, grew anxious and quickly warned, the outside is chaotic. Many have begun to loot. Be cautious and refrain from going out unless absolutely necessary. All right, I understand. Xiao Lulu dismissed her concern curtly and wrapped herself in a blanket on the sofa. What was wrong with this girl? She hadn't provoked her at all, so why the anger? Upon returning to his residence, Chen Feng sat by the window, gazing at the adjacent Villa No. 4. He could surmise that Lin Feier had stockpiled a significant amount of supplies for reasons unknown before the snowstorm, only to have Xiao Lulu sell them off. This situation could potentially lead Lin Feier into trouble, whether through food shortages or being targeted by a pack of desperate individuals. In his previous life, Chen Feng knew Lin Feier met a tragic end, ravaged by a group of people, but he was unaware of the specific reasons. It was necessary to alert her. As he mused over this, just as he picked up his phone to send a message, Xiao Lulu reached out to him instead. Chen Feng, have you become involved with Qin? Her opening inquiry was accusatory, as if he had betrayed her trust. Chen Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. Was this a joke? What right did she have to question him? It's none of your business. How can you say that? I reached out to you first, and you humiliated me instead, only to end up with that shameless Qin. Am I inferior to her? In what regard could you possibly compare yourself to her? Chen Feng was rendered speechless by her words. Xiao Lulu was not only foolish, but also utterly devoid of self-awareness. What gave her the confidence to compare herself with Qin? The latter's beauty, figure, and graceful demeanor far surpassed hers. Am I not younger than her? She has never been married. How can you compare me to that second-hand item? Chen Feng was incredulous. You must be out of your mind. Chen Feng found himself at a loss. He could not comprehend how Xiao Lulu could utter such nonsense. Her skills in tea artistry were hardly commendable. She had likely lost count of how many times she had been with others. Yet, he was not one to possess an obsession with purity. As long as someone was attractive, he would not think too much about it. However, Xiao Lulu was genuinely repugnant, with grand ambitions and a lack of intellect, frequently engaging in shameless acts. In the past, she had spoken ill of Lin Feier to win his favor, and now she was disparaging Qinyan. You may come if you wish, but you must keep me company. In return, I will offer you a packet of instant noodles. Xiao Lulu, already filled with resentment, was further incensed when Chun Feng made this remark. Did he think she was only worth a few packets of instant noodles? Did he believe her easily bullied? Contemplating this, she coldly huffed and sent a screenshot of her bank balance. 10 million. This was the money she had stealthily earned from selling food today. Prices had soared, and she had made a substantial profit from merely selling a bit of meat. Look at this. This is my earnings. Don't assume that because you have a bit of cash, you can do as you please. Soon, you won't be able to reach my status. Xiao Lulu typed coldly, brimming with pride. In one day, she had already amassed 10 million. If she continued at this rate for 2 or 3 more days, she could realize her dream of becoming a wealthy lady. At that point, she would have no need to concern herself with Chen Feng. Upon seeing the screenshot, Chen Feng was equally astonished. He had not anticipated prices had risen to such an extent. No wonder Xiao Lulu was selling. After all, she was a greedy individual who could not resist such temptation. Yet, it was Lin Feier who would suffer, having unwittingly worked to benefit Xiao Lulu. Without hesitation, he sent a friend request to Lin Feier. Just 2 minutes later, his request was declined. Chen Feng, I'm trying to save you. He submitted another request, stating, Xiao Lulu is selling food outside. After completing this task, he lost interest. He was not a sycophant and had no need to grovel for assistance. He had already provided the necessary warning. Whether Lin Feier could act wisely was up to her. What if selling food was Xiao Lulu's idea? These matters were beyond his concern. When Lin Feier initially received Chun Feng's message, she felt immense disdain, but when the second verification message arrived, she was taken aback. Although she had always held a poor impression of Chun Feng, she immediately checked her food stock. To her dismay, she discovered that her supplies had significantly diminished. Seeing this, Lin Feier's mood darkened, her heart filled with fury. You, Xiao Lulu, I took you in during this weather, and, instead of being grateful, you went and sold my food. She stormed over to Xiao Lulu, pulling the blanket away with a furious expression. Lulu, have you gone too far? Selling my things? Xiao Lulu, already irked from her quarrel with Chun Feng, was now infuriated further by Lin Feier's accusations. Feier, it was just a few packets of instant noodles and some meat. You won't die without those. How can you scold me over such trivial matters? Xiao Lulu stomped her feet in anger, tears streaming down her face, appearing utterly aggrieved. I considered you a close friend. You never let me eat my fill. And now you scold me for selling a few things? You've truly broken my heart. Lin Feier was left dumbfounded, clearly not expecting such shamelessness. After all this time, was it still her fault? Fine. Are you uncomfortable here? Aren't you so capable? Get out of my house right now. Lin Feier seethed with rage, throwing open the door to usher Xiao Lulu out. Chapter 60. Is this not a death sentence? Xiao Lulu gazed at Lin Feier, her expression awash with astonishment, her face a canvas of incredulity. Clearly, she had not anticipated such words from her counterpart. If you wish to leave, Feier, let it be known that should I step out, even if you beseech me to return, I shall not. With a stomp of her foot, Chun stormed toward the exit. However, as she reached the threshold, a frigid gust swept over her, provoking immediate regret. Where would she go if she departed from this place? The outside world was a desolate winter wasteland, and she feared that venturing forth would lead to dire consequences. More importantly, with nearly everyone suffering from a lack of sustenance, if she left, she would have no means of securing refuge elsewhere. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, tears cascaded down her cheeks as she turned to grasp Lin Feier's hand. Feier, I was wrong. Please do not be angry. I merely wish to earn some money for you, because I care. Lin Feier, possessing a tender heart, recognized that even if Xiao did not freeze to death outside, she would likely face a grim fate. Eventually, she relented. Lulu, do you not understand? Money holds no value now. The entire world is engulfed in crisis. Food is paramount. If you promise me to cease selling food, I will overlook your recent actions. How could it be that severe? Xiaolu retorted, her disbelief evident. If it were truly that dire, would we not be facing an apocalypse? If you can comply, we shall remain sisters. If not, you may seek refuge elsewhere, Lin Feier stated with a grave countenance, seemingly issuing a final ultimatum. Xiao, stripped of her defiance, conceded and smiled sheepishly. Very well. I will heed your wishes. Though her face radiated joy, her heart was steeped in dissatisfaction. Lin Feier's actions felt exceedingly harsh. It was only a matter of selling a little food. Was she truly deserving of such treatment? How foolish to consider her a close friend. Meanwhile, Su Qing and her family congregated once more around Zhao Qian. Just moments prior, Han Feng had finally agreed to allow Zhao Qian to visit his villa, a piece of news that brought hope to their starving family. They were in dire need of food, and even if Zhao Qian could not win Shen Feng over, at the very least, she could procure sustenance from him. If your plan fails, remember to bring back extra food. Su Zhicheng's weary gaze sparkled with excitement, for he knew that food was imminent. Su Qing hurriedly reminded Zhao Qian to be cautious, while also urging her to secure Chen Feng's favor quickly. With so many women around him, he will eventually grow weary. Your opportunities are limited, so act swiftly. Su Qing was also concerned that Tao Qian might develop feelings for Chen Feng and end up with him, prompting her to take preventative measures. Zhao Qian, for her part, harbored her own thoughts. After parting from the Zhu family, she concealed a vial of medicine on her person and hurried toward Chen Feng's villa. Do you think Zhao Qian might betray us and end up with Chen Feng? Ma Cuilan inquired, her face etched with tension. As a woman herself, she could sense that Zhao Qian was troubled. Impossible. Zhao Qian could never have feelings for that good-for-nothing. She is my girlfriend and has promised to marry me. Su Zhicheng interjected, clearly unwilling to accept such a notion. No one countered him, but Su Qing remarked regardless. It is better than our current predicament. As long as Zhao Qian is not foolish, she will not keep Chen Feng around. Whether or not they allow us into the villa is another matter altogether. Yet I believe Zhao Qian is far easier to handle than Chen Feng. Upon arriving at the villa, Zhao Qian acted with remarkable decisiveness, shedding her clothing before Chen Feng could utter a word. The warm atmosphere steeled her resolve to fight for her desires. However, before taking action, she wished to grant Chen Feng an opportunity. Should he agree to her terms, all would be well, and she could spare his life. But if he refused, she could not be held accountable for her ruthlessness. Go take a shower, Chen Feng commanded without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lo He, standing nearby, regarded Chen Feng with suspicion. What do you mean? Are you avoiding me now? I fear you might be secretly training in martial arts. Last time, I lost sight of you for a moment, and you managed to decipher all my moves. Chen Feng's eyes fixated on Lao, realizing the dog was becoming increasingly astute, and he found it difficult to keep up with him. In a little while, we will dine together. After the meal, you will stay in the basement. Do not venture into the study, understood? Lao He was clearly displeased, thinking, if you prevent my progress, are you not endangering my life? Before long, Zhao Qian emerged from the bathroom, entirely unclothed, unbothered by modesty or shyness, and immediately wrapped her arms around Chen Feng. Who were you speaking with just now? That dog of mine was misbehaving, so I had to discipline him, Chen Feng responded, enjoying the attention from Zhao Qian while his own hands grew increasingly bold. Lao He, unable to bear the sight, shielded his eyes with his paws. I cannot bear to witness this shamelessness. Darling, I truly do not wish to return. The Zhu family treats me terribly. I only want to be yours. Zhao Qian implored, her voice soft and pleading as she breathed into Chen Feng's ear. She knew how to tug at a man's heartstrings. No man desires to see his woman claimed by another. Should Chen Feng remain indifferent, she would have no choice but to take further action. I reiterate my previous point. If you desire fine dining, that is entirely feasible. However, if you wish to reside here, best not to get your hopes up. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's expression turned icy, but she quickly plastered on a smile. Fine, fine, I will comply. Can we eat first? Once I am satisfied, I will serve you well. Chen Feng nodded and rose to approach the nearby wine cabinet. During his time in the desolate lands, he had acquired a vineyard and stocked up on fine wines, ensuring his home lacked nothing. Today, he intended to test the limits of drinking and driving. As Chen Feng turned to retrieve the wine, Zhao Cheng swiftly produced a small vial, pouring its contents into the chicken soup in front of him while he looked on in bewilderment. What are you doing? Do you think I am invisible? Lao He questioned, leaning closer to inspect the soup before casting a wary glance at Zhao Chen. This woman was clearly up to no good, engaging in such sneaky shenanigans. Yet, Zhao Chen felt no guilt, reveling in her underhanded scheme. Once she secured her position, she would undoubtedly oust that irritating dog from the premises. Lao He watched her with suspicion, sensing something amiss, but he could not decipher her intentions. By the time Chen Feng returned with his wine glass, she had completed her furtive task. Chen Feng, you have La Fight here, Zhao Chen exclaimed, feigning shock as she approached him to accept the wine. Yes, I stocked up a bit. I did not expect it to come in handy. Chen Feng chuckled. Before drinking, you should have a bowl of chicken soup to warm your stomach. It will prevent discomfort later, Zhao Cheng suggested as she handed the soup to Chen Feng. Without a hint of suspicion, he raised the bowl to his lips and drank it all in one go. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Qian felt an overwhelming joy blossom within her heart. I am curious to see just how arrogant you can be. Soon, you shall find yourself begging for mercy. However, even if you do plead for forgiveness, it will be too late, for I possess no antidote. What would you possibly be thinking? Why this sudden cheerfulness? Oh, it's simply that I feel elated. After all, I will soon be in your company. Zhao Qian patted Chen Feng's shoulder and then, unabashed, seated herself on a chair, crossing her legs with a flourish while savoring the gentle sway of her wine glass. In that moment, she felt as though she were a noble mistress. Naturally, she was indifferent to whether she was properly attired. Chen Feng, do you think that had I not received the call from Su Jiqiang, you would have been with me? Zhao Qian asked languidly, her tone no longer submissive, but imbued with a sense of commanding confidence. Of course not. You never had any real interest in me, merely following the money wherever it led. Chen Feng was unreserved in his response. At this, Zhao Qian's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. Is it wrong to pursue a better life? Certainly not. Chen Feng shook his head dismissively. It is entirely natural for women to be drawn to wealthy men. I do not even consider it to be materialistic. It is ingrained in our very genes, all for the sake of providing a better environment for future generations. Men, too, are inclined to favor the young and beautiful, primarily to ensure superior genetics for their offspring. Your actions are entirely justifiable. Zhao Qian rose abruptly, her dissatisfaction palpable. If you perceive no issue with this, why are you unwilling to be with me? I have already stated that in the absence of any emotional foundation, men desire youth and beauty, and you, my dear, are still quite distant from that. Chen Feng continued calmly. Besides, the current circumstances are rather dire. I cannot allow someone who might betray me at any moment to remain by my side. Zhao Qian was incensed, realizing that Chen Feng had never truly regarded her. Very well, it spares me from feeling regret after eliminating him. Chen Feng, you are indeed formidable, but alas, today marks your demise. Do not be so arrogant in your next life. You intend to lay hands on me? Chen Feng chuckled at Zhao Qian, as if she were a mere jest. Surely, you do not think that as a woman, you are mightier than those like Luo Zhongyuan? I may not compare to them, yet within the broth you just consumed lies the poison I had slipped in. You are already afflicted. A smirk graced Zhao Qian's lips as she approached Chen Feng, her finger playfully lifting his chin, radiating triumph. Do you not feel a sudden weakness, your limbs turning to jelly? Chen Feng was momentarily stunned as their gazes locked, a silent understanding passing between them. After a prolonged pause, he finally grasped the situation, his body convulsing as he collapsed to the ground. I feel utterly drained. My limbs so weak. How ruthless you are. Chen Feng's act was exaggerated, yet Zhao Qian remained oblivious, reveling in her newfound superiority as she looked down upon him. Lao He hurried over to Chen Feng, checking on him anxiously. Woof, what on earth has happened to you? I warned you to be cautious. Look where it has led you. As Lao He circled around him, he pondered jumping in to perform chest compressions. Chen Feng nearly met his demise under Lao He's paws. At present, Lao He's strength rivaled that of a grown man. You have only yourself to blame for not seizing the opportunity. Had you allowed me to remain here, today would not have ended in your death. Zhao Qian sang mockingly. In her eyes, Chen Feng was already a corpse. Puffed. Ignoring Zhao Qian entirely, Chen Feng, after enduring Lao Hei's antics once more, finally mustered the strength to rise. Enough of this. I am fine. If you continue this farce, you will truly be the death of me. Zhao Qian? Lao Hei woof. If you are fine, you should have said so earlier. Look at how worried you've made me. Lao Hei glared at Chen Feng, and Zhao Qian, in disbelief, began to unravel. She had clearly seen Chen Feng consume the poison. How could he possibly be unharmed? What is happening? Why is this so? How could he not be poisoned? Her mind raced with doubt. Could it be that Su Qing's family had deceived her? Yet upon further reflection, she dismissed that notion, as Su Qing's family also sought to deal with Chen Feng and would not resort to such treachery. Why? Did you truly believe I would drink something you handed me? Do you think me a fool? Chen Feng looked utterly exasperated. In this apocalyptic world, he could trust no one. But I distinctly saw you drink it. Zhao Qian shook her head furiously, unwilling to accept reality. I told you, but you do not comprehend. Chen Feng shook his head in disbelief. The broth had never even touched his lips, having been absorbed directly into his space. Yet Zhao Qian, an ordinary person, remained oblivious. But I truly do not understand. Where could the poison be hidden if your clothes are gone? Chen Feng's gaze darted to Zhao Qian's legs, his mouth agape in disbelief. How could people be so bold? Zhao Qian, in a state of panic, scanned her surroundings, ultimately fixating on the dining knife on the table. Without a second thought, she seized it and charged at Chen Feng. Seeking death, Chen Feng sneered, preparing to unleash his spatial abilities to subdue her, but to his astonishment, Lao Hei sprang into action first. With a sudden surge, countless ice pillars erupted from the ground, swiftly encasing Zhao Qian in a frigid prison. Chapter 62, Luo Zhongyuan's target. Oh my goodness! Chen Feng stood in shock as he beheld the scene before him. The Zhao Qian who had just been poised to attack was now completely encased in ice. She might be devoid of life, or perhaps conscious yet utterly immobilized. It was evident that she had no chance of retaliation, as she remained frozen in the very motion of her assault against Chen Feng, having not even comprehended what had transpired before she was sealed away. Lao Hei, how have you become so powerful? When did you awaken your abilities? Chen Feng hurriedly turned his gaze to Lao Hei, realizing his initial guess had been correct. He was indeed the extraordinary dog with abilities capable of thriving even in the apocalypse. However, he had not anticipated that Lao Hei would awaken ice powers at this juncture. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. As a farm dog, how could he have survived for 2.5 years in a frigid environment without having awakened abilities? Woof. Lao Hei, equally astonished, stared at the ice pillar, bewildered. I have no idea. Who could know such things? Lao Hei, you are remarkable. Together, we can become invincible. Chen Feng exclaimed with enthusiasm. Woof. Really? Am I truly that impressive? Indeed, you are exceptional. Should anyone dare to trouble us, we shall simply freeze them in place. Let us see who would still challenge us. Chen Feng chuckled, waving his hand, indifferent to Zhao Qian's fate. A spatial rift appeared, drawing her in. Even if she survived, once in my space, her demise would be inevitable. Come, let me prepare a grand feast for you. With that, Chen Feng discarded all the food on the table. Although he understood that Zhao Qian had merely poisoned the broth, he was a cautious individual. What if she had carelessly let the poison contaminate other items? Retrieving a king crab from his space, Chen Feng proceeded to the kitchen to begin his culinary endeavors. Lao Hei, fetch me the knife. Woof, woof, woof. Lao Hei, despite having gained a remarkable skill, still felt a significant gap compared to his master. After all, one can effortlessly conjure food, an ability that seems utterly beyond the realm of possibility for others. When will I ever attain such prowess as Chen Feng? Just look at him, he can even cook. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Qing and her companions have been waiting for quite some time without any sign of Zhao Qian's return. Their expressions have shifted from anticipation to frustration. I told you that wretched girl was no good, but you refused to believe me. Su Dahua berated Su Jiqiang beside him. Dad, perhaps something unexpected has occurred. Qian would never deceive me. Impossible? Matsuelan's face contorted with anger. She felt her son's mind must be utterly befuddled. How could he continue to defend Zhao Qian at such time? She has grown accustomed to living in Chun Feng's home, reveling in his comforts, and has completely forgotten about us. I have always sensed that this woman was unworthy. Ma Solon scolded vehemently, while Su Qing felt increasingly helpless. Clearly, she had miscalculated. Zhao Qian had betrayed them. What should we do next? Wang Hao seldom spoke, and even now he bore wounds that, while not hindering his movement, were painful. Their family had gone too long without food. If they did not eat soon, they would not only be unable to confront Chen Feng, but might even find their very lives in jeopardy. What can we do? Let us inquire with others. We must find a way to survive, Su Dahua declared, cursing under his breath as he donned his clothes to search for answers. Although he knew finding food was a daunting task, there was no other option. They had to ask around. Chen Feng, however, was not at all concerned about the Su family's predicament, yet he could surmise their situation. After all, they had run out of supplies, and given the circumstances, they could not endure for long. Life in this apocalyptic world would only grow more arduous. Only the two of us could remain unperturbed amidst the turmoil of the community, facing the treacherous hearts of men with equanimity. Woof woof. Ah, invincibility is indeed lonely. In this vast community, only you can engage me in a spar or two. Cool me. Let's have a match. Woof woof. As Chen Feng spoke, he poured a bit of red wine into old Hay's bowl, and both man and dog drank deeply. At that moment, Chen Feng's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw a message from Qin Yan. Chen Feng, Luo Zhongyuan is gathering people to join forces against you. Is he already well? Chen Feng asked curiously. He had shot the man, yet he remained undeterred. A person sustaining such an injury would normally require hospitalization for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Yet this fellow had only rested briefly before returning to stir up trouble, which was quite unexpected. He is not well, but he can get out of bed and move around. He has called many people, claiming that your home has food and clothing, and whoever can capture you will feast abundantly. Quite a number of people are willing to help. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was somewhat taken aback. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Luo Zhongyuan was once a thug, and he possessed certain capabilities. Despite having offended many during this time, under greater temptation, numerous individuals were willing to set aside their grievances. Understood. Just ensure your safety. Chen Feng paid no heed to these petty antics, for his heavily fortified safe house posed no threat. Not only could they not breach his defenses, but even if they did, he and Old Hay, two powerful abilities, would hardly fear them. Nonetheless, Chen Feng could distinctly sense that Qin Yan had likely grown quite reliant on him. Between Luo Zhongyuan and himself, she had chosen a side with him. In the underground garage, a group of people gathered, led by none other than Luo Zhongyuan. Everyone should be aware of the current situation. Chen Feng's home is abundant with food, and it is particularly warm. We must enter if we are to survive this crisis. Luo Zhongyuan calmly evaluated the pros and cons, while those around him nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, this was the only viable course of action. Not far away, Su Dahua's family exchanged glances, and soon, excitement surged among them. Quickly, this is a tremendous opportunity. A crowd is seeking trouble with Chen Feng. We must contact him immediately. Su Qing also reacted swiftly, hastily opening WeChat to message Chen Feng. Chen Feng, Luo Zhongyuan is currently gathering people to assault your villa. They have at least 20 individuals, and you cannot fend them off alone. We can come and assist you in dealing with him. Upon reading the message, Chen Feng could not help but smirk. Do they think I've lost my mind, or am I simply foolish? Are they genuinely offering help, or do they wish to usurp my position? Chapter 63. This is truly treacherous. No worries, let them come. I am unperturbed. Chen Feng replied leisurely. Even if they sought to trouble him, they would find it impossible to penetrate his defenses. However, upon seeing Chen Feng's response, Matsuelon grew anxious. At this moment, they had yet to secure a meal. Their only chance lay in forging a closer bond with Chen Feng, seeking a path to forgiveness, however slim it may be. She quickly snatched Su Qing's phone, her voice urgent. Chen Feng, your situation is genuinely perilous. Luo Zhongyan is nothing but a ruffian. and now he has rallied a large group. The odds of you enduring this are zero. We are, after all, your family. We must unite at this critical juncture. Indeed, let's not dwell on past grievances. Shall we? I will apologize for any issues. Let us simply endure this harsh winter together. Su Dahua quickly chimed in. The family hoped to leverage this approach to persuade Chun Feng to let them in. After all, once inside, their lives would certainly improve. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that Chun Feng had not taken their situation seriously at all. I advise you to drop the pretense. Do you think we can simply forget the past? Chun Feng shook his head with a cold smile. I lack for nothing and fear no trouble. You should focus on your own affairs and pray you do not perish too soon, or I shall find myself quite bored, observing Chun Feng's repeated rejection of their pleas. Su Dahua, despite having prepared for this outcome, could not contain his temper. To hell with it. Chun Feng, I am helping you. Stop with your antics and recognize my importance. Do you truly think you are so remarkable? I tell you, we will soon ally with Luo Zhongyuan, and then you shall see. Indeed, even if you beg us on your knees, we shall not spare you. Fine, fine, I agree. Let us unite against Luo Zhongyuan. Chun Feng finally conceded. Really? Then hurry and open the door for us. Let's eat first. Yes, I want steak and pork knuckles. Ma Salon excitedly began placing her order, while Chun Feng reclined on the sofa, watching their conversation with a cold smirk. Let you in? Am I out of my mind? Allowing you inside? Saying this, Chun Feng promptly shared their chat history in the community owner group. Oh hey, did you see that? This is wisdom, without shedding blood. I can vanquish my foes. Isn't it brilliant? Woof. Old Hay looked at Chun Feng, clearly perplexed by his words. Even with his considerable intellect, comprehending such matters was not something he could grasp in an instant. Allow me to provide you with an example. If other dogs vie with you for a bone, what will you do? Without a moment's hesitation, Old Hay bared his teeth. What will I do? Of course, I will take him down. Do you think I am easy to bully? You see, that is falling into a trap. Isn't it? How can we resort to violence? We should summon his rival dogs and let them fight. Then we can conveniently reap the benefits. Upon hearing this, Old Hay's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Woof woof. This is exceedingly treacherous. How did I not think of such a thing? He gazed at Chun Feng, overwhelmed by the vastness of knowledge he had yet to acquire. Meanwhile, Su Qing's family, having waited downstairs for quite some time, finally sensed that something was amiss. Wang had already discovered the screenshots of Chun Feng in their group chat. We must leave quickly. We are in deep trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Hao seized Su Qing and made to depart. Upon seeing the screenshots, Su Dahua and his wife could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. That scoundrel had gone too far to treat us in such a manner. Even if they were foolish, they could clearly discern what was about to unfold. Nearby, a group of individuals was already conspiring on how to deal with Chun Feng, and they began to cast furtive glances in their direction. It was only after several had departed that Luo Zhongyuan realized that their clandestine plan had been leaked by those few. Was this not a deliberate affront to them? Brother Luo, what should we do? Having a spy complicates matters. Someone hesitantly voiced. Chun Feng was armed, and now their adversary was prepared, making the ensuing situation daunting. Follow me. Luo Zhongyuan, his face darkened, led his group towards the residence of the Su family. What do we do now? We are in serious trouble. With Luo Zhongyuan's vengeful nature, we are bound to face significant problems. Su Jiqiang was terrified. He was well aware of Luo Zhongyuan's ruthless methods. Not only had he committed murder, but he was also rumored to indulge in such heinous acts. What do we have to fear? Why are you panicking? Does he dare to come here and harm us? Indeed, even if he is arrogant, we have not provoked him. What right does he have to cause us trouble? Voices of anger echoed within the room, as if the confines of their home provided them with immense security. Yet, just as those words left their lips, the door was violently kicked open, and a throng of individuals stormed in. What do you want? This is our home. Get out. Ma Tsuelon panicked. Having never witnessed such a scene, the fierce demeanor of these individuals terrified her. Get out? Huh? Who do you think you are? Luo Zhongyuan retorted, slapping Ma Tsuelon without hesitation. He had no patience to waste time with these people. You thought you could report me? Do you really think I am easy to bully? With a wave of his hand, His followers encircled them with cold smirks. Brother Luo, we were in the wrong. To be honest, we also have a grudge against Chen Feng. We can join forces against him. Su Qing pleaded, her demeanor entirely obsequious. Luo Zhongyuan regarded her with a sneer. You possess some charm. If you can entertain my brothers well today, I might consider helping you deal with Chen Feng. Su Qing's expression shifted instantly, and she attempted to flee, only to find her escape route blocked. Where do you think you're going? Do you underestimate us? Someone laughed, dragging Su Qing further into the room. You beasts! Release my daughter. Su Dehua roared in anger, but was met with a steel rod instead. Strike them. Teach this group a lesson. The room was soon filled with the sounds of screams, wails, and pleas for mercy. That night, Chen Feng received another message from Qin Yan. The Su family had been dealt with. Upon hearing of the leak from the Su family, Luo Zhongyuan and his band had rushed over to wreak havoc upon their home. The cries of Su Dehua and Wang Hao echoed, and it was reported that the situation was dire, with Su Qing being used as a mere tool for their release of pent-up frustrations. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng could not suppress a sense of inevitability. It was apparent that such an outcome had been predestined from the very start. After all, Luo Zhongyuan was notoriously vicious. Initially, bound by morality and law, he might have restrained himself to some extent, but now that he had perceived the circumstances, he would show no mercy. Generally, only individuals like him could thrive in such a brutal environment. Su Qing had been brought to his dwelling, and now Luo Zhongyuan had bound her. Anyone who obeyed him could partake in the spoils. Su Qing sent another message, and Chen Feng's expression turned more astonished. On one hand, he lamented Luo Zhongyuan's ruthless nature. On the other, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Su Qing's plight. In his previous life, he had protected her well, yet Su Qing had been ungrateful, constantly belittling him and ultimately colluding with Wang Hao to bring about his demise. In this life, without his protection, her downfall was well-deserved. You brought this upon yourself. I cannot be blamed. Chen Feng chuckled lightly, instructed Qin Yan to keep herself safe, and set his phone aside. The Su family's current predicament was entirely their own doing. Given the circumstances, they would likely not survive for long. Old Hay, in such an environment, do not trust anyone. Do you understand? In my previous life, I was betrayed by that woman. Such a tragic fate. I was even asleep when they struck me, leaving me in unimaginable pain. Woof! Old Hay with his mouth agape looked at Chen Feng in admiration. That's incredible. You can even recall events from your past life. I, on the other hand, struggle to remember anything from mine. Chen Feng pondered for a moment, then retrieved a small notebook from his space and began to jot down notes. Survival rule number 1. Never trust any outsider. This must be documented, and I must remind myself daily. From now on, we shall recite it every morning upon waking. Do you understand? This world is perilous. One misstep could cost us our lives. Woof! Absolutely. I shall heed your every word. Old Hay nodded in agreement, then lay down to study the notebook, contemplating if there was anything else worth adding. Luo Zhongyuan's group gathered together, conversing jovially, all appearing quite satisfied, although Su Qing was of average appearance. Being female allowed them to vent their frustrations, alleviating the tension that had built up over time. Everyone enjoyed themselves, did they not? Luo Zhongyuan chuckled coldly, securing Su Qing and tossing her into a room. Ha ha ha, she lacks charm, and her figure leaves much to be desired. One remarked, yet their gaze wandered towards Qin Yan in the distance. Compared to Su Qing, Qin Yan excelled in every aspect. Qin Yan felt the weight of their stares and hurriedly lowered her head to exit the premises. As for Luo Zhongyuan, being astute, he instantly grasped their intentions and nonchalantly patted the shoulder of the one who spoke. He was not angered. Instead, he replied coldly, once we deal with Chen Feng, if you truly wish to experience something, I have no objections. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room became electrified. How could they not desire such a prospect? Given Qin Yan's beauty and figure, she was the object of everyone's desire in the neighborhood. Is that true? Brother Luo, if you can arrange for your wife to spend a night with me, I will assist you with anything in the future. You tell me to go west, and I will not venture east. Yes, me too. Rest assured, my word is my bond. Luo Zhongyuan chuckled coldly to himself, unfazed by their intentions towards Qin Yan. Conversely, he would not hesitate to use her to consolidate his power. He was acutely aware that under such circumstances, only by expanding his ranks could he hope to survive. Prepare yourselves. We shall seek out Qin Feng immediately. So soon? Nonsense. Our strategy is to strike unexpectedly. Qin Feng likely never anticipated that we would approach him at this moment to cause trouble. Luo Zhongyan declared, promptly rallying his companions to take action. Meanwhile, after they departed, Qin Yan found herself engulfed in anxiety. She had listened intently to Luo Zhongyan's words and initially harbored a glimmer of hope, but now that hope had utterly dissipated. Wasn't this absurd? To consider oneself a mere object for winning hearts, to be casually offered to others? This situation seemed quite formidable. Hadn't they already attempted to breach this place with a power drill? Observing the underground parking lot, someone wore a hesitant expression. If it were easy to get in, Luo Zhongyuan would have stormed in long ago. This place was fortified with titanium alloy plates. Ordinary tools could not breach it. We should not waste our time here. Luo Zhongyan glowered at the imposing entrance, recalling his numerous attempts, each ending in failure. What shall we do then? Let us not fixate solely on this location. Let's go outside. I noticed there are glass windows at his residence. If we can shatter the glass, we will gain entry. As Luo Zhongyuan spoke, his companions could not help but admire his ingenuity. However, it was but a moment before someone reacted. It is far too cold outside. We would freeze to death. Indeed, in this icy terrain, attempting an exterior assault seems exceedingly difficult. The group began to feel disheartened. Wasn't this risking their lives? Do not be so spineless. Luo Zhongyan scoffed coldly and continued, although the outside conditions are frigid, if we dress warmly, it will pose no problem. Furthermore, consider this. The interior of the adversary's residence is undoubtedly a warm haven, replete with endless provisions. Is this not worth the risk? Upon hearing this, the group cast aside their doubts, quickly donning thicker clothing, and hastily made their way outside. The first floor was nearly buried under a blanket of snow. Braving the bitter cold, they successfully ascended to the second floor of Qin Feng's villa and, without a second thought, struck at the glass. However, in the next moment, their expressions froze in disbelief. Goodness, is this truly bulletproof glass? Their faces paled. They had never anticipated such extreme precautions. It was one thing for Qin Feng to fortify the basement with titanium alloy plates, but to install bulletproof glass in a home? Anyone witnessing this would be utterly flabbergasted. What should we do now? Some began to panic, having finally reached this point, only to find their plans completely derailed at the outset. What can we do? Let us attack the adjacent wall. I refuse to believe we cannot break through with our weapons. Someone muttered, and without further ado, swung a heavy hammer against the wall. Though clad in thick layers, they exerted tremendous effort in their task. After all, Qin Feng's abode was nothing short of a celestial paradise, equipped with electricity, heating devices, and abundant food. Just peering through the glass made them increasingly restless. Today, they must find a way inside. However, after several strikes, as they caught sight of the metallic sheen of the wall, their expressions soured once again. What the hell is this? How terrified must one be to install titanium alloy plates in such a place? Some faces turned ashen, while they could tolerate the numerous titanium plates in the underground garage. The entire house was fortified with such materials? How fearful could one possibly be? At that moment, they realized the extent of Qin Feng's renovations. After much effort, it became clear that he had reinforced the entire villa. Fair, do you see that villa? Are there not a few individuals attempting to pry at the walls? Xiao Lulu, seated by the window, hazily noticed several figures at Qin Feng's residence. The villa was illuminated every night, and Xiao Lulu couldn't help but feel envious. She often glanced in that direction, and now, by chance, she spotted a group attempting to breach the house. Lin Fei Air paused for a moment before taking out her phone to send a message to Qin Feng. What are you doing? Did you not express disdain for that individual? Xiao Lulu remarked, her dissatisfaction evident, especially upon seeing Lin Fei Air add Qin Feng as a friend. After all, being neighbors, it was essential to offer a warning. Yet what good would that do? He has already provoked the ire of many. A whole group is seeking trouble with him, and he cannot handle it. Xiao Lulu felt a sense of schadenfreude. Chen Feng looked down on her, and witnessing his predicament brought her joy. Meanwhile, Chen Feng sat by the window, calmly sipping coffee, observing the commotion outside. Due to the biting cold, they had already changed twice. Yet their situation showed no signs of improvement. They could not breach his residence. After all, it was a place built with considerable investment. Walls that could withstand explosives would not yield to such simple methods without resulting in ridicule. Can your abilities be utilized? Chen Feng pointed to a figure not far away, urging Laohong to give it a try. His own powers had distance limitations, only able to manifest spatial fissures within 3 meters, and he wished to see if Laohong could do the same. Let us not make it too extravagant. Simply freezing their feet would suffice. Now is not the time to reveal our powers. Laohong nodded eagerly, narrowing his eyes at the figures outside. He seemed to be gathering his strength, then suddenly exerted himself. Puffed. In a moment of anticipation from Chen Feng, Laohong simply let out a fart. Laohong, even if you must fart, can you not turn your backside towards me? Do you not believe I could deliver a swift kick that would have you in tears? Chen Feng quickly stepped aside, while Laohong wore a look of helplessness. As it was clearly Chen Feng behind him, the group outside seemed to sense something amiss. Why has the temperature suddenly dropped so drastically? One person's face changed, sensing that something was wrong. What is happening? Oh no, I cannot move my feet. He looked down to find his feet frozen solid. If this continued, trouble was imminent. Let us go. We cannot remain here any longer, they exclaimed, hurriedly smashing the ice, encasing their feet with their hammers before retreating. You think you can escape? Chen Feng sneered at the scene, swiftly activating a mechanism. Instantly, several pipes filled with hot water aimed at them, unleashing torrents upon the group. The boiling water rapidly cooled in the frigid air, drenching them thoroughly. Their clothing quickly froze into icy clumps. Chen Feng, damn you! If you have the courage, come out and face us one-on-one. The furious voices echoed in the area as the group lamented, retreating into the underground garage. What happened? Luo Zhongyuan observed the returning group, his expression darkening. That Chen Feng, his walls are made of titanium alloy. We cannot break through. And more critically, he doused us with water. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. While it sounded almost humorous, in such extreme cold, it was indeed lethal. Chen Feng, just you wait. Luo Zhongyuan's gaze turned grim. Yet as they deliberated on their next steps, a sudden sound of a door opening echoed. The group turned their eyes to see that Chen Feng's underground garage had just been opened. I went unexpectedly opened it myself. Could it be that you have already conceded defeat? Someone, overwhelmed with excitement, dashed toward that direction without a second thought. Although Luo Zhongyuan found it hard to believe, he understood that opportunities like this are fleeting. Even if the adversary possessed some skills and strength, they had ultimately opened the door, granting them a glimmer of hope. At the very least, there was still a shred of chance. Charge! Regardless of the outcome, they must first enter. Luo Zhongyuan, leading the charge, bellowed and surged toward the grand entrance. Bang! However, just as the crowd was brimming with enthusiasm, a sound akin to a firecracker erupted, and in an instant, blood gushed from Luo Zhongyuan's chest as he collapsed to the ground. The surrounding group was instantly struck with shock, their earlier momentum evaporating as they scrambled backward in panic. Clearly, the gunfire had rendered them speechless, and they could no longer maintain their earlier bravado. TSK, TSK, TSK. This time it was quite satisfactory. Not a shot went astray. Chen Feng hummed leisurely as the garage door slowly descended, sealing shut once more. Chapter 66. Defection. What is happening? What on earth is going on? As a few individuals carried Luo Zhongyuan back, the matriarch, Grandma Zhou, appeared utterly bewildered, clearly unable to comprehend the day's events. How could her son, having ventured out for such a brief period, return drenched in blood? Was it Chen Feng's doing? Chen Feng had a gun and acted without hesitation. They had been powerless to intervene. Someone exclaimed in a panic, their faces etched with tension and fear. The pressure brought by modern weaponry was undeniably overwhelming. An ordinary person would likely struggle to even stand in such circumstances. What? Again, it's Chun Feng. Grandma Zhou's rage surged uncontrollably as she clutched a man before her. Her eyes ablaze, as if she were bearing an immense fury. Why did you all go together and yet remain unscathed, while my son is the one in peril? Her voice was laced with profound resentment, and the group stood awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. After all, Luo Zhongyuan was on the brink of death. They could say little more than a few words of concern before hastily retreating. A bunch of useless scoundrels. Faced with adversity, they only know how to flee. Grandma Zhou berated vehemently, wishing fervently to gather that group and give them a thorough beating. Grandma, what happened to my dad? Xiaolong, dear, go play over there for now. Your father is merely feeling unwell, Grandma Zhou said hastily, her gaze shifting to Qin Yan beside her. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and fetch Dr. He Jing. Her scolding reverberated through the space, and only then did Qin Yan snap to attention, rushing out to summon Dr. He Jing. However, upon examining Luo Zhongyuan's injuries, He Jing shook her head, indicating that she was at a loss. Dr. He Jing, you must save my son. I will be eternally grateful, even if it means working like a mule. Grandma Zhou clutched at He Jing desperately, as if refusing to relent until she received assurance. It's futile. The injury is in the chest cavity. Even in a hospital, it would require time and effort, and right now, we lack even the necessary medication. He Jing sighed, genuinely unable to provide aid, for this individual was already on the verge of death. We have medication. We have medication. Whatever you need, I will procure it immediately. You must save my son today, no matter what. Grandma Zhou's demeanor suggested she was on the brink of madness, as she grasped Qin Yan fiercely, her expression menacing. Hurry, go find the medication. If you can't locate it, you won't survive today. He Jing wished to reason with her, asserting that taking medication would be of no use now. But Qin Yan had been forcefully shoved aside. Dr. He Jing, please help my son stop the bleeding. I am ready to assist in any way you require. Grandma Zhou's eyes were bloodshot, her entire being exuding a sense of complete frenzy. Stop the bleeding? He likely has already lost his life, and you speak of stopping blood. On Chun Feng's side, he returned to his residence and began to reflect on the day's events. Having prepared himself mentally, he noted that his shots had been considerably more accurate. Old Hay, what insights can you draw from this? Chun Feng directed his gaze toward Old Hay, who was currently engrossed in his notebook. Taken aback by Chun Feng's sudden inquiry, Old Hay appeared momentarily dazed. Wong? Could it be an expression of the bullet's longing for home? He hesitated, but Chun Feng's expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? Longing for home? This incident teaches us the necessity of practice. Every endeavor requires diligence to master. Do you understand? Practice makes perfect. Do you comprehend? Old Hay, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously. Chun Feng's ability to articulate such profound wisdom in such simple terms was impressive. You must continue to hone your skills. Do you understand? As Chun Feng was imparting wisdom to Old Hay, the surveillance system alerted him to an approaching presence. Qin Yan, what is she doing here at this hour? Chun Feng opened the door with suspicion, and upon her entrance and removal of her outer garments, he regarded her with curiosity. Are you here to fetch medication for Luo Zhongyuan? His current condition cannot be remedied with mere medicine. No, I came here to have a good meal. Qin Yan replied flatly, her heartache manifesting as a complete detachment from the family. As for fetching medication, absurd. She wished for Luo Zhongyuan to perish at once. Very well, go take a shower first. Chun Feng mused, suddenly piecing together the situation. However, he was indifferent to Qin Yan's sentiments or her current emotional state. She had come for sustenance, and, as long as he could provide that, he had no interest in delving deeper into her motivations. After 2 hours of indulgence, Chun Feng perceived that Qin Yan was more dedicated than ever, leaving him to wonder if she was attempting to curry favor or if she sought to vent her frustrations regarding Luo Zhongyuan through this act of rebellion. Only after Qin Yan had her fill did she slowly depart from Chun Feng's villa. When it comes to maturity, allure, and that graceful figure, few could rival Qin Yan. Chun Feng, filled with reflection, pondered deeply. His existence in this lifetime had essentially saved her. After all, in the previous life, she had become a mere tool for Luo Zhongyuan to garner favor, meeting a tragic end. Alas, such matters are not for me to dwell upon. Old Hey, come, let us practice. Upon returning to her residence, Luo Zhongyan had already breathed his last. Given his severe injuries, the conditions for rescue were non-existent, and he was left with but one path ahead. Grandma Zhou, in her fury, unleashed a torrent of insults upon her, deeming her worthless for failing to manage even this minor task. What use do I have for you? Get out, get out. With a broom in hand, Grandma Zhou relentlessly struck Qin Yin, who remained utterly unmoved. Eventually, Grandma Zhou, exhausted from her tirade, retreated to Luo Zhongyan's side, weeping uncontrollably. In such a household, you should not linger. They have never regarded you as one of their own. In the room, the bound Su Qing addressed Qin Yin. What do you wish to convey? Now that Luo Zhongyan has died, his mother will not spare you, and she is but an old woman who might use you as a bargaining chip for food, leaving you with a fate no different from mine. Su Qing desperately sought to manipulate her, and in truth, her words bore weight, for Qin Yin was already wavering. If you release me, I will have my family assist you in dealing with that old woman. Together, we can protect you. You? Qin Yin regarded her with skepticism. Yes, we are both unfortunate women. I understand your plight, and we should support one another. Upon hearing this, Qin Yin could no longer restrain herself and approached Su Qing, freeing her from her bindings. Chapter 67. Gratitude turned to grievance. Rest assured, I shall express my gratitude appropriately. Su Qing hastily rose, her eyes now brimming with resentment. Her plight had been unbearable. Victimized by Luo Zhongyuan and his entourage, such humiliation would forever haunt her. This scoundrel had brought this upon himself. He deserved his fate. As she spoke, Su Qing swiftly contacted Su Dahua and the others, determined to avenge this insult. The death of Luo Zhongyuan would not suffice. She had no intention of sparing the malevolent old Madame Zhou. Upon receiving his daughter's message, Su Dahua hurriedly gathered his family and rushed to the location. This family is a pack of demons. I will assist you in dealing with them. Su Qing comforted Qin Yin, primarily fearing that the other party might betray them at a critical moment. I genuinely feel for you. You have sacrificed so much for this family, yet they treat you like an animal. Meanwhile, old Madame Zhou sensed something was amiss and hurried towards the room. Qin Yin, what are you saying to that wretched girl in there? Her furious voice echoed from outside, and when she discovered she could not even open the door, she realized something was wrong. Qin Yin, come out. If you don't, I'll hold back. The sound of incessant banging on the door filled the air. Both Qin Yin and Su Qing were greatly frightened. Qin Yin, having long been under her mother-in-law's oppressive control, had developed psychological scars. Su Qing, on the other hand, was simply terrified by recent events. However, as they contemplated their situation, they quickly regained their composure. With Luo Zhongyan now dead, only old Madame Zhou and her grandson remained. What was there to fear? Even if it were just Su Qing alone, she felt fearless. With that thought, she kicked open the door without hesitation. Old Madame Zhou barely had time to react before a woman, disheveled and wild, lunged at her. A barrage of blows fell upon her like a torrential downpour. You old hag, weren't you so arrogant? With your son dead, who will come to your aid now? Su Qing spared no mercy, her fists raining down as she sought to release all the grievances she had suffered. Qin Yin, you good for nothing. Why are you just standing there? Come help me. Old Madame Zhou's cries of despair filled the air, and even as she was being struck, she could not help but hurl insults at her daughter-in-law. Unfortunately for her, Qin Yin had completely lost hope. Moments later, Su Dahua and the others arrived, and without a second thought, they joined the fray. In their eyes, this family deserved their fate. Let go of my grandmother, you bastards. Xiaolong shouted upon seeing the commotion in his home, charging forward with fists raised. Get out of my way. Wang Hao delivered a powerful kick, sending his opponent sprawling down the stairs, lifeless upon impact. At such a moment, they had no concern about the consequences of their actions. Hit her. Beat that scoundrel mercilessly. Ma Solon, bruised and in pain, joined in, unleashing her fury upon old Madame Zhou. With Luo Zhongyuan gone, all their pent-up rage was directed at her. As her screams gradually weakened, it was not long before old Madame Zhou succumbed to silence. Only then did the group finally feel at ease. Daughter, what on earth happened? How did that scoundrel lose his life? Su Dahua gasped for breath, exhausted from the recent altercation. It was Chun Feng. Luo Zhongyuan brought people to confront Chun Feng. But unexpectedly, he was countered and killed. Su Qing's revelation darkened their expressions instantly. Their fury towards Chun Feng was beyond words. Our current plight is entirely due to that scoundrel Chun Feng. We must find a way to eliminate him. Wang Hao pounded the table in frustration. Though old Madame Zhou's family had perished, their anger remained unquenched. Yes, we must find a way to take him down. Su Dahua was equally incensed, while Su Qing's expression mirrored his. Her own suffering was beyond description. The rift between her and Chun Feng was irreparable, even if he sought reconciliation now. She wished for nothing less than his utter destruction. Let us not rush. Revenge is not a matter to be taken lightly. We must clear this place of all its belongings. Su Dahua murmured, realizing they had not eaten in ages and were on the brink of starvation. While Luo Zhongyuan's family had food remaining, an unexpected twist. Look, there's meat. They actually have meat. Su Jiqiang exclaimed, eagerly snatching a piece to devour. The family wasted no time, diving into the meal without a thought for the specifics of what they were consuming, especially since the Zhou family had already prepared the meat in a way that was unrecognizable to the average person. Only Qin Yin stood aside, nearly retching at the sight, and hastily retreated to her room. She could not discern whether aiding this family was right or wrong, but a constant sense of unease lingered in her heart. Before long, a knock echoed at her door, and she nervously opened a crack. What is it? Su Jiqiang appeared, offering her pieces of meat. A sinister grin plastered across his face. You must be starving. You haven't eaten in a while, have you? Qin Yin quickly shook her head, refusing. I'm not hungry. Just as she attempted to close the door, Su Jiqiang forced it open, his gaze unabashedly roaming over her form. Despite her layers of clothing, Qin Yin felt his leering scrutiny penetrate her. A sense of dread washed over her. What do you want? Leave me alone. I need to rest. On such a cold day, don't you feel lonely resting all by yourself? Let me keep you company. What do you mean by that? Qin Yan's expression darkened as she retorted, I have helped you. Is this how you repay my kindness? You must be colluding with Chun Feng by now, pretending in front of me. I will not let you off today. Su Jiqiang, filled with resentment towards Chun Feng for the troubles he had caused his family and for stealing his girlfriend, was determined to take advantage of this opportunity. He lunged at Qin Yin, but in an instant, she delivered a swift kick to his groin. In a mere moment, Su Jiqiang crumpled to the ground, howling in pain. Quick, Dad. Sister, grab that wretched woman. Chapter 68. Did you think I have no temper? Initially, Su Dahua and the others were enjoying their meal when they were suddenly startled by the shout. Before they could react, they saw Qin Yin fleeing in haste. This is bad. We must hurry and catch her. Su Qing exclaimed, and without hesitation, Wang Hao, though moving awkwardly, rushed after Qin Yin. Ma Talan and her daughter entered the room, discovering Su Jiqiang writhing on the floor, one hand clutching himself, clearly having just suffered an attack. You good for nothing. Were you not supposed to comfort Qin Yin? Su Qing scolded angrily. Qin Yin was a crucial piece in their game, having visited Chun Feng's villa multiple times. If they could sway her, their chances of overpowering Chun Feng would greatly increase. Who would have thought Su Jiqiang would cause such chaos, driving her to her breaking point? Thus, it seems that their forthcoming path will likely become increasingly arduous. Sister, it was clearly she who nearly shattered my egg. Why do you still blame me? Am I not your biological brother? Su Jiqiang lamented incessantly, his entire being imbued with discontent. The heart-wrenching agony of the broken egg had already plunged him into despair, and yet his sister approached to reproach him, leaving him feeling aggrieved. You worthless creature, all you know is to cause trouble. Do you realize she is our cash cow? Now that you've scared her away, what shall we do in the future? Su Qing berated vehemently. Enough, enough. What fault does Jiqiang bear? It is all that Qin Yan's doing, merely a wretch. My son's interest in her is his fortune. Yet she dares to act violently here. Go fetch her back. Ma Zuelon interjected with dissatisfaction. We are family. How can we quarrel over an outsider? Hurry. Although Su Qing was filled with resentment, upon hearing this, She hesitated not and swiftly darted out. The most pressing matter was to retrieve Qin Yen. Regardless of whether she was willing to assist in dealing with Chun Feng, her presence would be of great utility. Although Qin Yen had initially escaped, she was ultimately but a woman, and having fled outside, she found herself without refuge. After meandering for some time, the Su family members had already caught up. Casting a glance around, she promptly dashed towards Chun Feng's villa. In this dire moment, it was her only option, if Chun Feng wished to save her. She had no doubts he would. Yet, anxiety crept in. Would Chun Feng truly come to her aid? Perhaps everything that had transpired was merely a transaction in his eyes, and he might not extend a helping hand at all. Nevertheless, she had no alternative but to gamble on this chance. Qin Yen arrived outside Chun Feng's underground garage, frantically pounding on the door. "Chun Feng, please save me." As she knocked and pleaded, her heart raced with trepidation. Do not harbor delusions of him rescuing you. At this juncture, if he dares to emerge, I shall deal with him as well. Wang Hao sneered as he approached, seemingly having anticipated her arrival and waiting in readiness. Internally, he had scolded Su Jiqiang for his ineptitude countless times. Even if he sought to bed this woman, he ought to have done so with more finesse. Now, engaging in such antics only invited trouble upon himself. However, when his gaze fell upon the woman before him, satisfaction filled him. Once he returned home with her, he intended to relish the moment. Qin Yen fought desperately to break free, but alas, there was no means of escape. Within mere moments, the Su family members had arrived, each bearing a sinister expression. "You filthy wretch! After striking me, you dare to flee? Do you truly believe I lack anger?" Su Jiqiang ground his teeth, limping over. "You thought to come here and have Chun Feng rescue you? Do you think he is so formidable? He is but a coward, even if given 10 times the courage. Would he dare to show himself?" Su Dahua, brimming with arrogance, had somehow procured a metal rod, striking it against the ground with a resounding thud. "Bring her back. I must teach her a lesson." Su Dahua huffed coldly, unable to suppress his thoughts of whether he might also enjoy the spoils later. The world was in turmoil. Surely his wife would not object? Qin Yen gazed at the still-closed door, her heart sinking, just as a group prepared to drag her away. A cacophony erupted from the door behind them. To her astonishment, the man she had hoped for slowly emerged. He truly opened the door. He had indeed come to rescue her. Qin Yan's face lit up with excitement, tears streaming uncontrollably. For her, it was an unbelievable occurrence. Upon seeing Chun Feng's arrival, Su Dahua's eyes brightened. He had devised countless strategies to force the man out, but Chun Feng had consistently evaded his traps. Now, with the man finally appearing, how could he not feel exhilarated? Although Chun Feng had previously emerged, Su Dahua felt he had always held back, allowing the other to act with impunity. This time, he would go all out, and he doubted Chun Feng could continue his bravado. "Release her," Chun Feng declared nonchalantly, his gaze fixed upon the group before him, a chilling aura causing them to shudder. "Chun Feng, do you even comprehend the current situation? You dare to act so arrogantly with us? What do you think you are?" Su Jiqiang boasted vehemently, while Su Dahua charged forward with his weapon, preparing to subdue the so-called waste. Bang! However, before they could approach, a thunderous sound reverberated, causing all to freeze in place. Chun Feng's weapon still smoked, and not far away, Su Jiqiang found a gaping wound in his chest, staring at Chun Feng with a look of disbelief before collapsing. "I instructed you to release her. Now, who wishes to test me further?" Su Dahua and Wang Hao dared not make another move, retreating hastily. "You go in first." Chun Feng urged Qin Yen to enter before him, and upon witnessing this scene, Su Qing's demeanor soured. "Chun Feng, what do you mean by this? To save her, you even harmed my brother, yet you refuse to let me into your villa?" Su Qing was livid, while Chun Feng regarded her with disdain. "She is far superior to you. Perhaps you should reflect on your own foolish actions. You dared to bully her. Do you truly believe I lack temper?" Chun Feng seized his weapon, aiming at the distant Wang Hao, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Chapter 69. A bounty reissued. Witnessing Chun Feng's actions, Wang Hao was instantly paralyzed with fear. He had never anticipated that today would be his last. Yet, after a moment's wait, nothing transpired, leaving him bewildered as he gazed at Chun Feng. Chun Feng, equally perplexed, realized he had run out of bullets. Alas! He should have checked more carefully. Chun Feng muttered, then turned and strode toward the villa. He would spare this group for today. Allowing them to endure some hardship would suffice. They could not be so easily forgiven. It was not until Chun Feng returned to the villa and secured the door that Su Dahua realized the man must have exhausted his ammunition. Damn it! How could I have missed such an excellent opportunity? That scoundrel deserves death. He pounded on the door furiously, but even as his hands throbbed with pain, he could not breach it. Cursed, cursed! Su Dahua roared in frustration. The chance he had long awaited had suddenly vanished, leaving him in despair. Dahua, hurry! Our son is in grave trouble. He has stopped breathing. Ma Salon wailed, dragging Su Jiqiang over, and only then did Su Dahua react, rushing forward to assess the situation. Su Jiqiang's heart had been pierced, and his breathing grew increasingly feeble. The situation appeared dire. This is bad. We are in deep trouble. We must get him back quickly. They dare not delay, swiftly carrying Su Jiqiang homeward. Meanwhile, upon returning to the villa, Qin Yin sat on the sofa, feeling somewhat lost. It was only when Chun Feng re-entered that she finally exhaled in relief. Chun Feng, are you all right? I'm fine. There were merely a few lackeys. Chun Feng waved his hand, giving Qin Yin a once-over before hastily creating distance. You should go to the basement and remove your clothes first. Qin Yan's face flushed crimson, but she said nothing further and hurried to the basement to disrobe. Ah, one cannot blame me. Having endured such lessons, one must be cautious, right, Lao He? Wang Wang. Lao He nodded vigorously, knowing his master was formidable, and he would surely survive long by following him. Qin Yin returned upstairs with a flushed face, and Chun Feng pointed to the sofa, where he had prepared a qipao for her. Put this on. There are several sizes available. Choose one that suits you. Qin Yin was taken aback, completely unaware that Chun Feng had such items. The fact that he had women's clothing, with tags still attached, indicated they were brand new. Once Qin Yin donned the attire, Chun Feng was instantly captivated, his excitement palpable. Qin Yin was undeniably a stunning beauty, her curves accentuated by the qipao, especially those long legs, which were simply mesmerizing. It was impossible not to admire her flawless figure, complemented by an aura of intellectual maturity that was undeniably alluring to men. Chun Feng, thank you for helping me. If it weren't for your intervention, I shudder to think what torment I would have faced at their hands, Qin Yin said shyly, brushing her hair back. She could certainly sense the intensity of Chun Feng's gaze, yet she had come prepared for such attention. Importantly, Chun Feng was far superior to the group outside. In the current situation, a woman without a strong protector faced dire consequences. Like Su Qing, who had been mistreated by a multitude of men, Qin Yin feared she wouldn't even survive such an ordeal. It's nothing, just a small effort on my part. Chun Feng replied with a gentle smile, contemplating the next steps. What are your plans moving forward? Upon hearing this, Qin Yin quickly approached, pressing herself against Chun Feng. I have nowhere else to go. Could you take me in? I can look after you here. Her sincerity was evident, her eyes filled with a vulnerability that tugged at the heartstrings. Chun Feng shook his head without hesitation, refusing her request. Living in a villa was out of the question. He wished to preserve his own life. It wasn't that he didn't trust Qin Yin. Rather, a gentleman does not place himself in precarious situations, and there was no reason to gamble on someone's goodness. Qin Yin felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, uncertain of how to respond. It was clear that he was attracted to her beauty, much like any other man, wishing only for intimacy. Faced with her troubles, how could he possibly assist her? Just as despair began to settle in, Chun Feng slowly spoke again. You cannot stay at your home any longer. I have rented a room in the community that is still vacant. You can stay there. I will ensure you have food and warm clothing. Chun Feng then moved to her room, retrieving a down jacket and a silk quilt. These items would provide ample warmth for Qin Yin. Really? Thank you, Chun Feng, she exclaimed, her excitement leading her to kiss him on the cheek. At least he was willing to help her, unlike those heartless individuals who had sought her harm. Tell me what happened. Why were you targeted by Su Qing's family? Qin Yin revealed everything that had transpired without reservation. Chun Feng chuckled, impressed that she had managed to escape. He suggested she rest while he took care of matters before she moved in. Aren't we going to stay together? Qin Yin gazed at him with longing, and despite having just shared an intimate moment, Qin Feng found it hard to resist her allure, pulling her onto the sofa. Old He, observing their closeness, covered his eyes and hastily retreated upstairs. I can't watch this. It's too shameless. You could at least give me a heads up before engaging in such activities. He quickly shut the door and picked up a manual on martial arts, determined to study in order to defeat Qin Feng. After 2 hours of intense training, Qin Feng emerged victorious, and Qin Yin was completely enamored with him, unlocking an array of intimate positions that exhilarated him. It was only when Qin Yin finally fell asleep that Qin Feng took out his phone. Su Jiqiang was dead, and the couple, Ma Salon and her husband, were in the group chat hurling insults at him, vowing to eliminate the murderer Qin Feng. Su Qing was equally relentless, bombarding him with threats. Qin Feng merely chuckled coldly. You wish to challenge me? You must be courting death. Without hesitation, he began sending messages in the group chat. Su Qing dealt with old Madame Su and seized their family supplies, which included a significant amount of meat. Can anyone assist me in dealing with them? The group members immediately became agitated. Qin Feng was not merely asking for help. He was revealing the situation of Su Qing's family and their resources, practically inviting others to raid them. Originally, Luo Zhongyuan's home had been stripped bare, yet the prospect of joining forces to attack Chun Feng's residence had sparked their interest, especially since Su Qing's family was less intimidating. A wave of anticipation swept through the group, while Su Qing's family, upon seeing Chun Feng's messages, erupted in anger. That bastard Qin Feng is pushing us to the brink. Su Dahua's eyes were bloodshot. Having just lost his son, he was now confronted with this predicament, and he held Qin Feng solely responsible. One day, I will ensure he meets a dreadful end, with no chance of burial. In contrast to Su Dahua's fury, Su Qing was quickly strategizing, unwilling to accept the situation. Yet, with no clear solutions, her focus remained on survival, for only by living could she seek revenge. Meanwhile, after addressing these issues, Qin Feng donned his clothing, fully armed as he made his way to the rented room. He wore a heavily insulated down jacket, layered with a bulletproof vest, prioritizing safety above all. Upon arrival, he discovered the door had clearly been tampered with, the contents rummaged through, and all warm items had vanished. Qin Feng had anticipated this. After all, the security door was hardly a challenge to break. He quickly replaced the door and reinforced it with steel plates, ensuring that even a cutting machine would take considerable time to breach. Satisfied with his work, Qin Feng nodded, confident that even with a cutting machine, he could respond in time, but would resort to such measures against an ordinary person. Once the door was secure, he stocked the room with numerous supplies and provisions for Qin Yin, ensuring she would be comfortable and had access to essentials. When everything was set, he called for Qin Yin, who was taken aback upon seeing the fortified door. Though the place could not compare to Chun Feng's villa, it was sufficient, especially with the abundance of food available. He had clearly put thought into her well-being. Such provisions were invaluable in their current circumstances. The door is fortified, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to pry it open. The provisions here are sufficient for your needs. Should you require anything, feel free to come and find me. After Qin Feng had given his instructions, he left a bulletproof vest for Qin Yin, reminding her to wear it beneath her down jacket whenever she went out. Once he had addressed these matters, Qin Feng hurried back to his residence. The atmosphere within the entire community was extraordinarily tense due to food shortages, and a single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. It was entirely plausible that even neighbors or relatives could turn against you in such dire circumstances. This situation was far beyond what an average person could handle. Qin Feng, not wishing to linger in such an environment, hastened towards his villa. Despite his formidable strength, any unforeseen incident could result in a significant loss. As he arrived at the underground parking lot, ready to head home, he suddenly spotted a figure. Xiao Lulu was lurking there, behaving much like a street vendor. However, what she was peddling now was not her body but rather food items. Initially, Qin Feng believed that after the previous incident, Lin Fei'er would surely prevent Xiao Lulu from selling again, but to his surprise, he had overestimated Lin Fei'er. Given the current situation, either Lin Fei'er had sanctioned Xiao Lulu's actions, or Xiao Lulu was covertly selling food without her knowledge. Regardless of the reason, Chen Feng felt that Lin Feier was being rather foolish. He had always treated her kindly, and considering that Luo Zhongyuan had helped him during the recent attack, he had even sent a message to warn her. Upon returning, he would remind her once more. As for what she chose to do thereafter, that would be entirely her business. Upon noticing Chen Feng, Xiao Lulu lifted her chin with a sense of pride, exuding an air of arrogance, as if flaunting her success. Presently, aside from her living conditions being somewhat less than ideal, everything else in her life was thriving. She now boasted a staggering sum of 200 million yuan in her account, all acquired through her discreet food sales, with prices skyrocketing to alarming levels. She disregarded Lin Feier's warnings and had once again managed to procure items to sell. The demand was extraordinary, with some individuals even willing to trade their homes for a small piece of meat. You still look down on me. Now, I am a wealthy individual, and I don't even deign to look your way, Xiao Lulu muttered, her words dripping with disdain for Chen Feng. Fortunately, she had not heeded Feier's advice. If she knew of Xiao Lulu's earnings, she would likely regret not following her counsel. While eagerly awaiting her next customer, a plump man approached her. "You are Xiao Lulu?" the man exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Xiao Lulu's heart raced with excitement. "Director Qian, what brings you here?" The very reason she had come to Lin Feier was to encounter this man, hoping to create an opportunity for a chance meeting and ingratiate herself to him for a role. However, having encountered Chen Feng, she had momentarily forgotten about her intention, and the heavy snowfall had hindered her attempts to meet him. Unexpectedly, fate had smiled upon her, presenting this opportunity. If she could win him over, she might even become a popular star. "There's nothing to eat at home, so I came out to take a look, and I didn't expect to run into you," Director Qian remarked. "No food. I have plenty here. If you need something to eat, take these." Xiao Lulu excitedly produced instant noodles, which included a piece of meat, causing Director Qian to swallow hard. "Thank you so much, Lulu. By the way, I have a film project in need of a female lead. If you're interested, we can discuss the script further." Chapter 71. How Despicable Interested. Absolutely. Xiao Lulu was beside herself with excitement. How could she not be interested? She had come here precisely to connect with Director Qian and secure her path to stardom. To her astonishment, the once inaccessible director now offered her a chance for a coveted role in exchange for a simple meal. Without a second thought, she approached him and took his arm. Director Qian, satisfied, relished the prospect of not only enjoying food, but also treating his companion to a sumptuous seafood feast. Although Xiao Lulu's appearance was merely above average, her figure was indeed appealing, and he had been longing for such companionship. Had he known she was here, he would have sought her out much sooner. The two turned to leave, and back at his residence, Chen Feng was intently watching the surveillance footage. Ultimately, he sent Lin Feier a message to keep an eye on Xiao Lulu. After a brief pause, he forwarded a clip from the surveillance to her. How Lin Feier chose to handle the situation was now her responsibility. Having completed these tasks, Chen Feng picked up the black dog, Old Hay, and began to summarize the events. Old Hay was left speechless. He was in the midst of learning when suddenly yanked away, feeling as though his time was wasted. Chen Feng, with utmost seriousness, took out a notebook and began jotting down notes on the ground. Survival rule number 2. Always be prepared in advance. As he wrote, he endeavored to instill a sense of caution in Old Hay. Do you understand how perilous this situation was? In the midst of a fight, I discovered my ammunition was depleted. For anyone, that is an outrageous predicament. Wang. Old Hay gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom that his master could make such a basic error. You may not realize, but often the most inconspicuous details can prove to be the deadliest. Had I encountered a formidable foe in that moment, I might have lost my life. Is it really that dangerous? Of course. Otherwise, I would have called you here for a meeting. We must learn from our mistakes. Do you understand? This cannot continue. We must take heed. Old Hay quickly nodded, acknowledging his understanding and vowing to heed the lessons learned. If I don't comply after you've said all this, it would be a disservice to your good intentions. Chen Feng wrote the 2 survival rules on separate pieces of paper and affixed them to the mirrors of both himself and Old Hay, ensuring that each morning, as they washed up, they would be reminded of these crucial lessons. Meanwhile, upon seeing Chen Feng's reminder, Lin Feier swiftly began rummaging through her food supplies, only to discover that, unsurprisingly, a significant amount was missing. Even though Xiao Lulu had been exceedingly discreet since the last incident, Lin Feier had meticulously recorded all her provisions, making any discrepancies immediately apparent. Infuriated, she promptly called Xiao Lulu. However, at that moment, Xiao Lulu was comfortably nestled in Director Qian's embrace, sweetly complimenting him. "Director Qian, you're so impressive. Rest assured, the female lead is yours. For my future projects, you will be my exclusive choice." "Really? I adore you," Xiao Lulu exclaimed, joyfully kissing him, her heart brimming with delight. Having spent just a few minutes with him, she had secured such a coveted opportunity. How could she not be thrilled? Once she attained wealth and fame, life would be incredibly enjoyable. After indulging in some food with Director Qian, Xiao Lulu finally remembered her phone. Upon checking, she found a plethora of missed calls and numerous messages from Lin Feier. Glancing through them, she noted Lin Feier's immense anger over her clandestine food sales, ordering her never to return. Upon reading this, Xiao Lulu could not suppress a cold snort and promptly sent a message along with a screenshot of her balance. Not returning means not returning. Who cares? Feier, I have come to see you clearly. Is it just a bit of food? How could you insult me like this? I was truly blind back then. Do you see this? This is the money I have earned recently. I could buy a villa myself. Who would want to live in your place? She has now climbed up the social ladder, and surpassing Lin Feier in the future will be a simple task. Who would still consider her a close friend? After finishing the last piece of meat, Qian Dao's gaze inevitably turned back to Xiao Lulu. After a satisfying meal, it was only natural to want to engage in some physical activity. Without a second thought, he lifted Xiao Lulu and headed towards the bed. How can you be ready again, Qianzong? Lin Feier was already seething with anger, and upon seeing the message from Xiao Lulu, her fury intensified. After all this, she found herself in a predicament. If that is the case, don't come to my house again. Lin Feier coldly snorted and hurriedly locked the door. Even if the other party had a key, they would not be able to enter. Chen Feng was engaged in a fierce battle with Lao He. Daily fights were indispensable. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that Lao He had done something behind his back, and now he found himself at a disadvantage. The dog punch technique had lost its effectiveness, and he had even been bitten by Lao He twice. Lao He, tell me honestly, did you sneak up to the third floor to read while I was sleeping? Chen Feng questioned in exasperation. If it were a loss due to talent, he wouldn't mind. But losing due to such underhanded schemes was unacceptable. Woof. Lao He, realizing his secret had been discovered, quickly shook his head, insisting he had been asleep all night. Nonsense. You stayed up late enough to develop dark circles under your eyes, and you still think you can fool me? How despicable. Woof, woof, woof. Lao He looked confused, rushing to the mirror. How could he have dark circles when he was entirely black? Just as Chen Feng was about to confront him further, he suddenly received a message from Xiao Lulu. She was boasting, not only flaunting her newfound wealth, but also her relationship with a director boyfriend, claiming he was far superior to Chen Feng. To this, Chen Feng could only scoff. A director? With the sacrifices you've made, you'll probably never see a return. Suddenly, he recalled something from his past life regarding that director. He was a ruthless man who used the women around him to attract others. As long as one was willing to follow him, they could easily get close to beautiful starlets. However, due to that woman's past entanglements with numerous directors and screenwriters for the sake of advancement, she had long developed an illness, and now she was out mingling, infecting a whole group with the disease. This had caused quite a stir in the community, with many seeking trouble with the director. Holy crap! Chen Feng suddenly stood up in shock. Could that sickly woman be Xiao Lulu? Chapter 72. How about I dance for you? Chen Feng felt uneasy. Although he and T interacted much with her in his previous life, given the circumstances, it seemed entirely plausible. After all, the only woman who had a good relationship with the director was indeed her. It is worth noting that he had nearly become involved with Xiao Lulu, just a hair's breadth away from being ensnared. My goodness, she had even stripped down. Had it not been for my resolute will, I might have been infected. Given my lingering dread, I felt it necessary to add another rule for survival. Never engage in intimate contact with women casually. I almost fell prey to her schemes. After all the efforts I've made in this apocalypse, all the protective measures taken, to nearly fall into such a trap is a reminder to proceed with utmost caution. Chen Feng was filled with deep reflections and then recalled the incident involving the director and Lin Feier. I remember that Lin Feier was ultimately ruined by that director. Chen Feng muttered to himself as he picked up his phone and began messaging Lin Feier. Based on the current situation, Lin Feier was entirely targeted by the director because of Xiao Lulu. One must be wary of Xiao Lulu and that director. Their words are not worth a single punctuation mark. Lin Feier was still fuming when she suddenly saw Chen Feng's message. After muttering a quick thanks, she chose not to respond further. She didn't want to deal with Xiao Lulu, nor did she feel any warmth towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng, indifferent to Lin Feier's lack of response, felt no concern. It was of no consequence whether she replied or not. Come, I'll treat you to roast duck today, and I guarantee you will be enamored. Chen Feng patted Lao He beside him. Woof. Lao He, skeptical, had wandered for most of his life and had no idea what roast duck was. Is that even edible? Well then, let me show you. The skin of the roast duck is incredibly crispy, and the meat is simply delectable. If you dip it in some sauce, it's absolutely divine. Hearing this, Lao Hei's mouth watered. Please, stop talking and hurry up and make it. I'll help you. Although there were countless roast ducks in his space, Chen Feng chose not to retrieve them. The ones made by others were visually appealing, but his own efforts held far more significance. After all, in this apocalyptic world, he had ample time and resources to create these dishes. One cannot spend every day merely fighting and learning stances from action movies. Just as he and Lao He donned chef hats and aprons to roast the ducks, his phone chimed again. Woof, woof, woof. Someone is looking for you. Why not check? It's been buzzing for quite a while. Chen Feng glanced at his phone before looking back at the vividly colored roast ducks in front of him, then gave Lao He a light tap on the back of his head. What time is it? And you're still distracted by your phone. That is disrespectful to food. Lao He, feeling wronged, remained fixated on the dozen or so roast ducks. Can you blame me? The commotion you're making is too loud for me to ignore. Eventually, Chen Feng, somewhat impatient with his phone, reluctantly unlocked it. It was the internet celebrity streamer Sun Jai, who had been persistently messaging him, clearly out of food and forced to seek him out. Given the time, it was about right. Even if Sun Jai had stored supplies, they must be running low. After all, people like Lin Feier who hoarded supplies were rare. What's up? Is there something you need? Chen Feng asked with a smile, feigning ignorance. Brother, you finally replied. I thought you had blocked me. No, how could I bear to block you? It's just that since you hadn't contacted me for so long, I didn't want to disturb you. Sun Jai, initially tense, became excited upon seeing this response. Who said my charm was ineffective? Chen Feng had merely been pretending all along. A little politeness from me, and he still came to court my favor. Brother, what are you doing? Making roast duck? No worries, just learning to cook. Chen Feng replied while sending a picture of the roast duck. Initially prepared to praise Chen Feng for his prowess, Sun Jai froze upon seeing the photo. She never expected that Chen Feng's home would have such an abundance of food. There were king crabs, lobsters, and now over a dozen roast ducks. The skin of the ducks had turned a brilliant red, exuding a sheen that made her swallow hard. After having gone several meals without proper food, she had been eating a hodgepodge of things and hadn't tasted meat in ages. The photo Chen Feng sent was undoubtedly irresistibly enticing. More critically, Chen Feng was clad in scanty attire, which evoked an overwhelming sense of envy from her onlookers. Zhang Qiming, seated nearby, could even catch a whiff of an enticing aroma through the screen. Quick, let him bring us some roasted duck. Sun Jai hastily began messaging, Brother, you're truly considerate, knowing I am starving and even taking the initiative to roast duck for me. Love you. Upon witnessing this, Chen Feng could not suppress a cold chuckle. Do you think you can swindle me effortlessly? Do you truly believe I am one of those gullible top contributors? Very well. But what do you intend to offer in exchange? I have little of value here. Perhaps you could dance for me instead? Wang Defa. Chen Feng, upon reading this, momentarily questioned whether he had misheard. After so many days of the apocalypse, she still remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. A dance? I'd rather not witness such frivolity. Sorry, but this is all for my dog, Lao Hong, Chun Feng remarked, sending a video showing Lao Hong enjoying the roasted duck. Sun Jiayi was left utterly astounded. She had not anticipated that he would feed the duck to a dog. Such a precious delicacy could fetch millions in this environment. Yet Chun Feng chose to squander it on a pet. Brother, I am quite hungry too. Could you spare a roasted duck for me? I would be truly grateful. Sun Jiayi began deploying her most persuasive vocal tactics, betting on the hope that he would remain composed under these circumstances. Sure, if you genuinely wish for roasted duck, come to my villa and dance for me in person, and I shall give you a duck, Chun Feng replied without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 73. Zhang Qiming's suggestion Sun Jiayi could easily deduce what he meant. To dance at his villa likely meant ending up in bed. Though she was aware that no man was truly virtuous, fixating on her physique, the top contributors merely engaged in idle banter online. But Chun Feng? He was outright taking advantage of the situation. Find someone else. I have no interest. Well, if you wish, you may seek me out anytime. Chun Feng abruptly exited the chat interface, uninterested in such matters. Given the current circumstances, Sun Jiayi would not be able to hold out for long and would eventually seek him out. In this apocalypse, dignity held no value, and more importantly, one could not expect to feast without offering something in return. Was that not laughable? He was no fool. As Chun Feng spoke, he sliced a piece of duck from the nearby roast, wrapped it in a crepe with cucumber, green onion, and dipping sauce, and savored it. This elaborate process left Lao Hong dumbfounded. What is going on? Is there such a fuss over mere food? Amused, unable to resist making faces at Chun Feng. Let me try too. I have never experienced this. Do it yourself. I have already roasted it for you. Am I your servant? Chun Feng retorted. Lao Hong, hearing this, took its time to use its mouth and paws to attempt the task. However, being a dog, it struggled, resulting in a mess. Move aside. Don't get mine dirty. Wong wong wong. Lao Hong protested, feeling disgruntled. Aren't we good brothers? I don't mind you. Why do you look down on me? Meanwhile, after Chun Feng sent that message, Sun Jiayi, in frustration, tossed her phone aside. Chun Feng was utterly unreasonable. Did he not know that women needed to be pampered? How could he be so heartless? What's wrong? Why are you not chatting? Zhang Qiming asked, worry etched on his face. It was roasted duck after all. How could she treat it with such disdain? I don't want to talk, Sun Jiayi replied, visibly displeased. Stop throwing a tantrum. We have no food left. Hurry and contact him. Say a few kind words. And this could be resolved. You want me to sleep with him? Why should I? Sun Jiayi nearly exploded with indignation. However, she thought her outburst would incite anger. But Zhang Qiming's response was surprisingly nonchalant. What's the big deal about sleeping with him? We could eat something delicious. Don't you think that's worth it? Zhang Qiming stated earnestly, devoid of guilt, while Sun Jiayi looked at him in disbelief. How can you say such a thing? Am I just a tool for food? Go yourself if you wish. I'm not going to accompany him, she exclaimed, kicking Zhang Qiming aside and curling up in her blanket, tears streaming down her face. I would like to go, but he doesn't fancy men. Dear, listen to me. You lose nothing in this. Get lost. Zhang Qiming, receiving the cold shoulder from Sun Jiayi, retreated to a corner. Yet the pangs of hunger drove him to devise various means of procuring food. After a moment's contemplation, he quickly retrieved his phone and contacted Chun Feng. Chun Feng, I am Sun Jiayi's husband. Can we talk? He sent, initially harboring little hope, knowing the multitude of people clamoring to court Chun Feng. He felt he stood no chance. To his surprise, Chun Feng responded immediately, what is it? Zhang Qiming glanced at the sulking Sun Jiayi and hastily typed, don't you want to sleep with my wife? I can help. Within the villa, Chun Feng was taken aback, staring at his phone, engulfed in silence. He had expected the other party to scold him. Yet who could have anticipated that he was eager to have his wife cuckold him? How can I assist? Chun Feng replied, baffled. He had no desire to coerce anyone, nor was he particularly attached to Sun Jiayi. Life was splendid with Qin Yan by his side. I have some medicine that can put my wife into a deep slumber. Then you can do as you please. Zhang Qiming hurriedly explained, adding, I only need one roasted duck in return. Chun Feng could not help but gasp in shock, utterly unprepared for such shamelessness in exchange for food. Indeed, the most dangerous individuals are those closest to you. He could not help but reflect that betrayal knows no gender. It is often those with whom we share the closest bonds who sell us out. However, Zhang Qiming's actions left him exceedingly displeased. Before the apocalypse, he had relied on his wife to gain favor with powerful men online, living off her. Chen Feng did not despise this. After all, it was a skill. Yet, who would have thought that after the world had fallen, he would still seek to barter Sun Jai for food? Such a person not only lacked gratitude, but aimed to extract every last semblance of utility from her, akin to the Su Qing family. Chen Feng was disinclined to engage further and exited the chat interface. He wished nothing more than to be rid of such individuals. Ah, you are the best, never betraying. Wang Wang Wang. Lao Hong eagerly nodded, oblivious to such matters. With abundant food and drink, why would it betray anyone? After consuming an entire duck, Lao Hong's belly swelled, prompting it to gulp down some water. The forthcoming survival conditions would only worsen. They must strive to enhance their strength. The enemies were growing increasingly cunning. Only by bolstering their own power could they hope to survive. Upon hearing this, Lao Hong nodded vigorously, but before it could fully comprehend, Chen Feng lunged forward and struck it directly. Ah, behold my might! Experience the ferocity of my Ba Ji Da Go Chuan. Woof, woof, woof! How treacherous you are! Taking advantage of my moment of inattention to launch a sneak attack. The playful scuffle continued late into the night, and just as Chen Feng was about to retire for the evening, he received a message from Zhao Tianhu. After the last bounty was claimed, the other party had not sought him out again. What did he want now? Mr. Chen, I have heard that you are facing some difficulties. Perhaps I can assist you. Zhao Tianhu stated casually. I can help you deal with the individuals from the Su family. Chapter 74. Trap, what is it that you require? Chen Feng asked directly, showing no hesitation. It was evident that Zhao Tianhu had come to him with a purpose. Whether it was monetary or otherwise, he surely had demands. Quite simple. I will help you resolve this issue, and in return, I require supplies. Chen Feng was not surprised by this condition. What? Are you no longer interested in money? He inquired, noticing Zhao Tianhu's expression of resignation. He had not anticipated the severe devaluation of currency. Had he known, he would have asked for supplies from the start. Now, despite having 10 million in his bank account, it was utterly useless. If he had requested supplies earlier, he would have enjoyed a much more carefree life. However, to revisit past matters with Chen Feng at this juncture would be socially inappropriate. He could not force his way into Chen Feng's residence, and could only swallow his pride. If possible, I would like some supplies. Very well, what do you need? Chen Feng agreed, feeling that if Zhao Tianhu could indeed handle the situation, providing him with some items was no great burden, especially since he was not lacking. 1 king crab, 10 steaks, 10 boxes of anti-inflammatory medication, 10 boxes of cold medicine, 2 sets of down jackets, and 5 boxes of instant noodles. Zhao Tianhu listed off, and Chen Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not expected to be treated as a supermarket. The audacity of such demands left him speechless. Was he aware of the exorbitant value of these items? The individuals from the Su family were hardly worth such a price. If you wish for king crab, you may have it. However, you must choose between 1 box of anti-inflammatory medication or 1 box of cold medicine, and I can only provide you with 2 packets of instant noodles. This was the maximum Chen Feng could offer. It was already a generous gesture, considering their previous collaboration. As for the down jackets, those were far too precious to be given away. On the other end, Zhao Tianhu remained silent for a long moment before finally acquiescing, requesting the noodles and medications. I will have the individuals bound outside the underground garage. I hope you will remember to provide me with the items. Rest assured, I'm a man of my word. Chen Feng responded, then lost interest in further conversation and went to sleep. Whether Zhao Tianhu could manage to subdue Su Qing's family was of no concern to him. If he succeeded, he would deliver the items. If not, it would necessitate a thorough reassessment of Zhao Tianhu's capabilities. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianhu sat on the sofa, swathed in heavy clothing, yet his ferocity was palpable. This Chen Feng is utterly arrogant. Does he truly believe I am mere cheap labor? He seethed with anger, clearly displeased. Beside him, Su Qing's family was quick to curry favor. This Chen Feng is truly infuriating. Tiger brother, we cannot allow him to live. Wang Hao exclaimed, his demeanor excessively obsequious. They had no choice but to align with Zhao Tianhu to safeguard their own interests. Otherwise, they risked losing everything. Do not worry. I have already begun dealing with him. From now on, you must cooperate with me diligently, and Chen Feng will undoubtedly meet his end. All right, but how do we cooperate? The family was instantly animated, aware that Zhao Tianhu was also eyeing Chen Feng's villa, yet their current predicament made them careless. They were willing to do anything to bring Chen Feng down. When the time comes, you will feign submission, as if I have captured you. Once we lure him out, we will strike. I refuse to believe he can evade us. Zhao Tianhu outlined his plan, and Su Qing's family was filled with excitement. This was a remarkably sophisticated scheme, far superior to the clumsy attempts of Luo Zhongyuan and his crew. Given the circumstances, he doubted Chen Feng would withstand their sudden assault. Truly, Tiger Brother, had you acted sooner, Chen Feng would have been long dead by your hand. Wang Hao flattered, while Su Dahua and the others shared in nervous laughter. Zhao Tianhu's gaze, however, fixated on Su Qing. Everyone should rest. Tomorrow, we have a formidable battle ahead. With that, he took Su Qing by the arm and led her toward the bedroom. Tiger Brother, what are you doing? She's my girlfriend. Wang Hao's expression soured, feeling affronted at being so publicly disregarded. Is there a problem? Zhao Tianhu's countenance darkened, his displeasure evident as he glared at Wang Hao. I must reconsider tomorrow's strategy. After all, I have no grievances with Chen Feng. I see no reason to involve myself in your troubles and risk offending him. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted, and Su Qing quickly seized Zhao Tianhu's arm. Tiger Brother, what are you saying? Surely we can't let this slide. You must help me deal with Chen Feng. Without further explanation to Wang Hao, she pulled Zhao Tianhu toward the bedroom. Wang Hao, with his fists clenched, seethed with rage. Regardless of the outcome, once they had subdued Chen Feng, he would ensure Zhao Tianhu paid for this affront. The following afternoon, after a hearty lunch, Chen Feng received a message from Zhao Tianhu confirming that the individuals had been captured. Along with the message came a video showing Su Dahua and the others, visibly injured and bound. Bring them to the underground garage, Chen Feng instructed, quickly accessing the garage's surveillance. True to his expectations, Zhao Tianhu soon arrived, dragging Su Dahua's family into the garage, their hands tied with ropes. Throw them to the ground and step back 10 meters, Chen Feng commanded through a loudspeaker. Despite his internal curses, Zhao Tianhu complied, retreating swiftly. This man is excessively fearful for his own safety. Once the orders were fulfilled, the garage doors began to open slowly, revealing Chen Feng stepping forth. Upon seeing him, the group could not suppress their laughter. They were eager to witness how he would escape this predicament. Chapter 75. You are not yet ready to challenge me to my surprise. You truly managed to capture them, Chen Feng remarked with a smirk, observing the bound figures before him. These adversaries likely never anticipated such a fate. Mr. Chen, rest assured that I will handle this matter promptly, as they are not particularly formidable. Subduing them was quite straightforward, Zhao Tianhu replied, attempting to approach Chen Feng in a friendly manner. However, he was abruptly halted. Stay right there. Do not come any closer. You are too dangerous for me to trust, Chen Feng warned. Zhao Tianhu could not help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Chen Feng's fearfulness was astonishing. In the current situation, it is rather amusing that he remains so cautious. However, he refrains from elaborating, merely offering a sheepish smile and halting his steps. I wonder if the items you promised me are ready. Rest assured, they have long been prepared. I may lack in many things, but I am steadfast in my integrity. Chen Feng chuckled lightly as Lao He emerged from the villa, pulling a small cart laden with the items Chen Feng had pledged to Zhao Tianhu, all precisely as promised. Chen Feng himself had no need for such items and thus would not tamper with them. Feel free to inspect them. Should there be any issues, you may voice them now. Chen Feng picked up a box of medicine and couldn't help but exclaim, You truly are formidable in such circumstances. You wisely choose medicine over king crab. Emerchen, you yist. Since you allowed me to choose between king crab and medicine, it is only fitting that I select the latter. In this environment, such emergency supplies hold far greater value. Zhao Tianhu slowly spoke, his gaze sharpening as a cold smile crept across his lips. Mr. Chen, I have one more matter in which I seek your assistance. What is it? As long as it is a reasonable transaction, I am more than willing to engage with you. A calm voice echoed in the space. I desire your villa. Suddenly, as Zhao Tianhu's words fell, an ominous sound sliced through the air. In an instant, a deadly arrow hurtled toward Chun Feng, striking him directly in the heart. My goodness, this group is unbelievable. Chun Feng was knocked off his feet by a tremendous force, crashing to the ground. Lao He, bewildered, exclaimed, "What is happening? This was not part of the plan. Hurry, finish him off." Zhao Tianhu, clearly unyielding, showed no hesitation even upon seeing Chun Feng sprawled on the ground. Immediately shouting for his men to charge forward, the Su family surged ahead, breaking free from their restraints and rushing toward Chun Feng. For them, subduing Chun Feng at the earliest opportunity was paramount. As long as he still breathed, he posed a significant threat. Chun Feng, you never imagined you would find yourself in this predicament, did you? Wang Hao's expression twisted with malice, a wild grin plastered across his face. Finally, he could exact his revenge, a long-awaited moment to rid himself of his nemesis, Chun Feng. Yet just as they lunged toward Chun Feng, a sudden slip sent them all crashing to the ground. Oh no, why is the ground so slippery? My goodness. Wang Hao could not contain his curses, desperately wanting to confront Chun Feng, but each attempt only resulted in further falls. He was not alone. Others nearby experienced the same fate, struggling to rise from the slick ground. I underestimated you. Chun Feng slowly stood, his eyes cold and filled with lethal intent. Initially, he believed Zhao Tianhu had recognized their mutual interests, but who could have anticipated that this scoundrel would conspire with the Su family to create trouble for him? How could you possibly? Zhao Tianhu stared in shock, witnessing an arrow embedded in Chun Feng's chest, yet seeing him entirely unfazed. This cannot be a joke. That arrow was launched from a compound bow, its power surpassing that of an ordinary firearm. No matter how powerful Chun Feng was, he should not have withstood such a blow. There are many impossibilities. A cold smirk danced on Chun Feng's lips, though he felt a flicker of trepidation. Had he not been wearing a bulletproof vest, he might have lost his life right then and there. It was a close call, a near disaster. Go deal with the archer, and do not hold back. Chun Feng casually instructed Lao He. With an urgent bark, Lao He dashed toward the garage. In critical moments, I must rely on myself. After a while of scrambling, the group finally regained their footing, their eyes fixated fiercely on Chun Feng. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianhu's hidden accomplices charged out from the shadows. Chun Feng, what good is your luck? This time, let's see how you escape. Zhao Tianhu, dark and menacing, waved his hand, encircling Chun Feng with over 10 men. In this scenario, he felt no fear. Sheer numbers could easily overwhelm him. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Feng pulled out his gun and fired at the approaching foes. Instantly, one of them collapsed to the ground, under the assault of modern weaponry. Few could withstand such force. The remaining aggressors, initially brimming with bravado, were now visibly shaken. Do not fear him. Without food, we too shall perish. Let's seize him. Yes, we might as well fight until the end. The shouts echoed around them as Zhao Tianhu rallied his cohorts, and indeed, they felt a surge of courage. Even the Su family was preparing to charge once more. Bang! 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 The gunfire rang out in rapid succession, and one by one, the assailants fell. Su Dahua and Ma Suilan were struck, blood blooming from their chests as they succumbed. Even Zhao Tianhu was felled in that moment. You dare challenge me? You are sorely outmatched. Chun Feng's gaze swept over the remaining adversaries, who now hesitated, scrambling to flee in terror. Chapter 76. Do not seek me out in your next life. If you do not run now, are you not endangering your own life? In mere moments, apart from a few wounded souls, the scene was devoid of life. Even Su Qing and Wang Hao vanished without a trace. What now? Do you possess any further capabilities? Chun Feng coldly approached Zhao Tianhu, whose face had drained of color. The once seemingly assured victory had evaporated. From the moment he saw Chun Feng exit the villa, he had envisioned himself as the new owner. Yet, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? This was entirely outside his anticipated plan. Lao San acted swiftly. Zhao Tianhu, still unwilling to concede, shouted to those behind him, but his calls were met with silence. Lao San, what are you doing? Move now. Chen Feng regarded him coldly, disdain evident in his voice. The person you're calling for is the one who attempted to ambush me. I advise you not to place your hopes in him. Zhao Tianhu looked at Chen Feng with suspicion, perplexed by his words. But in the next moment, he saw his black dog dragging someone toward him. It was one of his own men, still clutching the compound bough, yet utterly unconscious. To make matters worse, a large clump of ice had encased his head. What on earth happened? He could not comprehend, but the sight before him made it clear. His man was devoid of life. Had he been killed by a dog? An inconceivable thought crept into Zhao Tianhu's mind. Under normal circumstances, he would never have believed it, yet the scene unfolding before him forced him into doubt. Aside from this conjecture, there are no other possibilities. However, he no longer has the inclination to ponder how the other party met their demise. His ultimate means have already been neutralized by Chen Feng. What should he do next? With a thud, Zhao Tianhu knelt before Chen Feng without a moment's hesitation. Chen Feng, I was wrong. It was my fault. I should not have troubled you. Please, show mercy. Despite the excruciating pain radiating from his legs, Zhao Tianhu repeatedly bowed his head, begging for forgiveness. Spare you? Are you jesting with me? Chen Feng gazed at him, utterly speechless, as he slowly raised his weapon, aiming directly at the man before him. I once regarded you as a competent partner, but it seems I was naive. Disappointment and fury filled Chen Feng's eyes, after having placed his trust in the other. Who could have foreseen that the latter intended to eliminate him? Chen Feng, I will be your dog from now on. Whatever you command, I shall obey. Will you spare me? Zhao Tianhu was consumed by remorse, questioning his own madness in seeking trouble with Chen Feng. Was it not better to lead a tranquil life? Woof! Woof woof! Lao He did not hesitate, sinking his teeth into Zhao Tianhu's leg, causing him to grimace in pain. Day after day, you learn nothing. Do you not realize that my master's dog is solely me? How dare you vie for his affection? I will make you pay. Lao He growled, biting him again without restraint. Zhao Tianhu dared not utter a sound, not even a cry, while Chen Feng simply shook his head. Let us put you to rest. In your next life, do not come seeking trouble with me. With a sigh, Chen Feng pulled the trigger, sending the man on his way. After disposing of the body not far from their location, Chen Feng cast a cold glance at the scene before hastily returning home with Lao He. The world outside was truly terrifying. He resolved never to venture out lightly again. Quickly, let us return and reflect on today. We nearly lost our lives. It was far too perilous. Chen Feng spoke anxiously. Had he not worn body armor, and had the adversary not aimed for his head, he doubted he would have survived. Once the door was securely locked, Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had survived. Meanwhile, the fleeing individuals, upon seeing Chen Feng return, exhaled in relief. They had finally managed to rid themselves of that demon. Had Chen Feng pursued them, it was likely none would have survived, given the formidable weaponry he possessed. In such a predicament, ordinary people faced only a dead end. Quickly, let us assess the situation, Su Qing urged, glancing at her father still moving. She rushed forward, but was halted by Wang Hao before she could take 2 steps. If we approach, we might be captured by Chen Feng. He could very well be waiting for us. But my father is still alive, Su Qing exclaimed, her anxiety overwhelming her. She could not simply stand by and watch her father in peril while remaining indifferent. Help! Help me! Su Dahua crawled painfully in Su Qing's direction, desperately seeking rescue. However, Wang Hao restrained her, preventing any advance. It is futile. In this situation, there is no way to assist him. He is gravely injured, and under these conditions, we cannot save him. Su Qing's heart brimmed with reluctance, yet she understood the truth in his words. Surviving a gunshot wound was nearly impossible. Our priority now is to go to Zhao Tianhu's home. They have provisions sufficient for our survival, and we might even recruit others to aid us. Wang Hao stated, swiftly rummaging through Zhao Tianhu's belongings for keys, and without a second thought, he pulled Su Qing away. This was not the time for sorrow. They needed to seize the resources from his home to have a chance at revenge. With no alternative, Su Qing followed, her heart filled with an unquenchable hatred for Chen Feng. One day, she vowed to ruin that scoundrel. Upon returning home, Chen Feng immediately entered a mode of reflection, analyzing where things had gone awry. Woof, woof, woof. We should not have ventured out. Lao He quickly voiced his opinion. No, the act of going out itself was not the error. The mistake lay in our carelessness, our negligence. Chen Feng firmly dismissed Lao He's statement. They would inevitably have to go out again. That was unquestionable. Next time we venture out, you two shall wear body armor and a helmet. We must not trust anyone. Lao He nodded eagerly, agreeing that his master's caution was prudent. At that moment, Chun Feng's phone rang again. Initially irritated, he became intrigued upon seeing who was calling. It was Yi Jing, unexpectedly reaching out to him. Chapter 77. Sun Jiai's humility under normal circumstances. Chen Feng would not have anticipated Yi Jing contacting him. She was the type who held herself in high regard, far removed from his ilk. After all, he had once made life difficult for others with food and medicine, which had deeply displeased her. Is there something you need? Chen Feng inquired instinctively. He held a great deal of respect for this doctor, considering that one day he might require her assistance. In this era, doctors were highly sought after and scarce. Could you spare me some food? Yi Jing asked, her expression fraught with tension. She had exhausted all avenues in search of sustenance, and regrettably, in this time, few were willing to part with their provisions. Most were struggling to feed themselves, leaving her no choice but to seek Chen Feng's help. Certainly, come down and collect it, Chen Feng replied without hesitation. When dealing with Yi Jing, he could not treat her as he would others. Unlike Qin Yin or Lin Feier, he did not need to beg them for anything. His needs were not reliant upon them. However, Yi Jing's situation was different. He could not risk falling into her hands, as she might seek revenge at an opportune moment. Whether sincerity could be exchanged for sincerity remained to be seen. Yet, Chen Feng had no other options. It seems we must acquire some medical knowledge. We cannot solely rely on fighting. Chen Feng remarked earnestly, grasping Lao He's paw. Woof, woof. Why should I learn that? If I encounter a problem, I can find herbs outside myself. Are you jesting? Lao He responded, perplexed. Chen Feng, upon hearing this, began to speak earnestly again. You cannot say that. Look at the frigid conditions. The herbs outside have long perished. Where will you find them? Woof. Lao He stood up astonished. It does make sense in this freezing weather. One could freeze to death, leaving no herbs to be found. From today onward, you're not allowed to read books in secret at night. We shall study medicine together and read medical texts. Do you understand? In this society, survival is paramount. We must not venture out unless absolutely necessary. Before going out, we must ensure our protection and avoid getting too close to others. Chen Feng lamented, acknowledging that the severe error he had made was due to his failure to adhere strictly to the rules he had established, which had resulted in dire consequences. Tomorrow, we will both rise early and read through the materials twice. No one is allowed to take it lightly, understood? Upon hearing the words, Lao He nodded in acknowledgement, declaring, My dog is yours. Whatever you desire from me, I shall comply. As their conversation unfolded, the alarm from the surveillance system sounded, indicating that Yi Jing had arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng retrieved several packages of food and made his way toward the basement. Meanwhile, Yi Jing stood at Chen Feng's door, visibly anxious. Nearby in the underground garage lay several corpses, presumably the work of the adversary. She could hardly fathom that one day she would find herself soliciting such a person. The thought of Chen Feng using food to entice women into his bed filled her with repulsion. Yet, the gnawing hunger in her stomach rendered her resolve weak, compelling her to make the significant decision to come here. Suddenly, a booming sound shook the entrance as a figure clad in a helmet appeared in her line of sight. Chen Feng wasted no time, placing the food down and swiftly creating distance between them. There are things on the ground that you need. Take them home. You may return when food is scarce again, but ensure no one else sees this. You know how fiercely others covet these items. With that, he began to close the door, leaving Yi Jing in utter disbelief. She had steeled herself to offer her body for sustenance, yet here was Chen Feng, simply providing her with food. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Do you not have any ulterior motives? Yi Jing suddenly queried, causing Chen Feng to pause, looking at her with suspicion. Did you not come to me solely for food? No, I am merely surprised. I heard from others that obtaining things from you came with conditions. Chen Feng fixed his gaze on Yi Jing, realizing that she had indeed come seeking food, her astonishment at his generosity evident. "I am not that kind of person, rest assured. But if you insist on such things, I have no strong objections." Upon hearing this, Jing's face flushed crimson. "And no, thank you for the food. I must take my leave." With that, she hurriedly departed with the provisions. Upon returning to his dwelling, Chun Feng removed his helmet, feeling utterly confounded. Why is it that every good deed I attempt is subjected to such scrutiny? Is there no law or sense of decency left? Am I truly seen as such a despicable individual in your eyes? He turned to Lao He. "Do you think of me in this manner?" Lao He scrutinized Chun Feng, recalling the women who had once visited his home. "Woof woof. Need I even say? You are indeed that kind of person." Chun Feng retorted, "Nonsense, take this punch." He swung his fist at Lao He, his frustration palpable. It was clear that even mere food could provoke such desperate measures. In another life, many had sacrificed much for just a morsel to eat. Woof woof. But why was it that when you fed the first two women, there were intimate encounters involved? Yet this time, it is simply a gift. Did I not explain? Jing is a skilled medical professional. Consider, who will we consult when we need knowledge in medicine? Lao He's eyes widened in admiration. "Chun Feng, you are truly clever. How did I not think of that? You are indeed my master. Simply brilliant." Just then, Chun Feng's phone chimed again, this time from the broadcaster Sun Jiai. It was evident that she was now at the end of her endurance. "What is the matter?" Chun Feng inquired knowingly. "Chun Feng, I agree to your previous terms. As long as you provide me with food, I am willing to come and accompany you." Chun Feng's interest piqued by this message. Sun Jiai was exceptionally remarkable, and her willingness to come to him was an opportunity he could not let slip. He had anticipated she could endure at least a couple more days. Yet here she was, unable to hold on any longer. With a sigh, Chun Feng recalled how Sun Jiai had once looked down upon him, treating him as a mere sycophant, believing she could easily manipulate him. Yet, it seemed the laws of karma had swiftly turned on her. "Very well, come over," he replied, granting her request. After all, if she was prepared to offer herself, providing her with some food was a reasonable expectation. However, let us first discuss compensation. She paused before continuing. "I agree to accompany you, but you must provide me with a roast duck, 2 boxes of instant noodles for 3 days, and a king crab." "I can agree to the roast duck, but the rest is out of the question. You are well aware of how precious food is these days. If you find it unacceptable, so be it. Many others are eager to trade with me." Chun Feng's response was calm, but on the other end, silence ensued. It was unclear whether she was weighing her options or deliberating something else. After a considerable pause, she messaged again. "Chun Feng, I have a proposal. I no longer want a roast duck. Instead, I will come down to stay with you indefinitely, allowing you to do as you wish." Chun Feng was taken aback, sensing something amiss. This did not sound like the Sun Jiai he knew. However, he dismissed his apprehensions. If she wished to engage in a transaction, he would oblige. If she were unwilling, he felt no pressure, as it was a negligible loss for him. Is it truly that simple? Additionally, you must also bring your husband to reside in your villa, providing us with food daily. It need not be extravagant. I shall allow you to do as you please in the future. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng instantly comprehended the situation. It seemed he was now conversing with Sun Jiai's husband, who was covertly communicating with him. Haha, how amusing. After all this, it turns out I'm not speaking with Sun Jiai at all. He shook his head in bemusement. I advise you to abandon such thoughts. Coming down to accompany me and receiving food is already the best option. Living here is simply out of the question. Reflect on it carefully. With that, Chun Feng lost interest and resumed his discussion of martial arts with Lao He. His current objectives were straightforward: to hone his skills and seek knowledge in medicine. If all else failed, he could always summon Jing for lessons, compensating her with food, which he was confident she would gladly accept, as it spared her from serving others. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiming, witnessing that Chun Feng had outright rejected him, was consumed with fury. He even considered smashing his phone in frustration. That Chun Feng is utterly unyielding. Despite my humble approach, he remains indifferent. Just then, Sun Jiai entered the room, eyeing her husband with suspicion as he fiddled with her phone. What are you doing? What could I possibly be doing? I was merely sending a message using your phone. Zhang Qiming replied, hastily attempting to delete the chat history, but ultimately failing. Sun Jiai snatched the phone from him and, upon reading the messages, erupted in anger. Glaring at her husband, "Do you have no shame? Trading your wife for food? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog?" Sun Jiai was on the verge of tears. It was one thing for her to expose herself online in the past, but now she had not only provided the other party with a comfortable home, but had also improved his life significantly. And now, he had the audacity to set his sights on her, shamelessly suggesting that she leave in exchange for food. Did she mean nothing more than a mere commodity in his eyes? "Wife, I'm doing this for your own good. Look at how famished you are. If this continues, my heart will ache for you," Zhang Qiming said with a mournful expression, earnestly pleading with Sun Jiai. "You are aware of the current situation. Only Chen Feng has food. My initial plan was to move in and secure him, allowing us to live in a villa. Who would have thought he would be so unyielding?" "Really?" Sun Jiai looked at Zhang Qiming suspiciously, glancing at the chat records, which did provide some evidence. It was indeed true. "Well, my dear, now it is only you who can go to his villa. If you manage to win him over, we might still have a chance. A large crowd is watching him. The allure of beauty will diminish, and we may lose our opportunity altogether." Your words sound appealing, but what if I go and he mistreats me?" Sun Jiai replied with visible displeasure. "My love, regardless of the outcome, we must conserve our strength for the more arduous days ahead," Zhang Qiming insisted. After half an hour of relentless persuasion, Sun Jiai could no longer withstand his soft yet firm approach. With a heart full of trepidation, she arrived at Chen Feng's villa. At the same time, Zhang Qiming sent a message to Chen Feng, instructing him to entertain Sun Jiai, but not to forget the roast duck for him. Chen Feng, upon seeing Sun Jiai outside the villa, could not help but feel a torrent of emotions. She was stunningly beautiful, yet her fate seemed fraught with misfortune and poor choices. Without hesitation, he opened the underground garage door, inviting her into his abode. In an instant, Sun Jiai was enveloped by an unprecedented warmth, something she could never experience outside. Just as she was about to ascend the stairs, Chen Feng's voice halted her in her tracks. "Strip off all your clothes. I do not wish to see you before me clad in anything." Chapter 79. Indeed, something is amiss. Sun Jiai, initially brimming with excitement, was left stunned by his words. She had envisioned a closer approach to Chen Feng, perhaps even utilizing her concealed weapon for a surprise attack. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would utter such a thing, rendering her hidden tactics utterly useless? No matter what she possessed, she could no longer conceal it. Was he truly this cautious? He was dealing with a woman, yet he was so guarded. What about others? "Chen Feng, I am utterly drained. Why not let me eat something first before we continue?" Sun Jiai's voice was sweet and alluring, a tactic she had employed countless times to win over influential figures during her live streams, coaxing them into showering her with gifts. "If you wish to go upstairs, you will do as I say. If not, you may leave at once." Chen Feng's demeanor was unwavering. He was no longer the man who would falter in the presence of a beautiful woman. He faced the situation with ease. More importantly, recent events had instilled in him a sense of caution. This was a matter of his life. Realizing that the door behind her had already opened, Sun Jiai grasped Chen Feng's resolute attitude. He clearly had no intention of further dialogue. If she did not acquiesce, she would have no choice but to leave. Though she pondered turning back, the gnawing hunger within her compelled her to stay. Ultimately, she steeled herself and began to shed her clothing. Although her face flushed with embarrassment, and each article of clothing removed heightened her sense of humiliation, she found herself unwilling to depart. Watching Sun Jiai on the monitor, Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction and opened the door to the upper floor. Upon reaching the upstairs, Sun Jiai was enveloped in an even warmer environment, devoid of any chill. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, scrutinized her appearance. Sun Jiai was undoubtedly one of the two most beautiful women in the neighborhood. Compared to Qin Yan, she lacked a mature allure, yet her figure and looks were nothing short of extraordinary. Not only did she possess a curvaceous figure, but her proportions were also quite ample. "Go take a shower. Once you're done, I will arrange for a meal, and when you leave, I will ensure you take a roast duck with you." "Can I really take a shower?" Sun Jiai was momentarily incredulous. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. After all, the temperature was maintained at a comfortable 26 degrees, and there was no power outage, making a hot shower a simple affair. While she headed to the bathroom, Chun Feng busied himself rummaging through her belongings in the basement. Old Hay looked at Chun Feng with a mix of disdain and surprise. Woof. After all this time, I never knew you had such a penchant. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? I am merely prioritizing safety. Chun Feng retorted, and sure enough, he uncovered a dagger from her belongings. Old Hay was left speechless, mouth agape in disbelief. This woman was far too cunning, hiding a weapon. Fortunately, Chun Feng was astute. Otherwise, he might have fallen into her trap. After a brief moment of astonishment, Old Hay's gaze shifted to one of admiration towards Chun Feng, realizing he had grown to respect this man. Indeed, something is amiss. I had a feeling from the moment she arrived that her intentions were not pure. Old Hay barked twice. What shall we do next? Should I take her out? Such a perilous endeavor was not one he would allow his friend to undertake. Rest assured, I will handle it. She must receive a lesson today, Chun Feng declared, returning upstairs quietly while instructing Old Hay to remain on the second floor, preparing to confront the impending danger alone. When Sun Jiai emerged from the shower, her entire demeanor had transformed. She no longer resembled the disheveled figure from before. A celestial being was the only phrase that came to Chun Feng's mind to describe her. Unlike Qin Yin, Sun Jiai possessed a unique beauty that could quicken anyone's heartbeat. Upon seeing the table laden with delectable dishes, Sun Jiai abandoned her shyness and began to devour the food voraciously. Chun Feng, wearing a smile, approached her from behind, his hands beginning to wander. Hey, I'm still eating. Not a problem. You continue your meal while I engage in my own activities. Chun Feng chuckled, disregarding her protests, and promptly took the initiative. Faced with such a stunning woman who had willingly come to him, refusal was not an option. The meal stretched for a full 2 hours, and only after Sun Jiai had grown somewhat weary did Chun Feng finally carry her to the sofa, distancing them from the perilous knives, forks, and chopsticks. Even now, he could sense the dissatisfaction and hostility concealed in her gaze. It was evident from her actions, descending with a knife, that Sun Jiai was contemplating how to resolve her predicament with him. Chun Feng saw through her intentions, but chose to remain silent. Their attempt to toy with him were rather naive. I should return now. What about the roast duck you promised me? Sun Jiai stumbled to her feet, filled with a sense of guilt, and endeavored to create distance between herself and Chun Feng. Don't rush. Allow me to show you something, and then reconsider whether you wish to take the roast duck home, Chun Feng said, pulling up the chat history with Zhang Qiming. Initially, Sun Jiai believed Chun Feng had changed his mind, but upon seeing the messages, she was utterly taken aback, clearly not anticipating that she had been sold off like an object by Zhang Qiming. The notion of enduring a little hardship to jointly take down Chun Feng was nothing but a lie, especially when she read about Zhang Qiming's plan to incapacitate her a few days prior, so that Chun Feng could have his way with her. Tears of rage streamed down her face. She had already sacrificed so much for her family, yet he remained ungrateful and even schemed to barter her for food. The mere thought of being traded for a roast duck shattered her heart. So, are you still planning to take him the roast duck? Chun Feng inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he observed Sun Jiai. Unexpectedly, she approached him without warning, a fragrant breeze enveloping them as her red lips sealed his mouth. In Chapter 80, Seeking External Assistance, it is clear that while Sun Jiai had previously been hesitant, she now took the initiative. Chun Feng was taken aback by her sudden change in demeanor. After another hour of struggle, he finally escorted her away, returning to the sofa himself. His initial intention was merely to sow discord, yet he never anticipated such favorable results. It became evident that Sun Jiai harbored deep affection for her husband. Otherwise, she would not have been lured to barter herself for food. However, it was equally clear that love and resentment were intertwined. The more one loved, the greater the disappointment accumulated. The text message he had sent was the final straw that broke her back. In the current situation, while Sun Jiai may not immediately sever ties with Zhang Qiming, it was predictable that their relationship would not remain harmonious for long. As long as Chun Feng stoked the flames of discord, he could expect them to fall into conflict. This way, he would no longer have to tread carefully through life. Living in constant vigilance against the other party was simply too taxing. The strategy of conquering the heart before the city was akin to the current situation with Qin Yin. Although Chan Feng still hesitated to let her stay in the villa, at least he no longer had to guard against her like a thief. Now I must rest well, or I fear my body may not withstand it. Chan Feng murmured, relieved that Qin Yin had not visited today. Otherwise, he might have truly met his end. As for Sun Jai, even when given the choice by Chan Feng, she ultimately decided to bring the roast duck home. Upon seeing the duck, Zhang Qiming, without uttering a single word of concern, snatched it from her hands and began to devour it ravenously. This is fantastic. I can't believe that fool actually provided a roast duck. In this environment, such a delicacy is exceedingly rare. Zhang Qiming exclaimed with excitement as he consumed the food, completely regarding Chan Feng as a simpleton. Wife, you should go accompany him again tomorrow and get more food from him. We can sell it and make a handsome profit. With prices soaring, I believe a roast duck could easily be traded for a top-tier sports car. He envisioned accumulating wealth while the snow persisted, certain that once it ceased, he would be affluent. Such opportunities were indeed rare and precious. Upon hearing this, Sun Jia's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly believe what she had just heard. Do you have any idea the price I paid to acquire that food? You wish to trade it for money? She replied, her displeasure evident. Of course I know, but you need to eat too. What is wrong with going to accompany him and bringing back more food? Zhang Qiming retorted, his irritation palpable. Besides, you enjoyed yourself for several hours, didn't you? This statement left Sun Jia utterly disheartened. She no longer harbored any hope for the person before her. Although Chen Feng was unaware of what would transpire when Sun Jia returned, he felt quite content. After resting for an entire night, he resumed his study with Old Hay. Their current skills allowed them only to treat minor ailments like a cold, relying solely on medication with no means to address more complex conditions. The specialized terminology in medical texts was utterly incomprehensible to them. This won't do. We must seek external assistance. Our relentless study is yielding no progress. Wong. I agree. What on earth is this sildenafil? Such a convoluted name. Old Hay lamented, his face a picture of frustration. Glasses perched on his nose as he wrestled with the book. Without hesitation, Chun Feng called He Jing, asking her to come over and teach him, promising food but no lodging. Upon receiving the call, He Jing's heart sank. Was this a request for medical guidance, or merely an excuse? It seemed she had overestimated Chun Feng. Within a single day, he had revealed his true colors. She wondered what his pretense had been the previous day. However, considering her dwindling food supply, she ultimately relented. She had no idea when the snow would cease, and she would still need to rely on Chen Feng. She recognized that if this situation continued, their plight would soon become dire. Without a strong protector, they would face serious trouble. Rather than being ravaged by a throng, she would prefer to stay close to Chen Feng. With that thought, she set off toward his residence, her heart a mix of trepidation and hope. 2 hours later, He Jing arrived, clutching her medical texts. She observed Chun Feng, who was 5 meters away, diligently taking notes with Old Hay beside him. She was deeply contemplative. This was indeed an unexpected turn of events. He was genuinely seeking medical knowledge. The sight of Old Hay using his paws to scribble incoherent symbols in his notebook left her utterly bewildered. Are you saying that the ailments we can actually cure are exceedingly few? Even colds are beyond our capability? Chun Feng questioned, regarding his notebook with skepticism. Yes. Most of the healing relies on the body's self-recovery, He Jing affirmed with a nod. Got it. Old Hay, it seems we need to bolster our physical health. Previously, we only exercise for 2 hours daily, which is hardly adequate. We should increase it by another hour. Chen Feng proclaimed. Wong. Shouldn't we add even more? I've been holding back all this energy. Old Hay replied eagerly. Let us go. We need to learn, exercise, and maintain our health simultaneously. Dr. He, you've worked hard. Please go have a meal, and remember to let me know when you come back tomorrow. Dr. He felt that the situation was entirely different from what she had imagined. Meanwhile, Xiao Lulu was nestled in Director Qian's bed, lost in dreams of stardom when she was abruptly awakened by him. Lulu, we've run out of food. We need to go find something to eat, Director Qian said, rubbing her shoulder, to which she responded with a soft hum, her alluring voice igniting his excitement as he rolled over and pinned her beneath him. After a prolonged struggle lasting 3 minutes, Qian Dao rose contentedly to dress, while Xiao Lulu wore an expression of deep resentment. We must hasten to find something to eat. Is there still anything edible at Lin Feier's place? Qian Dao mused, his gaze fixated on Xiao Lulu. Her family has plenty, but I have severed ties with her. Upon hearing this, Qian Dao's eyes lit up instantly. You were once close friends. Devise a way to persuade her to share some provisions with us. If all else fails, we shall resort to taking what we need. Chapter 81. Lin Feier in despair. Is it truly all right? I've already cut ties with her, and even if I go, she may not allow me inside. Xiao Lulu hesitated, recalling her harsh words to Lin Feier, feeling it would be undignified to now plead for her assistance. Furthermore, when she heard Qian Dao's subsequent suggestion, she felt a tinge of fear. Steal? If we were to take from her, would that not be a crime? Enough. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Just ensure I am granted entry, and I shall handle the rest. Qian Dao declared resolutely, urging Xiao Lulu not to waver. We are on the brink of starvation. If she refuses to assist, it indicates that she has no regard for our friendship, and I shall take matters into my own hands. Still hesitating, Xiao Lulu felt Qian Dao embrace her, and with a smile, he remarked, I am merely worried for you. You have grown so thin. At this rate, even as the director, you may be deemed unfit based on appearances alone. What shall I do then? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lulu cast aside her doubts and promptly donned her clothing, leading the director outside. When they arrived at the basement, they were unexpectedly spotted by Chun Feng, who had just seen Qin Yan off. They must be headed to Lin Feier's villa, he thought, his brow furrowed. Though he had no inclination to involve himself in such affairs, the thought of Lin Feier's tragic fate in his past life compelled him to send her a message. Whether he could assist Lin Feier, Chun Feng was unsure, but he felt that if he did not take the necessary steps and she encountered trouble, it would be her destiny. Neither Qian Dao nor Xiao Lulu were to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Lin Feier was nestled comfortably in her blankets, enjoying her sleep. Despite having witnessed Xiao Lulu sell off items twice, her life remained carefree. After all, Xiao Lulu had only taken a few items, leaving Lin Feier with ample supplies. As long as she conserved her resources, she believed she could manage for quite some time. However, at that moment, she received a message from Chun Feng, warning her that Xiao Lulu was bringing someone her way, urging her to be cautious. Instantly alert, Lin Feier sprang from her bed, donned thick clothing, and peered out the door. Sure enough, there stood Xiao Lulu, accompanied by a man. Qian Dao. With a mere glance, Lin Feier understood the situation. It was evident that Qian Dao had manipulated Xiao Lulu using his resources. Feier, it's me, Lulu. Could you please open the door? Came a voice from outside. Lin Feier felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Xiao Lulu had become increasingly audacious, even bringing someone to her home. You should leave. You are not welcome here. Feier, we are still friends. Please forgive me. I was wrong last time, and I swear I won't sneakily sell your food again. Lin Feier could not be bothered to respond. The fact that Xiao Lulu had committed such acts twice already proved her unchangeable nature. Allowing her inside would only invite a myriad of troubles. Seeing no response, Xiao Lulu glanced at Qian Dao, biting her lip with a mix of jealousy and frustration as she pleaded again. Feier, I haven't eaten in ages. Have mercy on me. If this continues, I fear I might starve. Lin Feier, upon hearing this, felt a pang of conflict. After all, they were once sisters, and she could not bear to see her friend in distress. Do you truly wish to enter? Will you promise to heed my words from now on? Yes. I promise I won't misbehave again. I have learned my lesson. All right, I will permit you to enter, but only you. The implication was clear. Only Xiao Lulu would be allowed inside, and Qian Dao was to remain outside. Thank you. Qian Dao is just worried about my safety on the way here, so he accompanied me, but won't he come in? Upon hearing this, Lin Feier finally sighed in relief and cautiously opened the door. Feier, I knew you would be the most understanding. As Xiao Lulu stepped inside, Lin Feier barely had time to close the door before Xiao Lulu rushed forward and enveloped her in a hug. Almost immediately, Lin Feier watched in disbelief as Qian Dao squeezed in behind her. "Qian Dao, what are you doing? This is my home. Please leave at once." Lin Feier was not naive. Given the current predicament, she trusted no one. "Feier, I merely wish to see the environment in which Lulu lives." "Fear not. I shall leave after a brief glance," Qian Dao said, striding towards the kitchen and rummaging through the cabinets right before her eyes. "What are you doing? Get out immediately." Lin Feier tried to intervene, but found herself firmly held back by Xiao Lulu, who clung to her. It dawned on her that Xiao Lulu had conspired with Qian Dao to come and seize her provisions. "Xiao Lulu, I considered you a sister, and this is how you repay me?" Lin Feier's eyes brimmed with anger. Despite her kindness toward Xiao Lulu, she had allied with an outsider to create chaos in her life. "Sister? Spare me. You wouldn't even share a piece of meat with me. Do you truly consider me a friend?" Xiao Lulu pushed Lin Feier onto the sofa, while Qian Dao swiftly gathered all the available food and approached Xiao Lulu, his gaze fixed on Lin Feier. "Shall I assist you in teaching her a lesson?" Hearing this, Xiao Lulu frowned, clearly realizing Qian Dao's intentions toward Lin Feier. "Enough. Do not waste any more time. Lin Feier, this is your fate. Do not blame me." With a dissatisfied huff, Xiao Lulu pulled Qian Dao along, carrying the food as they departed. Lin Feier was filled with fury, lamenting her poor judgment in considering Xiao Lulu a friend. "If only I had listened to Chun Feng," she sobbed, staring at the now empty refrigerator, despair washing over her once more. Meanwhile, Chun Feng sat on his couch, his gaze fixated on the computer screen. Only when he saw the figures of Xiao Lulu and Qian Dao departing with their haul did he allow himself a chuckle. This girl, while admirable in many ways, is regrettably too kind-hearted. In ordinary times, her status might afford her a comfortable life, but in this ruthless world where survival is paramount, kindness becomes a fatal flaw. Pulling out his phone, Chun Feng sent a light-hearted message to Lin Feier. "Big Star, do you require assistance?" Chapter 82. The arrogant Xiao Lulu. Lin Feier, still seething with anger, felt even more aggrieved upon receiving this message. Had she heeded Chun Feng's advice from the beginning and distanced herself from Xiao Lulu, she would not have found herself in this predicament. Now, with all her belongings taken by Xiao Lulu, she could not fathom how long she could endure. Yet, she knew her fate would soon be dire. "Chun Feng, I misjudged you. No worries, as long as you are safe. Do you need any assistance on your end?" Chun Feng inquired with genuine curiosity. "My provisions have been completely seized by them. Could you spare me some food?" Lin Feier spoke with a trembling voice. "Sure. Don't mention food. Even if you wish to come to my bed, that's fine. You're aware of my rules, aren't you?" Chun Feng spoke without a hint of hesitation, his demeanor remarkably composed, as if discussing a matter of utmost normalcy. A pause ensued on the other end of the line, followed by a barrage of furious expletives. "Get lost. I have no interest in your offerings. All of you, just leave." Her anger was tinged with sobbing, and before Chun Feng could respond, the call was abruptly ended. TSK, such a fiery temper. Chun Feng scoffed, unable to suppress his muttering. "I am not one to be swayed by pity. Why would you assume I would assist you without compensation?" He dismissed the matter, confident that given the current circumstances, it would not be long before Lin Feier sought him out. If she did not come looking for him, her fate would either be starvation or a repeat of her previous life, where she was mistreated to death. It would be wise for her to enhance her own skills, cultivate her body, learn medical practices, and respect the destinies of others. "Bark, bark, bark. Lao Hei, in this world, you are my only confidant. Let's take a stroll." Barking in agreement, Lao Hei approached, nudging the bowl towards Chun Feng and drinking the water within. After enjoying red wine for several days, Chun Feng decided to quit drinking upon absorbing the knowledge imparted by He Jing. Lao Hei, of course, would not lag behind. The detrimental effects of alcohol were manifold, and he could not afford to deplete his vitality with such vices. The degradation caused by wine and lust necessitated abstinence. On that very day, Chun Feng received a message from Qin Yan. Su Qing and Wang Hao had not shown any signs of slowing down. They had begun to recruit followers, much like Zhao Tianhu did in the past, amassing a group of people. Do they possess such capabilities? Chen Feng could not help but smirk coldly. Wang Hao was utterly inept, while Su Qing was merely a sycophant. What prowess could she possibly hold? They had managed to seize Zhao Tianhu's resources, and now were even at his residence, with Su Qing willing to entertain others, resulting in several individuals eager to join them. Qin Yan urgently warned Chen Feng to exercise caution. My bounty has not attracted a single taker. Chen Feng appeared doubtful. He had informed the group about the two's possession of meat, and logically speaking, they should not have a favorable outcome, following Zhao Tianhu's demise at his hands. Few were willing to place their trust in him, especially with Su Qing fanning the flames of suspicion, leaving his credibility nearly extinguished. Chen Feng was left bewildered, never having anticipated that he would find himself in such a predicament. A lifetime of reputation tarnished in an instant. Furthermore, Su Qing and her associates were willing to share the spoils, rendering them nearly free from troubles. Chen Feng, hearing this, chose not to dwell further on the subject. They would not amount to much. Both were opportunists incapable of causing significant disruption. Let them create their commotion. I cannot be bothered. Just be cautious and contact me should any issues arise. Chen Feng concluded, disregarding the matter. He remained at home, confident that even if they were to bring 100 men, they would not lay a finger on him. Besides, he possessed modern weaponry, which would undoubtedly ensure that they faced dire consequences. He simply needed to bide his time. Days passed, and he pondered over Li Bingyao's situation. Chen Feng grumbled as he looked at his phone. He had sent messages and made calls, yet received no response. It was as if she had vanished from existence. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Just as he was lost in thought, Xiao Lulu sent him a WeChat message. Chen Feng, how much did you purchase that villa for? Her unexpected inquiry left Chen Feng perplexed, utterly taken aback by the suddenness of the question. Why do you care? Chen Feng, please refrain from being so abrasive. I'm not in need of your paltry sum anymore. Just give me a price. I will buy your villa. Chen Feng was left dumbfounded. Are you out of your mind? Have you had too much to drink? However, Xiao Lulu remained unfazed, declaring 10 billion. If you agree, I will transfer the funds immediately. You can come to my current residence. 10 billion? Chen Feng was astounded, clearly not expecting her to possess such wealth. Yet, in the next moment, realization dawned upon him. Xiao Lulu had a history of selling food, and she had pilfered a considerable amount from Lin Feier. What a fool. I have encountered foolish individuals before, but none as foolish as this. Chen Feng struggled to find words to describe the situation. She had amassed a wealth of provisions only to sell them. Forget it. Manage your affairs properly. You think you can buy my house? Your mind must be impaired. Chen Feng, do not take my generosity for granted. I am offering you an opportunity. Should you fail to appreciate it, do not expect me to show mercy. The indifference in her tone left Chen Feng utterly bewildered. Are you threatening me? Indeed, I will be frank. Even if you refuse, I can utilize this money to purchase your life. You would do well to tread carefully. Xiao Lulu exuded a sense of pride, reveling in her newfound confidence. Previously, Chen Feng had dismissed her. Now, she was no longer someone he could look down upon. What is the situation? Has he agreed? Qian Dao hastily approached, eager to ascertain Xiao Lulu's status. Not yet, but it won't be long before he comes begging me. She replied with a subtle smile. Moments later, her phone chimed again. See, he clearly cannot sit still. Press him for a better price. Do not let that fool get away with a bargain. Qian Dao was brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipating his move into a grand villa. However, when Xiao Lulu opened her phone to review the messages, her expression darkened instantly. Chen Feng was not only placing bounties on them, but also disseminating information about the abundance of food in their home. Chen Feng, are you seeking death? What have I done to provoke you that you would go to such lengths to harm me? Xiao Lulu was visibly enraged. She was not foolish and understood the threats that would arise should this information spread. She anticipated turbulent times ahead, as neighbors might very well come to seize their possessions. Chen Feng's actions were nothing less than a calculated attempt to use others as instruments of destruction. I swear, one day I will make you pay. Xiao Lulu trembled with anger. Her initial intentions of helping Chen Feng profit now twisted into a scheme against her. The group chat erupted with activity. Individuals tagging Xiao Lulu left and right. Does your family truly have food? Could you spare some? I am starving. Once the snow ceases, I will repay you tenfold. Lies. I do not possess such items. Do not be deceived by Chun Feng. We have been adversaries for ages. Xiao Lulu denied her status without a moment's hesitation. Yet, moments later, others began to refute her claims. Her family indeed has provisions. I just spent $1 million to buy a pack of instant noodles. That's right. She sold me a pack of spicy strips for $8 million. Exactly. She wanted $50 million for her steak. Clearly, given the current situation, those who had purchased her goods at exorbitant prices were now turning against her. Individuals like her, who profited from others' misfortunes, required only a slight push to become the target of public ire. How can you all behave like this? I kindly offer to sell you goods, saving your lives, yet you repay my kindness with ingratitude. Xiao Lulu was exceedingly displeased. She had never experienced such humiliation before. This group of people was utterly shameless. Was this truly saving our lives? You were clearly taking advantage of our misfortune. Some were enraged, having spent their life savings just to acquire a meager amount of food. And now that Xiao Lulu was being targeted by a crowd, they naturally stepped forward. Where do you live? Produce the food to share with everyone, and we won't call the police to apprehend you. Yes, otherwise prepare to be arrested for price gouging and profiting from disaster. You'll spend your next life in prison. Xiao Lulu felt a twinge of fear, but then recalled the mistakes made by Chun Feng, and how in their community there were even instances of murder. If others were unafraid, why should she be? What nonsense, when have I raised prices? It has always been this price, mind you. Why don't you ask yourselves if you have worked hard? It has snowed for so many days. Has your income increased? If you can't afford it, then don't bother me. Xiao Lulu let out a cold snort, and in an instant, the entire group erupted in chaos. How dare she? Tell me where she lives. I will deal with her. Yes, who knows where she lives? I don't know. It seems she's not from our community. Someone searched around, speaking helplessly. Meanwhile, Xiao Lulu could no longer contain her laughter. This group was nothing short of clowns, not even knowing their own whereabouts, yet wanting to trouble her. Good luck finding me. By the time you do, it might very well have stopped snowing. Xiao Lulu lay in her bed, thoroughly amused, while beside her, Qian Dao wore a grave expression, urging her to cease her antics. Provoking the wrath of the crowd was not a wise decision. What is there to fear? They have no clue where I reside. Xiao Lulu replied coolly. But before she could finish her sentence, her expression froze completely. In the group chat, Chun Feng suddenly spoke up, revealing their location. She is at Villa number 6. I imagine she is currently discussing the script with the director. Chun Feng did not mince words, directly stating the whereabouts of both individuals. As for Qian Dao, although he bore no grudge against him, who could blame him for being close to Xiao Lulu? Given the circumstances, if he met his demise, it would be well-deserved. So, she is at Villa number 6, and an actress at that. Just wait. I will come find you soon. Indeed, how could you profit from such misfortune? Have you no conscience? The group was in an uproar, while Xiao Lulu's expression turned as dark as stormy waters. She never anticipated that Chun Feng would disclose her whereabouts. Chun Feng, how could you be so shameless? I have no enmity with you. Why reveal my location? Xiao Lulu immediately vented her fury in a voice message directed at Chun Feng. She was infuriated, having never encountered such outrageous behavior. I am willing, what of it? If you're unhappy, come at me. Chun Feng replied gleefully, satisfied with the turn of events. Xiao Lulu was still poised to unleash further insults when the sound of pounding on the door interrupted her. Clearly, the group had found her. What to do? So many people come to seek trouble. Can this door hold them back? Xiao Lulu trembled, hiding in Qian Dao's embrace. Meanwhile, Qian Dao was utterly bewildered. He had never expected things to escalate in this manner. How dare you question me? I told you not to be arrogant, yet you refused to listen. Though he was internally resentful, he was at a loss about how to handle the situation, praying that his door would hold firm. Once this group leaves, we must move immediately, preferably to Lin Feier's residence. The news of our supplies must have come from her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lulu was momentarily taken aback, her face twisting into a grimace. That vile woman, did we not merely take a bit of her food? Why go so far as to harm us? After sending a message in the group, Chun Feng's gaze turned to the surveillance monitor. When he saw the crowd rushing towards Villa number 6, a faint smile finally graced his lips. You think you can compete with me? You're still too inexperienced. Initially, Chen Feng had no intention of dealing with those two, deeming it a waste of time to seek them out. However, unexpectedly, Xiao Lulu came seeking trouble. Was this a joke? Old Hey, remember, whenever possible, avoid taking matters into your own hands. Your own safety is paramount. Do you understand? Wong. Understood. Rest assured, I am not foolish. I can learn these things. Meanwhile, Wang Hao glanced at the others in the room, his gaze landing on Su Qing. When are we going to deal with Chen Feng? He was eager to take him down. Deal with him? Not yet. We are still too few. Su Qing replied solemnly, surveying the individuals before her. Everyone gather your things. We are leaving. Where to? To Villa number 6. ISNT, there a stash of supplies there? We must go at once. What does this mean? Why are we going to confront them? Wang Hao clearly didn't understand. Logically, they should be allies, right? The enemy of my enemy should be my friend. After all, they shared a common foe. If they collaborated to take down Chen Feng, it should be easier, right? Of course, we're going to seize the supplies, and besides, Chen Feng has a bounty on his head, hasn't he? I want to see how he will respond. Su Qing spoke darkly, and the others grew excited at her words. They seemed to understand her plan. Thus, regardless of the outcome, it would benefit them. By taking down Xiao Lulu, they could secure supplies, and Chen Feng would be compelled to provide them as well. Even if Chen Feng reneged, they could leverage it to claim he is untrustworthy. In other words, they would secure a guaranteed profit. Let us go. Perhaps we will even capture a celebrity today. The group was unable to contain their excitement as they hurried towards Villa number 6. For all this, Chen Feng remained unconcerned, focusing on his own well-being at home. Since He Jing mentioned that this ailment relied primarily on one's immune system, their commitment to health had intensified. They would drink boiled water, refusing beverages or alcohol. Chen Feng even began steeping goji berries in hot water. Health maintenance must begin early. As noon approached, Sun Jiai arrived again at Chen Feng's residence. This time, her expression was noticeably more serious than the day before, her eyes devoid of their usual sparkle. Upon her arrival, Chen Feng also received a message from Zhang Qiming. Chen Feng, today, I want 2 roasted ducks, and in exchange, I can promise you that my wife can stay at your place overnight. The moment he read this message, Chen Feng was left utterly speechless. He found it challenging to articulate his feelings at that moment, although he had anticipated this. Seeing it in writing still left him astounded at how thoughtless the other party was. He truly did not treat his wife as a person. No wonder Sun Jiai was in this state. However, these matters were clearly not of concern to Chen Feng. If she came to trade for food, he would provide it. If she didn't want the food, he would let her leave. Today, I can let you eat whatever you like here, but the only thing you can take home is instant noodles. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, Sun Jiai hesitated. Just yesterday, she could take home a roasted duck. So why was it only instant noodles today? Yesterday was merely an exception. I can guarantee that you won't go hungry at most, but I lack the time and resources to assist others. You may leave if you wish. You know I have never forced anyone. Sun Jiai hesitated for quite a while before reluctantly shedding her clothes and slowly ascending the stairs. Clearly, she opted to stay with Chen Feng, as it ensured at least she would have enough to eat, while Zhang Qiming could manage with instant noodles. When Sun Jiai emerged from the bathroom after a shower, she discovered a set of clothing laid out for her. This is prepared for you. Put it on for me to see. Chen Feng exclaimed as he observed her donning the JK uniform and white stockings, his satisfaction evident. She was, without a doubt, a youthful beauty, in stark contrast to Qin Yan's mature and intellectual allure. He paid no mind to his hunger, immediately taking Sun Jiai into his arms and heading towards the nearby sofa. Wang, old He, still wearing glasses and engrossed in a book, suddenly jolted, hastily grabbing his book and scampering upstairs. Do you truly not consider me an outsider? No. You are clearly attempting to undermine my steadfast resolve, thereby hindering my studies. Wang, how despicable of a human being. I shall burn the midnight oil and finish this book. Old He seized a pair of headphones nearby and donned them, determined to seize every opportunity to study diligently and astound everyone. After nearly 2 hours of intense effort, Chun Feng finally concluded his endeavors. Sun Jiai, as always, was reluctant. But when Chun Feng showed her a message just sent by Zhang Qiming, it was as if a switch flipped, and she took control with newfound assertiveness. Her every action seemed a form of retaliation against Zhang Qiming, exhibiting an unusual fervor and enthusiasm. After dining, Chun Feng fulfilled his promise and handed over the items before promptly escorting her away. As for allowing her to stay the night, that was entirely out of the question. Not only would he not entertain Sun Jiai, who harbored resentment, but he would not extend the courtesy to Qin Yin either. Survival was paramount. Any endeavor fraught with danger was deemed unnecessary in his eyes. Meanwhile, at Sun Jiai's residence, Zhang Qiming was incessantly contacting clients on his phone. Do you really have roast duck? Don't deceive me. I may be less educated. Yes, of course. Why would I lie to you? I had one just yesterday. Rest assured. How do you sell it? What is the price? Anticipation was palpable among them. It was evident they could hardly resist the allure of the roast duck. This delicacy was exceedingly rare. Simple, 500,000 for half a duck. I only sell half. It was not that he didn't want to sell a whole duck. He desired to indulge himself as well. After all, he couldn't starve. You're quite ruthless, selling half a roast duck for such a price. Fine, I agree. But if you deceive me, don't blame me for being rude. Despite the grumbling, the individual acquiesced. These were days when even wealth could not procure resources. Zhang Qiming was instantly elated. 500,000 was a substantial sum, far exceeding what his wife could earn through 3 years of relentless streaming. He thought to himself that she would have no grounds to accuse him of living off her. At that moment, Sun Jiai weakly entered from outside. Wife, good news. Tremendous news. I earned 500,000. Where's the roast duck? Hurry. Zhang Qiming exclaimed excitedly as he pulled Sun Jiai, but after searching, he found no roast duck, and his expression shifted to one of anger. Where is it? Didn't you promise there would be a roast duck? Sun Jiai handed him a packet of instant noodles. This is all there is. Make do with it. With a swift motion, Zhang Qiming slapped the instant noodles from her hand onto the floor. Am I losing my mind? Eat this instant noodle? As he spoke, he seized Sun Jiai's clothing, gritting his teeth and snarling. Is it because you failed to please Chun Feng that he is angry? Yes, it must be. Go back and accompany him immediately. If you don't bring back the roast duck, don't come back at all. Upon hearing Zhang Qiming's words, Sun Jiai was utterly stunned. Clearly, she had never anticipated her husband would utter such remarks. She had gone out to procure food for him, even accompanying Chun Feng. Yet he was not only ungrateful, but spoke to her in such a manner. There's only this from now on, and no roast duck. Sun Jiai fumed with rage. Slap! Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Qiming struck her across the face, leaving her momentarily bewildered. If you dare yell at me again, do you believe I hit you? No roast duck? I see you've eaten yourself. I was blind to marry you. He spat, dragging Sun Jiai closer and preparing to strike her with his belt. You dare shout at me? Do you think you're something? Tomorrow, even if you have to beg, bring me the roast duck. If you bring me instant noodles again, you'll regret it. Just as Zhang Qiming was ready to act, a series of knocks echoed from outside. He froze, and after a moment, hastily forced a smile and rushed to open the door. Oh, Brother Zhang, what brings you here? Come in, come in. Zhang Qiming chuckled, but the young man entering bore an imperious demeanor, showing no courtesy. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry and bring out the goods. Zhong Wenquan fixed his gaze on Zhang Qiming, speaking in a low tone. Brother Zhong, there's been a slight problem. Could you give me a day's grace? Zhang Qiming rubbed his hands together, appearing exceptionally anxious. However, before he could finish his plea, he was struck down to the ground with a slap. Zhong Wenquan glared at him, unable to restrain his anger. Do you dare play with me? Do you truly believe I am easy to provoke? He struck again. Zhang Qiming's face swelled, yet he dared not retaliate. He had been so audacious in front of Sun Jiai, yet now he was utterly humiliated. Repeatedly bowing to Zhong Wenquan. Brother Zhong, there was an unexpected incident. Rest assured, tomorrow, without fail, I will deliver it to you. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wenquan merely scoffed coldly, kicking Zhang Qiming aside. If I don't see the roast duck tomorrow, don't blame me for what happens next. Yes, I remember. Rest assured, Brother Zhong, I will personally deliver it tomorrow. Zhong Wenquan's gaze shifted to the bedroom, and upon seeing Sun Jiai, a wicked smile crept upon his lips. Your woman is quite remarkable. He did not conceal the heat in his gaze. Gazing at Sun Jiai ignited a desire within him. He had not anticipated encountering such a stunning woman. Zhong Wenquan licked his lips, secretly vowing to possess her. Tomorrow, if I don't get what I want, let your woman serve me well. Yes, yes, rest assured, if I fail to procure the roast duck tomorrow, I will personally deliver her to your place. Sun Jiai's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock, while Zhong Wenquan merely snorted coldly. Once Zhong Wenquan departed, Zhang Qiming exhibited his displeasure once more. Approaching Sun Jiai directly, did you hear what he said? If I don't manage to get the roast duck tomorrow, don't blame me for sending you to accompany Brother Zhong. Tears welled up in Sun Jiai's eyes. She could hardly fathom her husband would utter such shameless words. Crying? You still have the audacity to cry? If you and T failed to bring back the roast duck today, would I have been struck? Go and fetch me some instant noodles. Zhang Qiming berated her, unwilling to relent, and kicked Sun Jiai once more. Chun Feng, unaware of Sun Jiai's experiences upon her return, had completely entered a state of enlightenment alongside Lao He, diligently engaging with all that lay within their reach. He Jing, who was diligently instructing, had clearly not anticipated the earnestness with which he approached his studies. Initially, she had assumed Chun Feng was merely jesting when he asked her to teach him, believing it a mere indulgence of his peculiar whims. Yet now, He Jing found herself questioning her own allure, as Chun Feng exhibited no inappropriate behavior towards her at all. It was well known that Chun Feng had garnered a rather unsavory reputation outside, treating the beautiful women of the neighborhood as mere prey, having already ensnared many. Meanwhile, she could hardly breach a 3-meter distance from him. Was she not attractive enough? He Jing wore a puzzled expression, recalling her days as the belle of the hospital, pursued by many suitors. However, every time she approached Chun Feng, he instinctively recoiled. This could hardly be blamed on him. After all, he had endured much during this time, and while others might come to his home in a state of undress, it was inappropriate for him to expect the same from his instructor. Thus, he maintained a respectful distance. Indeed, I have always believed that studying medicine holds value. Most ailments rely on one's immunity, yet when faced with external injuries, the expertise of a physician is indispensable for swift recovery. Lao He barked in agreement, nodding fervently, impressed by Chun Feng's foresight, wondering why he hadn't considered this sooner. He Jing observed Lao He, who was sprawled on the floor with a book, occasionally sipping goji berry-infused water, her emotions at a loss for words. As Chun Feng immersed himself in learning, reading, and physical training, he found his days becoming increasingly busy and fulfilling. Meanwhile, the residents of the neighborhood were also far from idle, as heavy snowfall had persisted for days, depleting even the stores of those who had stocked supplies. Each person was now devising ways to procure food. A group ventured to the supermarket outside the community, yet, regrettably, they too vanished without a trace. Echoing the fate of earlier expeditions, Chun Feng observed them leave the neighborhood, only to be met with silence thereafter. It seemed the supermarket held some secrets. He would need to investigate further. Woof, woof. Lao He was the first to express eagerness, nodding vigorously in agreement to accompany him. We must proceed with caution, as we cannot ascertain the dangers that may lie ahead. Chun Feng whispered to himself, realizing the need for thorough preparation to avoid potential troubles. That evening, Chun Feng received a call from Su Qing. Initially, he feared she was calling to cause trouble, but to his surprise, she was there to collect a reward. Chun Feng, we have successfully dealt with Xiao Lulu and the director. You promised a handsome reward if we could handle them. Chapter 86. Shall we discuss? I never anticipated you would manage to capture them. Chun Feng stared at the message in disbelief, momentarily taken aback. Logically, both parties had grievances with him, and they should have united against him. Yet, the situation seemed to have shifted. After all, when food is at stake, who could afford to turn a blind eye? Su Qing's tone was remarkably calm, devoid of any anger towards Chun Feng, which left him astonished. Why had she grown so formidable? However, he paid little heed to her prowess. If she truly sought to challenge him, she would be met with relentless fury. In this era, mere numbers do not guarantee arrogance. For ordinary individuals, numbers might offer an advantage, but for Chun Feng, they were little more than insignificant insects. In the realm of equality, they were merely trifles. Lao He, do you sense a trap? Woof, woof. There must be a trap. I have always believed that individual is no good. She cannot be trusted. Lao He shook his head vigorously. Will you trust her, or will you trust me, the celestial dog? Chun Feng vividly recalled the previous encounter when Zhao Tianhu and Su Qing had colluded against him, nearly leading to his demise. If he were to fall victim to a similar deception again, he might as well throw himself onto a tofu block. Without hesitation, Chun Feng instructed, "You should bring your people to my underground garage." Su Qing, without a moment's pause, gestured to Wang Hao and the others to follow suit. "All right, let us not waste time. Take them to the garage." At that moment, the director was battered and bruised, while Xiao Lulu appeared even more disheveled. Her clothing torn to shreds and hair in disarray, clearly having endured a rough time. "No, please don't hand me over to Chun Feng. I will serve you well. I beg you, do not deliver me to him." Xiao Lulu, though not foolish, realized that falling into Chun Feng's hands might cost her life. Given his notorious history of violence against those who had wronged him, we cannot make any decisions here. Let us go. Wang Hao licked his lips, clearly satisfied, never imagining he would find himself entangled with a celebrity. "Have mercy on me. I am innocent. I have no vendetta against Chun Feng." The director pleaded desperately, bowing and begging for clemency, regretting his earlier alliance with Xiao Lulu. Had he foreseen this day, he would have never associated with her. For now, he faced dire consequences. After enjoying a few carefree days and filling his belly, he found himself on the brink of losing his life. Where could he seek justice? Get lost. Do you think begging now is of any use? Wang Hao slapped him, and the group dragged Xiao Lulu and the director towards the underground garage. Upon arriving, they unceremoniously tossed the two in front of Chun Feng's garage door. Viewing the situation through surveillance, Chun Feng was taken aback. It appeared that there were no signs of trouble from the pair. Yet, he was not naive, recalling the last time he had been ambushed due to similar circumstances. He knew he could not afford to take risks. "Chun Feng, we have brought the individuals. How you choose to handle them is your concern. But what about the rewards you promised us?" Su Qing inquired, recognizing that today's outcome was favorable for her. If Chun Feng provided the agreed-upon rewards, they would profit. If not, trust in him would diminish, and the community would lose faith in him. Once a person loses their credibility, it becomes a significant issue. "I will certainly provide what was promised, but how can I be sure you are not plotting against me? What must we do to earn your trust?" "Simple. You will give those two another beating. That should not be a challenge for you, right?" Upon hearing Chun Feng's words, the group remained calm, while Xiao Lulu was already trembling in fear. "Chun Feng, I was wrong. I should not have troubled you. Please have mercy on me. I will never cross you again." Xiao Lulu pleaded incessantly, while the director echoed her sentiments, desperately claiming his innocence. However, Chun Feng paid them no mind, and they were met with the wrath of Su Qing and Wang Hao's fists. The anguished cries reverberated throughout the space. Initially, pleas for mercy could be heard, followed by curses, until it seemed the two individuals could no longer withstand the torment and were rendered unconscious. Observing this scene through the surveillance footage, Chun Feng nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of vindication. "Chun Feng, we have followed your instructions. Now, can we expect our reward?" Su Qing inquired once more. "Rest assured, I shall not delay in providing what is due to you." Chun Feng responded directly, producing 2 boxes of instant noodles and placing them onto a small cart. "Lao He, take these to them." Wang, me?" Lao He hesitated, then shook his head without a second thought. "I refuse. You go. It's too dangerous outside with so many people. A single kick from one could spell my end." Indeed, a high intellect can sometimes be a double-edged sword. When faced with peril, survival instincts take precedence, making one reluctant to engage in risky undertakings. Chun Feng, somewhat exasperated, retrieved a remote-controlled car and transported the goods from the underground garage. At that moment, Su Qing and her group peered through the main door, discerning the situation inside. A 3-meter corridor led to another large door. Even if they managed to open the door before them, entry was impossible. More critically, they could not even access the door in front of them. Once Chen Feng obtained the items, he paid little mind to Xiao Lulu's condition. Wang Hao and the others, upon seeing her unconscious, wasted no time in taking her away. As for Director Qian, bringing him back would only waste resources, so they disregarded him entirely. After Su Qing and her group departed, another individual approached Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I know you intend to deal with Su Qing and her group. I can assist you. Would you like to discuss it? Chapter 87. Do you really think I lack temperament? Upon glancing at the profile, Chen Feng realized he knew little about this person, who rarely spoke in the group. However, it was evident that the individual sought collaboration, yet Chen Feng remained wary. Many had perished from starvation due to a lack of resources. Those who survived in the current climate were not to be underestimated. Feel free to speak, Chen Feng replied. We are aware of your grievances with Su Qing. She has amassed a considerable following, and given the current circumstances, that number will only increase. After all, you have provided them with supplies, which undoubtedly attracts more to assist her. The individual spoke in a calm, self-assured manner, as if orchestrating a grand strategy. For ordinary people, food would become scarcer, yet for those in their situation, it would paradoxically become more abundant. Once Su Qing's group fully developed, causing trouble for her would become nearly impossible. Since you acknowledge that Su Qing's group is sizable, does that not imply your own numbers surpass hers? Chen Feng promptly probed, hitting at the crux of the matter. He understood the implications of an increasing food supply. After all, he had survived 2.5 years during the apocalypse and was familiar with such tactics. By resorting to theft, the scarcity of food could be mitigated, and there was even the option of cannibalism. Thus, you could simply confront Su Qing's group directly, seize her resources, and yet you come to me seeking assistance, hoping to procure additional supplies? Chen Feng scoffed with interest. That is one way to interpret it. After all, you're not lacking in resources. However, I seek to establish a more enduring partnership with you, the individual continued. At this, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a proposition. How do you propose we collaborate? In the current scenario, you must comprehend that manpower is crucial. The more individuals one possesses within the community, the greater the influence one wields. By cooperating, we can dominate the entire neighborhood. The individual presented a compelling argument, exhibiting a profound understanding of the present situation that few could achieve. However, the next moment, Chen Feng firmly declined. I am sorry, but I do not possess the resources to support additional personnel. That is inconsequential. All you need to do is provide the supplies you currently have, allowing us to sustain ourselves temporarily. Consider it an investment. Today you provide us with a meal, and in return, I assure you a future free from want. Chen Feng was taken aback, incredulous at the absurdity of the proposal. Are you jesting? Are you perhaps in the business of nonsense? Enough. I have neither the time nor inclination to entertain such folly. If you seek a fool, look elsewhere. Do not come to me seeking discomfort. Chen Feng, you must consider this carefully. Even if you possess remarkable abilities, you remain but one person ultimately outnumbered. Only by joining our collective can you hope to survive in this place. Chen Feng, now fully aware, recognized that this individual was merely an adept at manipulation. To approach him seeking resources while cloaking it in grandiosity was laughable. I fear you not. What does it matter how many of you there are before me? You are but a farce. Should I close the door, do you believe you could breach it, regardless of your numbers? Chen Feng was thoroughly exasperated and chose to ignore the individual entirely. Presently, within the community, many sought to ally with him, even after his reputation spread. Numerous women had approached him privately. In the face of survival, dignity holds little value. Yet, Chen Feng was not one to yield easily. He had little interest in the flattery of others. Besides, the prospect of encountering someone like Xiao Lulu was far too awkward. Enough of this. I cannot afford to dwell on such matters, he thought, feeling utterly disinterested in engaging with these trivialities. To him, they were merely jesters. Lao He nodded in agreement, reasoning that spending time on such individuals was less rewarding than honing his own skills. Coincidentally, he had made significant progress in his offensive techniques. One cannot solely practice combat. One must also strive to enhance their abilities. Chun Feng began drafting plans, feeling overwhelmed by the current situation. He needed to focus on medical skills, physical training, and honing his powers while also managing relationships with Qin Yan and others. To spread oneself too thin leads to mediocrity. We cannot afford to waste time on extraneous pursuits. Wang, I feel I'm quite busy. What is your issue? My days are full, Lao He remarked, eyeing Chun Feng with suspicion, noting his excessive time spent on social connections. Why do you look at me like that? I lead a normal life. You, a single dog, cannot comprehend. When you become as handsome as I am, you will understand my troubles. Chun Feng could not help but retort. Bah, what did I say? You even resort to sneak attacks. Prepare to feel the wrath of my dog-killing 18 palms. Without a second thought, Chun Feng charged at Lao He. It was unavoidable. His previous techniques had been wholly countered, leaving him to employ new strategies for a glimmer of victory. Later that night, while Chun Feng slept, a group of individuals clad in heavy clothing stealthily approached his villa. This time, they did not descend into the basement, but rather climbed to the second floor. Can we truly gain entry? I have heard that even Luo Zhongyuan could not breach this villa. One trembled, speaking in hushed tones. Despite wearing thick clothing, he felt a bone-chilling cold. Do not worry. We are unlike that brainless Luo Zhongyuan. Our purpose here is merely reconnaissance. Once we fully understand the layout, attacking will be a matter of ease, the man asserted, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, filled with awe. Almost everything here is enveloped in titanium alloy, making it nearly impossible to pry it open with external force. The window is undoubtedly made of bulletproof glass. However, it seems feasible to breach it from there. He pondered carefully as he made his way toward that direction. Despite the multiple layers, even a bomb would struggle to breach it. Yet, while a single attempt might fail, repeated efforts could succeed, revealing a weakness in bulletproof glass. While he contemplated where to place the explosive charge, he suddenly froze and looked up to see a person and a dog standing inside the glass, both staring at him motionless. Everyone, are you all really trying to break into my house at this late hour? Do you think I lack temper? The voice of Chun Feng resonated through the loudspeaker, instantly terrifying the group. Damn, let us get out of here. We've been discovered. We can't stay any longer. Some were visibly shaken. They knew of Chun Feng's notorious reputation, especially with a gun in his possession. If caught, they would likely meet a grim fate. Quick, let's south flee this place, someone shouted, grabbing a companion to escape. However, after a brief moment of shock, the other person snapped back to reality, coldly snorting and stating, "What are you afraid of? P.S. behind bulletproof glass. Even if he has a weapon, he poses no threat to us." Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals finally comprehended the situation. Indeed, even if Chun Feng was formidable, he could not reach them through the glass. One individual couldn't help but sneer, "Boy, weren't you acting tough? Why don't you come and hit me?" Their laughter was bright and unrestrained, for once Chun Feng emerged, he would be met with their collective assault. No matter how strong Chun Feng was, he would have to yield. Woof woof! The dog, Lao He, looked at Chun Feng with suspicion. The glass not only provided bulletproof protection, but also insulated sound. They could see someone outside mouthing words, yet heard nothing. I feel like they are cursing your mother. Woof, woof, woof. Upon hearing this, Lao He instantly became furious. How dare they curse my mother? Suddenly, Lao He trembled, and a glimmer of light flickered around it. Before the two individuals outside could react, a thin layer of ice formed beneath their feet. In an instant, they slipped and fell from the second floor. Their screams echoed continuously as many witnesses were taken aback and rushed to dig the two out of the snow. What happened? Why did they fall? Someone asked nervously, clearly not anticipating such an event. It seems a bit slippery there. Thank goodness the snow is thick. Otherwise, we could be hurt. One remarked, their expression filled with dread. If it weren't for the thick snow, they might have been in serious trouble. Everyone, don't be afraid. Chun Feng can't harm us. He can only watch from inside. Another reassured. Indeed, while that bulletproof glass can withstand our attacks, it also prevents him from reaching us. Chun Feng observed the overly excited crowd, amused by their bravado, and couldn't he help but smile faintly. Is this a joke? They are still boasting in front of me. Without hesitation, he grabbed several hoses and began spraying scalding hot water outside. In an instant, the group was caught off guard and became drenched. Given the current temperature, the hot water would quickly turn to ice in the air, thoroughly soaking them. Within moments, ice began to form. Quick, let us escape. This bastard is too cunning. If we don't leave now, we might freeze to death. Someone exclaimed, spurred into action, leading the group to hastily flee the scene. Chinfeng, just wait. We will kill you sooner or later. One shouted as they retreated, desperate to save face. Chinfeng paid them no mind. They were beneath his consideration, a mere troop of jesters. Time to sleep. Woof, woof, woof. Aren't we going to deal with those people? I have 1,000 ways to ensure they meet their end. Lao He cursed. Those individuals were incredibly reckless, daring to seek trouble at such an hour. Enough. It's unnecessary. Chinfeng waved dismissively, unwilling to waste effort on them. Heaven has mercy. After all, they hadn't caused him any harm, so it mattered little. If they truly sought to provoke him, they wouldn't even get the chance to regret it. The atmosphere in the entire neighborhood had grown increasingly tense, as everyone was racking their brains to find food. Given the current situation, even those with a surplus of rations were struggling to hold out. Is there really no rescue? I'm going to starve. Rescue? Are you dreaming? With snow covering the globe, there's no chance of rescue. We must find a way to save ourselves. Someone scoffed. Anyone still hoping for rescue in such a dire environment must be out of their mind. Of course, self-salvation was nearly impossible, as there was no way out. The only option was to huddle together for warmth. In some places, cannibalism had become an unspoken reality. The following day, after Chinfeng finished training, the individual who had contacted him yesterday reached out once more. Chinfeng, you should be aware of the situation. You are now being targeted. If this continues, matters may escalate further. Chinfeng furrowed his brow, feigning ignorance, and asked, What do you mean? Stop pretending, Chinfeng. Someone caused you trouble last night, didn't they? To be frank, others have already set their sights on you. It's only a matter of time before you encounter issues alone. Chinfeng's expression was one of suspicion. No one in the group had mentioned last night's events. So how did they know? Chinfeng, join our family. Together we can strive for greatness from your villa as a stronghold. I believe we can not only bring all the families back together, but also lead them to glory. Are you out of your mind? Chinfeng was convinced that the person must have had a hand in last night's events. Even if they hadn't directly participated, they were undoubtedly involved. How dare you use such tactics against me, thinking I'm easy to bully? If someone dares to provoke me again, I want to be so merciful next time. You want to escape? With that, Chinfeng exited the chatterface. I can't hold back. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. How dare they threaten me? Chinfeng muttered, sending a bounty in the group chat. Whoever can help me teach this person a lesson will receive 10 packs of instant noodles. In no time, over 10 individuals eagerly contacted him, willing to assist. Chinfeng provided the details, instructing them to act freely while he only wanted to see the results. Record the beatdown on video. Once this was arranged, he set down his phone and, at that moment, Sun Jiai arrived downstairs, evidently seeking food. However, this time, Chinfeng noticed through the surveillance that she was accompanied by a man, clearly her husband, Zhang Qiming. What's he doing here? Chinfeng's brow furrowed, puzzled. Chinfeng, can we come and talk? Zhang Qiming looked anxiously at the camera, visibly unsettled. It seemed as if Zhang Qiming was eager to rush into Chinfeng's residence, his gaze darting back and forth, fearful of being discovered. If there is something to discuss, it can be addressed outside. Chinfeng showed no leniency, questioning why Zhang Qiming was putting on an act before him. Why should I let you in? Is that a joke? Even if you are a woman, I cannot simply allow you entry without reason. What do you think you are? Zhang Qiming hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to communicate via his phone. Chinfeng, I hope I could have a bit more food. The instant noodles you provided are simply insufficient to sate my hunger. This was nearly impossible, for Chinfeng had no reason to provide more. What he had already offered was more than generous. Without a second thought, he shook his head in refusal. He did not utilize his phone, but opted to converse directly through a microphone. How ridiculous! You are bartering with your wife for food and still pretending to be the good guy? Are you afraid of others knowing and me being cast as the villain? Is this some sort of joke? Do you truly believe I am so easily bullied? Zhang Qiming shivered, hastily typing on his phone. Can we not just talk through the phone? He could clearly sense that numerous passers-by had turned their attention towards them upon hearing the commotion. While there were few people outside in such weather, some remained. Speak your mind. Chun Feng continued to project his voice through the speaker. From now on, you may handle my wife as you wish. Do as you please. My demands are modest. A roasted duck daily, or something of equal value. Zhang Qiming quickly resumed typing on his phone, eager to resolve the matter swiftly so he could leave without delay. That's impossible, given the current circumstances. A single pack of instant noodles is already a generous offering, and I wouldn't even offer that to others. Chun Feng decisively rejected the proposition. Chun Feng, you are being unreasonable. My wife is stunning. If I spread the word, countless suitors would come seeking her. Zhang Qiming was clearly agitated. His wife possessed a beauty and figure that could only be described as exquisite, a near-perfect existence in the eyes of many. Within the community, there were certainly many who would desire a relationship with her. He could not fathom that Sun Jiai was worth merely a pack of instant noodles. Chun Feng was evidently humiliating him. Then go seek someone else. I have no interest in squabbling with you here. Chun Feng could not help but scoff. He had not anticipated that Zhang Qiming would come here merely to argue. Under the current conditions, having any food was already a significant blessing. It was undeniable that taking Sun Jiai to entertain guests would likely yield better rewards, but would she agree to that? Absurd. Even if Sun Jiai were naive, she would certainly realize that she was the best option in this situation. As onlookers heard the sounds emanating from Chun Feng's speaker, their expressions turned to suspicion. They had not caught the entire conversation, but could glean some understanding. Goodness, Zhang Qiming is truly despicable, bartering his wife for food. How shameless can one be? Alas, Sun Jiai is so beautiful, yet she is married to such a worthless husband. Do not speak so harshly. Given the circumstances, such actions are not surprising. He is not at fault. What a shameless individual. Why not barter for food himself instead of sending his wife? Voices of disdain filled the air, and Zhang Qiming was on the verge of fury, feeling that Chun Feng was exceedingly overstepping. Chun Feng, think carefully. These good fortunes will not last. He was now too fatigued to continue communicating through his phone, opting instead to shout directly at Chun Feng. Had he not been standing before him, Zhang Qiming might have resorted to violence. Enough of this nonsense outside my door. You are making it seem as though I owe you something. If you wish to stay, do so. If not, leave. I do not force anyone, Chun Feng languidly remarked, and Zhang Qiming grew increasingly irritated. If you want to leave, then leave. Do you think we depend on you? We can manage just fine without you. Zhang Qiming cursed vehemently, dragging Sun Jiai beside him as he prepared to turn away. Yet, in the next moment, Sun Jiai firmly waved him off. Are you rebelling? Come with me now, Zhang Qiming shouted angrily, attempting to pull her back, but this time, Sun Jiai was resolute. Without a moment's hesitation, she evaded Zhang Qiming and strode towards the entrance of Chun Feng's underground garage. You go back if you wish. I will not. Sun Jiai's expression was devoid of emotion, yet her stance was unwavering. You wretched creature, what do you mean? Are you siding with him against me? Zhang Qiming seethed with rage, clearly taken aback by her defiance. Chun Feng observed the scene with surprise. Clearly, she was not as foolish as he had presumed. Returning to Zhang Qiming meant she would not receive anything of value. Currently, he was prepared to offer her a lavish meal, something no one else in the community could provide. Just as he witnessed Zhang Qiming preparing to confront Sun Jiai, Chun Feng slowly opened the door. Come in. Without a moment's thought, Sun Jiai dashed inside, and when Zhang Qiming attempted to follow, he was met with Chun Feng's weapon blocking his path. Chun Feng, what does this mean? Are you stealing my wife right in front of me? If the entire community learns of this, how will they perceive you? Chun Feng merely huffed in response, calmly stating, I have done nothing. Ask her whether she wishes to leave or stay. From this moment forth, you and I have no connection. Depart. Before Zhang Qiming could utter a word, Sun Jiai spoke first. You despicable man, I was blind to have married you. Zhang Qiming was seething, yet he found himself powerless, forced to watch as the door closed before him. Chun Feng shook his head in disdain. Zhang Qiming was no different from his ex-wife's family. They were all equally shameless. Chun Feng, you will regret this. What did you say? Should I take your life now? As the door abruptly halted its closure, Chun Feng aimed his weapon at Zhang Qiming. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. You heard incorrectly. I said nothing. Chapter 90. You arrived just in time, hopefully. It remains so. Otherwise, next time, even if I have no objections, I doubt my weapon will share the same sentiment. Chun Feng waved the weapon in his hand, and Zhang Qiming, fearing further confrontation, fled the scene in a hurried and disheveled manner. Regardless of his grievances, he could only suppress them for the time being. Now, tell me, what transpired that led to this conflict? Chun Feng closed the door, observing Sun Jiai with intrigue. He recognized that she had come to him out of desperation for food, yet it was evident that her relationship with her husband had once been affectionate. Regarding the earlier scene, Chun Feng suspected it was merely a performance for his benefit, leading him to question whether there was some ulterior motive at play. In this current environment, his instinct was to remain skeptical. Trusting an outsider was nearly impossible. He had promised to provide someone with roasted duck. Should he fail to deliver today, he would have to compensate with his own efforts. As Sun Jiai spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Her expression pitiable as she gazed at Chun Feng. Understood, the implication is that she is being encouraged to accompany other men, and given the circumstances of the other party. This arrangement may even become a long-term situation. After all, there is little food at home. It is not that she cannot return, but rather that her current situation offers greater value. Here, she only needs to take care of herself to enjoy a lavish meal. Whereas returning home could lead to becoming someone else's plaything, with meals reduced to instant noodles. Thank you for today. Had it not been for your assistance, I would have been utterly at a loss. Sun Jiai said this while inching closer to Chun Feng, startling him into retreating a few steps. Stop with that. Quickly remove your clothes. Chun Feng spoke with urgency, clearly tense, suggesting that he might resort to physical action at any moment. As a skilled tea artist, Sun Jiai could immediately discern that Chun Feng's behavior was not an invitation to bed, but rather a sign of concern. By now, she fully understood that his insistence on her leaving without a trace stemmed from a fear of her harming him. How cautious! Chun Feng, I am merely a defenseless woman. There's truly no need for such wariness. When Sun Jiai expressed this, she appeared even more pitiable. No, it is entirely necessary. My caution is not directed solely at you, but is indiscriminately aimed at everyone. Chun Feng quickly distanced himself. Having suffered at Zhao Qian's hands and faced Zhao Tianhu, he had no choice but to remain vigilant. A single misstep could cost him his life. Upon hearing Chun Feng's words, Sun Jiai ceased to prolong the conversation and promptly removed her clothing, allowing Chun Feng to feel reassured enough to take her upstairs. Go take a shower. After she entered the bathroom, Chun Feng retrieved a sultry outfit from his space and placed it outside. Sun Jiai showed no resistance. On the contrary, she was particularly proactive. There was no doubt that her conflict with her husband had made her the primary beneficiary. I have nowhere to stay now. He certainly won't let me off easily if I return. Can you take me in? Sun Jiai clung to Chun Feng's shoulder, pressing her body against his and gazing at him with an exceptionally pitiful expression. She undoubtedly wished to reside here. Besides her issues with Zhang Qiming, the more significant reason was the environment. Compared to the harsh conditions outside, this place was akin to a paradise. No, I cannot harbor anyone. Chun Feng firmly shook his head. Allowing someone to stay would be tantamount to neglecting his own safety. Sun Jiai's face fell, disappointment evident. Indeed, men were all the same. I cannot stay here, but do not worry. I have a place arranged for you. You won't have to return to face that person. Chun Feng continued, causing Sun Jiai to become animated, unable to suppress her excitement as she kissed Chun Feng. Thank you, Chun Feng. Where will I stay? Just as Chun Feng was about to respond, a message from Qin Yin arrived, indicating she had arrived at the underground parking lot. Speak of the devil. Chun Feng opened the parking garage, and as Qin Yin approached, she removed her clothing without needing a prompt. However, upon reaching the upper floor and seeing Chun Feng, she was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, She had not anticipated the presence of another woman beside him. Although she was dressed, her attire was quite revealing, causing her face to flush instantly. I seem to have arrived at an inopportune moment. With that, she lowered her head, preparing to flee. Chen Feng was exasperated. Had he known someone else was present, he would have informed her. No, you arrived just at the right time. Chen Feng interjected, startling Qin Yan, whose face turned even redder. Allow me to introduce you. This is Sun Jiai. You two will be living together from now on. So remember to take good care of her. Understood? Upon hearing this, Qin Yan grasped the situation. The events surrounding Zhang Qiming and Sun Jiai had already caused quite a stir in their group chat, and she recognized Sun Jiai as a rather unfortunate woman. All right, if you encounter any troubles, be sure to inform me immediately, Chen Feng said, wrapping his arm around Qin Yan's waist as they made their way to a nearby sofa. Let's engage in some physical activity. After Zhang Qiming returned home, he furiously smashed furniture in a fit of rage. He felt utterly humiliated. Not only had his wife run off with someone else, but he was also left without food. Chen Feng, that scoundrel, I will make him pay, Zhang Qiming shouted, kicking a nearby stool in an attempt to vent his frustrations. Just then, the door was forcefully kicked open, and Zhong Wenquan entered. Zhang Qiming, where's my roast duck? He approached, grabbing Zhang Qiming by the collar. It was evident that he was aware of the ongoing situation. Zhongge, just give me a moment. I promise I will find your roast duck, Zhang Qiming pleaded, but before he could finish, Zhong Wenquan kicked him to the ground and drew a knife, pressing it against his throat. Do you have the ability to procure the roast duck? Huh, what a talent you are, using your wife to barter for it. Zhong Wenquan spat, then coldly added, hand over your wife, and I might spare your life today. Otherwise, you will regret it. Chapter 91. She is a technical talent. Feeling the cold steel against his neck, Zhang Qiming trembled. The icy blade could take his life at any moment. He never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. Chen Feng, it's all that scoundrel's fault. Had he provided me with the roast duck, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Zhang Qiming's anger grew. Not only had he lost his wife, but he was now at the mercy of Zhong Wenquan. The true culprit, he vowed to make him pay dearly. Without hesitation, Zhang Qiming said, Zhongge, I initially intended to send Sun Jiai to accompany you. But at the critical moment, that scoundrel Chen Feng snatched her away. I truly had no other options. As he spoke, he was kicked over once more. Zhong Wenquan seemed to still have pent-up anger, delivering several more kicks. So, you have nothing to offer me today. Zhongge, this truly isn't my fault. It's the other party's problem. If you must blame someone, blame that Chen Feng. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wenquan kicked him again. How dare you mock me? You expect me to deal with Chen Feng? You won't survive this day. Zhongge, please spare me. You have a big heart. Let me help you take down Chen Feng's villa. Now that Sun Jiai is at his place, I am confident we can work together. Zhang Qiming pleaded desperately, bowing and begging for mercy. You lack the capability and dare to jest before me? Enough. Zhong Wenquan scoffed coldly, losing interest in the exchange, and plunged the knife into Zhang Qiming's neck. In mere moments, Zhang Qiming's heart ceased to beat. Zhong Wenquan licked the blood from his knife and couldn't suppress a sinister smile. Chen Feng, this is quite interesting. I am eager to see just how formidable you truly are. With a cold snort, he dragged Zhang Qiming's lifeless body away from the scene. In the midst of an empty expanse, the sovereign of the realm, Godi, gazed around in bewilderment, pondering the whereabouts of his adversaries, for throughout history, all heroes have known solitude. In his cup lay a modest 2 ounces of goji berry water, a companion in dispelling the eternal sorrow. For the discourse on health must indeed revolve around me, Heitiendi. After sipping the goji water, he could not suppress a howl of despair. The snow fell like blades, cutting down the brilliant prodigies of the heavens. I, a peerless being among my contemporaries, now witnessed Chen Feng's infatuation with the opposite sex, leaving me a solitary dog, unrivaled in the world. Truly, it is a loneliness akin to snow. Unable to resist, he removed his headphones, and indeed, the fierce battle raged on below. His concern for Chen Feng's well-being grew, and he felt compelled to procure some medicine for him at the earliest opportunity. After an exhausting 2-hour skirmish, Chinfeng finally escorted Suanjiai and Qinyan to the door, not forgetting to give Suanjiai a down jacket before their departure. One must give what is due, for I am not in want of such items. As he opened the door to bid farewell to the two women, another figure emerged outside, momentarily startling Suanjiai and Qinyan. Dr. He Jing entered, her countenance flushed with shyness, colliding fortuitously with them. You go on ahead, I will join you shortly. Chinfeng instructed He Jing, while Suanjiai and Qinyan exchanged dubious glances, their expressions a mixture of skepticism. Are you truly all right with this unbroken schedule? Seamless transitions. 2. Most notably, Suanjiai noticed that He Jing appeared able to enter without shedding her clothing. Chinfeng, she is different from you. She is a technical talent. Suanjiai asserted earnestly. I possess skills as well. We all understand muscle hardening and softening techniques. Yet Qinyan wore a perplexed expression, evidently unable to grasp the implications of this conversation. What are you even talking about? Enough, let us return. She is a genuine graduate student. Not like you two with your technicalities. Chinfeng replied, utterly speechless. After bidding farewell to the two women, he ascended to his room, barely having the chance to sip water before he noticed the old black dog, Old Hay, sitting before He Jing, clutching a book filled with paw prints, incessantly barking. Is this fellow truly going too far, even attending classes? Chinfeng thought, befuddled. The only silver lining was that He Jing could not comprehend Old Hay's utterances. Standing there in bewilderment, unsure of what to say, he inquires, since the human body is predominantly composed of water, if one were to be completely frozen and then thawed, would they be revived? Additionally, what is the likelihood of a person being pierced by ice suddenly emerging within the body? After Chinfeng posed these questions, he found himself utterly astonished. Could a mere dog formulate such inquiries? Clearly, this creature had secretly acquired considerable knowledge. He Jing wore a look of confusion, shifting her gaze between Chinfeng and the dog. It merely barked a few times. How can you translate so much? Are you deceiving me? Quickly, let us commence the lesson. I am eager to navigate the ocean of knowledge. Old Hay barked enthusiastically. He Jing regarded the peculiar pair at a loss for words. Her mind drifting back to Suanjiai and Qinyan, a sudden pang of jealousy stirring within her. Am I not worthy? Why does he not harbor any thoughts about me? While Chinfeng immersed himself in the sea of knowledge, his phone chimed once more. Had it been anyone else, he might have ignored it, but upon seeing it was Lin Feier, he could not help but smile. It seemed she was truly reaching her limit, as all her resources had been exhausted, making it difficult to persist any longer. What is it, superstar? Chinfeng inquired cheerfully. Chinfeng, could you spare me some food? Of course, did I not mention? As long as you come over and engage in a heartfelt discussion about life, I will provide as much sustenance as you desire. Upon reading this, Lin Feier's expression darkened. Chinfeng, could you please be serious? If you assist me now, I will express my gratitude properly. I do not accept empty promises. You know the situation well. I cannot waste food on those who are not pertinent. You are being unreasonable. You are taking advantage of my plight. Lin Feier retorted, her face aflame with indignation. Nonsense. I am merely providing timely assistance, a veritable lifeline. Contact me when you have made up your mind. Chinfeng declared, choosing not to prolong the conversation. If she truly could not endure any longer, she would naturally seek him out. However, just as he prepared to set down his phone, another message arrived. Chinfeng, I have dealt with those individuals. When shall I receive the supplies?